Synopsis: Alice is a 28-year-old software developer. She makes money, donates to charities, and even gives food to the homeless. But in truth, she could not be sadder. She has no friends, and she and her family have been estranged ever since she came out of the closet to them. She tries to distract herself from her problems, right up until she suddenly dies. It is not the end, though. Alice is asked to make 3 wishes. 3 things she'd wish for if she were to be reborn. Alice wishes for as many lovers as possible, a role in the world that means something, and a family that embraces her. Just like that, Alice awakens in another world as Melissa Blackflame, the firstborn daughter of a family of succubi. She decides to try to live life to its fullest here, vowing that, above all else, she will live a meaningful life and, finally find love. What she doesn't know, however, is that she's about to find more of that than she can handle. Chapter 1: Alice's Final Hours. Alice sat alone at a quiet restaurant. Her heart was racing. She adjusted her glasses and took a sip of her coffee, hoping the warm drink would calm her nerves. Minutes ticked by. Doubts began to creep into her mind. She didn't stand me up, right? Alice checked her watch for the 4th time. Her date was 15 minutes late. Instantly, she began to theorize. Maybe her Toggle Maps link had been wrong somehow. Maybe she had read the girl's message wrong, and that, let's do it message had actually been no, fuck off, creep. That was a lot of words to misread, sure, but maybe it happened. Maybe a meteor had crashed down on Earth, and while Alice was sitting here, stewing in her quiet discomfort, her date was fighting for her life. Against aliens. Yeah, maybe aliens had invaded, and instead of picking up a rifle and heading out to defend her planet from alien scum, Alice was sitting here, drinking coffee and sulking. Maybe, just as Alice was about to give up hope, the front door of the restaurant swung open, and a stunning blonde beauty stepped inside. The girl from Ember, the world's most popular dating app. The instant she saw Alice, she made her way over to the table with a confident stride. Alice, right? The blonde asked. That was all she could say. She had seen her before, of course, but never this close. The blonde was even more gorgeous in person, with sparkling eyes and a smile that could light up the room. I'm so sorry I'm late, the girl continued, sliding into the seat across from Alice. Traffic was a nightmare, and I had to circle the block a few times to find parking. Alice managed a small smile, her nerves beginning to settle. It's okay, I understand. I'm just glad you made it. From there, they started talking, but the date didn't go well. At all. Alice had tried to talk about her job as a software developer, hoping to impress her date with tales of the cutting-edge apps she had helped create, the complex algorithms she had wrestled into submission, the countless hours she had spent hunched over her keyboard, fueled by nothing but caffeine and the art of code. But the blonde beauty across from her just stared blankly, her eyes glazing over with each technical term Alice dropped. In between her, and how it became clear that she had no idea what Alice was talking about, and even less interest in learning. So, do you have any hobbies? The girl asked, twirling a strand of her golden hair around her finger. Alice froze. She had been about to let the dam break. Want to tell her date about the Otome game she played. They were just about the only thing Alice could call a hobby. She didn't do anything else. Literally, every other part of her day was just some form of mundane chore. Take the trash out, watch the news, go to work. But she couldn't just tell this girl that her literal only pastime was to date virtual characters because she had never had any success finding love in real life. It was pathetic. No, she said instead, her voice flat and lifeless. The girl's smile faltered, and Alice could see the disappointment in her eyes. She glanced at her watch, a not-so-subtle hint that she was ready for this date to be over. Sure enough, a while later, the blonde beauty put a stop to this torture session. Well, it's been great meeting you, Alice, she said, already sliding out of her seat. But I just remembered I have this thing. Another failed date, another reminder that Alice would likely die alone. As the blonde made her way out of the restaurant, Alice slumped back in her seat, staring into the depths of her now-cold coffee. At this point, she was beginning to wonder if maybe she was the alien all along. Add it to the collection. she thought bitterly. Yet another failed attempt at human connection. It seemed tonight would end just like every other night, with nothing to show for it. With a sigh, Alice downed the rest of her coffee and gathered her things. Who needed real-life romance anyway? It was just self-flagellation for the modern world. So, she walked out, telling herself all the while that sex and love were overrated, actually. Back home, Alice booted up her PC. She navigated to her games folder and clicked on her current obsession, Black Hearts. As the game loaded, Alice leaned back in her chair, a small smile playing on her lips. Sure, the game was marketed as a typical OTOM, with a cast of dashing male love interests for the female lead to choose from. But Alice knew better. She wasn't here for the bland, cookie-cutter boys. No, she was here for the real story, the juicy lesbian subtext between the protagonist and her supposed rival. Alice barreled through the male scenes, clicking through the dialogue with barely a glance. She was on a mission, and that mission was to get to the good stuff. And then there it was. A particularly spicy scene between the female lead and her rival. I hate you, Sylvia. Yeah, right? Only because you wish you were me. Alice's heart was lit aflame. The girls' faces were mere inches apart as they traded barbs and, in Alice's opinion, barely concealed longing. Alice let out a squeak, her cheeks flushing as she drank in every delicious moment. But just as things were getting good, her phone rang, shattering the mood like a brick through a window. Alice groaned, recognizing the ringtone instantly. It was her mother, probably calling to remind her of some family obligation or to subtly, or not so subtly, hint that she should be settling down with a nice boy and popping out grandkids. With a sigh, Alice picked up the phone, steeling herself for the inevitable. "Hello," she said, trying to keep the annoyance out of her voice. "Alice. Honey." Her mother's voice came through the speaker. "I was just calling to remind you about church tomorrow. You're coming, right?" Alice suppressed another groan. Of course. Yet another attempt by her deeply religious family to somehow pray the gay away, to convince her that she was just confused, that all she needed was a good man and a healthy dose of Jesus to set her straight, pun very much intended. "Mom, I don't know," Alice said, rubbing her temple with her free hand. "I have a lot of work to catch up on, and nonsense." Her mother cut her off, her tone brooking no argument. "You can spare a few hours for the Lord, can't you? And who knows, maybe you'll meet a nice young man there. The Robinson son just got back from his mission trip, and I hear he's single." Alice tuned out the rest of her mother's spiel, her eyes drifting back to the pause game on her computer screen. The two girls were frozen in a moment of electric tension, their lips so close they were almost touching. God, I wish that were me, Alice thought, a pang of longing twisting in her chest. "So we'll see you tomorrow, bright and early," her mother finished, jolting Alice back to the conversation. "Yeah, sure, Mom," Alice said, defeated. "They'll be there." She hung up, tossing her phone onto the desk with a clatter. She knew she should probably feel guilty for lying, for planning to come up with some excuse at the last minute to get out of church. But honestly, she was just tired. Tired of pretending, tired of hiding, tired of being someone she wasn't just to please her family. With a sigh, Alice unpaused the game, letting herself get lost once again in this other world. Maybe one day, she'd find that kind of love in real life. But for now, she had her games, her virtual girlfriends, and her own little corner of the internet where she could be herself. And maybe, just maybe, that would be enough. The next day, Alice went through the motions of her usual mundane routine. She rolled out of bed, her hair a tangled mess, and stumbled into the kitchen to make some coffee. As the pot brewed, she scrolled through her phone, bleary-eyed and only half awake. "Let's see what fresh hell the world has cooked up today," she thought, tapping on the news app. She skimmed the headlines, her eyes glazing over at the usual parade of political scandals, celebrity gossip, and doomsday prophecies. "I'm telling you, man," one homeless guy yelled into a camera. "The trucks are coming for us, bro. The trucks are coming for US." One article caught Alice's eye. Truck-related casualties up by over 2,000, the headline blared, accompanied by a grainy photo of a mangled vehicle and some poor sap in front of it, blurred out. "Wow, Alice thought as her brow furrowed. That's crazy. But before she could dive deeper into the article, the coffee maker let out a shrill beep, signaling that her morning elixir was ready. Alice set her phone aside and poured herself a mug, inhaling the rich aroma with a contented sigh. Ah, sweet nectar of the gods, she thought, taking a sip. What would I do without you? With her caffeine fix secured, Alice set about getting ready for the day. She showered, brushed her teeth, and threw on some clothes, not bothering to put much effort into her appearance. It's not like anyone at work would notice or care anyway. Alice was, at the end of the day, a painfully generic human being, the type you could call factory-made. White, with black hair and brown eyes, 152 centimeters, and with the kind of face one would immediately associate with someone who worked behind a desk in some form or fashion. Before long, she was out the door, her messenger bag slung over her shoulder and her headphones firmly in place. She walked to the train station, her mind already churning with the day's tasks and deadlines. As Alice exited the train station and began the short walk to her office, she heard a commotion behind her. She turned, her eyes widening as she saw a delivery truck barreling down the street. And it seemed like that truck was heading straight for her. Oh, shit, was all she had time to think before the truck slammed into her, sending her flying through the air like a rag doll. And then everything went black. When Alice opened her eyes again, she was somewhere else entirely. A vast, white expanse stretched out before her, like an endless sheet of paper waiting to be filled. Where am I? She thought, her mind foggy and disoriented. Is this heaven? Hell? Purgatory? But before she could ponder further, a voice rang out. Hello, Alice. Welcome to the Other Life Selection Program. Chapter 2, the Other Life Selection Program. I don't understand, Alice said, her voice trembling. Other Life Selection Program? What is all this? The voice spoke again, its tone gentle and soothing. You, Alice, have been selected for a second chance. A chance to live a life far more fulfilling than the one you left behind. Oh, but my life wasn't that bad, she mumbled, more to herself than to the disembodied voice. I mean, sure, it was a little lonely sometimes, and maybe I didn't have as many friends as I would have liked, but Alice, the voice interrupted, its tone firm but not unkind. You have been given an incredible opportunity, a chance to start anew, to shape your destiny in ways you never could have imagined. Do you not want to take it? Alice perked up at that. What do you mean? I will grant you 3 wishes, the voice said, and Alice could have sworn she heard a smile in its words. 3 wishes pertaining to your new life. Think carefully, Alice. What kind of life do you want to lead? Alice's mind raced, 1,000 possibilities flashing through her thoughts. 3 wishes, huh? Well, if this is some sort of real-life anime thing, then I know what to wish for. She had watched enough of those to know the drill. The protagonist, usually some kind of loser, like her, gets transported to a fantasy world and is granted incredible powers or abilities. Cheat skills, they called them. I wish for cheat skills. Alice blurted out, like super strength and magic powers, and maybe a harem of beautiful girls who all fall in love with me. And, hold on. The voice cut her off, a hint of amusement in its tone. That's not how this works. Your wishes must pertain to the kind of life you want to lead, not the abilities you possess. Alice deflated, her excitement fizzling out as quickly as it had come. What? I can't ask for cheat abilities? Of course not. It would be unfair to the world you're being sent to. Besides, the voice added, having this life's knowledge is a cheat all in itself. I guess. But what's the point of getting reincarnated if you don't get to be overpowered as hell? But as she mulled over the voice's words, a different kind of excitement began to take hold. If this was a chance to start over, to build a life she could be proud of. Okay, Alice, she thought to herself, taking a deep breath. Let's think about this. What do you really want out of life? What will make you happy? Images flashed through her mind. Laughing with friends, sharing stories over drinks. Holding hands with a beautiful girl. Their hearts beating in sync. There was a lot she hadn't done in her previous life. A lot she wished she had. But, Above all else, she just wanted this new life to mean something. That had been the worst part of her previous one. Waking up, working, going to sleep. Waking up, working, going to sleep. The same process, day after day, for several years. She hated it. Anything but that, she thought. Anything but that. And you can have it, the voice told her. Be as selfish with these wishes as you want. Though, keep in mind, all I can do is make your wishes possible. I will be up to you to fulfill them. How does your world saying go? I can open the door for you, but it will be up to you to walk through it. Alice nodded, and so, some wishes came to her mind. Wishes that tugged at her heart. I wish, Alice began, her voice growing stronger with each word. I wish for a family that will embrace me, no matter what. A family that will love and support me, even when I mess up or don't meet their expectations. She paused, taking a deep breath. I also wish for the potential to be an important person. Someone who can make a real difference in the world, you know? I don't want to just be another cog in the machine. Alice hesitated for a moment, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. And lastly, I wish to meet many women who might fall for me. There was a beat of silence, and then Alice rushed to explain herself. I know it sounds kind of shallow, but I never found love in my past life. I don't want to make the same mistake twice. I want to find as much love as possible in this new world, even if it means being a bit. The voice chuckled softly, a sound like tinkling bells. There is no shame in seeking love, Alice. It is a fundamental human need, and one that far too many people are denied. Your wishes are granted. Alice let out a sigh of relief. Finally, the cobwebs would be cleaned. Thank you, she whispered, tears pricking at the corners of her eyes. Thank you so much. Your new life has been determined, the voice said, its tone growing more distant. Farewell, Alice. May you find the happiness and fulfillment you seek. Chapter 3. Melissa Blackflame. Alice woke up. She blinked. She was lying on a bed, staring up at a dark wooden ceiling. Where am I? She thought, her mind a little foggy from the transition. As her senses began to sharpen, she became aware of a sound. Someone was crying, the sobs soft and muffled, as if they were trying to hold back. Alice turned her head. She found herself looking at a woman, her face buried in her hands as she cried. Alice's eyes widened. The woman's skin was a deep, rich purple. Not just that, but she had 2 black horns on her head. What the? Alice tried to sit up, her body feeling strange and unfamiliar. As she did, she caught a glimpse of her own skin. It was purple as well, only a shade lighter. What? She opened her mouth to speak, to ask the woman what was going on. But as soon as she did, a flood of memories crashed into her mind, nearly overwhelming her with their intensity. She saw flashes of a life that wasn't her own. A young girl, born sickly and weak, her body racked with pain and fever. Her parents, the purple-skinned woman over there, and a similarly purple man with eyes like glowing embers, watching over her with desperate, tear-filled eyes. She saw the girl growing weaker with each passing year, her life slipping away like sand through an hourglass. And then, in her last moments, she saw the girl's soul leave her body, making way for me. Alice realized, her heart pounding in her chest. I've taken her place. I'm in her body now. The realization was so shocking, she worried she might just have a heart attack. Bit of a waste, that would be, to take this body from someone and give it up immediately after. The woman looked up, her eyes widening as she saw Alice sitting up in bed. And Melissa? She whispered, her voice hoarse. Is it you? Alice hesitated, unsure of how to respond. She wasn't this Melissa girl. Not really, but she was in her body now, and she had her memories. What should she say? Alice began, her voice sounding strange and unfamiliar to her own ears. So high-pitched, like a child. I'm not. But before she could finish her thought, the woman threw her arms around her, hugging her tightly. Melissa, she sobbed, her tears soaking into Alice's shirt. I thought I'd lost you. But you're here, you're alive. It's a miracle. Alice sat there, frozen. She didn't know what to do, what to say. This woman thought she was her daughter, the girl who had just died. How could she tell her the truth? Should she even tell her the truth? It took a couple of seconds to produce an answer. I can't, Alice thought, a wave of guilt washing over her. I can't break her heart like that. Not after everything she's been through. So, slowly, she hugged the woman back, letting her cry in her shoulder. It's okay, she said softly. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. Alice, now Melissa, stood in her room, staring at her reflection in the mirror. For some reason, she had expected to reincarnate in an identical form to when she died. Her 28-year-old body, hair, skin, all that. Instead, her skin was a light purple, as Shed noted before. Her hair was black as night, falling in soft waves around her face. Her eyes glowed red, and, unless people in this world were very short, and that woman from before happened to be very tall, she was now a kid. But that wasn't all. She had a pair of horns protruding from her forehead, and a tail, long and slender, with a heart-shaped tip that swayed gently behind her. There was no doubt about it. I look like a succubus, Alice thought, her mind reeling. She shook her head, trying to clear her thoughts. She had to focus to figure out what was going on. Her eyes fell on the journal lying on her bed, right next to where she had been lying, like it had been scribbled on moments before the original owner of this body passed. It was Melissa's journal, filled with her day-to-day thoughts. Alice had read through it quickly, desperate for any information she could find, and she had learned a few things. Most importantly, right now, it let her know she was Melissa Blackflame, the only child of the Blackflame family. She looked back at her reflection, at the horns and the tail and the glowing red eyes. What kind of world must this be? She put on a determined face. I need more information, she thought, turning away from the mirror. I need to know more about this world, about Melissa. She began to search the room, looking for more books, more journals, anything that could give her a clue. She found a few textbooks, their covers worn and faded. Mostly history. She flipped through the books, skimming the pages. There was so much to learn. Melissa herself had probably only read a few pages at most, judging by what Alice got from her memories. Funny enough, I can read this. It's not English, but it's like my mind is converting the words into English in real time. Just as Alice was about to dive into the book's contents, there was a knock at her door. Before she could even respond, the door swung open, and walked the woman from before, a man who was also purple, and a human. A human? Here? Alice thought, her eyes widening. So, humans exist in this world. The man and woman were both dressed in fine clothing, fancy, luxurious-looking stuff. The human, on the other hand, wore a simple robe, a leather satchel slung over his shoulder. Melissa, darling, the woman said, we need to conduct a checkup on you, to make sure you're okay. She gestured to the human man. This is Healer Aldrich. He's here to examine you, to see what happened. Alice nodded slowly, her mind racing. A checkup? To see what happened? Did they suspect something was amiss? Play it cool. Alice, she thought to herself. You're Melissa now, remember? Just go along with it. Oh, of course, she said, trying to keep her voice steady. I understand. The healer stepped forward, a kind smile on his face. Don't worry, little miss, he said, his voice soft and reassuring. This one hurt a bit. He raised his hand, and Alice's eyes widened as a soft glow began to emanate from his palm. Magic, she realized, her heart skipping a beat. He's using magic. She watched, transfixed, as the healer moved his hand over her body, the glow intensifying as he passed over certain areas. This world has magic. Real, actual magic. The thought sent chills through her. Magic is real here. What else is real? Dragons? Fairies? Gods and demons? The healer finished his examination, the glow fading from his hand. He turned to Melissa's parents, a puzzled expression on his face. It's remarkable, he said, shaking his head. Just yesterday, Lady Melissa was on death's door. Her body was racked with disease, her life force fading by the minute. He looked back at Alice, his eyes wide with wonder. But now she's perfectly healthy. It's as if the disease never existed at all. Melissa's mother let out a choked sob, her hand flying to her mouth. It's a miracle, she whispered, tears streaming down her face. A true miracle. The purple man, who Alice assumed was Melissa's father, put his arm around his wife, his own eyes glistening with tears. "Thank you, Healer Aldrich," he said, his voice rough with emotion. "Thank you for everything you've done for our daughter." The healer bowed his head. "It is my honor to serve," he said, "but I fear I cannot take credit for this miracle. It is the work of the gods, not I." The gods? Alice thought, her mind reeling. There are gods in this world too? Or at the very least, these people have their own religions. Melissa's mother tackled her then, sobbing into her chest. "Oh, my baby," she cried, her voice muffled by Alice's shirt. "You're alive. You're really alive." Alice sat there, stiff as a board, unsure what to do. She looked up at Melissa's father, at the healer, hoping for some kind of guidance. But they just stood there, watching the scene with a mix of joy and confusion. Something came to her mind. "I have to do something," Alice thought, her mind racing. "I can't just keep pretending to be Melissa forever. It's not fair to them, and it's not fair to me. Besides, I'd probably fuck that act up in an hour tops." But she couldn't just come out and say it, could she? That she was a stranger, an interloper in their daughter's body? That would break their hearts, shatter their newfound happiness. No, she needed a plan. A way to let them know that she was different, that she needed help, but without revealing the whole truth. And then it hit her. She took a deep breath, steeling herself for what was to come. Who are you people?" she asked, her voice small and confused. Melissa's mother pulled back, her eyes wide with shock. What do you mean, darling?" "It's us, your parents." Alice shook her head, biting her lip. "I'm sorry, but I don't remember you. I don't remember anything." The room went silent. The joy and relief of a moment ago, replaced by a heavy, suffocating tension. "Amnesia," the healer said, his voice grave. "It's not uncommon. In cases of near-death experiences, the mind, it shuts down to protect itself from the trauma." Melissa's father nodded, his face ashen. Will she recover?" The healer hesitated, his eyes flicking to Alice. "It's hard to say. In some cases, the memories return on their own, given time and patience. In others," he trailed off, leaving the unspoken truth hanging in the air. "In others, they never come back at all," Alice finished silently. "Do I feel a bit guilty?" "Of course I do. But this actually works perfectly." "I'm sorry," she said, her voice trembling. I want to remember, I really do. But it's all a blank." Melissa's mother let out a choked sob, burying her face in her hands. Her father put an arm around her, his own eyes glistening with unshed tears. "It's all right, Melissa," he said, his voice rough with emotion. We'll figure this out together. You're alive, and that's all that matters." Alice nodded, swallowing past the lump in her throat. "Thank you," she whispered, not trusting herself to say more. The healer cleared his throat, a look of sympathy on his face. "They'll do some research, see if there are any treatments or therapies that might help. In the meantime, the best thing we can do is support Melissa, help her adjust to this new situation." Melissa's parents nodded, their faces set with determination. "We'll do whatever it takes," her mother said, her voice fierce. "We'll help you remember, Melissa. We'll help you find yourself again." Alice felt a wave of gratitude wash over her, mixed with a heavy dose of guilt. They love her so much, she thought, her heart aching. They love me so much, even though I'm not really their daughter. But she couldn't dwell on that now. She had to focus on the present, on the challenges that lay ahead. "Thank you," she said again, forcing a small smile. I think I need some time to process all of this. Would it be all right if I rested for a bit?" "Of course, darling," her mother said, standing up from the bed. "Take all the time you need. We'll be right here when you're ready." They filed out of the room, the healer giving her a reassuring nod before closing the door behind him. And then Alice was alone with her thoughts and her guilt and her fear. What have I gotten myself into? She thought, flopping back onto the bed with a sigh. I'm in a strange world, in a strange body, with a family that thinks I'm their dead daughter. But even as the doubts and the worries swirled in her mind, she felt a flicker of something else, something warm and bright and hopeful. I have a second chance, she thought, a small smile tugging at her lips. A chance to live a life I never could have imagined, a life filled with magic and wonder and love. It wouldn't be easy, she knew that. There would be challenges and obstacles and moments of doubt. But she was ready to face them, ready to embrace this new life with all her heart. She walked back in front of that mirror. Staring at herself, she took a deep breath. I am Melissa Blackflame, she thought, a fierce determination burning in her chest. And I will make the most of this second chance no matter what. Chapter 4. The Blackflame family. Melissa walked around her home, her parents by her side, trying to take in this new world she found herself in. The Blackflame's house was nice, with high ceilings and some ornate furnishings. Paintings adorned the walls, too. They seemed pretty well off. Her mother, noticing her wide-eyed stare, smiled gently. "Does any of this look familiar to you, sweetie?" she asked, hope lacing her voice. Melissa shook her head. Not even a little. Her parents exchanged a glance, their faces falling. We don't even know where to begin," her father said, his voice heavy with worry. "How do we help you remember a life you've completely forgotten?" Melissa thought for a moment, an idea forming in her mind. Maybe we should get a tutor for me," she suggested, choosing her words carefully. "Someone who can fill me in on the details, help me catch up on everything I've missed." Her parents, surprised, nodded, relief washing over their features. "That's a wonderful idea, Melissa," her mother said, squeezing her hand. "We'll find the best person for the job, we promise." "But," her father said. "Not right now," her mother cut him off. "But, once our affairs are in order, all right?" He sighed. "Right? Once. Yes." As they continued their tour of the house, Melissa's mind raced with questions. She wanted to ask about so much. The land, magic, who they were. But she had to be careful. She couldn't let on that she was an outsider, that she had no real connection to this place or these people. So she chose her words carefully, picking one question out of the many floating in her skull. I noticed," she began, her tone casual, "that we look different from that other guy. The one with the pale skin. Why is that?" Her mother nodded, a look of understanding crossing her face. "Ah, you mean the human," she said, her voice taking on a slightly didactic tone. "We are not human, Melissa. We are nymphs." Melissa's eyebrows shot up. "So, we're not succubi? Or, at least, there's a different name for us here? Nymphs?" she repeated, the word feeling strange and exotic on her tongue. "What does that mean? Exactly? How are we different from humans?" For some reason, this question made her parents grimace. It was then that Melissa was hit with one particular bombshell, one that made her want to fall to her knees and cry. Her father's face turned somber as he began to explain. "Well, for one," he said, his voice heavy with regret, "you saw what the human's hand did as it hovered over you? How it glowed. MHM. Well, we can't do that," he stated. "That's called magic, and we can't use that. It is a limitation of our kind, unfortunately." Melissa's world shattered. Magic had been one of the things she was most excited about in this new world, a chance to wield power beyond her wildest dreams. "I can't use magic?" she thought, her mind reeling. What kind of fantasy ice guy is this? But she tried to keep her face neutral, not wanting to let on how much this news had affected her. "I see," she said, her voice carefully controlled. That's good to know." Her father nodded, a look of sympathy crossing his face. "There's one other thing you should know about our kind," he said, his tone growing slightly awkward. "Nym require physical affection to maintain their health." "Hugs, he clarified as Melissa watched her mother glare at her father. "Without them, we can grow weak and sickly. Humans aren't like that." Melissa's eyes widened, her mind immediately jumping to the succubi of her old world. "So we do need to drain others' life force," she thought, a strange mix of excitement and trepidation filling her. Or something like that. It might not be the same as the stories I read on Earth, but yeah, we're basically succubi. We're succubi in all but name. She nodded, trying to look as if this information was new to her. I understand, she said, her voice carefully neutral. Ill. They'll keep that in mind. Melissa then asked, what other races are there in this world? She asked, genuine curiosity in her voice. Besides Nim and humans, I mean. Her mother replied this time. Two others, she said, like she was very relieved to get out of that last topic. The Darians, for one. They're half-dragons. Do you remember what a dragon is? Melissa's eyebrows shot up, her interest peaked. Dragon people? She repeated, a note of wonder in her voice. That's incredible. They'll take that as a yes, her mom giggled. Then there are the Kitsune, an all-female race of, well, appearance-wise, they're basically just humans with fox ears and fox tails. Now, that's more like it, she thought with a little smirk. Fox girls. Holy crap. I want to see one so badly. But even as she reveled in the possibilities, more questions tugged at the back of her mind. She kept going. What are your names? Her parents blinked. Then, laughing, her father knelt down first and said, my name's Melistaire. And I'm Margaret. And I'm Melissa. Okay. Now, come on, Margaret said, you haven't eaten in forever. Let's get some food in that belly. Melissa sat in her room, a book on magic open in her lap. Her brow was furrowed in concentration as she poured herself into these pages. I can't believe this, she thought. What kind of Ice Guy protagonist am I if I can't even use magic? Her parents had been confused when she asked for books on the subject, given her inability to wield it. But Melissa was determined. This was supposed to be her story, her chance to live out all those fantasies Shed read about back on Earth. She had to find a way. The book began to delve into the intricacies of magic, explaining how one could draw upon their inner essence and weave it into tangible spells. Mages, it seemed, were called weavers for this very reason. There were 4 schools of magic: elemental, life, arcane, and mind. According to the book, the easiest to learn was the water class of magic within the elemental school. Okay, let's give this a shot, Melissa thought, closing her eyes and trying to focus on the well of power within her. She reached deep, searching for that spark of essence the book described. Humph! She clenched, as if that would allow her magic to come out. But no matter how hard she tried, she felt nothing. No warmth, no tingling sensation, no rush of energy coursing through her veins. Nothing the book described would happen. Ack! She deflated. Damn it! She snapped the book shut. I seriously can't use magic? What a terrible reincarnation. As she sat there, stewing in her disappointment, a sound caught her attention. It was her mother's voice, raised in what sounded like anger or distress. Huh? Curious, Melissa crept out of her room, moving silently through the halls of the grand house. As she drew closer to the main room, the voices became clearer. We're gonna go bankrupt, Melistaire, her mother was saying, her tone sharp with worry. If we don't find a way to turn things around, we'll lose everything. Melissa's heart sank. Bankrupt? What? Her father's voice was strained as he replied. I know, Margaret. I'm trying to resolve the issue, but Stryker is being difficult. Stryker? Melissa thought, her mind racing. Who's that? Her father sighed, his voice heavy. I asked for a bit more time, but he rejected the idea. Melissa's mother let out a bitter laugh. Of course he did, she said, her tone sharp with resentment. Did you really expect him to just forget the loan? Her father was silent for a moment. Then he said, we'll make it back up, he said, his tone fierce all of a sudden. They'll work twice as hard. More hours. They'll do whatever it takes. I promise. There was a beat of silence. I know you will, her mother said. I just wonder if ITL'll be enough. Melissa's heart raced, her mind reeling with this new information. What the hell happened to this family? But she couldn't afford to be caught eavesdropping. Quietly, she slipped back to her room, her thoughts whirling like a maelstrom. She paced the floor, her brow furrowed in concentration. Why? Why would I be sent to a family that's on the verge of collapse? And I can't use magic? What kind of cruel joke is this? But even as the questions and doubts assailed her, Melissa shook her head. She just got here. She needed to keep her chin up. No, she thought, her fists clenching at her sides. I won't let this beat me. I won't let this second life fall apart. Not so soon. She didn't know how, but somehow, some way, she was going to make things better. But first, she needed to learn more. She needed to understand what had happened to the Black Flame family and why they were in such dire straits. She needed to know who this Stryker person was and why he was making things so difficult for her father. Knowledge is power, she thought, and I need to arm myself to the teeth. Chapter 5. Software Developer at Heart that night. At the end of her first day in this new world, which she had spent almost entirely within the confines of this room, Melissa sat at her desk, surrounded by a pile of books and scrolls. She looked like a crackhead, breathing heavily, her hair a tangled mess and her eyes almost bloodshot. She stared down at her table. Her battlefield. She was on a mission, and that mission was to unravel the secrets of this world's magic. I don't care what anyone says, she thought, her brow furrowed in concentration. I'm going to find a way to use magic, even if it kills me. She had been studying for hours, poring over every text she could find on the subject, which was, of course, not many. Why would they have a lot of them? They weren't mages. But none seemed to help. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't tap into the well of power that everyone else seemed to have access to. This is ridiculous, she thought, slamming a book shut in frustration. How am I supposed to be important in this world if I can't even cast any spells? She leaned back in her chair, rubbing her temples. She needed a new approach, a fresh perspective. And then it hit her. That's right. I'm a software developer. I know logic, syntax, and manipulation of data. How can I apply that to this? She grabbed a fresh scroll and started scribbling furiously. The way magic worked, one required 3 things in order to cast a spell. 1. An incantation. 2. Weaving the spell in the air. And 3. Essence. Nim lacked that last one, which was the issue. Melissa stared at the diagrams in the book, her brow furrowed in concentration. It's almost like code, she thought, tilting her head to the side. The way the incantations are structured, the specific order and placement of each word. It's like a programming language. She grabbed a fresh scroll and started scribbling furiously, jotting down notes and observations. She noticed how each spell seemed to follow a specific syntax, with certain words and phrases acting as keywords and operators. And the way the weavers draw the spells in the air, she mused, sketching out a quick diagram. It's like they're writing the code, line by line, to create the desired effect. As she worked, a sudden realization hit her. Wait a minute, she thought, her eyes widening. If spells are like code, and weavers are essentially writing that code with their essence, then, as long as I can find essence from somewhere, I should be able to cast spells, right? The rules just say you need essence. Does it really have to be my essence? Her mind raced with possibilities. What if I could create spells using something else? She started brainstorming, jotting down ideas and possibilities. And then, like a bolt from the blue, it hit her. Runes. She breathed, her eyes wide with revelation. Can runes exist in this world? I mean, they should, right? If they could, I could use runes to create spells. There was no real reason to believe that this had a high chance of success. But this was the best idea Melissa could think of in a moment. She couldn't let it slip. Runes, as she remembered from her favorite fantasy stories, were physical objects with symbols and etchings that gave them power. Some magic, some essence, would need to be infused into them to make them work. But Melissa felt like she was on the right train of thought. People in this world have to have tried just writing down incantations and spell signs themselves. I have to do it in a way they haven't tried. It was a reach, nothing but a flickering candle of hope in the snow. But to Melissa, it was everything. This is it. I'm sure of it, she thought. This is how I'm going to use magic, even without essence. I know it. She knew she had a long way to go, but she was committed to this. With this having been figured out, or at least in progress, there was another matter that needed her immediate attention. Her family's struggles. The debt they owed and a mysterious figure named Stryker, who seemed to be the cause of all their problems. Melissa needed to find out more. She started digging. The halls were quiet. Guess my parents like to sleep in early. Melissa walked around, her tiny bare feet thudding lightly against the wooden floor. A library, a study, Any sort of place like that is what I need. All I need is a... She stopped. Moaning reached her ears. She stopped right where she stood, and from where she stood, she could see into one of the rooms to her left. The door had been left open, meaning she could see her two new parents, doing their best to give her a sibling. Wow. Melissa blinked. Shaking her head, she walked away. This is the perfect distraction. Melissa kept going, the rhythm of her footsteps matching the loud sounds coming from behind her. Yes, they'll never catch me sneaking around now. Sure enough, she soon found what she was looking for, a place with all sorts of books and records pertaining to her family. She opened each one up, one by one, and what she saw was enlightening in the worst way. The Black Flames, which apparently only consisted of a handful of people, her parents included, were in deep trouble. They owed a massive sum to some shady organization, and Stryker was their enforcer. He had been putting pressure on her father for months, demanding payment and threatening dire consequences if they failed to comply, and each time, Melistaire had only barely managed to get to some needed weight. This is bad, Melissa thought, her heart sinking. Really, really bad. She knew she had to do something, but what? She had just gotten here. Financial troubles, huh? Melissa sighed. Well, if runes don't exist in this world, then making them would probably amount to some pretty good money, right? Melissa closed the book in front of her. There's more writing on this than just my power fantasy. I need to figure this out. Chapter 6. Essence, a source of essence. The thought of that almost kept Melissa up all night, making her eyes open randomly like she could feel a sleep paralysis demon nearby. Over the course of the night, some questions kept bouncing off the walls of her mind. And so, as soon as she saw her mother the next day, she let them all flood over her. Mom, she said, her voice urgent, do you know if rune magic exists in this world? Like, can people use runes to cast spells? Or use runes to contain spells? Margaret, sitting on one of the couches, looked at her daughter, a bit surprised by the sudden barrage of questions. Runes? Well, I am not entirely sure, dear. I know that enchanted items exist, but I don't know much about how they're made. Melissa's eyes widened. Enchanted items? So, like objects that have magic infused into them? Her mother nodded. Yes, I've heard of such things. Weapons that never dull, cloaks that render the wearer invisible, that sort of thing. Melissa leaned forward, her heart pounding with excitement. Do we have any? No. She almost sounded offended at the mere suggestion. That stuff is extremely expensive, and we have little use for them. Fair. Do you know how they're made? The process? Margaret paused, giving her daughter a curious look. Melissa, dear, you're incredibly well-spoken for someone who just woke up from a coma. Where's all this coming from? Shit, Melissa thought, realizing her mistake. I'm supposed to be a 9-year-old. A 9-year-old who just had amnesia, no less. She forced a higher tone. I was just curious, Mommy. She immediately adjusted. I had a dream about magic, and I wanted to know more. Margaret's expression softened. I see. Well, I'm afraid I don't know much about how enchanted items are made. That's the sort of thing that mages concern themselves with, not us Nim. Melissa bit her lip, trying to hide her disappointment. But why not? Don't you want to know how magic works? Her mother chuckled, reaching out to ruffle Melissa's hair. Oh, my sweet girl. She shook her head. Listen, dear, I know magic seems exciting and wonderful, but for us Nim, it's just not something we need to worry about. And that's good. Less things to trouble ourselves with, you know? Melissa wanted to argue, obviously, to insist that magic was important, that it could be the key to solving all their problems. But something in the way her mother was looking at her told Melissa it was pointless. When it comes to magic, I'm on my own, I guess. She forced another smile, nodding her head. Okay, Mommy, I understand. Margaret smiled, giving her a quick hug. That's my girl. Now, how about we go get some breakfast? I'm sure you must be starving after all that sleeping. Melissa let her mother lead her out of the room, her mind still churning with questions and possibilities. Enchanted items, she thought, a flicker of hope sparking in her chest. If I can figure out how those are made and extract the essence from them, my plan might just work. It was a long shot, but it was all she had. Also, Margaret continued, Put on one of your nice skirts. Why? Family are visiting today. Melissa stopped. Family? Later that day, while Melistaire was still out working, Melissa and her mother stood at the front door of their home, waiting to greet their visitors. I wonder who it could be, Melissa thought, fidgeting with the hem of her skirt. More Nim? Humans, maybe? The door swung open, and Melissa's jaw nearly hit the floor. Standing before them was a woman who looked almost human, but with a few striking differences. Atop her head sat a pair of fluffy, pointed ears, and behind her swished a long, bushy tail. It was happening. She was standing right before Melissa. A kitsune, Melissa realized, her eyes wide with wonder. A fox girl, but it was the one standing next to the woman that really caught Melissa's attention. She was small, probably around the same age as Melissa's current body. But where Melissa was plain, in pretty much every way aside from her purple skin, this girl was the very picture of adorable. Her ears were perked up, twitching slightly as she took in her surroundings. Her pink tail, a miniature version of her mother's, swayed gently behind her. Her eyes were big and green. Oh fuck. Melissa put a hand to her chest. My heart must resist. Urge to hug, Melissa thought, her fingers twitching at her sides. She's just so. C'est ute. Margaret, the kitsune woman exclaimed, pulling Melissa's mother into a warm embrace. It's been too long, sister. Sister? Melissa looked back and forth between them. What? Margaret laughed, returning the hug with equal enthusiasm. Indeed, Kimiko. But look at you. You haven't aged a day. Kimiko grinned, flicking her tail in a playful manner. Ah, well, you know how my side of the family tree is. We age like fine wine. She turned her attention to Melissa, her eyes softening. And you must be Melissa. I heard about what happened, dear. How are you feeling? Melissa blinked, momentarily thrown by the question. I am okay, she said, trying to sound like a normal, not reincarnated child. Still getting used to things, I guess. Kimiko nodded, a look of sympathy crossing her face. I can only imagine. But you're a strong girl, Melissa. You'll get through this. She gestured to the girl at her side, who was bouncing on the balls of her feet with barely contained energy. This is Isabella, my daughter. I thought it might be nice for you two to spend some time together. Isabella grinned, her fluffy ears perking up even more. Melissa. She chirped, her voice like a bell. Want to go play? I brought my dolls. Dolls? Melissa thought, a moment of confusion passing over her. Oh, right. 9-year-old. Play. Dolls. Got it. She forced a smile, nodding her head. Sure, that sounds fun. Margaret and Kimiko exchanged a look, their eyes twinkling with amusement. Why don't you two run along, then? Margaret suggested, giving Melissa a gentle nudge. The adults need to talk for a bit. Melissa hesitated, part of her wanting to stay and listen in on whatever conversation was about to happen. But one look at Isabella's eager, expectant face, and she knew she was doomed. Resistance is futile, she thought, resigned to her fate. The cuteness, it's too powerful. Okay, let's go, she said, taking Isabella's hand and trying not to squeal at how soft and fluffy it was. As the two girls scampered off, Margaret and Kimiko watched them go, a couple smiles on their faces. As Melissa and Isabella settled into the garden, surrounded by an array of dolls and toys, Melissa found herself struggling to maintain her enthusiasm. This is not exactly how I imagined spending my time in a fantasy world, she thought, half-heartedly making her doll walk across the grass. I mean, it's kind of fun, I guess. Still, as the playtime continued, Isabella's unbridled cuteness helped to keep Melissa from passing out from sheer boredom. Yeah, she's not half bad, she mused, a genuine smile tugging at her lips. I mean, who could have fun with a literal ball of fluff like her? Suddenly, a thought struck Melissa, and she turned to Isabella with a curious expression. Hey, Isabella, she said, trying to sound casual. Can you use magic? Isabella's green eyes lit up, and she nodded vigorously, her fluffy ears bouncing with emotion. Yeah, I'm gonna be the most powerful sorceress in the whole wide world someday, she declared, puffing out her small chest with pride. Melissa's heart skipped a beat, a flicker of hope igniting in her chest. A sorceress, huh? Maybe she can help me with my plan. An idea forming in her mind. Melissa grinned at Isabella, a mischievous glint in her eye. Hey, want to play a different game? She asked, scooping up a random rock from the garden. I bet you can't put your magic in this rock. Isabella's tail swished with excitement, and she snatched the rock from Melissa's hand. Oh yeah? Watch me, she exclaimed, scrunching up her face in concentration. For a moment, nothing happened. But then, just as Melissa was about to give up hope, she saw it. A faint, shimmering glow emanated from the rock in Isabella's tiny hands. Holy shit, it's working, Melissa thought, her eyes widening in amazement. She's actually doing it. But as quickly as it had appeared, the glow faded, leaving the rock as plain and ordinary as before. Isabella's shoulders slumped, and she pouted, her lower lip quivering. Ah, I thought I had it, she whined, her ears drooping in disappointment. Melissa, however, was barely containing her excitement. She did it, even if it was just for a second. She actually infused that rock with magic. If I can get her to do that again, but with a more complex spell, maybe I can figure out how to extract the essence and use it for my runes. Outwardly, though, she just patted Isabella on the head, giving her a reassuring smile. Hey, don't worry about it, she said, trying to sound like a wise, older cousin. I bet you'll get it next time. You're going to be the best sorceress ever. Remember? Isabella's face brightened and her ears lifted. Melissa was just about dying from a sweetness. Melissa chuckled, a genuine warmth spreading through her chest. What mattered, though, was that for a bit of time, it happened. The rock lit up, Melissa thought. So, you can pass your essence into an object. Now, how do I make it stick? They kept going after that. Melissa chuckled, a genuine warmth spreading through her chest as she watched Isabella attempt to infuse the rock with magic again and again. This kid is going to be the death of me, she thought, her heart melting a little more with each adorable pout and determined furrow of Isabella's brow. Death by cuteness overload. What a way to go. Better than being run over by a truck, at least. They tried again and again, Isabella scrunching up her face and channeling her magic with all the might her tiny body could muster. But no matter how many times they repeated the process, the result was always the same, a brief flicker of light, followed by a whole lot of nothing. Just as Melissa was about to suggest they take a break and regroup, Isabella let out a dramatic sigh. I'm thirsty, she declared, tossing the rock aside with a huff. Let's go get some water. Melissa shrugged, figuring a little hydration break couldn't hurt. But as they approached the house, Melissa suddenly froze, her eyes widening in shock. What she saw didn't make sense. It was like someone had ripped her previous lives' late-night fantasies and manifested them in reality. There, standing in the hall, were Melissa and Isabella's moms. Sisters, mind you, kissing. And, well, that alone was shocking enough. But it was how passionately they were sucking each other's faces that made Melissa turn to stone. What? Melissa's brain short-circuited, trying to process the scene before her. What? Acting on pure instinct, Melissa slapped a hand over Isabella's eyes. Except, unfortunately, she failed to cover Isabella's mouth. Hey, W, she only managed to get that out before Melissa's hand went from Isabella's eyes down to her mouth. Again, instinctively. The lip-locking ladies didn't notice, probably a bit distracted by all the lip-biting and tongue-sucking. And so, they both ended up standing there for a few seconds, wide-eyed, watching something they were very likely not meant to see. Badoom, badoom, badoom. As Melissa's heart pounded in her ears, she finally managed to will her legs to move, pulling Isabella away with her. As they retreated to a safe distance, Melissa's mind was reeling. Do sisters just get close like that in this world? He does. Does that happen to be a common thing here? She shook her head. So I don't get magic, but I get a big dose of family awkwardness. Great. Still, she felt she couldn't be too angry. You know what? I'm not even mad. This is the most exciting thing that's happened to me in, well, ever. Sure, it was unexpected. Sure, It raised a whole host of new questions. But hey, at least it wasn't boring. She glanced down at Isabella. What was that? Isabella asked, but Melissa shushed her. Sorry, what was that? She asked a lot quieter. I don't know. That was what Melissa went with. Yep, I'm not your mom. This is not my conversation to have. Sorry. A few hours later, which made Melissa wonder just how much time her and Isabella's mom spent making out. Isabella and her mom went to leave. Thank you for having us, Isabella's mom said, hugging Margaret. It was great to see you again. Oh, I bet it was. Don't forget what I showed you, Melissa told Isabella with a wink. Okay. She was, of course, referring to the rock in essence. Maybe next time, Isabella herself might just find a way to make the magic stick. Isabella nodded. I want, she said, determined. With that out of the way, Isabella and her mom left. And then, well, Melissa couldn't resist. Shaking her head, Melissa turned to Margaret. An innocent smile plastered across her face. Mommy? She said, laying on the sweetness like syrup on a stack of pancakes. What were you and Auntie Kimiko doing earlier? Margaret's face turned a shade of red that could rival a fire truck. Oh God, you saw that? She groaned, burying her face in her hands. Oh, you bet I did. I'm so sorry. Auntie, Mommy and Auntie Kimiko were just, showing each other how much we missed each other. Smooth, Mom. Real smooth, Melissa thought, biting back a laugh. But outwardly, she just nodded, her eyes wide with feigned innocence. Okay, Mommy, she said, patting Margaret's arm reassuringly. I understand. Grown-up stuff, right? Margaret sagged with relief. A grateful smile spreading across her face. Right? Grown-up stuff, she agreed, ruffling Melissa's hair. I promise. They'll explain it all to you when you're a bit older, okay? Yep, they'll hold you to that, Melissa thought, struggling to keep a straight face. That's going to be hilarious. Just then, the front door swung open, and in walked Melistaire, looking like he'd just come back from a mud wrestling match with a pack of wild hogs. He was covered in dirt from head to toe, his clothes torn and stained with all manner of mysterious substances. What the heck? She thought, her brow furrowing. What kind of job does this guy have? But before she could voice any of these questions or offer to hose him down with a garden sprinkler, Melistaire caught sight of her and Margaret, a weary smile spreading across his face. My girls, he said, opening his arms wide for a hug. I'm home. Margaret rushed forward, embracing him despite the layer of filth that coated his skin. Melissa was not so eager. Welcome back, dear, Margaret said, kissing his cheek. Rough day at work. Melistaire chuckled. He sounded equal parts exhausted and amused. You could say that, he said, his eyes twinkling with a secret sort of mirth. But I'll tell you all about it later. For now, I think I need a bath. And maybe a stiff drink. You and me both, buddy, Melissa thought, shaking her head. You and me both. Chapter 7. Debt transcends worlds. The next morning, Melissa woke up with a groan. It was hard to get some sleep last night, too. But, for entirely different reasons. Her mind was still swimming with the events she witnessed yesterday. Crazy. Soon, however, she dragged herself out of the bed. She stumbled down the hall towards the main room, still rubbing the sleep from her eyes. But as she approached, raised voices reached her ears, causing her to pause. You need to pay up, Melistaire. And soon. The voice was low and gruff, with a dangerous edge. I know. I'm working as hard as I can to get the money together. That was her father, his usually cheerful tone now strained and pleading. Melissa peeked around the corner. Her father was facing a large, imposing man dressed in dark clothing. The man's face was hard and unforgiving. Working hard? Doesn't seem to be hard enough, the man growled. Boss is getting impatient. You wouldn't want to see what happens when he loses his patience completely. I know, but Melissa watched, horrified, as the man suddenly drove his fist into her father's gut. Melistaire doubled over, gasping for air. Melissa couldn't stop the gasp that escaped her lips. If you don't scrape this payment up by next week. The man in the black robe cracked his knuckles menacingly. Well, let's just say I won't be nearly as friendly next time I drop by. With that, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him hard enough to rattle the walls. Melissa rushed to her father's side as he straightened up, still wheezing. Dad, are you okay? Who was that guy? Why did he hit you? Melistaire patted her head, attempting a reassuring smile even as he winced in pain. It's nothing for you to worry about, sweetheart. Just some business troubles, that's all. Business troubles, my ass, Melissa thought angrily. That was a loan shark if I ever saw one. But she kept her thoughts to herself. Margaret helped her husband sit on a chair nearby. Ah, crap. Was kind of hoping they'd just forget. Hee hee. Melistaire chuckled weakly. Let me get you some ice, Margaret said. I know, no. Melistaire waved her off. I need to head to work. Just give me a minute. That guy packs a mean punch, haha. As she stared up at him, Melissa took note of the situation. 1 week. They had 1 week to come up with the money, whatever amount it was in that time, or that brute would be back. If I can just figure out how to make this rune magic work. She thought, that's all I need. Even in just 1 week. That kind of tech would make a lot of money, right? She clenched her small fists in determination. Magic or no magic, 9 years old or not. Melissa Blackflame was not about to let her new family go down without a fight. Later that day, while Melistaire was off working again, Melissa approached Margaret with a hopeful gleam in her eye. Hey, Mom? She asked, her voice sweet as honey. Is it okay if I hang out with Isabella again today? I had a lot of fun playing with her yesterday. Margaret looked up from the book she was reading, a sympathetic smile on her face. Oh, Sveti, I'm sorry. Isabella and her family were only stopping by for a few days. They left early this morning to continue their travels. Fuck, Melissa screamed internally, barely managing to keep her expression neutral. There goes my magic source. Out loud, she just sighed, her shoulders slumping in disappointment. Oh, okay. Thanks anyway, Mom. Margaret reached out, patting Melissa's head comfortingly. I know you two hit it off, but don't worry. I'm sure you'll make plenty of other friends soon enough. She forced a smile, nodding at her mother before wandering off. Well, there goes that avenue, she mused, kicking at a pebble as she walked. Unless I can find some other mage, I'm back to square one. A thought struck her then, and she paused, glancing towards the front door. You know, I haven't actually explored this place at all yet. I wonder what kind of city we live in. Her curiosity piqued. Melissa made her way outside for the first time since her reincarnation. As she stepped out into the sunlight, she blinked, her eyes adjusting to the brightness. But as her vision cleared, her brows furrowed in confusion. What the? She did not, in fact, live in a city. She lived in a village. And the village was, well, to put it bluntly, kind of a dump. The streets were dirt paths, littered with debris and the occasional wandering chicken. The houses were run-down shacks, their walls patched with mismatched boards and their roofs sagging tiredly. Her family's house, which Shed just walked out of, was by far the nicest place here. And in 1 week's time, if it didn't pay up, it wouldn't even be theirs anymore, probably. Okay, yet another terrible subversion of my expectations. Wonderful. She wrinkled her nose at the various unpleasant smells wafting through the air. She wandered down the street, taking in the sights and smells, with a growing sense of disappointment. Come on, there has to be something. Something caught her eye. A small shop, its exterior just as worn and weathered as all the others, but with one key difference. A sign hanging above the door, adorned with weird symbols. Naturally, this had to mean a magic shop? Melissa thought, her heart skipping a beat. In this backwater village? What are the odds? Hardly daring to believe her luck, she hurried over, pushing open the door with an eager shove. A tinkling bell announced her entrance as she stepped inside. The shop was pretty cozy. Cramped might have been more accurate. Shelves lined every wall, crammed with all manner of odd trinkets. Dusty tomes were stacked haphazardly in the corners, and strange, spicy scents hung in the air. It was so small that Melissa could take in almost the entire inventory from where she stood by the door. Okay, not exactly a wide selection, but hey, it's something, she thought. Bring on the magical goodies. Well, hello there, young lady. Melissa jumped, spinning around to face the source of the voice. An old man stood at the back of the shop, his weathered face creased in a kind smile. He was human, Melissa noted, taking in his distinct lack of horns and tail. What brings a little nim like you to my humble shop? He asked, his voice soft and raspy with age. Are you lost, perhaps? Melissa straightened up. You set up shop in a Nim village and get surprised when Nim showed up? She couldn't help but respond. That's so. The man's brows shot up. You're not wrong. He smiled, not unkindly. Anyway, no, I'm here on purpose. I was wondering if you had any sources of essence for sale? The old man blinked, looking somewhat taken aback. Sources of essence, you say? I'm not sure but Melissa wasn't listening. Her gaze had fallen on a shelf just behind the counter, where a collection of crystals glittered in the lamplight. What about those? She asked, pointing. What are they? The shopkeeper followed her gaze, his brow furrowing slightly. The spirit crystals? Yes. Those do contain a fair amount of ambient magical energy. We harvest them from a mines just outside the village. Melissa's mind raced, the gears turning at breakneck speed. How are they used? The old man narrowed his eyes a bit. You are one curious young girl. Well, he saw that she wasn't going to drop it. He shrugged. They're used for lighting, mainly. Their light takes ages to fade, you see, and illuminates as well as any torch. Indeed, up in Syux, these things can be found in basically every corner of the city. Melissa wasn't even listening toward the end. Mostly, all she cared about was that this all but confirmed these things stored magic. Magic she could extract for her runes. How much for one of those crystals? She asked, trying to keep the eagerness out of her voice. The old man chuckled. More than you've got, probably. Try me. He sighed. 100 suns each. Is that a lot? Whatever, he'll ask Mom. Okay, thanks. We'll be right back. And with that, she dashed out of the shop, making a beeline for home. With any luck, all it would take was 100 suns to get her essence source, try her theories out, and start making money. Finally, the real otherworld adventure could begin. Chapter 8. Spirit Crystals and Suns as Spirit Crystal. Melissa, sweetie, do you have any idea how much those things cost? Melissa nodded eagerly, bouncing on the balls of her feet. Yeah, the old man at the shop said they were 100 suns each. That's not too bad, right? Margaret let out a snort of laughter, shaking her head. Oh, honey, that's 100 suns is a lot. There's no way we can afford something like that, especially not now. Melissa's face fell, her excitement deflating like a punctured balloon. But Mom, I really need one. Just one. I promise. It's super important. Margaret sighed, kneeling down to look her daughter in the eye. Melissa, listen to me. I know you want this crystal, but we simply can't spare the money. Your father is working himself to the bone just to keep a roof over our heads. We can barely afford the essentials, much less magical trinkets. Melissa could feel tears of frustration pricking at the corners of her eyes. But Mom, no buts, Margaret said firmly, standing back up. I'm sorry, sweetheart, but the answer is no. End of discussion. Melissa's tiny fists clenched at her sides, her face flushing with anger and disappointment. Fine, she snapped, whirling around and stomping off towards her room. Ugh, this family sucks. She slammed the door behind her, throwing herself onto the bed in a huff. Stupid, poor family, she thought bitterly, burying her face in her pillow. Stupid spirit crystals. Stupid everything. Why couldn't this be a little easier? For the first time since she reincarnated, she actually felt like a 9-year-old. Hours passed, and Melissa's anger slowly cooled, replaced by a growing sense of desperation. Okay, think, Melissa. There's got to be another way to get your hands on one of those crystals. She rolled on her back, staring up at the ceiling as she ran through her options. Maybe I could sneak into the old man's shop after dark and steal one. I mean, it's not like head suspect a little kid, right? But even as the thought crossed her mind, she dismissed it. Getting caught stealing would only make things worse for her already struggling family. What about Isabella? I could write to her, beg her to come back to the village before the week is up. She could bring me a crystal, or at least teach me more about magic. But she had no idea where Isabella and her family had gone, or how to get a message to them. It was a long shot at best. Melissa was just about to scream into her pillow again when she heard the front door open, followed by the sound of her father's voice. Curious, she crept out of her room, tiptoeing down the hall to eavesdrop. And then she threw a tantrum and stormed off, Margaret was saying, her tone exasperated. One day, that girl is knocking on death's door. The next, she's asking all these questions. I swear, I just can't figure this out. Melistaire chuckled, and Melissa could picture him shaking his head. A spirit crystal, huh? What in the world does she want with one of those? Who knows? Margaret sighed, but I had to put my foot down. We can't afford luxuries like that, not with Stryker breathing down our necks. There was a moment of silence, and then Melistaire spoke again, his voice hesitant. Well, what if I could get her one? From the mines, I mean. Melissa's heart skipped a beat, her eyes widening. The mines? Dad works in the spirit crystal mines? Margaret's voice was sharp with disbelief. Melistaire, are you suggesting stealing for your workplace? Are you insane? Not stealing, Melistaire said quickly. Just misplacing one. They'd never even know it was gone, with how many we harvest each day. Margaret was silent for a long moment, and Melissa held her breath, hardly daring to hope. I don't know, Margaret said at last, her tone uncertain. It's a huge risk. If you got caught, I won't get caught, Melistaire insisted. Come on, Maggie. You told me how much this meant to her. And with everything else going on, doesn't our little girl deserve something to smile about? Another pause and then a sigh. All right, but be careful, Melistaire. I mean it. Melissa had to clap a hand over her mouth to keep from squealing with glee. Yes, 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 yes. Dad, you beautiful bastard, A.H. And with that, she raced back to her room. The next couple of days crawled by at a snail's pace, each minute feeling like an eternity to Melissa. She did her best to act natural, to pretend like she wasn't constantly on the verge of vibrating out of her skin with anticipation. But it was hard, especially when her mind was consumed with thoughts of spirit crystals and the endless magical possibilities they represented. While she waited, Melissa did more research on this world and her family's place in it. They were currently in Lesmark, a village located in the western part of Eldora. The world of Eldora was divided between three nations: the human-dominated Syux Nation, the Kitsune forests of Yalmer, and the Darien-ruled tribes to the north of Raya. This village was in Kitsune territory. The Nim themselves had no region or nation to call their own. Melissa having a Kitsune cousin was no coincidence. Due to their inability to use magic, all Nim lands and territories have been conquered and annexed over the millennia. In human territories, many Nim effectively ended up being slaves. Effectively slaves in that they were treated horribly and paid very, very little. At least they're paid, I guess. In Darien territories, they were, well, again, effectively slaves, but of a different variety. Geez, Melissa had thought, blushing as she read some of what was described. I don't know, I'm really starting to think that one wish about being important wasn't granted. In between all this reading, though, all Melissa could do was watch the clock tick on. Come on, Dad, she thought, pacing her room for the umpteenth time. Don't leave me hanging here. I've got a family to save and a magical revolution to start. Just when she thought she might actually explode from the waiting, there was a knock at her door. Melissa? Melistaire's voice called, slightly muffled. Can I come in? I have something for you. Melissa practically teleported to the door, yanking it open with enough force to startle her father. Is it the crystal? She blurted out, bouncing on her toes. Did you get it? Huh? Melistaire blinked, then let out a chuckle, shaking his head. You heard that? He reached into his pocket, pulling out a small, cloth-wrapped bundle. Well, far be it from me to keep my little girl in suspense. He held out the bundle, and Melissa snatched it up, her hands shaking as she unwrapped it. And there, nestled in the folds of the cloth, was a spirit crystal. It was smaller than the one she had seen in the shop, no bigger than her thumb, but it glowed with a soft, pulsing light, and Melissa could feel the hum of magic emanating from its core. Oh my gods, she breathed, cradling the crystal like it was the most precious thing in the world. Dad, you actually did it. Melistaire grinned, looking proud as a hero on a white horse. Well, I couldn't let my little girl down, could I? Hope you like it, kiddo. Melissa looked up at him, her eyes shining with gratitude and love. Thank you, she whispered, throwing her arms around his waist in a fierce hug. Thank you so much. Melistaire hugged her back, chuckling softly. You're welcome, sweetheart. He kissed the top of Melissa's head. I'm just glad I can make you happy. He pulled back, eyeing the crystal curiously. So, what are you going to do with it? Use it as a night light or something? Melissa grinned. Oh, you'll see, she said, tucking the crystal into her pocket. You and Mom will see soon enough. A bit ominous, but all right. Just don't stay up too late playing with it. Okay, I want, Melissa promised, already edging towards her room. Thanks again, Dad. You're the best. She darted inside, closing the door behind her and leaning against it with a sigh of relief. Finally, she thought, pulling the crystal back out and staring at it with a mix of awe and determination. Let the magical experimentation begin. 3 days. That was all Melissa had left before that goon came back, expecting a payment that her family simply couldn't make. They didn't say anything to her, but they didn't need to. Melissa was basically doing ninja training with how often she listened in on conversations she wasn't supposed to. 3 days to figure out how to turn a single spirit crystal into a revolutionary new form of magic that could save their skins and change the world as they knew it. No pressure. Huh? Melissa thought wryly, setting the crystal down on her desk and cracking her knuckles. I really hope I can do this. She took a deep breath, squaring her shoulders and staring down at the softly glowing crystal. Then she picked up the crystal, turning it over in her hands as she examined it from every angle. First things first, I need to figure out how to extract the magical energy from this thing. If I can isolate the essence, I can start experimenting with ways to channel it into runes. She grabbed a notebook and a pencil, flipping to a fresh page and beginning to jot down her thoughts and theories. Maybe I could try grinding it down into a powder? Or soaking it in something. Maybe the magic would slip out or something. I don't know. She tapped the pencil against her chin, frowning thoughtfully. I'm going to need to run some tests, see what works and what doesn't. And like that old man said, these things fade. It takes a long, long time, but they do fade. So, their essence is limited. You'll need to be careful not to use up all the essence in one go. This crystal is all I've got to work with. Chapter 9. Small-time inventor Melissa stared at the spirit crystal, as if keeping her eyes on it for some undisclosed amount of time would get it to start talking. Okay, first things first. Let's see if we can extract the magic out of this thing. She rummaged through her desk drawers, pulling out a small mortar and pestle she had swiped from the kitchen earlier. Mom's probably going to wonder where this went, but he'll probably have this back in the kitchen soon. Probably. With a steady hand, she placed the crystal in the mortar and began to grind it and hit it, applying pressure bit by bit. Easy does it, she thought, biting her lip as she worked. I don't know how sturdy this thing is, or if the magic will just go away as soon the thing breaks, or if ITLL explode. That would suck, wouldn't it? After a few minutes of careful grinding, she had a small amount of glittering crystalline powder, while the bulk of the crystal was still intact. Step 1 done, she muttered, scooping the powder into a clean handkerchief and folding it up carefully. Next, she slipped out into the garden, scanning the ground for a suitable rock. Not too big, not too small. I just needed to be able to fit a spell sign. She found one that fit the bill and brought it back to her room, setting it on the desk next to the handkerchief of crystal powder. Now, for the tricky part. She grabbed one of the books on magic that she had borrowed from her father's study, flipping through the pages until she found what she was looking for. Illuminate, she read aloud, tracing the intricate spell sign with her finger. A basic light spell. Figures I wouldn't find anything more useful here. But this'll do for the sake of the test. With a steady hand, she used a small knife to carefully carve the spell sign into the surface of the rock. Once the spell sign was complete, she carefully sprinkled the crystal powder into the grooves, watching as it settled and began to glow softly. Moment of truth. She took a deep breath, then spoke the necessary words. Illumina, Kari. For a moment, nothing happened. Oh, come on, don't fail me now. Then, with a sudden flare of light, the rock began to glow, the spell sign burning with a bright, steady radiance. Holy shit, Melissa breathed, her eyes wide with wonder. It actually worked. She watched, transfixed, as the light pulsed and shimmered, casting dancing shadows on the walls of her room. I did it. I cast a spell without having any magic myself. But even as she reveled in her success, she noticed the light beginning to fade, the glow dimming and sputtering out like a candle reaching the end of its wick. No, 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 come back, she hissed, tapping the rock, as if that would somehow rekindle the magic. But it was no use. Within seconds, the rock was nothing more than a rock once more, the spell sign dark and lifeless. Melissa slumped back in her chair, running a hand through her hair. Okay, so it's not perfect, but it's a start. I just need to figure out how to make it last longer. And how to do it without using up the whole crystal in one go. She glanced at the meager remains of the crystal powder, a thoughtful frown on her face. Maybe using more of the spirit crystal would yield better results. I'll have to try again. She nodded to herself. And once I've got it figured out, then comes the real challenge, turning this into cold, hard suns. I'm not going to become homeless on my first week here. She looked over at what was left of that spirit crystal. But with that in mind, Melissa walked into the old man's shop, a bag clutched tightly in her hand and a determined glint in her eye. All right, old man, get ready to have your mind blown and your wallet opened. The shopkeeper looked up as she entered, his eyebrows raising in recognition. Ah, the young Nim returns, he said, a hint of amusement in his voice. And with a bag? No less. Have you brought me something? Melissa marched up to the counter, setting the bag down with a confident thunk. I have, she said, a sly grin spreading across her face. Innovations. She reached into the bag, pulling out one of the runes she had crafted. Behold, she declared, holding it up for the shopkeeper to see. A magical rune, capable of casting spells without the need for innate magical ability. The old man leaned forward, peering at the rune with interest. Is that so? He murmured, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Melissa nodded vigorously, her excitement building. Indeed it is. With these runes, anyone can wield the power of magic, regardless of their birth or training. Imagine the possibilities. Farmers casting, growth spells on their crops. Warriors imbuing their weapons with elemental fury. Even housewives conjuring up a little extra light to see by. She set the rune down on the counter, gesturing to it with a flourish. And I, Melissa Blackflame, am offering you the chance to be the exclusive retailer of these revolutionary devices. For modest fee, of course. The old man was silent, staring down at the rune with an unreadable expression. Come on, take the bait. This is the opportunity of a lifetime, and you'd be a fool to pass it up. But instead of reaching for his coin purse, the shopkeeper simply turned and bent down, rummaging beneath the counter for a moment. Okay. Not quite the reaction I was expecting, but maybe he's just getting a contract for me to sign or something. But when the old man straightened back up, he wasn't holding contract. Instead, he heaved a large, dusty box onto the counter with a heavy thud. Melissa blinked, taken aback. What's that? She asked, eyeing the box warily. The old man chuckled, shaking his head. This, my dear, he said, reaching into the box and pulling out a handful of small, intricately carved objects, is my stock of magic runes. Melissa's jaw dropped, her eyes widening in shock. What? The shopkeeper set the runes down on the counter, spreading them out for her to see. Runes have been around for centuries, young Nim. The last great magical invention. These were carved by skilled artisans and imbued with magical energy. They allow even the magically inept to cast a variety of spells and enchantments. He picked up one of Melissa's runes, examining it closely. But, I will admit, yours are not bad. Very, very rudimentary, but not bad at all. For one so young, you have talent, little miss. But I'm afraid you haven't invented anything new here. Melissa felt like she had been punched in the gut, all the wind knocked out of her sails in an instant. Are you kidding me? She stared at the box of runes, her mind reeling. All that work, all that experimentation, and it was all for nothing? I'm right back where I started? The old man must have seen the devastation on her face, because his expression softened slightly. Don't be too discouraged, little one, he said, patting her hand gently. It's clear you have a keen mind and a clever spark. Keep at it, and who knows? Maybe one day, You'll invent something that truly does change the world. Melissa barely heard him, too busy wallowing in her own disappointment and frustration. Stupid magic. Stupid runes. Stupid everything. She grabbed her bag, stuffing her own useless creations back inside. "Thank you for listening," she muttered, turning to leave. And with that, she stomped out of the shop, her dreams of magical innovation and financial salvation crumbling to dust around her. Back to square one. Damn it. Chapter 10. Spark, all that work was for nothing, huh? She pushed open the front door of her room, ready to slide back to her bed like a worm and wallow in her failure. But as she stepped inside, she heard her parents' voices, sounding very tense, coming from the kitchen. Curiosity getting the better of her, Melissa crept closer, peeking around the corner. "Asked everyone I could think of," her father was saying, his voice strained. "Called in every favor, pulled every string. But we're still short." "How much?" her mother asked, a note of desperation in her tone. "100 sons," Melister replied, the words like a lead weight dropping into Melissa's stomach. 100 damn sons. 100 sons, Melissa thought, her eyes widening. The exact same amount as a spirit crystal. She leaned in closer, hardly daring to breathe. "What are we going to do, Melister?" Margaret asked, her voice trembling. "The deadline's almost here. If we don't pay—" "I know," Melister said heavily. "I know." There was a long, tense silence. Then, a scraping of chairs as her parents stood up. Well, think of something," Melister said, though he didn't sound convinced. "We have to." Melissa backed away from the door, her heart pounding. 100 sons. That's all they need. That's all standing between us and total financial ruin. She slipped away, making her way over to her room. Once inside, she closed the door, leaning against it. The twin moons hung low in the sky, their eerie purple light filtering in through her window. Melissa put her runes down in that light. "Worthless," she muttered, picking one up and turning it over in her hands. Completely and utterly worthless. She tossed the rune back onto the desk, a bitter laugh escaping her lips. "Yeah, I guess I shouldn't have got my hopes up. Not like I was going to change everything in just a day or whatever." She slumped down into her chair, burying her face in her hands. As much as she wanted to, though, she couldn't just give up. 100 sons, she thought. I don't need to change the world. I just need to make something that's at least worth one spirit crystal. She needed something more, something truly groundbreaking. She lifted her head, staring out at the moons. This family, my family needs me. On that note, her mind raced. She started pacing. Time flew by. Seconds became a great many minutes. There's got to be a way. Some new angle, some untapped potential in these runes that I'm just not seeing. She picked up another rune, running her fingers over the intricate carvings. "Come on, give me a sign, a hint, anything." "Nothing." Melissa growled in frustration, throwing the rune back down. "Think, Melissa. Think. What are you missing? What's the key to making these things more than just shiny paperweights there right now?" She stared at the runes, her brow furrowed in concentration. The answer, tentative answer anyway, didn't come as she looked at them. It came as she looked at the one Shed used. She looked back and forth between that spent rune and these unused ones. Rechargeable, she thought suddenly, the idea hitting her like a bolt of lightning. What if I just recharge them for people? She sat up straighter, her mind racing. A slow smile spread across her face. A flicker of hope reigniting in her chest. This might be it. The next morning, with only 2 days left until the deadline, Melissa woke up with a sense of urgency. She immediately started pacing around her room, trying to think of a solution. Come on. There's got to be something I'm missing. Some way to make these runes recharge themselves. She was so deep in thought that she didn't even hear the knock on her door or notice when Margaret poked her head in. "Melissa? What are you doing?" Melissa jumped, whirling around to face her mother. "Mom, I was just—" Margaret raised an eyebrow, stepping fully into the room. "Just burning a hole in the floor with all that pacing?" She shook her head, a small smile on her face. What's up?" she finally asked, trying to sound a bit lighter. Margaret shook her head, red eyes softening up. She walked over and knelt in front of Melissa. Melissa, I know you've been through a lot lately, and I've let your studies slide because of your illness. But now that you're feeling better, it's time to get back to your lessons. Melissa's heart sank. Lessons? Now? But I'm so close to a breakthrough. I can feel it. But then, an idea struck her. She looked up at her mother, a curious expression on her face. Actually, Mom, I do have a question. About my lessons, I mean. Margaret looked surprised, but pleased. Of course, dear. What is it? Melissa took a deep breath, choosing her words carefully. I was wondering, what exactly is essence? Like, what does that mean? What is it, Margaret blinked, clearly taken aback by the question. Essence? Why do you want to know about that? Melissa shrugged, trying to look innocent. Just curious, I guess. It seems like it's important, but I don't really understand what it is. Margaret sighed, sitting down on the edge of Melissa's bed. Well, essence it's the fundamental energy that makes up our world. It's in everything, the wind, the trees, fire, water. It's what allows mages to cast their spells. That's about it. Melissa's brow furrowed, two key points standing out to her. Wait, if essence isn't everything, why don't Nim have it? Why can't we use magic like humans and Kitsune? Margaret's face fell, a touch of old bitterness in her eyes. That's just the way it is, Melissa. Nim are different. For whatever reason, we don't have an inherent connection to essence like other races do. Melissa filed that away. It couldn't be that simple. If essence isn't everything, then theoretically, I should be able to draw it from any source, not just spirit crystals. She looked up at her mother, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. So, if essence is all around us, does that mean a mage could cast a spell using, say, the essence from fire? Or a gust of wind? Margaret looked thoughtful, nodding slowly. I suppose so, yes. But, although essence is in everything, it's not in everything in equal amounts. Right. Melissa nodded. But it is in everything. She jumped to her feet, startling Margaret. Thanks, Mom. That helps a lot. I think I understand now. Margaret stood up as well, looking puzzled but pleased. I'm glad I could help, dear. But don't forget, you still have your other lessons to attend to. Melissa nodded distractedly, already moving towards her desk. Right. They'll get to those. But first, I just need to check something. Margaret shook her head, a bemused smile on her face as she left the room. The moment the door closed, Melissa was in motion, grabbing her notebook and flipping to a fresh page. Okay, let's think this through. If essence is everywhere, theoretically, if I could collect it somehow, I could infuse it into a rune and recharge it. I mean, she looked over at the rune shed used. Even though I used that one, it didn't disintegrate or anything. If I could find a way to put essence in this thing without needing spirit crystals or cute fox girls, that would be crazy, right? I'm sure mages in this world have already figured out recharging runes by infusing their essence into them. But how can I add to that? Just then, something came to mind. Immediately, she ran out of her room and ran throughout the house. Her mother looked like she had literally just sat down in her own room to read. Mommy, Melissa called out. Margaret set her book aside, a concerned look on her face. What is it, dear? Is everything all right? Melissa nodded vigorously, her mind racing. Yes, everything's fine. But I have a question. About Nim. And our need for affection. Margaret's eyebrows raised, a slight flush creeping into her cheeks. Oh, well, what do you want to know? Melissa leaned forward, her voice urgent. Why do we need it? What happens if we can't find any affection? Margaret cleared her throat, clearly uncomfortable with the topic. Well, you see, Melissa, Nim are different from other races. We need physical affection like hugs and other things to stay healthy. If we go too long without it, we start to get weak and sick. Melissa's eyes widened, the pieces clicking into place. It's essence. She breathed, her voice filled with wonder. That's what it is, isn't it? Nim get weaker because we're losing out on essence. Margaret blinked, confused. Essence? What are you talking about, dear? But Melissa was already pacing, her mind whirling with the implications. Don't you see? When Nim engage in affection with other races, we're taking their essence. That's why we need it so badly Why we get sick without it. Margaret stared at her daughter, her mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. Mudiza, you don't? I mean, that's not how. But Melissa wasn't listening, too caught up in her own revelation. This changes everything, she muttered, her eyes gleaming with excitement. If Nim can absorb essence from other beings through physical contact, then maybe I can use that to recharge the runes. She whirled around, grabbing her mother by the wrists. Mom, I need you to trust me on this. I'm going to need your help. Margaret just looked shocked. I don't understand any of this, Melissa. But, all right. What do you need me to do? Melissa grinned, a wild, exhilarated expression. I need you to help me test a theory. She grabbed her mother's hand, pulling her towards the door. Come on, we've got work to do, Mom. The future of magic itself is at stake. And with that, she dragged a bemused but willing Margaret out of the room, ready to put her bold new idea into action. Okay, Mom, here's what I need you to do, she said as they walked outside of the house, her voice brimming with excitement. Find any friend in the village who isn't a Nim. Literally any. Margaret laughed, shaking her head in disbelief. Why? I need some affection, Melissa replied. That's all. A hug, a kiss, anything. Margaret raised a brow at her. But Melissa was insistent, bouncing on her toes with impatience. Trust me, Mom. This is crucial for my experiment. Please just do it for me. Margaret sighed, but couldn't resist her daughter's pleading look. Oh, all right. I suppose it can't hurt. She led Melissa to the home of a human lady she knew, knocking on the door with a bemused smile. Hello, Lily, she said when the door opened. I know this is going to sound strange, but my daughter has a bit of an odd request. She wants to feel some affection, if you don't mind. Lily raised an eyebrow, but grinned when she saw Melissa's eager face. Well, isn't that just the cutest thing? She cooed, bending down to Melissa's level. I suppose I can oblige the little darling. With that, she planted a big, dramatic kiss on Melissa's forehead, making an exaggerated mwah sound. Oh, that felt nice. Melissa giggled, but quickly composed herself, turning to her mother with a serious expression. Okay, but would just that be enough to cure a Nim of being sick from lack of affection? Margaret shook her head, trying to hide her amusement. No, dear, I'm afraid it would take a bit more than that. Melissa nodded, turning back to Lily with a hopeful look. In that case, can I have some more forehead kisses? Please? For science. Lily laughed, clearly charmed. Well, how can I say no to that face? Come here, you. She proceeded to pepper Melissa's forehead and cheeks with kisses, making dramatic moi sounds with each one. Melissa squealed and giggled, but endured the barrage of affection for the sake of her experiment. Finally, when Lily was done, Melissa turned to her mother with a triumphant grin. Okay, that should do it. Thanks, Lily. Mom, it'll be in my room if you need me. And with that, she sprinted off, leaving a laughing Lily and a bewildered Margaret in her wake. Back in her room, Melissa was buzzing with energy, her skin still tingling from the concentrated dose of affection. Okay, if my theory's right, I should be all charged up with essence now. Time to put this theory to the test. She grabbed a rock from the pile she had collected from the garden and carefully carved the illumination spell sign into its surface. Then, taking a deep breath, she placed her hand over the rune and focused, trying to channel the essence she believed she had absorbed into the stone. Come on. Work, dang it. For a moment, nothing happened. But then, just as Melissa was about to give up, the rune began to glow. Softly at first, then brighter and brighter, until it was shining like a miniature sun in her palm. Yes, Melissa exclaimed, jumping up and down with excitement. It worked. I can't believe it actually worked. She stared at the glowing rune, her face split in a wide, triumphant grin. I did it. I actually did it. Chapter 11. Amateur businesswoman Melissa Blackflame Melissa set out on her mission, holding a bag with 4 pre-charged runes and a heart full of determination. She went from door to door, knocking on each one with a confident grin. Hello, neighbor, she chirped when the first door opened. I was wondering if you might have any spent runes lying around. The Nim woman at the door blinked, confusion written across her purple face. Spent runes? Why would I have anything like that? Melissa shrugged, undeterred. Oh, just thought I'd ask. But hey, if you ever do come across any, I'm offering a special rune recharging service. For a small price, of course. She held up one of her pre-charged Illuminate runes, letting it glow enticingly. I've also got these babies for sale if you're in need of a little magical light in your life. The woman stared at the rune, then back at Melissa, clearly bewildered. Thanks, kid, but I think I'm good. Maybe try next door? Okay. Melissa moved on to the next house, and the next, and the next. Most of her neighbors gave her similar responses. A confused look, a polite decline, and a suggestion to try elsewhere. But Melissa wasn't about to give up. She knew her idea was brilliant, and she was determined to make it work. Finally, after what felt like hours of knocking, she struck gold. Spent runes, you say? The elderly Nim man said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I think I might have a couple of those gathering dust in the back room. Melissa's heart leaped, but she kept her cool, giving the man a nonchalant nod. Well, today's your lucky day, sir. For the low, low price of just about 10 suns per rune, I can have those runes recharged and ready to go in no time. The man raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Is that so? And how exactly do you plan to do that, little miss? Melissa grinned, leaning in conspiratorially. Trade secret, I'm afraid. But let's just say I've got a special technique that's going to revolutionize the way Nim use magic. Trust me, you won't be disappointed. The man chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. All right, kid, you've got me curious. Bring those runes back charged, and I'll give you your sons. Melissa pumped her fist in victory, already mentally calculating her profits. Okay, that's one down. Just need to find a few more customers, and I'll have that 100 sons in no time. She turned back to the man, giving him her most charming smile. You won't regret this, sir. I'll be back with your runes before you know it. And with that, she was off, skipping down the street in search of her next client. Of course, there was still the small matter of actually recharging the runes. But Melissa had a plan for that too. I just need to collect some more affectionate donations from the non-Nim population, and we'll be good to go. Margaret sat with Lily, sipping tea and trying to keep her worries at bay. But as the conversation lulled, she couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. I just don't know what we're going to do, Lily, she confessed. The deadline. It feels like we're drowning, and there's no lifeline in sight. Lily reached out, patting Margaret's hand comfortingly. I wish I could help, Maggie. I'd give you the money if I had it. But times are tough for all of us right now. Margaret nodded, knowing all too well the struggles that plague their village. I know, Lily. I wouldn't ask that of you anyway. Well, we'll figure something out. We have to. Lily hesitated, then leaned in slightly, her voice lowering. And what about Melissa? Just a week ago she was on death's door. And now, well, she seems like a whole different girl. Margaret's brow furrowed, a mix of concern and confusion playing across her face. I know. It's strange. Amnesia aside, ever since she woke up, she's been so full of energy, so curious about everything. And the questions she asks, it's like she's grown up overnight. Lily opened her mouth to reply, but was cut off as the girl herself walked up to them. Mom, Lily, I need some more help. Margaret blinked, taken aback by her daughter's sudden entrance. Melissa, what on earth have you been up to? And what's in that bag? Melissa held up the bag triumphantly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. These, my dear mother, are the key to solving all our problems. Behold, a bag full of spent runes, courtesy of our lovely neighbors. Margaret and Lily exchanged a bewildered glance. Spent runes? Melissa, what are you talking about? But Melissa was already turning to Lily, holding out her arms expectantly. Lily, I'm going to need some more of your special kisses. For the runes, of course. Pucker up. Lily laughed, charmed as always by Melissa's antics. Well, how can I say no to that face? She scooped Melissa up, sitting her on her lap and planting a series of loud, dramatic kisses on her cheeks and forehead. Margaret watched, her confusion only growing. Melissa, sweetheart, what is going on? What do kisses have to do with runes and our debt? Melissa hopped off Lily's lap, digging into her bag and pulling out a small, nondescript rock. Watch and learn, Mom. You're about to witness something special. With a flourish, she held up the rock, revealing an intricately carved rune on its surface. She placed her hand over the rune, closed her eyes, and the rock lit up. Then she said, Illumina Carii, and the room suddenly filled with a bright, steady light. Margaret and Lily gasped, their eyes wide with shock. It wasn't that Shed cast magic using a rune that shocked them. It was, how did you charge that rune? Lily asked. Melissa grinned, the rune glowing merrily in her hand. I figured something out. She shrugged. I can't say too much about it because then all of our dear neighbors will start doing it, but trust me, this is how we're going to get out of our trouble. We'll have that 100 suns in no time. She turned. Be right back. And just like that, she sprinted off again. Margaret and Lily both looked at one another. Margaret smiled. I feel like I just witnessed something special. Melissa set to work, her tongue poking out in concentration as she carefully recharged each rune with the essence she had accumulated from Lily's kisses. Okay, that's 1, 2, 3. Wow, Mrs. Jameson had a lot of these things. Guess she's been holding out on the magical lighting. One by one, the runes began to glow, their soft light filling Melissa's room with a warm, enchanting ambience. All right, that should do it. Time to make some deliveries and collect my well-earned suns. She gathered up the recharged runes, stuffing them into her bag with a satisfied grin. 80 suns, here I come. Melissa set off, retracing her steps from earlier in the day. At each house, she presented the recharged runes with a flourish, basking in the surprised and delighted reactions of her neighbors. Here you go, Mrs. Jameson. 4 runes, all ready to light up your life. Mr. Henriksen, your illuminates are primed and ready for action. 1 freshly charged rune for you, Miss Thompson. Enjoy the magical ambience. And with each delivery, Melissa's coin purse grew heavier, the satisfying clink of Sun's music to her ears. By the time she had made her final stop, the sun was setting and Melissa was grinning from ear to ear. 80 suns. I can't believe it. Just 20 more, and we'll be in the clear. As she made her way back home, Melissa passed by the old shopkeeper's place. To her surprise, he was outside, sweeping the front step. He looked up as she approached, his eyebrows raising in recognition. Ah, the young entrepreneur returns. And what have you been up to today, little miss? Melissa puffed out her chest, pride emanating from every pore. Oh, just revolutionizing the rune industry. I've been recharging spent runes for the neighbors. Pretty impressive, right? The old man chuckled, leaning on his broom. Recharging runes, eh? Well, I hate to burst your bubble, kid, but any mage worth their salt can do that trick. Melissa smirked, shaking her head. Ah, but that's the thing. It's not the mages who need this service. It's the Nim. We can't recharge runes on our own. Remember? The shopkeeper paused, a thoughtful look crossing his face. I suppose you have a point there. Melissa nodded, but then a sudden thought struck her. She eyed the old man warily, realizing she might have just created a competitor. Oh, better nip this in the bud before he gets any ideas. Of course, this was just a one-time thing, she said quickly, waving her hand in a dismissive gesture. I only needed to make an extra 20 suns. I won't be doing this again. The old man studied her for a moment, then nodded slowly. I see. Well, in that case, he disappeared into his shop, leaving Melissa shifting nervously from foot to foot. Oh man, did I just blow it? Is he going to undercut me? Steal my business model? But when the shopkeeper returned, he wasn't holding a broom or a bag of runes. Instead, he pressed a small pouch into Melissa's hand, his eyes twinkling with a mix of amusement and respect. Here, 20 suns. Consider it an investment in your future. Melissa's eyes widened, her mouth falling open in shock. What? The old man chuckled, patting her on the shoulder. You've got a clever mind, kid, and a knack for spotting opportunities. But this rune recharging business? Let's just say it's better left to the professionals. Melissa blinked, understanding dawning. He wants to do it himself. He thinks I'm on as something, and he doesn't want me muscling in on his turf. She nodded slowly, pocketing the pouch of suns. It's selfish of him, but as much as I don't like it, I definitely don't want to make an enemy out of the town mage or anything. Whatever. I can let this one slip. She grinned. I'm far from done innovating. I get it. Don't worry. They'll stick to my own inventions from now on. The old man smiled, giving her a wink. Atta girl. Now run along and put those sons to good use. And remember, if you ever come up with any more brilliant ideas, my door is always open. Bring them to me first, and I don't know, perhaps help you refine them. Melissa grinned, giving him a mock salute. Fuck no. You got it, old-timer. And with that, she skipped off, her heart light and her pockets heavy with the fruits of her labor. Chapter 12. The second tier Melissa sat in her room, counting and recounting the sons she had earned, a big grin plastered across her face. 100 sons. I can't believe it. I actually did it. But her elation was short-lived, as the sound of raised voices drifted up from downstairs. Oh, sounds like Mom and Dad are at it again. She crept out of her room, tiptoeing to the top of the stairs. She could see her parents in the living room, their faces tense and their voices strained. We're out of time, Margaret. The deadline is tomorrow, and we're still short. I don't know what else to do. There has to be something, Melistaire. Maybe if we sell some of the furniture, or... But Melissa had heard enough. She marched down the stairs, the bag of sons clutched tightly in her hand. Mom, Dad, I have something to say. Her parents turned, startled by her sudden appearance. Melissa? What are you doing up at this hour? You should be in bed, young lady. But Melissa just grinned, holding out the bag with a flourish. I think you want to see this first. She thrust the bag into her father's hands, watching with delight as his eyes widened in shock. Melissa, what? He did a double take. His eyes repeatedly snapped between the bag and Melissa. Where did you get this? Margaret peered over his shoulder, her face paling as she saw the glint of coins. Oh, gods. Melissa, did you steal this money? What? Melissa huffed, crossing her arms indignantly. Of course not. I earned it fair and square. Her parents exchanged a bewildered glance. Earned it? How? Melissa grinned, practically bouncing with excitement. Remember all those runes I was carrying around earlier? Well, I recharged them using my special technique, and then sold them back to their owners. Better to just recharge them than for them to have to buy entirely new runes, right? Melistaire blinked, her mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. You recharged runes? But how? Niemand. Melissa waved her hand dismissively. Mom saw me do it. Melistaire looked up at her. I did, but I found a way to make it work, Melissa interrupted. And now we have enough money to pay off our debt. Melistaire stared at the bag of sons, then back at his daughter, his eyes shining with a mix of disbelief and pride. Melissa, I don't even know what to say. He pulled her into a tight hug, his voice thick with emotion. You brilliant, amazing girl. You've saved us all. Margaret joined the embrace, tears streaming down her face. My baby, my clever, clever baby. What did we ever do to deserve you? Melissa basked in the warmth of her parents' love, her heart swelling with pride and joy. I did it. I really did it. I saved my family with my own 2 hands and my own big brain. She shed a tear. I actually did something. Melissa crouched in the hallway, her heart pounding as she watched the scene unfold in the living room. The loan shark, a hulking brute of a Nim man, loomed over her father. His face twisted into a sneer. Time's up, Melistaire. You got my money? Melistaire stood tall, a proud smile on his face as he held out the bag of sons. Right here, Stryker. All your money, just like we agreed. But Stryker didn't take the bag. Instead, he let out a low, menacing chuckle. About that. You see, things have changed. Melistaire's face fell, confusion and anger warring in his eyes. What are you talking about? We had a deal. Stryker shrugged, his smile turning cruel. Yeah, well, deals can change, especially when there's interest to consider. Melissa's blood ran cold. No, he can't be serious. But deep down, she knew he was. Back in her old world, this was a common tactic for loan sharks. They'd lure you in with a seemingly reasonable deal, then jack up the price when it came time to collect. Melistaire sputtered, his face turning red with outrage. Interest? You never said anything about interest. Stryker's grin widened, his teeth glinting like a predator's. Must have slipped my mind. But don't worry, it's not too bad. Just a measly 50 suns more, and well, call it even. Melissa's hands clenched into fists, her nails biting into her palms. 50 suns? That's half of everything I got for us. This is insane. Melistaire seemed to agree. He drew himself up to his full height, his voice shaking with barely controlled fury. I don't have another 50 suns. This is all we could scrape together. You can't just change the terms like this. Stryker's face hardened, all pretense of friendliness vanishing in an instant. I could do whatever I want, Melistaire. And if you can't pay... He lashed out, his fist slamming into Melistaire's gut with a sickening thud. Melistaire doubled over, gasping for air as he crumpled to the floor. Margaret screamed, rushing to her husband's side. But Stryker wasn't done. He kicked Melistaire viciously, his boot connecting with Melistaire's ribs. Melissa held a hand up to her mouth, covering a gasp. He didn't stop. Over and over and over again, he kept kicking Melistaire. Melissa was fairly certain she even heard something crack. Please stop, Margaret sobbed, trying to shield Melistaire with her body. We'll get the money. Just give us more time. Stryker sneered, spitting on the floor next to Melistaire's head. You've had enough time. Tomorrow, I'm coming back with my boys. And if you don't have my money... He let the threat hang in the air, heavy and ominous. Well, let's just say things will get a lot worse than a few bruises. With that, he turned and stalked out, slamming the door behind him. Melissa stood frozen. She looked at her parents, huddled together on the floor. Her mother, weeping softly as she cradled her father's battered form. Her father, his face twisted in pain and despair. How dare he? How dare he hurt my family? After everything we've done to pay him back. She gritted her teeth, unblinking as she stared at her father. This isn't right. This isn't fair. A cold, hard knot settled in Melissa's chest. Stryker, that lousy, cheating bastard. He thinks he can just waltz in here and ruin our lives, all for a few extra suns? Her fists clenched tighter, her knuckles turning white. No. She looked down at the ground, a tear falling by her feet. The second tear she shed that day. No, I won't let him. I won't let him destroy us. Chapter 13. Do not mess with the black flames. It was late into the night. Melissa had one of her illuminating runes lit up as she flipped through page after page of the book she'd gotten that illuminate spell from. Come on, she thought, glaring at each word. Come on, something. Melissa tried, her eyes strained, her head moving from side to side like she was on crack. Come on, there's got to be some kind of offensive spell in here. Fireballs, lightning bolts, magic missiles, anything. No luck, though. She came up empty. It seemed that this particular book was more focused on practical, everyday magic. Light spells, spells for warmth, spells for mending broken objects. It made sense, Melissa supposed. Why would the average nym need fancier, more demanding spells? But it was very inconvenient. Damn it. Come on. Couldn't you have at least one spell for someone to turn someone to dust? She slammed the book shut, her mind racing. Okay, think Melissa. You're a programmer, right? You said it yourself. Programs are just bits of code put together in the right way to make something happen. She looked down at the illuminating rune, an idea sparking to life. Spells are kind of like that too, aren't they? Just pieces of magic, woven together to create an effect. She grabbed a piece of paper and a pencil, sketching out the spell sign for illuminate. If I could just break this down, figure out what each part does. Maybe I can recombine them, make something new. It began. She worked like a woman possessed. One spell after another. She drew their spell signs, cross-referencing the illuminate spell with others in the book, jotting down incantations and diagrams as she went. This part seems to be about creating light. And this bit from the fire-starting spell, that's about generating heat and energy even though you can't throw it at anything. Hours ticked by. Melissa worried she'd be seeing the sun come up soon. The rune on her table slowly dimmed as Melissa pored over her notes. She could feel the essence inside her draining away, the magic shed absorbed from Lily's kisses slowly burning out. Gotta hurry. Don't know how much longer I can keep this up. She scratched out another failed attempt, growling in frustration. Come on, come on. Just need to find the right combination. And then, suddenly it clicked. A pattern emerged from the chaos. A sequence of signs and syllables that just felt right the way the lines flowed into each other. Melissa's heart raced. She carved the new spell sign into a fresh rune, her hands shaking with excitement. Please work. Please, please work. She held up the rune, taking a deep breath as she focused what little essence she had left. Idemi, Nerka, Barfal. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a whoosh of displaced air, a brilliant blue flame burst into life above the rune. Melissa yelped, nearly dropping the stone in surprise. Holy shit, I did it. I actually did it. She stared at the flame, mesmerized by its dancing light. It wasn't a normal fire. It looked like pure energy, a concentrated burst of essence-given form. Could this hurt someone? I need to test it out. She walked outside, into the garden, rune in hand. She looked around and found a tree with some fruits that resembled lemons. Sorry, kind of lemon tree. I need you to take one for the team. She aimed her right hand at the tree, holding her rune in the other. Idemi, Nerka, Barfal. A flaming, blue sphere shot out from her right hand. Upon touching the tree was burned, rather intensely. That part was predictable. What wasn't predictable was the way the tree crackled, as if it had been electricity that Melissa shot out, not fire. Ack! Melissa looked around, trying to see if she had woken her parents. It didn't seem like it. She sighed with relief, and then a grim smile spread across her face. Yeah, this will do nicely. Something else came to her mind, though. So, I can cast spells without runes too, right? As long as I have the essence for it. We'll probably need to be able to, anyway, if things go south. Melissa walked out into the streets. It was so cold. The twin moons hovered in the sky like a pair of eyes watching Melissa as she made her way down the dirt path. She was looking for any place that might resemble an inn. A guy like that for sure doesn't actually live in this village. My guess is he must move from one place to another, collecting money all the while. Melissa only had a few offensive runes to rely on here. Outside of that, she'd be using the remaining essence in her body and another rune for a getaway. She could almost see her breath crashing into her scarf. A few guards up ahead walked lazily from one place to another. Not a whole lot of security. I guess not much crime happens in a town this small. She walked and walked, but soon she saw that she didn't need to find Stryker. Destiny must have delivered him personally, because soon he was walking up, flanked by two friends. Every single one of the fuckers' teeth out, Stryker muttered casually. Melissa exhaled deeply. She raised her scarf and lowered her hat, trying to hide her features as much as possible. On the off chance the results are different, no harm in protecting my identity. How many little Nim girls are there in this village? Even if he does survive, what is he going to do? Kill us all? No. Everyone's got their limits. This village wouldn't just let that happen. I hope anyway. As the men drew closer, the moment of truth came. Huh. One of them went. A kid? Stryker's eyes narrowed. He walked up. The fuck are you doing out here? You lost or some shit? He wasn't quite close enough yet. Melissa didn't want there to be even the slightest chance she'd miss. Hee. You guys think we should get this boy to his family? The way Stryker was smiling really didn't make it seem like he had any intention of that. Melissa inhaled slowly. Not yet. What do you think? Actually, how about we give him a new family? Could use someone to carry our shit. Not yet. Yeah, boy, come over here. Let me show you. He took 2 steps forward. Now, Idemi, Nerka, Barfal. She raised her rune. A flaming, blue sphere launched out. It struck the man, and, as she predicted, it burned him. Af. Stryker fell back. Melissa stared for a moment. She had never even been in a fight before. She had never hurt anyone like this. His friends walked forward. Using her own essence, Melissa cast the same spell a second time. This time at the guy next to him. Same result. Ayo. He too fell, the blue flame chipping away at his skin. You little. The last one ran up. Last trick up my sleeve. Come on. Illumina, Kar-ei. She activated the second rune, right in his face, hoping for a specific effect, given how bright this thing was. And it was achieved. Fuck. The man fell back, momentarily blinded. That was all the space Melissa needed. She turned and sprinted. "G, get back here," one of the men yelled. It didn't matter who it was. The point was one of them was clearly okay enough to at least see her running. She needed to move. Make some distance, slip away, get back home. That's all I need to do. She darted between houses, trying to keep the buildings between her and her pursuer. Just gotta break his line of sight. If he can't see me, he can't catch me. She risked a glance over her shoulder and immediately regretted it. It was Stryker himself, head half burnt off, running at her like a damn zombie. Melissa's eyes widened, and she tried to move faster. She zigzagged through the alleys, her small size and nimble feet giving her an advantage in the narrow spaces. Okay, I think I'm losing him. Just gotta keep this up a little longer. She turned a corner and found herself in a dead end. Oh, come on. Seriously? She could hear Stryker's heavy footsteps getting closer. Panicking, Melissa looked around for an escape. Her eyes fell on a stack of crates against one of the house walls. She scrambled up the crates, her heart in her throat as they wobbled beneath her feet. With a final leap, she grabbed the edge of the roof and hauled herself up, just as Stryker rounded the corner. "Where are you? I'm gonna wring your fucking neck." Melissa flattened herself against the roof, hardly daring to breathe. "Please don't look up. Please don't look up." She heard Stryker curse and kick something, then storm off, still muttering threats. Melissa waited a full minute before daring to peek over the edge of the roof. The alley was empty, no sign of her pursuer. She let out a shaky breath, her whole body trembling with adrenaline. Holy crap, that was way too close. She climbed down from the roof, her legs feeling like jelly. Okay, new plan. Get home, hide under the bed, and hope he's too injured to come for us tomorrow. She took off, sticking to the back alleys and side streets as she made her way home. Every sound made her jump. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking threat. Almost there, almost there. Just a little further. Finally, her house came into view. Melissa put on a final burst of speed, practically flying up the steps and through the front door. Just as Melissa thought she was home free, a hand grabbed her from behind, yanking her back with a yelp. She found herself face to face with Stryker, looking back at her with murder in his eyes. "Thought you could give me the slip, did you?" He snarled, his grip tightening on her arm so much she worried it would break. "I had a feeling it was you, you little wretch. Saw you skulking around last time I paid your dear old dad a visit." Melissa's heart dropped into her stomach. "Oh no, oh no, no, no. This can't be happening." She tried to pull away, but Stryker's hold was like iron. "Now let me go," she cried, hating the way her voice shook. Stryker laughed. He leaned in closer, his breath hot and foul against her face. "I don't think so. You're coming with me. I'm going to introduce you to all my men. We could use a bit of fun." Melissa's mind raced, desperate for a way out. But at that moment, a voice rang out. "Let her go, Stryker." Now, they both froze. Melissa's head snapped up, as did Stryker's, her eyes widening in disbelief. There, standing in the doorway, was Melistaire, fists clenched at his sides. Eyes narrowed in Stryker's direction. Stryker sneered, his grip on Melissa tightening. Well, well, look who it is. The man of the hour himself." Melistaire took a step forward, his eyes never leaving Stryker's face. "I said let her go. This is between you and me. Leave my daughter out of it." Stryker laughed again. A harsh, grating sound. "Decided against having her fight your battles for you? Shame. She hurt me more than you ever could," Stryker cackled. "But nah, I don't think so. See, your little girl here did something unforgivable. I think if she gave me this," he gestured at his face. "It's only right Stryker raised his hand, about to punch her. Melissa flinched, bracing herself for the blow. But it never came. She looked up, her jaw dropping in awe. Melistaire stood over Stryker, holding the man by his wrist. Melistaire shoved Stryker back. The lone shark stumbled, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. Melissa, too, could hardly believe her eyes. Her father walked forward, Melissa had only known Melistaire for a few days. Most of that time had spent toiling away at the mines. To her, he was a gentle, kind man. Physically, he wasn't exactly the peak of masculinity or anything. He was thin, and were it not for the few muscles Head developed from what were likely years of hard work, Head looked more like a librarian than an MMA fighter or anything. But in that moment, to Melissa's eyes, he was standing as tall as a giant. "You will not touch my daughter," Melistaire said, his voice ringing with authority Melissa had never heard before. "And you will leave my family alone. For good. I gave you your damn money. I'm not giving you a single other son." Stryker's shock quickly turned to rage. With a snarl, he charged forward, his fist cocked back for a devastating blow. Melissa gasped, her heart in her throat. But Melistaire didn't flinch. He ran forward the same exact way, meeting that punch with one of his own. The two men clashed like bulls locking horns. Stryker punched Melistaire's abdomen, and Melistaire dealt him an uppercut in return. They were quickly trading blows with a ferocity that made Melissa's blood run cold. Soon, it became clear that Stryker was the more experienced fighter, though. Even now, injured as he was, he dealt Melistaire a punch to the gut that brought him to his knees. "Melly, Dad?" Melistaire spat out some blood. "And Melistaire wouldn't stay down. He ran back in. He looked faster all of a sudden, stronger even. He pushed Stryker back. Now, for every hit he took, he returned one of his own, his eyes blazing. Stryker's friends soon arrived, probably following the sound of the commotion. The fight wasn't interrupted. They were too shocked at what they were seeing to do anything. Melissa watched, awestruck, as her father battled on. His nose was bloodied, his eyes swelling shut, but still he pressed forward, driving Stryker back. Bam, bam. 2 hard punches to Stryker's head saw teeth fly out, gleaming in the purple moonlight. Melistaire inhaled and exhaled, his breath strained. Stryker was reeling, looking like he could fall over any second. AAA. And then, with a final, mighty roar, Melistaire landed one more uppercut, directly to Stryker's chin. Stryker's head snapped back, his eyes rolling up in his skull. For a moment, he teetered, suspended on the brink. Then, like a falling tree, he crashed to the ground. Melistaire stood over him, chest heaving, fists still clenched. Blood dripped from them. The guys, his friend from earlier, walked over and picked Stryker up, who regained consciousness quickly. "You." He spat out blood. "I'm gonna fucking kill you. You won't do anything," Melistaire replied. "Not unless you want this village to become your grave." "What? You go after me again, after I paid up? You think the people here are just going to let you go?" Melistaire shook his head. "Unlike you, Stryker," he glared down at the man, "I never abandoned this place." "Huh. Apparently, there was some history here Melissa didn't know. The people here won't let you leave if you do," Melistaire promised. "Everyone hay-raced my family. But then again, you don't know what it's like to have one, do you?" Stryker clenched his fist, gritting the teeth he had left. He pried himself away from his ally's grasp and turned away, walking off into the darkness. His friends walked away with him. Things were quiet for a moment. Then, Melistaire turned around. Slowly, he turned to Melissa. All that anger, all that venom Head just used to fuel his punches was gone. All that was left was a smile spreading across his battered face. "Are you all right, sweetheart?" he asked, his voice so soft all of a sudden. Melissa couldn't speak. She could only stare, tears welling up in her eyes, at the man she thought she knew. Her father, her hero. With a sob, she ran forward, throwing her arms around him. Melistaire embraced her, holding her tight as she cried into his chest. He laughed. It's okay. Got me good. The bastard. But it's all right," he murmured, stroking her hair. "It's over now. You're safe." Melissa clung to him, her heart swelling. Was this what having a family was like? A real one? She had no idea. My dad, she thought. She had no trouble stating that at this point. My dad is the best. Now, he pushed her off gently, looking into her eyes seriously. "I'm going to need you to explain why Stryker's face was burned like that. What did you do?" Melissa laughed nervously. She thought about it. You're not going to believe me if I tell you. Try me. Okay. Tomorrow, Melissa said. No, I need, Dad. She cut him off. I want to show you, but I literally can't do it right now, but first thing in the morning. Okay. He breathed in, staring Melissa down. All right, I trust you. Tomorrow. And with that, they walked back indoors, leaving all thoughts of loan sharks and debt behind them with the fallen teeth on the street. Chapter 14. Melissa's ideal ice sky moi. 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 Melissa giggled as Lily peppered her face with kisses, the confused woman's brow furrowed even as she showered the girl with affection. Not that I mind the cuddles, sweetie, but what's with the sudden need for kisses every morning? Lily asked, pulling back to look at Melissa. The young nymph just grinned, her cheeks flushed. It's a secret, but don't worry, it's for a good cause. Thanks, Lily. With that, she hopped off the woman's lap and raced back to her house, eager to put her plan into motion. Mom, Dad, come outside. I have something to show you. Margaret and Melistaire exchanged a curious glance, but followed their daughter out into the garden. Melistaire in particular looked eager to see this. Of course he would be, given what had happened the previous night. Melissa stood before them, a mischievous glint in her eye. Okay, watch this. She held up a rune, took a deep breath, and spoke the words for illuminate. Illumina car ei. The rune flared to life, casting a brilliant light across the garden. Margaret and Melistaire gasped, their eyes wide with shock. Melissa, how? How did you do that? Margaret asked, her voice trembling. Melistaire shook his head, disbelief etched across his face. That's not possible. Nim can't use magic. We don't have any essence. But Melissa just grinned, bouncing on her toes with excitement. That's what everyone thinks. But it's not true. We can use magic. Dad, we just get our essence differently. She held up a rune. Nim can't generate essence, but we absorb essence from other races through physical affection. That's why we need it so badly, why we get sick without it. Once we have that essence inside us, we can use it just like anyone else. Margaret stared at her daughter, her mind reeling. But how did you figure this out, Melissa? And why? What made you even think to try? Melissa's face grew serious, a determined glint in her eye. I want to learn, Mom. I want to learn everything I can about this world. About magic, about everything. She looked up at her parents, her voice ringing with conviction. I want to be a hero. Melistaire raised an eyebrow, a hint of concern in his voice. A hero? What do you mean by that, sweetheart? Melissa took a deep breath, her fists clenching at her sides. I want to learn all aspects of magic, Dad. And I want to learn how to fight, too. I want to become strong enough to protect the people I care about. And this last part wasn't for their ears, but it was true all the same. And I want to live my ice sky fantasy. She tried to maintain a straight face. I want to drown in women. I want to seduce princesses. I want to have tough battles with hot enemies with sexual tension. I want to enter a toxic relationship with someone I hate, but who's just too hot to turn away from. I want to have sweet relationships with girls whose smiles melt my insides. Is marriage between women possible in this world? I want to marry the most beautiful woman in this world. She concluded her internal speech with, I want to be someone. She looked up at her parents, her eyes shining with determination. I know it won't be easy. I know I have a lot to learn, but I'm ready to put in the work, to do whatever it takes. Margaret and Melistaire exchanged a long, meaningful look. Then, slowly, they both smiled, pride and love shining in their eyes. Melistaire chuckled, placing a hand on his daughter's shoulder. If that's what you want, then we'll support you every step of the way, I guess. Margaret nodded, pulling Melissa into a tight hug. You've already produced a couple of miracles. I believe in you, sweetheart. Whatever you put your mind to, I think you can do it. Melissa hugged her mother back, her heart swelling with emotion. Mom, Dad, thank you. Thank you for believing in me. She pulled back, a fierce grin spreading across her face. All right, then. Let's get started. After your morning studies. Go. Mom. Melissa rummaged through the house, searching for any books or scrolls that might contain new spell signs for her to learn. Come on. There's got to be something more than just those basic ones I found last night. But no matter where she looked, she came up empty-handed. It seemed that her family's collection of magical knowledge was severely lacking. Again, for obvious reasons. Ugh, figures. Guess I'll have to make do with what I've got for now. She glanced down at the runes in her hand, a thoughtful frown on her face. Although, I have been relying on these things pretty heavily. Maybe it's time I try casting without them. See if I can do it the old-fashioned way. Got it down last night, but that might have been a fluke. She nodded to herself, a determined glint in her eye. Yeah, that's it. I need to master spell casting from scratch. No crutches allowed. How else am I going to become the most powerful, alluring mage in all the land if I keep relying on these training wheels? With renewed purpose, Melissa headed out into the garden, ready to put her skills to the test. She took a deep breath, focusing on the essence within her. Okay, let's start with something simple. Illuminate. No need to fix what isn't broken. She raised her hand. I actually have essence inside me now. So I pull it out, closing her eyes. She tried to feel her essence inside her. Incidentally, having already cast spells using runes made it easier. It was like identifying an itch she hadn't known was there before. There. Now, draw it out, make the spell sign in the air, speak the words, let there be light. Simple. She would do it, and TSK. She flinched. A feeling like an electric current went through her right hand. What just happened? She stared down at her hand. That hurt. Not just that, but even though she hadn't used the Illuminate spell, she felt like she had far less essence than she would if she had used it. Aya, I wish I had another mage here to bounce my ideas off of. I feel like something pretty important just happened, but I can't tell what. Ugh. She shook her head. Whatever. They'll just have to figure out what on my own. Let's do this. And with that, Melissa's journey to becoming a sorceress began in earnest. Chapter 15, Sorceress, Part 1, A week passed in a blink. Melissa, armed with a small pouch of sons her father had managed to save, marched into the old man's shop, humming a little song. The shopkeeper looked up as she entered, his eyebrows raising in recognition. Ah, the young inventor returns, he exclaimed, a hint of mirth in his voice. Have you come to share any new, groundbreaking discoveries with me? Melissa snorted, shaking her head. Not this time, sir. I'm here on a different mission today. She leaned on the counter, fixing the man with a serious gaze. I need spells. The good stuff, no nightlight stuff. I'm talking fireballs, lightning bolts, anything like that. The old man chuckled, stroking his beard. Ambitious said, well, I might have a few scrolls that could help you out. Let me just... The tinkling of the shop's bell interrupted him. A new customer arrived. Melissa glanced over her shoulder, and her jaw nearly hit the floor. Wow, she blushed. Standing in the doorway was a radiant young woman, likely in her early 20s, with light orange hair tied into 2 braids. Her eyes were a mesmerizing shade of green, slightly darker than Isabella's, but no less striking. Holy shit, she's gorgeous, Melissa thought, her heart skipping a beat. But, a human? What's she doing here? But it wasn't just the woman's beauty that caught Melissa's attention. It was her outfit, a practical set of leather armor and trousers that hugged her curves in all the right places. Dressed for travel, probably not planning on staying for too long. Melissa shook her head then. Focus, Melissa. You're here for spells, not sexy adventurers. Yet. But even as she turned back to the shopkeeper, she couldn't help but steal glances at the woman. I wonder what her deal is. Is she a mercenary? A treasure hunter? Surely, this world has to have those types of people. That was all it took for Melissa's imagination to run wild. Man, once I'm a sorceress, this is exactly the kind of woman I want to run around with, getting into trouble and having adventures together. She sighed dreamily, momentarily lost in her fantasies. Late nights by the campfire, sharing stories and secrets, tongue-kissing under the stars ahem. The shopkeeper's pointed cough snapped Melissa back to reality. Your spells, young lady? Melissa blushed, realizing she had been caught staring. Right, yes, spells. That's what I'm here for, yes. She laughed nervously. Melissa turned to the shopkeeper, trying to ignore the gorgeous woman's presence. So, were those, scrolls you mentioned? The old man pointed to a corner of the shop, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Third shelf from the bottom, on the left. Take your time. I'm sure you'll find something suitable for your needs. Melissa nodded, making her way over to the shelf. As she rummaged through the scrolls, she couldn't help but feel the weight of the woman's gaze on her back. She tried to focus on the scrolls, but the sound of the woman's voice drifted over, causing her ears to perk up. The Black Road is still inaccessible? Same as ever. I'm afraid, the woman replied. Been that way since I left Syux. Syux? I saw that name in Dad's books. Isn't that the human nation? What's she doing all the way out here? And, with any luck, it'll be that way once you head back, Javer, the old man said. Javer, Melissa said. Odd name. Maybe common in this world, though. I'd be plenty shocked, since that's not happening anytime soon. Give it another 2 weeks. They'll be begging to have you back in no time. Somehow, I doubt that. Melissa's hand landed on a scroll labeled Ice Storm, and her eyes widened with excitement. Oh, this sounds perfect. Flashy, powerful. She grabbed the scroll, turning to head back to the counter. But as she approached, Javer's voice stopped her in her tracks. Forgive my curiosity, little one, but why is a Nim buying a spell scroll? Your kind can't use magic. Hee. She makes an incorrect statement so confidently. How adorable, Melissa thought, feeling pretty smug. Before she could say anything, though, the old man answered for her. But young Melissa here is a special case. She's discovered a way for Nim to cast spells, though she's keeping the details close to her chest. Javer's eyebrows shot up, and she turned to Melissa with a look of impressed surprise. What? That was probably the most confused what she'd ever heard. It wasn't even loud, but so damn genuine. I did, Melissa said proudly. Javer just looked at her for a moment. Is that so? How in the world did you manage that? Melissa grinned, trying to look mysterious and alluring. It's a secret, she said, tapping the side of her nose. But if you want to see, using a small amount of her stockpiled essence wouldn't hurt, right? First, she raised her hands, showing she wasn't using a rune. Then, she drew her essence, charged through hugs and kisses as per usual, and slowly began drawing the spell sign for Illuminate. She'd figured out what happened a week ago after more experimentation, which was why she was going so slowly now. A misfire. At first glance, the magic in this world seemed very simple. Say a few words, move your hand around in a predetermined pattern, and boom, magic. But no, one thing complicated the matter, and that was misfiring. If you drew the spell wrong, or spoke the words incorrectly, then not only would you not cast the spell, but twice the essence that you would have used to cast it will be spent. What really made this so punishing was just how unforgiving magic could be when it came to what constituted making a mistake. Speak one syllable with the wrong tone, misfire. Draw one single line incorrectly, misfire. And if Melissa's assumption was right, there were probably other reasons why the streets weren't crawling with mages with a magic system. So, at first glance, simple. But misfiring was a pretty big demotivator on its own. With that in mind, Melissa had been practicing the ones she knew very intensely, and she made sure to draw the spell sign in the air very slowly right now. This, and speak the words. Voila! The spell activated. Javer pulled back. You did it, she said softly. I did, didn't I? Nailed it. Come on, I'm the coolest 9-year-old you've ever seen, admit it. So, yeah, Melissa said, I can do that. And with that, she resumed her business and went to buy the scroll. But as Melissa reached for her coin purse, Javer spoke again, her words sending a jolt of shock through Melissa's system. Say, if you're looking to learn more about magic, I could show you a thing or two. Melissa did a double take. What? Javer leaned over Melissa's shoulder, looking at the scroll she was about to buy. Ice Storm. Perfectly reliable ability. I've cast it many times myself. How about it? She asked. Shall I tutor you? Melissa couldn't comprehend what was happening. Is she serious? Did she just offer to teach me? Like, one-on-one private lessons? Seriously? She tried to play it cool, but her voice came out as a squeaky mess. Oh, really? You do that? For me? Javer shrugged with a little smile. Why not? Or, do you already have a teacher? And no, you don't. So what do you say? Javver squatted, placing herself at eye level with Melissa. Want to learn a thing or two? Melissa's heart soared. This is it. This is my chance to learn from a real mage. Has my luck turned around? Am I becoming a protagonist? She nodded vigorously, practically bouncing with excitement. Yes, yes. I'd love that. When can we start? Where should we go? Do I need to pack anything? Oh, I should probably tell my parents. They might worry if I just disappear, but I'm sure they'll understand. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Javver laughed, holding up her hands to stem the tide of Melissa's babbling. Whoa, slow down there, kid. One step at a time. Let's start with introductions and go from there. Okay? Melissa blushed, realizing she'd gotten ahead of herself. Right, sorry. Melissa Blackflame, and am ready to learn everything you have to teach me. She stuck out her hand, grinning from ear to ear. Javver did the same. Javver of House Folden. It's a pleasure. Chapter 16. Sorceress. Part 2. Javver couldn't believe her eyes. A Nim, a little girl no less, capable of casting spells? She felt like she was dreaming. For so long, we've all been told Nim can't cast spells, Javver thought. Was that a lie? She had only planned to stay in the village for a day, just long enough to restock her supplies. But now, faced with this incredible discovery, she knew she had to stick around a bit longer. I have to observe her, learn more about how she does it. I won't be able to sleep at night if I don't. With that in mind, Javver found herself standing before Melissa's parents, introducing herself with a polite bow. Greetings, Mr. and Mrs. Blackflame. My name is Javver of House Folden. I couldn't help but notice your daughter's remarkable magical abilities, and I figured I could teach her a thing or two. Margaret and Melistaire exchanged a surprised glance, but Melissa was practically vibrating with excitement. She's going to teach me, guys. Javver's a real mage, and she's going to show me how to cast all sorts of cool spells. Isn't she adorable? Javver chuckled, pulling a scroll from her pack and handing it to Melissa. Let's start with the basics, shall we? This is an earlier version of the Ice Storm spell, a bit simpler and less powerful. I want you to learn this one first, before moving on to the more advanced version. Just try to memorize it. That's all. Melissa snatched up the scroll, her eyes shining with determination. You got it, teach. They'll have this mastered in no time. With that, she dashed off, eager to begin her magical training. Javver shook her head, a bemused smile on her face. Enthusiastic little thing, isn't she? At the very least, this should be interesting. She turned back to Melissa's parents, gesturing to a nearby bench. Perhaps we could chat for a moment? I'm curious to learn more about your daughter's unique abilities. Margaret nodded, leading the way to the bench. But as they sat down, Javver made sure to leave a significant gap between herself and the Nim woman. Before that, Javver, tell me a bit about yourself. Where are you from? Javver leaned back, crossing her legs. Syux, Javver answered. Well, in fact, I used to be a teacher at Syux Academy. Margaret's eyebrows shot up, impressed. She had good reason to be. Syux Academy? That's quite prestigious. But what are you doing so far from home, then? Javver's smile faltered, and she looked away, her gaze distant. Cup, how do I answer that without getting into all the details? She didn't really want to tell Margaret about the scandal that had rocked the academy. Not because she'd done anything wrong, but because the whole affair had left a bitter taste in her mouth. Best to keep it vague, Javver. No need to burden this nice lady with your baggage. She cleared her throat, turning back to Margaret with a shrug. Oh, you know how it is. Sometimes you just need a change of scenery, a chance to stretch your legs and see the world. It wasn't a complete lie. After everything that had happened, Javver had been itching to get away from Syux, to put some distance between herself and those awful people and their endless politicking. But as she watched Melissa practicing her new spell, tongue poking out in concentration, Javver felt a pang of nostalgia. Though I have to admit, she said softly, seeing your daughter's enthusiasm for magic. It started to make me miss teaching, if just a little. Margaret followed her gaze, a proud smile on her face. Honestly, she's never really been the curious type. I'm kind of shocked she took to magic so quickly. What do you mean? As far as I know, Margaret smiled bashfully. She only figured out how to use magic this week. Javer's brows shot up. She did? You? We had nothing to do with it. My husband and I, Margaret made clear. It was all her. That's incredible. Javer chuckled, shaking her head. You got a real prodigy on your hands, then, Mrs. Blackflame. With the right training and guidance, Melissa could become quite the individual. Melissa suddenly noticed the odd seating arrangement, Javer being so far from Margaret, and piped up. Hey, why are you sitting so far away from my mom? Is something wrong? Does she smell or something? Melissa, Margaret sputtered, but Javer just cackled. Then, Javer hesitated, glancing at Margaret. Have you had to talk with her yet? About the effects of Nim on other races? Margaret shook her head, looking uncomfortable. No, not yet. Not that part, anyway. She's still young, and, due to health complications, she's only just now getting to see the world around her. We just hadn't gotten around to that. I guess I could give her the short of it. Javer sighed, turning to Melissa with a serious expression. Listen, kid, if I sit too close to your mom, or any other Nim for that matter, my mind can get a bit messy. Melissa tilted her head, confusion written across her face. Messy? What do you mean? Javer ran a hand through her hair, trying to find the right words. It's like my thoughts get all jumbled up. I start feeling things, wanting things I normally wouldn't. It's not your mom's fault. It's just the way Nim are. It's your nature. Melissa's eyes widened, a sudden understanding dawning. Oh, you mean because of the whole Nim need physical affection thing, right? Javer blinked, surprised by the girl's knowledge. Oh, yeah, that's right. How did you? We did talk about that part, Margaret added, blushing. She looked back at her mother, then at Javer, a mischievous glint in her eye. So, if you're worried about getting too close to my mom, does that mean you think she's pretty? Do you like her? Javer sputtered, her cheeks flushing red. What? No. I mean, not that your mother isn't attractive, but that's not the point. Margaret, for her part, just laughed, shaking her head at her daughter's antics. Melissa, dear, why don't you go practice that new spell of yours? I'm sure Javer and I will be just fine chatting on our own. Melissa pouted but obeyed, skipping off with the scroll clutched to her chest. Javer watched her go, a rueful smile on her face. Cheeky little brat. Melissa flopped onto the grass, panting heavily as the last of her essence drained away. She had been practicing the new spell for hours, determined to master it before Javer left. Ugh, I'm completely tapped out, she thought, wiping the sweat from her brow. But I think I've got the hang of it now. Javer approached, a tired smile on her face. All right, kid, I think that's enough for today. You made some real progress, but I need to get some shut-eye. Been walking for a while, and these old bones aren't what they used to be. Melissa saw Margaret's brows shoot up. Are you kidding? You're so young. Margaret said, trust me, it only gets worse from here. She laughed. Smirking, Javer walked over. Leaning in close, Javer said, if you're an example of what I have to look forward to, then I have nothing to be afraid of. Margaret's eyes widened. Melissa's eyes widened. Javer took a step back, looking embarrassed, clearing her throat. Melissa raised a brow. Was that an example of that messiness she talked about? Melissa sat up, a mix of disappointment and understanding on her face. Already? But I was just getting the hang of it. Javer chuckled, getting back to normal and ruffling Melissa's black hair affectionately. I know. But trust me, rest is just as important as practice. You don't want to burn yourself out. She turned to Margaret, giving her a polite nod. They'll be staying at the local inn for a few days, if that's all right with you folks. Figured it'd be easier to continue Melissa's training if I'm close by. Margaret smiled, nodding in agreement. Oh, of course, Javer. We're grateful for the time you're taking to teach our daughter. Please, make yourself at home in our village. Javer grinned, shouldering her pack. Will do. They'll see you bright and early tomorrow, Melissa. Be ready to work hard. With that, she strode off, leaving Melissa and her mother alone in the garden. Melissa watched her go, a thoughtful frown on her face. Something had been niggling at the back of her mind during her training, a question she couldn't quite shake. She looked up at Margaret, her voice hesitant. Mom, can I ask you something? Margaret sat down beside her, a curious expression on her face. Of course, dear. What's on your mind? Melissa bit her lip, trying to find the right words. Well, it's just, Javver said that Nim have this messy effect on other races, right? That we make their thoughts all jumbled and stuff. Margaret nodded, a hint of discomfort in her eyes. That's right. It's a part of our nature, something we can't really control. Melissa's brow furrowed, confused. But I've never seen that happen with me. And Javver also said that Nim gets sick if they don't get enough physical affection, but I feel fine. Why is that? I mean, are hugs and forehead kisses really enough? Margaret sighed, pulling Melissa into a gentle hug. That's because you haven't come of age yet, sweetheart. You're still young. She pulled back, looking Melissa in the eye with a serious expression. But when you do come of age, that's when the real effects of being a Nim will start to show up. You'll start to have that messy effect on others, and you'll need far more physical affection than just hugs and kisses to stay healthy. Melissa nodded. So at that point, I'm going to make people feel weird, and I'll get sick if I don't hug them or something? Margaret nodded, a sad smile on her face. I'm afraid so, Dia. It's part of who we are. Melissa swallowed, her mind racing with the implications. Just keep this in mind, though, Margaret said, and Melissa's eyes were pulled to her. Yeah? When it starts happening, she began, and trust me, you'll know when the time comes, come to me, all right? They'll tell you all about how to deal with it responsibly then. Okay, all right. That sounded a bit scary, but okay. Chapter 17, Sorceress. Part 3. Javver sat on the edge of her bed at the inn, her mind still reeling from the day's events. A Nim who can cast spells, she thought, shaking her head in disbelief. And a possible prodigy at that. What are the odds? She flopped back onto the mattress, staring up at the ceiling. Maybe this is what I needed. Something to take my mind off of. Her thoughts were interrupted by a tapping at the window. Javver sat up, her brow furrowing in confusion. What the hell? She crossed the room, peering out into the night. There, perched on the windowsill, was a small bird, an envelope clutched in its beak. Javver's eyes widened in recognition. A messenger bird? Who could be sending me letters all the way out here? She opened the window, carefully taking the envelope from the bird's beak. It chirped once, then fluttered off into the darkness. With a sigh, Javver tore open the envelope, unfolding the letter inside. Dearest Javver, it read, I hope this message finds you well. I heard about what happened at the academy, and I just wanted to say how sorry I am. The way they treated you is distasteful and unfair. I know you were only trying to do what was right. Please consider coming back. The academy needs someone like you. Someone with a strong moral compass and a passion for teaching. Think about it. Yours, Miria. Javver snorted, crumpling the letter in her fist. All I did was support a Nim girl, she muttered, tossing the ball of paper into the wastebasket. And apparently, that's enough to get you isolated these days. The next morning, Javver made her way to the Black Flame household, ready to continue Melissa's magical education. She found the girl waiting for her in the garden, bouncing on her toes with barely contained excitement. Javver, Melissa called out, waving enthusiastically. You're here, Javver chuckled, setting down her pack. Of course I am. I've yet to meet a teacher that made a habit of showing up late. Melissa grinned, but then her face turned serious. Before we start, though, I need a favor. Javver raised an eyebrow, curious. Oh, and what might that be? Melissa shuffled her feet, looking slightly embarrassed. Well, it's just, I need some hugs and kisses to be able to use magic. You know, because of the whole Nim thing. Javver blinked, taken aback. Right? I forgot about that little detail. But seeing the hopeful look on Melissa's face, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. All right, kid. Come here. She opened her arms, and Melissa practically leaped into them, hugging her tightly. Javver returned the embrace, feeling a strange warmth spreading through her chest. This is nice. When was the last time I hugged someone like this? After a moment, Melissa pulled back, looking up at Javver expectantly. Kisses too, remember? Javver laughed, rolling her eyes, planting a quick peck on the girl's forehead. There. Satisfied? Melissa nodded. Yep. And with that, she skipped off, scroll in hand, leaving Javver to shake her head in amusement. She's quite a handful. But as she watched Melissa practice the spell, her movements already more fluid and confident than the day before, Javer couldn't help but be impressed. Damn, she's picking this up fast. Her memorization skills, at the very least, are no joke. Melissa whirled around, a wide grin on her face. Did you see that, Javer? I think I've almost got it. Javer nodded, a proud smile tugging at her lips. You're doing great, kid. Keep it up, and you'll be a master in no time. Melissa beamed, turning back around. For a while, Javer just watched on as Melissa worked on mastering the Chilling Wind spell, the spell Javer was teaching her. The girl looked so focused it was cute. She was moving a hand in the air, rehearsing the spell sign, eyes fixed on the scroll. She's got the movements down pat, Javer mused. Now it's just a matter of channeling the right amount of essence and speaking the incantation correctly. As if on cue, Melissa took a deep breath, her eyes flashing with determination. Frigus ventus veni. A gust of icy wind burst from her outstretched hands, swirling around her in a miniature blizzard. Melissa laughed in delight. Javer's eyebrows shot up, a grin spreading across her face. Well, we'll be damned. She actually did it. That fast, too. She distinctly recalled many of her former students, mostly teenagers and actual adults, struggling with this particular spell. But she made it look easy. Damn. As the icy wind died down, Melissa turned to Javer, a triumphant grin on her face. Did you see that? I did it. Javer chuckled, nodding in approval. I saw, and I have to say, I'm impressed. You picked that up a lot faster than most of my old students. Melissa raised a brow, but just as it looked like she was going to ask a question, a thought occurred to her. Oh, hold on, I'll be right back. She dashed into the house, leaving Javer to blink in confusion. What's she up to now? A few moments later, Melissa came bounding back out, her arms full of small, smooth rocks. Javer tilted her head, curious. And what are those for? Melissa grinned, dumping the rocks at Javer's feet. I'm going to carve the spell sign into them. That way, I can make runes for these spells and sell them to my neighbors. Pretty smart, huh? Javer's jaw dropped, her mind reeling. She's going to make runes? At her age? With no formal training? She shook her head, a disbelieving laugh escaping her lips. Melissa, how old are you again? The girl puffed out her chest, looking proud. 9. Well, almost 10, but still. Javer ran a hand through her sunlight hair, amazed. And you figured out how to make runes all by yourself? No one taught you? Melissa nodded, already starting to carve the first spell sign into a rock with a small knife. Yep. I mean, I had some books to help me, but I did all the experimenting and stuff on my own. She looked up at Javer. Hey, do you think you could power these runes with your essence once I'm done carving them? I bet they'd sell for a lot more if they were pre-charged. Javer smiled, a mischievous idea forming in her mind. Tell you what, kid, it'll do you one better. She leaned down, whispering conspiratorially. How would you like to learn how to infuse runes with essence directly from the environment? No need for a mage's personal power. Melissa's eyes widened, excitement practically vibrating off of her. Really? You can teach me that? Javer grinned, ruffling the girl's hair. Sure can. But first, we should probably ask your mom for permission. Matter of fact, how about you get her out here and we can ask her to come with us? Melissa nodded, bouncing on her toes. Right? We'll go ask her right now. She dashed off again, leaving Javer to chuckle in her wake. She figured out how to cast spells as a nym, can learn spell signs that quickly, and figured out rune magic on her own, without any teacher there? Javer shook her head. That's kind of scary. A while later, Javer, Margaret, and Melissa walked through the forest near the village, the sun filtering through the canopy of leaves above them. Melissa darted from tree to tree, her eyes wide with wonder as she took in every little detail of her surroundings. OH, look at this funny-looking mushroom. And this weird bug. Hey, what kind of bird is that? It's so colorful. Margaret chuckled, shaking her head at her daughter's boundless curiosity. Melissa, dear, stay close, please. We don't want you getting lost out here. Javer grinned, watching the girl's antics with amusement. She's quite the energetic one, isn't she? I don't think I've ever seen a kid so excited about nature. Most people back home prefer to stay indoors. Margaret smiled, a hint of pride in her voice. Me neither. But I guess, since she's been sickly for so long, now that she's gotten better, she's just that eager to make up for lost time. Javert nodded, inhaling deeply as she walked alongside the Nim woman. She knew she was probably getting a little too close, breathing in Margaret's intoxicating pheromones. But at the moment, she couldn't bring herself to care. Just a little longer, she thought, relishing the warm, fuzzy feeling spreading through her chest. What's the harm in enjoying her company for a bit? Margaret turned to Javert, a questioning look on her face. So, what exactly are we looking for out here? You said something about a special pond? Javert nodded, tearing her gaze away from Margaret's alluring features. That's right. It's a specific type of pond, one with bright blue water. But it's not just water, it's pure, liquid essence. Margaret's eyes widened, impressed. Liquid essence? I've never heard of such a thing. Javert grinned. Not many people have. It's a rare find, but if we can locate one, ITLL make infusing those runes a whole lot easier. As they walked, Javert found herself growing more and more curious about certain aspects of Margaret's life. For no reason at all. So if you don't mind me asking, how did you and Melistaire meet? What? How does one ask this exactly? She settled on. What's a marriage between Nim like? Never seen one before? Can't say I have. Nim back home are... She looked away. Not quite as free as they are out here. Margaret nodded. Well, we've known each other since we were kids. Grew up in that village, fell in love as teenagers. As for our marriage, she paused, a knowing glint in her eye. Let's just say we have an understanding. An open arrangement, if you will. Javert nodded, not entirely surprised, and only slightly relieved. Makes sense. When sex is as much a requirement as food, monogamy is just illogical. Unless your partner is just particularly committed, I guess. Suddenly, Melissa's excited voice rang out through the trees. Hey, I think I found it. The blue pond. Javert and Margaret hurried over, and sure enough, there it was, a small, crystal-clear pool of water, glowing with an ethereal blue light. Melissa, in her excitement, nearly toppled head-first into the pond, but Javert's quick reflexes saved her just in time. Whoa there, kid. Careful. This isn't regular water. If you fell in and ended up accidentally drinking that water and well, a lot of side effects could occur, not many of them good. Melissa pouted but obeyed, stepping back from the edge. Javert knelt down by the pond, gesturing for Margaret and Melissa to join her. All right, let's get started. Melissa, hand me one of those runes you carved. As Margaret knelt beside her, Javert found herself suddenly, acutely aware of the woman's proximity. The way her shirt hung with gravity, giving Javert just the smallest peek at her chest. Their eyes met, and for a moment it got harder to breathe. Those eyes, gods, she's beautiful, Javert thought, her heart pounding in her chest. Margaret blushed with a small, shy smile. But before either of them could say or do anything, Javert felt a familiar chill run down her spine. The hairs on the back of her neck stood up. A sense of dread settled in her gut. No, it can't be. She stood abruptly, her hand reaching for the sword at her hip. Margaret, Melissa, get behind me. Now, the Nim woman blinked, startled by the sudden change in Javert's demeanor. What? Why? What's wrong? Javert gritted her teeth, her eyes scanning the tree-line. That cold feeling could only mean one thing. Shadow Mages. Chapter 18. Sorceress. Part 4. Melissa and Margaret exchange confused glances. Shadow Mages? Margaret asked, her voice trembling slightly. What are those? Yeah, I've never heard of them either. Are they bad guys or something? Javert, her eyes glued to the tree-line, spoke quietly. Yep, the Shadow Mages are a recent development from the human kingdom. A nasty bunch, to put it lightly. She took a deep breath, trying to make sure she didn't miss a single sound or any hint of movement. Essentially, they're a group who practice blood magic. Forbidden arts, stuff that's been outlawed for centuries. But they don't care about rules or ethics. They only care about power. Margaret gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Blood magic? Tea that exists? Javert's grip tightened on her sword, her knuckles turning white. Yes, and it's as depraved as it sounds. And Hayrace the real kicker. They mainly like to use Nim as their subjects for experiments. Melissa's eyes widened, a flicker of fear crossing her face. What? Why Nim? Javert shook her head, a bitter smile on her lips. Because they don't view your kind as equals, kid. To them, Nim are just tools. Disposable guinea pigs for their sick little games. She glanced back at Margaret, her expression softening slightly. That's probably why they're so close to your village. Easy access to potential subjects. Margaret shuddered, pulling Melissa close. That's monstrous. Javert nodded. But don't worry. I won't let them harm you. Just then, as if on cue, four hooded figures emerged from the shadows of the trees. 3 humans and 1 kitsune, their faces obscured by dark, billowing robes. There you are. Javert stepped forward, placing herself firmly between the shadow mages and her companions. Javert's eyes narrowed as she sized up her opponents, her mind racing to formulate a plan of attack. The kitsune, she thought, glancing at the fox-eared mage. She must be the one guiding them through the forest. On the off chance I somehow fuck up and don't make it through this fight, I at least want to take her down. Make sure these guys end up lost. The lead human mage sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. Honestly, pour blood, am disappointed in you. Standing beside these filthy Nim, as if they were your equals. Have you no shame? Javert barked out a laugh, her grip tightening on her sword. The only filthy individuals here are you, asshole. Now, are we going to dance, or are you just going to stand there and monologue like a villain from a child's tale? The mage's face twisted in rage, and with a flick of his wrist, the battle began. Javert knew she had her work cut out for her. Fighting against 4 mages at once was no easy feat, especially when they had no qualms about using forbidden magic. But she had fought through worse odds than this. The mages all launched multiple projectiles at her. Rocks, lightning, spheres of ice and flame, all heading toward her. Javert's left hand became a blur, drawing spell signs in the air and muttering incantations with lightning speed. The kitsune was the first to abandon magic and pulled out 2 daggers. This was why Javert carried a sword. The kitsune ran up. Javert alternated between creating barriers to block incoming spells and deflecting the kitsune's dagger strikes as the fox-eared woman closed in. She's fast, Javert thought, barely managing to dodge a particularly vicious swipe. But I'm faster. With a fierce grin, Javert unleashed a burst of flame, catching one of the human mages off guard. Ah! He screamed in pain, his robes igniting like kindling. Just a fraction of the pain you've surely caused, you prick. He went down and didn't get back up. 1 down, 3 to go, Javert muttered, turning her attention back to the kitsune. The foxwoman was relentless, her daggers a whirlwind of steel. But Javert held her ground, parrying and dodging elegantly. Her speed was the only commendable thing about her. Just need to keep her busy a little longer, she thought, risking a glance at the 2 remaining human mages. Then I can take out those bastards with one big spell. As if reading her mind, the kitsune pressed her attack, trying to force Javert back towards the pond. Oh no, you don't. With a burst of speed, Javert leaped to the side, while simultaneously parrying a blow. The kitsune stumbled forward, thrown off balance by the sudden move. And that was all the opening Javert needed. Eat this, you sons of bitches. Glacies tempestus fulmina. A massive blast of ice and wind erupted from Javert's outstretched hand, slamming into the 2 human mages with the force of a rampaging behemoth. They flew backwards, their bodies crashing through the underbrush. She did not see them rise once again. Ice storm. Guess I owe Melissa a thank you for the inspiration. But Javert's triumph was short-lived. The kitsune, realizing she was outmatched, let out a desperate, feral snarl. She turned, her eyes locking on Margaret and Melissa. No, Javert screamed, lunging forward. But she was too far away, too slow. The kitsune's daggers glinted in the sunlight, aimed directly at the Nim woman and her child. No. I can't let this happen. Javer's left hand moved on pure instinct, drawing one final spell sign. Radix ligere vinculum. A vine, thick and green, burst from the ground at the kitsune's feet. It twisted around her leg like a snake, yanking her off balance. The daggers flew wide, missing Margaret and Melissa by a hair's breadth. Javer was on the kitsune in an instant, her sword at the woman's throat. And she did not hesitate. Her blade sank into the kitsune's neck, and the dirt beneath her soon began turning to mud. It was done. Javer let out a shaky breath, the adrenaline slowly draining from her system. It's over. We're safe. They're safe. She turned to Margaret and Melissa, a tired but triumphant smile on her face. You two okay? Margaret nodded, tears of relief streaming down her face as she clutched Melissa close. Thanks to you, yes. Javer, I don't know how to thank you. You saved our lives. Javer shook her head, sheathing her sword. No need for thanks. I did what any decent person would do. Besides, she noticed Melissa staring at the kitsune. Javer knelt down and pulled her eyes off the fallen enemy, with a hand on Melissa's cheek. I couldn't let anything happen to my favorite student, now, could I? Who else is going to help me pass the time in that village? Melissa nodded, slowly forming an expression of relief. I wish she hadn't had to see that, Javer thought. But maybe it's better that she did. This world, even the kitsune forests, are not kind to your people, kid. As they walked back to the village, Javer could see the haunted look in Melissa's eyes, the memory of the fallen kitsune probably still fresh in her mind. The older woman's heart ached for the girl, wishing she could somehow shield her from the cruelties of the world. The best she could do, though, was try to distract her, to give her something else to focus on. Hey, Melissa, Javer said, her voice soft and gentle. Have I ever told you about Syux, the city where I'm from? Melissa shook her head, a flicker of curiosity breaking through the shadows in her eyes. No, what's it like? Javer smiled, a wistful expression on her face. It's big, bigger than anything you've ever seen. Buildings that touch the sky, streets that go on forever, and the people. There are so many of them, from all different walks of life. She chuckled, shaking her head. To be honest, I've rarely been in a forest like this. In Syux, everything is stone and steel and glass. It's beautiful in its own way, but sometimes I forget how much I miss the green of the trees and the smell of the earth. Melissa's eyes widened. Javer could almost see her picturing the place she described. It sounds amazing. I can't imagine a place like that. Javer grinned, ruffling the girl's hair affectionately. Maybe someday, with your lovely mother's permission, of course, they'll take you there. Show you all the wonders of the human world. Would you like that? Melissa nodded eagerly, a smile finally breaking through the clouds on her face. Yeah, I'd love that. Margaret just shook her head with a smile. As they reached the village, Javer felt a wave of relief wash over her. They were safe now, back among friends and family. But as they hurried into the Black Flame's home, Margaret's sharp gasp brought Javer's attention to a new, or unaddressed problem. Javer, you're hurt. The older woman glanced down, noticing for the first time the thin line of red seeping through her shirt. Oh, I am. The kitsune's dagger had managed to find its mark after all, but in the heat of battle, she hadn't even felt it. It's nothing, Javer said, waving off Margaret's concern. Just a scratch. They'll heal it up once I get some essence back. But Margaret was having none of it. She grabbed Javer's hand, pulling her towards one of the bedrooms. Nonsense. You saved our lives out there. The least I can do is tend to your wounds. Javer opened her mouth to protest, but the determined look in Margaret's eyes stopped her short. With a sigh of resignation, she allowed herself to be led into the room. Take off your shirt, Margaret instructed as she closed the door behind her, her tone brooking no argument. I need to see the extent of the damage. Javer hesitated for a moment, suddenly feeling uncharacteristically self-conscious. But the pain in her side was growing harder to ignore, so with a deep breath, she peeled off her shirt. Margaret's eyes widened, her gaze roaming over Javer's toned abs and the intricate tattoos that adorned her skin. Javer felt a blush creeping up her neck, and used to being so exposed. It's been a while. Like what you see. she teased, trying to diffuse the sudden tension in the room. Margaret flushed, quickly averting her eyes and busying herself with gathering supplies to clean the wound. As she worked, Javert found herself getting lost in the Nim woman's gentle touch, the way her fingers seemed to dance across her skin. She hissed as Margaret applied a salve to the cut. "Sorry," Margaret murmured, her voice soft and soothing. "I know it hurts, but ITLL help prevent infection." "I'm fine," she stated. "Just keep doing what you're doing." Javert nodded, gritting her teeth against the pain. But as she looked up, her gaze locked with Margaret's, and suddenly, the world, pain included, seemed to fall away. There was something in those deep, red eyes, something that called to Javert on a primal level. "Oh fuck," Javert thought, feeling like those eyes were drawing her in. Slowly, as if drawn by an invisible force, they leaned towards each other. And their lips met. Javert's hand came up to cup Margaret's cheek, pulling her closer as the kiss deepened. She stood up from where she sat, tilting her head, making the kiss deeper. For a moment, everything else ceased to exist. They stopped for a moment. Javert damn near pulled away, remembering Margaret was a married woman. But, as if reading her mind, Margaret said, "It's okay." She whispered, "Just as long as the little one doesn't hear." Javert smirked. "We'll try to be quiet then." Without another word, she closed the distance again, her hand gently cupping Margaret's cheek. Margaret sighed into the kiss, her body relaxing as she tilted her head herself. Javert's tongue teased Margaret's lips, coaxing them open before slipping inside. Margaret's tongue met Javert's, dancing with it, and a soft moan escaped her lips. Javert's hand moved from her cheek to the back of her neck, pulling her closer. Their kiss grew more passionate. Javert's other hand roamed down Margaret's back, her fingers tracing the curve of her spine before boldly sliding lower. Moving past Margaret's swaying tail, she gripped the Nim's ass firmly, eliciting a gasp that was quickly swallowed by the kiss. Margaret responded eagerly, her hands clutching at Javert's shoulders, fingers digging in as their bodies pressed together. Javert nipped at Margaret's lower lip, tugging gently with her teeth. Margaret's body arched at Javert's touch. The kiss intensified even further before Margaret pulled away. Javert nearly pulled her back before he saw what Margaret intended. Margaret paused and looked up at Javert, her eyes filled with emotion. She slowly slid her hands up Javert's thighs, and the mage felt chills. Margaret began to unfasten Javert's trousers, pulling them down a bit before pausing with a flirtatious smile. "Oh, goodness," Javert let out before Margaret put a finger in front of her lips. "Right? Sorry." Margaret leaned in, her warm breath falling on Javert's most sensitive spot. Margaret took her time, working slowly and deliberately. Javert let out a soft moan that she quickly hid, biting the insides of her cheeks. Her hands wrapped around Margaret's horns, pulling her closer. Javert lay back as Margaret tended to her with a slow, deliberate tenderness, her movements careful and rhythmic. The room was quiet save for the soft sound of breathing. Javert's hips shifted slightly in response, and Margaret adjusted her pace accordingly, her touch steady and unhurried. Margaret moved against Javert with intense, stirring motions, her closeness overwhelming them both. Javert's grip on Margaret's horns tightened, her breaths coming in ragged gasps as she felt the tension rising within her. Soon, it was all she could do not to cry out. Javert cried out, her body trembling with the force of her overwhelming emotion. Waves of feeling crashed over her as Margaret held her close. Margaret's gentle touch continued softly to prolong the moment. As the intensity subsided, Javert's body relaxed, her breathing slowly returning to normal. Margaret looked up, her eyes meeting Javert's with a satisfied smile. Javert just stared back at her for a moment. Contrary to what my peers back at the academy would have people think, I'd never been with a Nim until now. Javert blinked. Good gods, what an experience. Chapter 19. Sorceress. Part 5. Melissa sat in the living room, her mind still reeling from the events of the day. The fight with the shadow mages, The revelation that people like that existed out there. The way Javert had dispatched them with such skill and ferocity. It was a lot for Melissa to process. But as the minutes ticked by, Melissa found her thoughts drifting to a different matter entirely. What's taking them so long? She wondered, glancing at the closed door of the bedroom where Javert and her mother had disappeared. How long does it take to clean a little cut? Just then, as if summoned by her thoughts, the door opened and Javert and Margaret stepped out. Melissa's eyebrows shot up. Their faces were flushed and their clothes were disheveled. Oh, Melissa, or Alice, had led a sheltered life. But honestly, Melissa couldn't bring herself to care. She had more important things on her mind. Javert, she exclaimed, bounding over to the older woman. Can you show me how to do some of those amazing spells you used in the fight? Please? Pretty please? Javert blinked, taken aback by the sudden request. But then she grinned, ruffling Melissa's hair affectionately. Of course, kid. I'd be happy to teach you a thing or two. But let's take it slow, okay? Some of those spells are pretty advanced. I don't want you misfiring yourself into an early grave, okay? Melissa nodded. Just then, the front door opened and Melistaire walked in, his face lined with concern. I heard there was some kind of commotion in the forest. Is everyone all right? His eyes widened as he took in Javert, standing there with his wife and daughter. Melissa had to stifle a giggle at the expression on Javert's face. She looked so panicked, but Margaret just smiled, walking over to her husband and placing a soft kiss on his cheek. Everything is fine, dear. Just a little trouble with some unsavory types. But Javert here took care of it. She gestured to Javert, who looked like she wanted to sink into the floor. Oh, thank the gods. Thank you, Javert, for keeping my family safe. He held out his hand, and Javert took it, looking slightly relieved. It was my honor, sir. Your daughter is a remarkable young woman, and your wife is, well, she's something special too. Margaret blushed, ducking her head to hide her smile. Melissa just rolled her eyes, impatient to get back to the matter at hand. After that, Melistaire and Margaret made their way back inside. Melissa seized her chance. Hey, Javert, can I ask you something? Javert glanced down at her, curiosity in her eyes. Of course, kid. What's on your mind? Melissa hesitated for a moment, suddenly feeling a little shy. Well, it's just, you mentioned that you were from Sayax, right? What did you do there before you came here? Javert smiled, a faraway look in her eyes. Aside from being a teacher? Not much. Melissa nodded, her interest piqued. But what was that like? What did you teach? Javert chuckled, settling down on a nearby bench and patting the space beside her. Oh, all sorts of things. Magic, mostly, but also a bit of swordsmanship here and there, though it's far from being my specialty. Oh, Javert sighed. It was a good life. Challenging, but rewarding. I love my students. Loved watching them grow and learn and become the best versions of themselves. Melissa sat down beside her, hanging on her every word. So why did you leave? She asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. If you loved it so much, why come here? Javert was silent for a moment, her gaze distant. Javert took a deep breath, her eyes growing distant as she delved into the memories. It's complicated, kid, but I suppose you deserve to know the truth. She leaned back. There's this Nim girl, you see. She had married a human and bought her freedom, and she enrolled at Sayax Academy as a scholar. Melissa's eyes widened. Her interest piqued. Unyim, at a human school? That must have been rare. Javert chuckled, a wry smile on her face. Rare? Try unheard of. But this girl, she was special. Smart as a whip and twice as determined. She deserved to be there, just as much as anyone else. Her expression sobered. But not everyone saw it that way. I taught one of her history classes, and some people thought I was giving her preferential treatment, favoring her over the other student, literally for no other reason than because I would compliment her when she answered questions right, got good grades on a test, that sort of thing. Melissa frowned, but if she was doing well, she should have been recognized for it. Javert sighed, running a hand through her hair. You're right, kid. It was, quite frankly, really stupid. Anyway, things came to a head. There was a big argument with some important people, and some accusations thrown around. Apparently, she looked down at Melissa, and Melissa could tell Javver was adjusting her words in real time. She was, allegedly, caught trying to get someone to do something bad. I didn't believe she was the type to do that, though, so I stood up for her. People didn't like that. Melissa leaned forward, her heart aching for the injustice of it all. What happened? Did they make you leave? Javver snorted. No, I left on my own. Figured it wasn't worth the trouble, dealing with so many people like that. I figured maybe that wasn't the right place for me after all. She looked down at Melissa, a softness in her eyes. And, coincidentally, as soon as I leave, I meet a young Nim girl named Melissa that's impressed me more than any of those students ever did. Crazy, right? Melissa felt a warmth blooming in her chest, a sense of pride and gratitude. I'm sorry to hear things didn't go well back home, but I'm glad you're here, Yavia. I'm glad you're my teacher. Ah, Javver smiled, ruffling Melissa's hair affectionately. Me too, kid. Me too. She stood up, stretching her arms above her head. Now, enough about my boring old past. Let's get back to the exciting stuff. Magic. Melissa grinned. Yes, I want to learn that vine spell. The one you used on the kitsune. It was so cool. Javver laughed, shaking her head in amusement. All right. The vine spell it is. But don't get too caught up in trying to master it in 1 hour or whatever. It's a complicated one, all right? Melissa just smirked, a glint of determination in her eye. Is that a challenge? Javver raised a brow. If you want to waste all your essence trying, go for it. You're on, teach. And with that, Melissa got started. Melissa stood in the garden, her face scrunched up in concentration as she tried to replicate the vine spell Javver had used against the kitsune. Radix ligere. Vinculum. She chanted, her hands moving in what she hoped was the right pattern. But instead of a lush, green vine bursting from the ground, all Melissa got was a fizzle of essence and a whole lot of nothing. What the heck? She thought, frowning in confusion. I thought I had it that time. She tried again, putting more force behind her words and movements. Radix ligere vinculum. Still nothing. Not even a sprout. Melissa huffed, her frustration mounting. This is way harder than Illuminate. What gives? She kept at it, determined to prove to Javver that she could master this spell in record time. But as the minutes ticked by and the misfires piled up, Melissa began to feel a strange heaviness in her limbs, a fog creeping into her mind. What's happening? I feel so. And then, without warning, the world tilted and went black. And Melissa fell face first. Melissa woke to the sensation of being carried, strong arms cradling her against a warm chest. Huh? What? She blinked, her vision slowly coming into focus. Javver's face swam into view, looking irritatingly amused. Welcome back. Have a nice nap? Melissa groaned, the events of the past few minutes coming back to her in a rush. I didn't know that misfiring could knock you out, she mumbled, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Javver chuckled, shifting Melissa in her arms as she walked. Well, now you know. Essence exhaustion is no joke, especially for a young Nim like you. Once you run out of essence, trying to use it is like trying to squeeze water from a rock. And, at a point, your body just turns off for a bit. She carried Melissa into the house, where a worried Margaret was waiting. Oh, my baby. Is she all right? Javver nodded, carefully handing Melissa over to her mother. She'll be fine, Margaret. Just need some rest and a cold glass of water to replenish her essence. Margaret hugged Melissa close, pressing a kiss to her forehead. Thank you, Javver. Goodness, Ugh. Javver just smiled, giving Melissa a wink. Anytime, Margaret. Anytime. And with that, the day came to a close. Melissa's dreams filled with visions of vines and ice and the feeling of grass against her cheeks. Javver Melissa slipped into the house for a moment as Javver was helping her train in the garden. When she came back out, she was carrying a stack of scrolls. HM, what are you up to, Melissa? Javver asked, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Melissa grinned, spreading the scrolls out on the grass. I want to see if I can use the new spells you taught me, the ice spells and the vine spell, to make a new one. Wouldn't that be awesome? Javver blinked. What in the world? Don't waste your time, Javver told her. Eyes slightly narrowed and smile gone. Spell creation is way out of your league right now. Just focus on the basics. Melissa wasn't listening, though. I'm just going to try. I mean, if I can learn these spells so quickly, who's to say I can't make my own? Javert shook her head. I guess there's no harm in letting the kid try and fail. Just means I get to cuddle with her a bit after, well, far be it for me to stifle your creativity. But don't come crying to me when you misfire all your essence away again like yesterday. Melissa just grinned. If that happens, you could just hug me a ton and ITL'll be fine, right? Essence transfer and all that? Busted. Before long, Melissa was lost in her work, her hands flying over the scrolls as she sketched out spell signs and muttered incantations under her breath. Despite her reservations, Javert couldn't suppress her curiosity. She stood up, moving to look over Melissa's shoulder as she worked. And what she saw took her breath away. Melissa was drawing spell signs like an absolute natural, her strokes confident and precise. She seemed to instinctively understand how they worked, what each line represented, and how to combine them appropriately. Javert watched, transfixed, as Melissa put the finishing touches on her creation. Done. The girl took a deep breath, her eyes flashing with determination. Glacies radix crescera. She put her hand forth, and there, sprouting from the ground, was a small crystalline plant, its leaves and stems made entirely of frosted glass. Ah! Melissa giggled, embarrassed. Could have sworn this was going to be different. Oh well. Now, Javert was the one who wasn't listening. She stepped forward and crouched, inspecting that creation. She didn't feel confident touching the damn thing without an alchemist nearby. Melissa herself probably didn't know the effects of the spell she just used, but she needed to confirm that this was real. It was a plant. At least, appearance-wise, that was all it could be considered. It wasn't the most impressive spell Javert had ever seen, but that wasn't the point. The point was that Melissa had created it, right in front of her eyes, with nothing but a few scrolls and her own innate understanding of magic. Javert looked at the little Nim girl, brows furrowing tightly. This girl, she's not just talented. She's a straight-up genius. She stood back up, pacing backward. This changes everything, Javert thought, her mind reeling with the implications. Melissa isn't just a prodigy. She's a once-in-a-lifetime talent. She kept walking from side to side. A girl like that, born in a backwater village like this she's that skilled. At 9 years old. In truth, Javert wasn't too sure that, if tasked with the same instruction, she could have done what Melissa just did. At least, not this quickly. She turned back around. She couldn't help but see Melissa in a new light. To see this moment, this time in Javert's own life, in a new light. A thought slipped into Javert's mind, then, that she would not be able to extract, no matter how hard she tried. Her being here, going over her studies in secret, in isolation like this, it's a waste. Isn't it? Chapter 20. Sorceress. Part 6. Javert lay in her bed at the inn, staring up at the ceiling with wide, sleepless eyes. Her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions, all centered around one incredible, unbelievable moment. She made a spell, Javert thought, for what must have been the 100th time that night. A real, honest-to-God spell, right in front of me. It was a feat that most mages spent years, even decades if they were particularly unlucky, trying to achieve. And Melissa, a 9-year-old Nim girl, had done it like it was nothing. That was the worst part. She did it in the same casual way one might sharpen a pencil. How is that even possible? What kind of mind must she have to grasp the intricacies of magic so easily, so intuitively? Javert's thoughts spun and spun, chasing each other in endless circles. She couldn't shake the feeling that she was witnessing something truly extraordinary. Most of the time, one couldn't tell until long after. But right now, she was wondering if she was perhaps witnessing a world-changing event, the birth of a world-changing person, right in front of her. And yet, here she is, tucked away in this tiny village, her talents hidden from the world. It's not right. A part of Javert was glad, in a selfish sort of way, that Melissa's genius wasn't in the hands of the Academy. She knew all too well how they could twist and manipulate such gifts, how they could turn a bright young mind into just another cog in their political machine. But another part of her, the part that had always believed in the power of knowledge and the importance of nurturing talent, couldn't help but feel a sense of injustice. Melissa deserves more than this. She deserves to have her abilities recognized, to have the chance to reach her full potential. Keeping her here, letting her skills go to waste, it's not fair to her, and it's not fair to the world. Javert sighed, rolling over and burying her face in her pillow. She knew what she had to do, even if the thought of it made her heart ache. I have to talk to her. I have to give her the choice, the opportunity to seek out more than what this village can offer. It would be a difficult conversation, one that could potentially change the course of Melissa's life. But Javert knew it was necessary, knew that she owed it to the girl to be honest and upfront about what she saw in her. Tomorrow, she vowed, and for the first time that night, as she closed her eyes, she could feel her eyelids agreeing to remain closed. Tomorrow, it'll sit her down and we'll have a real talk, human to Nim. It'll lay out all the options, all the possibilities, both good and bad, and let her decide for herself what path she wants to take. It was a daunting prospect, but Javert knew it was the right thing to do. Melissa deserved the chance to choose her own future, to follow her dreams wherever they might lead. And whatever she decides, they'll be there to support her every step of the way, she also decided. I'm her teacher. She won't know anyone in Saïx if I don't go with her, and that just feels like tossing someone into a furnace. Especially a Nim. I'll have to stick by her if she goes through with this. She exhaled. And I will. I absolutely will. I won't let anyone get their slimy hands on her. With that thought, Javert finally felt a sense of peace settle over her. And with a small, satisfied smile on her lips, Javert drifted off to sleep, ready to face the dawn. And to hear Melissa's answer. Melissa was in the garden, practicing her spell work when Javert arrived at the Black Flame household. There was something different about the woman today, a certain gravity in her expression that made Melissa pause. Javert caught Melistaire just as he was about to leave for work. "Excuse me, Melistaire? Good morning. Could I have a word with the family as a whole? It's important." Melistaire blinked, surprised by the request, but nodded. "Of course, Javert. Let's sit in the garden, shall we?" Once they were all settled, Javert took a deep breath, as if steeling herself for what she was about to say. She turned to Melissa, her gaze surprisingly intense. "Melissa, I want to ask you something. What do you want to be when you grow up?" Melissa grinned, the answer coming easily to her lips. "I want to be the best sorceress in the world, the best swordswoman in the world, and become a hero." A flicker of emotion crossed Javert's face, a mix of pride and something that looked almost like pain. Like she had just confirmed something in her mind. She nodded slowly. "I thought you might say that. But Melissa, if you truly want to achieve those dreams, you can't do it here, in this village." Melissa felt a sinking sensation in her gut. Deep down, she knew Javert was right. She had been so caught up in the joy of learning, of discovering her own potential, that she hadn't thought much about the future. But that was a fact that she could agree with in an instant. This village wasn't exactly the right stage for greatness. Margaret frowned, a protective edge to her voice. "What are you suggesting, Javert?" Javert met her gaze steadily. "I want to take Melissa with me back to Saïx." Instantly, Margaret and Melistaire erupted in protest. "Absolutely not," Melistaire exclaimed. "Nim are nothing but slaves in the human kingdom. They'd put her down like a lion wolf the moment they saw her." Margaret nodded vehemently. "We won't let you take our daughter into that kind of danger, Javert. It's out of the question." But Javert held up a hand, her expression calm and assured. "Please hear me out. There are multiple ways for a Nim to become free in Saïx. One of them happens to be if the Nim in question earns a scholarship to Saïx Academy. And that's what I believe Melissa should try to do." A stunned silence fell over the garden. Melissa's heart was racing, her mind whirling with the possibilities. Saïx Academy? The most prestigious school in the human kingdom? Could I really? Javert took a deep breath, launching into an impassioned speech. "Listen, I won't lie to you. If Melissa goes to Saïx, yes, she will face prejudice and opposition. Yes, there will be people who actively stand in her way, who try to make her life difficult. A lot of them, even. It won't be easy." She looked at Melissa, her eyes shining with conviction. "But Melissa, I truly believe that if you want to reach your full potential, if you want to become the hero you dream of being, this is the only way. You have a gift, a talent beyond anything I've ever seen. It would be a tragedy to let that go to waste. Melissa looked back at her parents, wanting to gauge their reaction. They looked completely torn. You don't have to make the decision right now, Javers said. They'll hang out at the inn for the rest of the day. Talk it over. But, she added, I'm serious. In my opinion, she looked at Melissa's parents. If you want to do right by your daughter, this is the way to do it. They'll see you all later. And just like that, Javer left, leaving the Black Flame family with one of the heaviest questions they'd ever be asked. Chapter 21. Sorceress. Part 7. Melissa sat in the main room of their home. Her parents stood across from her, both clearly very pensive. Margaret took a deep breath, as if steeling herself for the conversation to come. Melissa, sweetheart, she began, her voice almost reluctant, like she didn't want to face the possibility of what Javer had proposed. What do you want to do? About Javer's offer, I mean. Melissa looked down at her hands. Her dreams all flashed before her eyes. She looked up. I want to be a hero. I like it in this village. It's a nice place, but she took a shaky breath. I don't want to spend the rest of my life here. Melistaire leaned forward, his brow furrowed with concern. But Melissa, you heard what Javer said. The human kingdom, it's not kind to Nim. You'll face so much hardship, so much opposition. Do you understand? People like Stryker, he added, they'll all be a dime a dozen over there, and no less awful. Margaret nodded, her eyes shining with unshed tears. We don't want to see you get hurt. And maybe you could take a year or two to consider it. What do you think? Melissa shook her head. No, I know it won't be easy, but I feel like this is what I'm meant to do. I don't want to waste time here. Margaret and Melistaire looked at each other. It shocked Melissa how open they were being to her wants, her ambitions. She and T felt this kind of support before, and she didn't want to let it go. She looked at her parents, a sudden realization dawning in her eyes. But I don't have to do it alone, right? Melissa jumped off the couch and ran up to them, taking her parents' hands in her own. Mom, Dad, come with me. Come to Syx with me. Margaret and Melistaire blinked, taken aback by the request. Melissa, we can't just leave. This is our home, our life. But Melissa was undeterred. But what kind of life is it, really? Struggling to make ends meet? Always worrying about debt? Wouldn't it be better to start fresh, somewhere new? Somewhere with opportunities for all of us? She squeezed their hands, her eyes pleading. Margaret shook her head, smiling sadly. We're not scholars, Mel. You heard what Javer said. The only way to be free in Syx is to get a scholarship. We're well past that point in our lives. Melissa shook her head too. And no, she said that was one of them. Let us ask her, come on. Right now. Let us see if you could be free some other way. It looked like her parents were considering it when they heard that. But they didn't even make it 2 steps to the door before they heard something. Melistaire, come out. Instantly, Melissa's heart dropped. What? Oh no, Melistaire said, gently pushing Melissa aside. Melistaire cracked the door open, just enough to peek outside. Melissa, her heart pounding, leaned in to catch a glimpse of who was calling for her father. Her blood ran cold. It was Stryker, and he wasn't alone. Several rough-looking men stood behind him, their faces twisted into cruel sneers. Melistaire, Stryker called out. Get your ass out here now. We've got some unfinished business, you and I. Melistaire tensed, his hand gripping the doorknob, so tightly his knuckles turned white. Oh gods, what do we do? Margaret asked, pacing side to side, hands on her own head. Melistaire took a moment to think. Melissa could see his eyes darting as he considered their options. You and Melissa need to hide, he said, his voice low and urgent. Don't come out, no matter what you hear. I'll handle this. Melissa looked back at the door. What do we do? She looked up at her father. They'll kill him. And no, come on, hide with us, Margaret said, trying to pull Melistaire to the hallway. No, it's me they want. You two just get yourselves to safety. Please. What do we do? What do we do? What? An idea came to Melissa. Javer. I need to get Javer. She'll know what to do. She can help us. Without a second thought, Melissa darted towards the back door. Melissa, no. Come back. But Melissa was already gone, sprinting through the garden and into the village streets. Melissa's heart raced as she sprinted through the village streets, her eyes darting from building to building. The inn, where's that damn inn? She'd never had a reason to visit that part of the village yet. So, right now, she was pretty damn lost. Come on, it's got to be around here somewhere. She turned a corner, nearly colliding with a startled villager. Ashi, sorry, she called over her shoulder, not slowing down for a second. Every moment she wasted was another moment her father was in danger. She couldn't afford to lose any more time. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Melissa spotted a sign hanging above a doorway. The rusty mug. That has to be it. She ran up to the door and, without hesitation, shoved it open with all her might. The door flew open, slamming against the wall with a loud bang. Every head in the inn turned to stare at the panting, wide-eyed Nim girl standing at the entrance. Melissa's eyes scanned the room frantically, searching for that familiar head of sunlight hair. Please be here, please. And then she spotted her. Javver, sitting at a table in the corner, a mug of ale in her hand and a surprised expression on her face. Javver, Melissa cried out. She ran to the table, nearly tripping over her own feet in her haste. Javver set down her mug. Immediately, the woman understood something was wrong. Melissa? What is wrong? What has happened? The words poured out of Melissa in a frantic jumble, her voice shaking with fear. It's Stryker. This guy who look, he's a bad guy and he's back. He's at our house with a bunch of goons, and he is going to hurt my dad. You have to help? Please, I don't know what to do. Javver was on her feet in an instant, her hand already reaching for her sword. Say no more, she said, her voice hard as steel. Lead the way. Melissa nodded, a flicker of hope sparking in her chest. They ran out of the inn together, Melissa leading the charge back towards her home. Hold on, Dad, she thought, her jaw clenched with determination. We're coming. Just hold on a little longer. Chapter 22, Sorceress. Part 8. Melistaire took a deep breath as he heard Margaret's footsteps receding into the back of the house. She was hiding, just like he told her to. And Melissa had run off somewhere. He didn't know where, but maybe that was for the best. The last thing he wanted was for his little girl to hear what was about to happen. She doesn't need those kinds of memories, he thought grimly. He was shaking. Melistaire placed his head against the door. Melistaire, come on out, Stryker called out. Or, do you want us to come in and drag you into the streets? He was going to, of course. That was all he could do. Before facing the music, though, Melistaire made a detour to the kitchen. He rummaged through the drawers until his fingers closed around the handle of a large, sharp knife. Not much, but it's better than being empty-handed. With any luck, I might be able to take one of those bastards down with me. And, with even more luck, it might just be Stryker. With a little nod to himself, Melistaire walked to the front door and stepped outside. Stryker and his goons were waiting for him, their faces twisted into expressions that promised nothing but pain. Melistaire counted quickly. 9 men, not including Stryker himself. Ha ha, you were that worried you'd lose a rematch? Melistaire smiled. All right, Stryker, Melistaire said, trying to keep his voice steady. How much do you want this time? Here, I thought I made it clear last time we were square. Stryker laughed. Oh, Melistaire, you poor, stupid bastard. You think this is about the money? He stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. Nah, I just want to kill you. That's all. Melistaire nodded slowly, his grip tightening on the knife behind his back. I see. So that is how it's going to be, huh? He brought the knife forward, holding it in front of him like a talisman against evil. God's help me. Well then, come on. Let us get this over with. No need to waste any more of our time with this bullshit. Stryker grinned, a predatory gleam in his eye. He gestured to his men, and they started to advance, their fists clenched and ready for blood. But before they could take more than a few steps, a new voice rang out across the yard. Stop right there, you cowardly pieces of shit. Melistaire's head snapped to the side, his eyes widening in shock. There walking toward them was Javver, and by her side, looking equal parts terrified and determined, was Melissa. Melissa's heart raced as she and Javver approached the scene. Through all the mean faces and dirty, clenched fists, Melissa's eyes lingered on her father. As they drew near, Stryker's gaze shifted to Javver, looking surprised, though that did nothing to ease away the bloodlust in his eyes. A human, he muttered, his brow furrowing. Listen, lady, you'd best turn around and walk away. This doesn't concern you. But Javver just smiled. Melissa hadn't seen her make a face like that. Cold and dangerous. Maybe she'd made the same face in the forest, but at that time she'd been too distracted trying to spot the shadow mages Javver had talked about. Oh, I think it does, she said, her hand resting casually on the hilt of her sword. You see, you're threatening my friends, and I don't take kindly to that. Stryker scoffed, shaking his head. Friends? That deadbeat over there? He jerked his chin towards Melistaire. This is about a debt he owes to the Syndicate. It's got nothing to do with you. Melissa felt a surge of anger, her fists clenching at her sides. That's not true, she shouted, her voice ringing out across the street. My dad paid you. He gave you the money, fair and square. Are there no guards in this place? Melissa asked, looking around. Are they all seriously just ignoring this? Even if that wasn't the case, Javver added, eyes narrowed. Since when does the Syndicate need 10 men to collect from one person? Seems a bit excessive, don't you think? Stryker glared at her, his face twisting into an ugly sneer. Fine, he spat, turning to face Javver fully. If you want to die alongside this piece of shit, be my guest. Just like that, he charged forward, his fist cocked back and ready to strike Melistaire. But Javver was faster. With a flick of her wrist and hushed words, she cast the same vine spell she used against the Kitsune in the forest. The green tendrils burst from the ground, wrapping around Stryker's legs and sending him crashing to the dirt. Stryker struggled against the vines. He looked at his men and nodded at Javver. Get her. Immediately, Sir Stryker's men started moving toward Javver and Melissa. Javver did not hesitate. Melissa watched in awe as Javver took a step back, weaving spell signs in the air and murmuring incantations under her breath. A barrage of spells launched out from her hands before Melissa could even process it. 3 of the men went down in quick succession, their bodies crumpling to the ground as Javver's flames found their mark. But the remaining 6 got just a bit too close. There's too many of them, Melissa realized, her heart pounding in her chest. Even Javver can't take on that many at once. Without a second thought, Melissa stepped up beside her teacher. Melissa, get back, Javver cried out, but Melissa ignored her. She was about to risk misfiring by using one of the fancier spells she just learned. Instead, she used the one she used the last time she interacted with these degenerates. The one she made. Illumi, Neka, Barfal, she cried, her voice ringing out through the chaos. A brilliant blue flame burst from her hands, arcing through the air and slamming into one of the approaching men. He screamed in pain, his clothes igniting as he fell to the ground. Javver flinched. Then, her head snapped towards Melissa, her eyes wide with shock. Melissa, what? But there was no time for questions right now. Out of the corner of her eye, Melissa saw her father locked in combat with Stryker, who had managed to slip out of the vines and was now trading blows with Melistaire. Dad! Melissa took off running, her feet pounding against the dirt as she raced towards her father. Melissa's heart leaped in her throat as she watched Stryker land a solid punch on her father, sending him stumbling backwards. Melistaire's knife clattered to the ground, and before he could regain his footing, Stryker was on him, pinning him down with his weight, not even seeming to recognize how cut and bruised he was. No! Without hesitation, Melissa aimed her hand at Stryker, the words of her spell already on her lips. Illumi Nurka, Varfal. The blue flame shot toward Stryker, but to Melissa's horror, he managed to duck at the last moment, the fire going right over his head. Stryker stood up, his eyes locking onto Melissa with a fury that made her blood run cold. You little bitch, he snarled, taking a step towards her. I'm gonna make you pay for what you did to me the other night. Melissa's mind raced, trying to think of another spell, anything to keep him away. But before Stryker could take another step, a familiar voice rang out. Radix ligere vinculum. Vines burst from the ground once more, wrapping around Stryker's legs and arms, holding him in place. Javert stood there, her hand outstretched. Behind her, Melissa saw the bodies of Stryker's allies sprawled out across the street. Nice. Melissa didn't waste the opportunity. She aimed her hand at Stryker again, the blue flame bursting forth and slamming into his chest. Stryker howled in pain, struggling against his bonds. And then, Melistaire was there, tackling Stryker to the ground. He rained blow after blow down on the lone shark's face, a lifetime of anger and fear fueling each punch. After what felt like an eternity, Melistaire stopped, his chest heaving and his knuckles bruised and bloody. Bastard! Melistaire raised his hand again. You probably should, Javert told him, before he could throw that next punch. But, as much as I'd love to see that, doing so would only put a target on your back. Even if you explained to the Syndicate what happened, they wouldn't stop until you were in jail, or worse. We won. Let him go. Melistaire looked back and forth between Javert and Stryker. Then, finally, though he was cut and bruised, Melistaire got off him. Fine. Stryker lay beneath him, his face a ruined mess. Barely conscious. It was over. They had won. Melissa felt her knees go weak with relief, and she would have fallen if Javert hadn't caught her, pulling her into a tight embrace. It's all right, Javert murmured, stroking Melissa's hair. It's done. You're safe now. Melissa clung to her teacher, tears streaming down her face as the adrenaline drained away, leaving her shaking and exhausted. But beneath the fear and the fatigue, there was a flicker of pride, of satisfaction. We did it, she thought, a small smile tugging at her lips. Dad's safe. Oh, thank God, Dad's safe. Chapter 23, Sorceress. Part 9. Melissa sat on the couch, her hands still shaking slightly as the events of the day began to sink in. Her parents were seated beside her, relieved and exhausted. Javert stood in front of them, her hands glowing with a soft, warm light as she finished healing Melistaire's wounds. There, she said, stepping back with a satisfied nod. Good as new. Or, well, as close as I can get you without a full night's rest and a hearty meal. Melistaire chuckled, flexing his newly mended hand, wiping the blood off his knuckles. I'll take it. Better than the alternative, that's for sure. But then his face grew serious, a frown tugging at his lips. Still, even though we gave those bastards a good thrashing, I doubt they'll give up that easily. A man like Stryker, he's got an ego the size of a dragon. He wouldn't let this go. Javert sighed, running a hand through her hair. I was afraid you'd say that. And, as much as I'd love to give you all more time to think things over, it seems like my suggestion is more needed now than ever. Melissa perked up, remembering their conversation from earlier. Oh, right. Javert, you said there were other ways for Nim to become free in Saïx, besides getting a scholarship. What were they again? Javert smiled, a glint of amusement in her eye. Sharp as ever. Aren't you, kid? Yes, there's another way. If a human pays for a Nim's freedom, they can become a free citizen of Saïx. Melissa fell silent, her mind whirling with the implications. Javert could do that for us. She could buy Mom and Dad's freedom, and then we could all go to Saïx together, as a family. But the words stuck in her throat, a lump of embarrassment and uncertainty holding them back. I can't just ask her to do that. It's too much, too big of a favor. She has already done so much for us. But Javert, seeming to read Melissa's thoughts, knelt down in front of her, looking her straight in the eye. Melissa, I know what you're thinking, and I want you to know I'm willing to do it. I'll pay for your parents' freedom. She stood up, looking back at Melistaire and Margaret. On one condition. Melissa swallowed hard, her heart pounding in her chest. What condition? Margaret asked. Javert grinned, a challenge sparkling in her gaze. That Melissa apply to Saïx Academy. I don't want to see her talents wasted. She does that, and you can consider your freedom in Sayux already acquired. Melissa looked back at her parents. They looked at each other. It's your choice, Melissa, Melistaire said. Do you want to apply? I do, Melissa answered without hesitation. Then, that's it then, Javert laughed, ruffling Melissa's hair affectionately. All right then, it's a deal. I'll take care of the paperwork and the fees, and I'll give you the material you need so you can start studying for those entrance exams. We'll turn you into a top-tier mage yet. Just you wait. Melissa couldn't help it. She launched herself at Javert, wrapping her arms around the woman in a fierce hug. Thank you, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. Thank you so much, Javert, for everything. Javert hugged her back. You're welcome, kid. Now, unless you guys want to go for a second round against that man and his friends, go pack your things. I'd like it if we left by the end of the night. And with that, the deal was struck. A new path unfolding before Melissa and her family. It wouldn't be easy, she knew that. But with Javert by her side and her parents' love and support, Melissa felt like anything was possible. Look out, Sayux Academy, she thought, a grin spreading across her face. Here comes Melissa Blackflame, future hero extraordinaire. While her parents finished packing, Melissa darted through the streets, her heart pounding. In her hand, she clutched a rune, one she had crafted specifically for the old shopkeeper who had first let her know how high the standards of magic in the world actually were. She burst into his shop, startling the man as he was reorganizing his shelves. Melissa? He asked, blinking in surprise. What in the world are you doing here so late, child? Melissa grinned, holding up the rune. I wanted to sell you this, old-timer. A special, one-of-a-kind rune. Just for you. The shopkeeper chuckled, shaking his head. Haven't we talked about this already, little miss? I thought I made it clear that I'm not in the market for those. But Melissa wasn't deterred. She shook her head, a mischievous glint in her eye. But this one's different. It's for a spell you've never seen before, one that I invented myself. The old man raised an eyebrow, intrigued despite himself. And what spell would that be, pray tell? Melissa giggled, grabbing his hand and tugging him towards the door. Come outside, and I'll show you. Once they were in the street, Melissa took a deep breath, focusing her essence and drawing the spell sign in the air. Illumi, Neka, Bafal. A brilliant blue flame burst from her hand, dancing and swirling in the night air. The shopkeeper's eyes widened, a look of amazement and respect crossing his face. Back inside the shop, he nodded slowly, turning the rune over in his hands. That's impressive, young Melissa. Very impressive indeed. He glanced at her, taking in her traveling clothes and the pack slung over her shoulder. But I can't help but notice you seem to be dressed for a journey. Where are you off to, if I may ask? Melissa beamed, practically bouncing on her toes. Sayux. I'm going to join Sayux Academy and become a real mage. At that, the old man's eyebrows shot up, a spark of recognition in his eyes. Sayux Academy. You say? Well. He rummaged through his pockets, pulling out a single coin with a black flower etched onto its surface. In that case, consider this my payment for your rune and a bit of advice to go with it. Melissa took the coin, turning it over in her fingers with a curious frown. What is it? What does it mean? The shopkeeper smiled, a secretive, knowing sort of smile. When you get to the academy, find one of the teachers, one with the surname Suthers. Give her this coin and tell her Baylor sent you. She'll understand what it means. Melissa's eyes widened, a thrill of excitement running through her. Baylor, is that your name? The old man chuckled, patting her on the head. It is, child. Now off with you. You've got a long journey ahead and a bright future waiting at the end of it. Melissa grinned, tucking the coin safely into her pocket. Thank you, Baylor. I'll come back and knock your socks off before you know it. I'll wait with bated breath, he chuckled. Farewell. With a spring in her step, Melissa raced back home. As Melissa burst through the front door, she was greeted by the sight of her parents and Javert, their packs slung over their shoulders. Excited and nervous. There you are, Margaret exclaimed, pulling Melissa into a quick hug. We were just about to go looking for you. Melissa grinned, her cheeks flushed from her sprint through the village. Sorry, Mom. I had one last thing to take care of before we left. Melistaire raised an eyebrow, glancing at the bulging pack on his daughter's back. And what might that have been, my little adventurer? Melissa just winked, tapping the side of her nose. Nothing big. Promise. Melistaire, behind Margaret, frowned, a thought occurring to him. By the way, how exactly are we going to get to Syux? It's not exactly a short walk from here. Javert grinned. Oh, don't you worry about that. I got it all handled. Now, let us get moving before the sun comes up and ruins my big dramatic exit. With that, she ushered the Black Flame family out the door, leading them towards the edge of the forest. As they stood there, the village behind them and the vast unknown ahead, Javert began to move her hands in a complex pattern, her fingers weaving an intricate spell sign in the air. Her lips moved, murmuring an incantation that seemed to go on forever, the words flowing together in a melodic stream of power. Melissa watched, transfixed, as the air around them began to shimmer and warp, a faint glow emanating from Javert's hands. And then, with a final flourish and a burst of light, a spectral carriage appeared before them, its translucent form shimmering in the moonlight. Whoa, Melissa breathed, her eyes wide with wonder. That's so cool. Javert grinned, dusting off her hands with a satisfied nod. Pretty nifty, right? Were you all worried I was going to make you walk to the human kingdom? As her parents climbed into the carriage, marveling at its ethereal beauty, Melissa paused, turning to take one last look at the village she had called home for the last week or two. The longest week or two of her life. Well, of this life or the last. What is Syux like? She wondered quietly. Will be very different from here? Suddenly, she felt herself being lifted into the air, strong arms wrapping around her waist as Javert spun her around with a laugh. Oh, kid, you had no idea, she exclaimed, carrying Melissa towards the carriage with a bounce in her step. Syux is like nothing you've ever seen before. It's big and loud and full of more people than you can possibly imagine. She set Melissa down inside the carriage, plopping down beside her with a grin. But you know what? I think you're going to love it. Because in Syux, anything is possible. It's a place where dreams come true, especially for someone like you. And with that, Javert flicked her wrist, and the spectral carriage began to move, carrying the Black Flame family towards their new life. Now, more so than when she first woke up, even Melissa felt like her new life was truly beginning. Chapter 24, Syux. Part 1 week later, as the spectral carriage rolled up to Syux's gates, Melissa couldn't help but press her face against the window, her eyes wide with wonder. Wow, this place is incredible. Towering buildings that challenge the skies, painted with warm shades of gold and flame. The streets up ahead were alive with activity, people hurrying about their business. Melissa spotted several kitsunes, their fluffy tails and ears standing out in the crowd, just like Isabella and her mom. But as she continued to scan the crowd, Melissa noticed something odd. That's weird. I don't see any Darians around here. Plenty of humans and kitsunes, and even some Nim, but no dragon folk. Unless their dragon features aren't as prominent as the kitsune's fox features. She frowned, puzzling over this peculiarity. Haven't seen any of them yet. I wonder why that is. Maybe they don't like cities? Her train of thought was interrupted as the carriage rolled to a stop at the city gates. Javert hopped out, striding confidently up to the guards and presenting them with an official-looking ID card. Javert of House Folden, +3, she announced, gesturing to the Black Flame family. Here on business with the Academy. With Nims? One guard asked, looking at the three in the back. Yes, with Nims. Javert left it at that, leaving a very clear feeling of, and, in the air. The guards nodded, waving them through without a second glance. As Javert climbed back into the carriage, Melistaire leaned forward, curiosity etched on his face. They let you through without much fuss. Are you, someone important? Javert laughed, shaking her head. Gods forbid. No, they probably just assumed I was a slaver and let me go. Oh, that'll be our story until you three are officially freed, by the way. Better safe than sorry. Safe? One T saying that we're slaves basically encourage people to mistreat us? Melissa asked. Not all. In doing so, I am saying you three are my property, she explained. The rumbling of the magical carriage's wheels and the loud chattering around her almost drowning out her voice. To harm you without my permission would be nothing less than vandalism. As the carriage wound its way deeper into the city, Melissa found herself staring at some of the NIM they passed on the streets. Many of them wore collars or shackles, their eyes downcast as they went about their work. Slaves, Melissa realized, a knot forming in her stomach. I was really disappointed with the life the gods, or whatever, chose for me. But I guess it could have been a lot worse. She leaned out of the window, trying to catch the eye of a particularly sad-looking NIM man, wanting to offer him a smile or a wave. But before she could, Margaret gently pulled her back, a worried frown on her face. Melissa, honey, it's not polite to stare, she admonished, keeping her voice low. I know it's hard to see, but we can't draw attention to ourselves, not here. Melissa nodded, biting her lip. Yes, right. Gotta keep a low profile, at least until we're free. Don't want to cause any trouble for Javver. She settled back in her seat. After spending a few days in a quiet village, this seems so loud and big and, honestly, kind of intimidating. Melissa glanced at Javver, taking comfort in the mage's confident posture and easy smile. So what's the plan, boss? She asked. First things first, we need to get your parents' freedom sorted out. I want you guys to be able to walk around and see the sights on your own as soon as possible. Though, I'll obviously be around while you guys get used to everything. Once we're done with your parents, we'll handle your situation, kid. And how exactly do we do that? Melistaire asked. Your part's simple, really. Just a quick trip to the Emancipation Office, a few signatures, and yeah, that's all. Really? Melistaire asked, his skepticism dripping over that one word intensely. Yep, money is the best oil when it comes to making gears turn faster. Noted. Soon, the carriage pulled up to a grand, marble-fronted building. Javver hopped out, gesturing for the others to follow. All right, folks, let us get this show on the road. Exactly as Javver had promised. Inside, the process was surprisingly straightforward. Javver presented her identification, signed a few forms, and handed over a pouch of coins. The clerk, a bored-looking human with an impressive mustache, stamped the papers with a flourish. Melistaire Blackflame and Margaret Blackflame, you are hereby granted your freedom, with all the rights and responsibilities that entails. Congratulations, he said, as he took some newly made ID card from a machine and handed them over to the couple. It was done. As they exited the office, Margaret turned to Javver, a grateful smile on her face. Javver, I don't know how we can ever thank you enough. What you've done for us, for our family. Javver waved her off, a warm grin on her face. No thanks needed, Margaret. You guys are my friends, and like I said, she looked down at Melissa. I'm doing the world a favor more so than you guys. That said, she continued, placing her hands on Margaret's and Melistaire's shoulders. Do not lose those cards. She paused to let those words sink in. Within these walls, all of your life up until now has no meaning. The people around you do not care that you're foreigners, that you were never slaves, that you were already free, etc. All they see are your tails, your horns, and your skin. You lose those cards, and suddenly the distinction between you two and literally any other NIM in this city is lost. You can tell people, hey, I'm actually a free NIM. Someone paid for my freedom, but they won't care because they have no way of knowing that. At least, until you actually start purchasing properties and such. But for now, those ID cards are your lifelines. So she inhaled. Keep that in mind, please. Melistaire and Margaret looked at each other. We'll hold on to them as if our lives depend on it, Melistaire said. They pretty much do, Javver replied. Then, she turned to Melissa, a questioning look in her eye. Now, she smiled, easing the tension just now. I believe there's just one more piece of business to attend to. Melissa, you ready to become a free NIM too? Melissa nodded. But couldn't we just? She gestured at the Emancipation Office. Javver laughed, ruffling Melissa's hair affectionately. Buy your freedom? Nah, kid. You got bigger fish to fry. Remember our deal? You're gonna earn your freedom the hard way. By landing a scholarship to Syux Academy. Melissa nodded. Oh God, that's right. The Academy. I'm really going to do this, RNTI? Javver chuckled at the face Melissa was making, slinging an arm around Melissa's shoulders as they walked back to the carriage. Now, let us go introduce you to your new home away from home. You're not going to get to the good stuff till you're older, but you'll at least get to see what the place is like. That sounds good. As they set off towards the academy, Melissa could feel herself shaking with hype. A hype that quickly became utter astonishment as the carriage rolled through the grand, wrought iron gates of Syux Academy. Melissa felt her jaw drop. Holy cow, this place is huge. The campus stretched out before her like a scene from a fairy tale, all lush green lawns, sparkling fountains, and buildings that looked like they'd been plucked straight from the pages of a history book. It's like Yale and Harvard had a baby, and then that baby ate a bunch of magical steroids. Though, I've never actually seen Yale or Harvard. But whatever. But as they made their way deeper into the grounds, Melissa couldn't help but notice the looks they were getting from the other students and faculty. Dirty looks. Suspicious looks. Looks that seem to say you don't belong here. Shouldn't he be surprised? Javver said this would happen. I can expect a lot more of it. She glanced at Javver, hoping to take comfort in her teacher's unshakable confidence. But even Javver wasn't immune to the stares and whispers, especially since a lot of them were aimed at her. Still, Javver held her head high, determined as she led them toward grand, imposing building at the heart of the campus. All right, folks, this is where the magic happens. Literally, she said with a wink. Melissa, you're with me. Margaret, Melistaire, if you could just wait here for a bit, that'd be great. Melissa's parents exchanged a worried look, but nodded, giving Melissa an encouraging smile as she followed Javver inside. The interior was just as impressive as the outside, all high ceilings and gleaming marble, just like that office they'd been to. But Melissa barely had time to take it in before Javver was ushering her into a large, circular room. Okay, kid, here's the deal, Javver said, her voice low and urgent. We're about to meet with some of the biggest players in Syux's magic world. They're going to want to see what you can do, and we need to knock their socks off. How do I do that? Show them what you showed me, Javver replied. That's all. Can you do that? Melissa swallowed hard, her heart pounding in her chest. I think so. Good. Calm down and do your best. Chapter 25, Syux, Part 2 soon. Melissa stood before a group of mages, trying not to fidget under their intense gazes. She couldn't quite see their faces. It was dark in the room, exceptionally dark, but she could feel their eyes on her. They all seemed human, and they all carried an air of power and authority that made Melissa feel tiny. Okay, Melissa, deep breaths. You got this. It'll be fine. You want to fuck up your one and only chance at living an awesome life. No, of course not. One of the mages, an older man with a long, white beard, spoke up, his voice dripping with skepticism. Javver, what is the meaning of this? Are you finally returning to the academy, or have you simply come to waste our time with this? He gestured dismissively at Melissa. Javver just smiled. Esteemed colleagues, I come before you today to introduce an extraordinary young woman. This is Melissa Blackflame, and I believe she is more than deserving of scholarship to our illustrious academy. The mages exchanged incredulous looks, murmuring amongst themselves. A scholarship? For a nim? A severe-looking woman scoffed. Surely you must be joking, Javver. You came back to fool around like this? Javver shook her head. Ah, but that's where you're wrong, my dear Magdalena. Melissa is unlike any nim the world has ever seen. She possesses a gift, a talent that sets her apart from all others of her kind, that got them to quiet down. And what, pray tell, is this supposed gift? The bearded man asked, his tones still dripping with doubt. Javver paused for dramatic effect, then dropped the bombshell. Melissa can cast spells. The room erupted into chaos, the mages shouting over each other in disbelief and outrage. Impossible. Unyum. Casting spells? Preposterous. All right, now I know you're joking. Wow, the mere thought is really that far-fetched? Melissa felt her cheeks burning. Javert held up a hand, silencing the clamor with a single, commanding gesture. I understand your skepticism, my friends, but I assure you, what I say is true, and I intend to prove it here and now. She turned to Melissa, giving her a small, encouraging nod. Melissa, my dear, why don't you show these fine mages what you can do? Give them a little taste of the magic that flows through your veins. Melissa swallowed hard, her heart pounding in her chest. Melissa stepped forward, her hands already moving in the familiar patterns of the Illuminate spell. Illumina car ei, she cried. A brilliant ball of light burst into existence above her palm, casting a warm, golden glow over the stunned faces of the mages. Melissa could only see them slightly better now. For a moment, there was silence. Then, the room erupted into an offbeat symphony of disbelief. What trickery is this? An illusion? Surely. This cannot be possible. Yeah, okay. You can sense the essence in the room, can't you? Javert asked them, her hands behind her back. But her triumph was short-lived. One of the mages, a tall, imposing man with piercing blue eyes, stepped forward, his expression unimpressed. A simple light spell? Is that all the girl has to offer? He scoffed. This proves nothing. A 5-year-old could cast that spell. Ouch. He turned to Javert, his lip curling in a sneer. Javert, you have wasted our time with this. This parlor trick. Is it odd that she can cast spells? Sure, but a Nim child casting a basic spell is hardly ground for a scholarship. If you want us to consider this girl, she must demonstrate true potential, not mere party favors. Javert, however, merely smirked once again. Ah, but that was just the opening act. My good friend, the real show is about to begin. She turned to the other mages, her voice ringing with authority. Esteemed colleagues, I have a request. I ask that each of you draw a spell sign upon the floor and write beside it the incantation for a beginner-level spell of your choosing. The mages exchanged puzzled glances, murmuring amongst themselves. What is the meaning of this, Javert? Magdalena asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Javert held up a hand, her smile widening. Trust me, my friends. All will be revealed in due time. Now, if you'll be so kind, with a shrug and a few grumbles. The mages complied, each one magically burning a different spell sign and incantation onto the marble floor. When they were finished, Javert walked up to Melissa, placing a hand on her shoulder. She whispered, Melissa, my dear, it's time to show these mages what you're truly capable of. I want you to take these spell signs and incantations and create a new spell from them. Right here, right now. Melissa's heart skipped a beat. You've shown me you can do this. Relax, Javert urged. Just calm down and do what you did with me. Melissa took a deep breath, squaring her shoulders and stepping forward. All right, Melissa, this is it. Time to show them what you can do. Melissa studied the spell signs and incantations, her mind racing as she began to piece together the components of a new, unique spell. It's just like coding, she reminded herself, her eyes darting from one magical symbol to the next. Each spell sign is like a function, and the incantations are the parameters. If I can just figure out how to combine them in the right way. Countless hours she spent hunched over a keyboard, weaving together lines of code, came flooding back into her mind then. She could do this. Magic is just another language, another system to master. Under the watchful gazes of Javert and the mages, Melissa began to piece something together. Ignis, fire. Protev, shield. She broke down syllables from each spell's respective incantations. Then, she tried to place the spell signs on top of one another in her mind, figuring out what parts she could fit against others, where each line would start and where each line would end. Every spell is structured in a certain way. Category, modifier, activator. Spell signs and incantations both function like this, just in different ways. So, Melissa's eyes widened. There, after a few minutes, she was done. A new spell sign and incantation was pieced together in her mind. Taking a step back for some space, Melissa began to draw the spell sign in the air. The mages watched on silently. There was a thick tension in the air. Melissa prayed for her hands to remain steady. Then, she said, Ignis cor protev me, and a swirling vortex of flame and wind danced around her, creating a barrier of fire. The mages gasped collectively. Javert breathed a sigh of relief. Melissa saw astonishment in the mage's eyes, and, dare she say it, a glimmer of respect. Incredible. One breathed, his earlier disdain replaced by genuine awe. She created a new spell, right in front of us. Javert grinned, her eyes shining with pride. And that, my friends, is why Melissa Blackflame deserves a place at this academy. Not because she can cast a simple spell, but because she has the creativity, the ingenuity, and the sheer magical talent to push the boundaries of what is possible. She turned to Melissa, giving her a wink. Well done, kid. I knew you had it in you. Melissa beamed, her heart soaring with joy and triumph. She thought back to all those long nights spent debugging code, all those frustrating errors and glitches that had driven her to the brink of madness. Who would have thought that all that time would come in handy like this? She looked around at the faces of the mages, seeing the begrudging admiration and growing curiosity in their eyes. And yet, in some of their eyes, it still wasn't enough. One of the mages, a woman with a tight bun and a pinched expression, cleared her throat, her eyes narrowing as she regarded Melissa. While the girl's talent is undeniable, she said, her voice dry, creating a few weak spells is hardly enough to warrant a scholarship. If she truly wishes to excel at this academy, she will need to demonstrate mastery of far more advanced magics. At 9 years old, I think you ignoring a very key part of all this, lady. But before she could get too angry, Javert stepped forward. She looked irritated. Very much so. But she said, fine. She breathed in. If you grant Melissa this scholarship, I will return to my position as a professor at the academy. The room went silent. Effective immediately, Javert added. Somehow, it looked like that statement made them consider accepting Melissa more than anything the Nim had actually done. Just how important is Javert to these people? After a moment of hushed deliberation, the mages turned back to Javert, their expressions a mix of resignation and begrudging respect. Very well, Javert, the bearded man said. We accept. What? Melissa's jaw dropped. The girl shall have her scholarship, and we shall have the pleasure of your esteemed presence once more. Melissa's legs almost gave out. Just like that. Javert nodded. Send the certificate to my home. Thank you, she said dryly. Just like that, it was done. Melissa had her scholarship, and yet, Javert looked like she was at least on the verge of regretting this, even though she was the one who started it all. She got them to accept me with just a few words, and they were so eager to have her back as a teacher. Just who is Javert, really? She didn't bother asking. She doubted Javert would tell her. Well, it's dumb, Melissa. Javert sighed. The way this is likely to work is as follows. You will take regular courses until you turn 13. Then, you will be placed on the path of sorceress. Congratulations. Melissa nodded. Thank you. Javert smiled down at her. This is just one of the things you wanted, though. Right? That's right. I want to be a sword woman, too. Javert nodded. Admittedly, that is far from being my specialty. But I might be able to help you in that regard as well. For now, come on. All that can come later. Javert stood up straight. Now come on, she said. Let us get some cake to celebrate. Yay. And with that being done, it was official. Melissa would be joining Sayux Academy. Chapter 26. Sayux, Part 3 later, Melissa stepped into Javert's home, her eyes widening as she took in her surroundings. Polished marble, this city really likes marble. Huh. Floors stretched on beneath her feet. Intricate, fancy tapestries adorn the walls. Crystal chandeliers above cast a warm, inviting glow over everything, making even the shadows look expensive. Good Lord, Melissa thought, her jaw resting on the floor. And here I thought our place back in the village was nice. This makes it look like a mud hut. As they moved into the house, a small commotion erupted deeper inside. A woman who bore a striking resemblance to Javert, with her same sunlight hair and sharp features, burst out. She was happy for about 2 seconds. Then, as soon as she saw the people behind Javert, her face became a mix of confusion and anger. "Javert!" she exclaimed, her eyes darting between the mage and her Nim companions. "What the hell is the meaning of this? You vanish for weeks and return with friends, dear sister," Javert replied smoothly. "The word you're looking for is friends." The woman's nostrils flared. "Friends? Have you lost your mind? They're Nim. What will people say?" "Probably what they always say about me, I imagine," Javert shrugged. "There goes that troublesome Javert, stirring up the pot again. Can't she just be normal?" Yada yada. "Besides," she added, "since when have I ever cared what people say?" As the siblings launched into a heated exchange, Melissa turned toward her parents to gauge their reactions. "What do you think we're going to do here, Maggie?" Melistaire asked Margaret, his voice low. "We're free, so at least we're not going to end up as slaves, sure. But we're in a strange city with no jobs, no connections." Before Margaret could respond, Javert's voice cut through the air. "Not to worry, my friends," she said, flashing them a reassuring smile. "I've got a few ideas up my sleeve." As they discussed the possibilities, a flicker of movement caught Melissa's eye. She turned to see a young girl, about her own age, peering curiously at them from behind an ornate pillar. The girl's eyes met Melissa's, and for a moment, they just stared at each other, two children from vastly different worlds, literally, suddenly occupying the same space. Javert, noticing Melissa's distraction, followed her gaze and smiled. "Ah, I see you've spotted my little shadow," she said, gesturing for the girl to come closer. "Melissa, this is my niece, Jalen. Jalen, come say hello to our guests." Jalen stepped out cautiously from behind the pillar. She looked up at Melissa's parents, but, again, her eyes lingered on Melissa herself. She gave a small curtsy. "It's a pleasure to meet you all," she said, her voice soft but clear. Melissa wasn't too sure what to make of this girl. "She's cute," Melissa smiled. "Not quite as cute as my fox cousin, but still cute as heck." "Nice to meet you too," Melissa replied, giving an awkward little wave. Melissa, I like your curtsy thing. Very fancy." Jalen raised a brow. Melissa couldn't quite tell what she was thinking. "Thank you." Melissa watched as Javert's sister, what was her name again? Did anyone even say it? Pulled Javert aside. Melistaire and Margaret walked off, looking at the rest of the house to give them space. Melissa did not. They were whisper yelling, so although Melissa was clearly not supposed to hear this, she did get some snippets of the conversation. "Can't believe you bring them here. Not some charity case. Javert. Think of Jalen's future reputation. Ah, good old family drama. Guess some things really are universal." Melissa peeked around the corner, her gaze drifting back to Jalen. Jalen spotted her immediately, but remained quiet. Just then, Javert's voice rose, catching everyone's attention. "They're staying, and that's final. Do not forget whose house this is, sister. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to show our guests to their rooms." "Crap." Melissa backed off about 10 steps to pretend she hadn't been listening. If Javert saw through her facade, she didn't show it. "Come on, Melissa." She aimed a warm smile down at her. "Let me give you a little tour." As Javert ushered the black flames upstairs, Melissa couldn't help but notice the sour looks on her sister's and Jalen's faces, who followed behind them. "You will be staying here," she told Melissa, "and you too can stay here." She gestured at the room opposite Melissa's. "Any questions?" No one said anything. "Very well. I hope you enjoy your stay with us." It didn't seem like Javert's family agreed with that sentiment, but oh well. Later that night, unable to sleep in the unfamiliar, albeit luxurious, bed, Melissa crept out of her room. As she passed by a slightly ajar door, hushed voices caught her attention. "HM?" Down the hall, once again, Javert and her family were arguing. And, once again, Melissa listened in. She pressed herself against the wall, straining to hear. "Absolutely unacceptable," Javert's sister hissed. "Nim in our home? What are you thinking?" "I was thinking about doing the right thing," Javert replied, her tone weary but firm. "But, Annie," Jalen's voice chimed in, What if someone sees them? What will my friends say? They won't say anything, Javer said, because they won't know. It's fine. Ugh. You aren't thinking. Our standing, our appearances. You can't what? Javer interrupted. Can't treat people with basic decency? Can't give a talented young girl a chance at a better life? Sis, all you've done is remind me of why I left. Melissa's brows raised. Wow, you always were the damn idealist. Javer's sister sighed. Don't expect us to pretend to like them. I don't, Javer replied. God's knows squeezing kindness out of you is as difficult as blood from a stone. I just expect you to be civil. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some lesson plans to prepare. Turns out, returning to teaching is a bit more work than I remembered. As footsteps approached the door, Melissa scurried back inside. Well, she thought as she went under her covers, looks like life in Syux is going to be interesting to say the least. Chapter 27, Syux, Part 4. A few days later, Melissa stood in front of a full-length mirror, tugging at the collar of her new school uniform, looking at herself in the mirror with the pride of a knight in a fresh suit of armor. The deep blue fabric of her shirt was softer than anything she'd ever worn, and the silver embroidery along the edges sparkled in the morning light. Margaret hovered nearby, her eyes misty as she fussed over every little detail. Oh, Mel, you look absolutely adorable. I do indeed. Melissa wriggled her eyes at herself in the mirror. I need to be careful. This level of cuteness might cause at least a few heart attacks. Outwardly, however, she set aside her ego and simply said, Thanks, Mom. As Margaret continued to gush, Melissa's mind wandered. She'd never been a fan of school back on Earth. Too much pointless busy work and not enough actual learning. But this was different. Magic school, in a fantasy world, with fox girls and half-dragons and who knows what else. I'm actually pretty excited. Ready to go, kid? Javer's voice called from downstairs. Coming, Melissa shouted back, giving herself one last look in the mirror. Let us do this. Javer's ethereal carriage glided smoothly through the streets of Syux, its translucent form drawing curious glances from passers-by. Melissa pressed her face against the window, drinking in every detail of the city. Wow, Javer, this place is amazing, she exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. Everything's so clean and shiny. It's like something out of a fairy tale. Javer chuckled, but there was a hint of something darker in her eyes. It does look pretty, doesn't it? But remember, Melissa, not everything that glitters is gold. Syux has its share of problems, just like any other place. Melissa turned to face her mentor, curiosity piqued. Such as? Aside from, I don't want to start rambling, Javer sighed, running a hand through her hair. Let us just say that the shine you see, it comes at a cost, and not everyone pays an equal share of that cost, if you catch my drift. Yeah, some things never change, no matter what world you're in. I'll keep that in mind. As they approached the academy gates, Melissa felt her heart begin to race. Unlike her previous visit, the campus was now buzzing with activity. Students of all ages hurried along the paths, carrying books in their arms and laughing with each other. Holy crap, this is really happening. Javer placed a hand on Melissa's shoulder, squeezing it. Nervous? Melissa grinned up at her, a mixture of excitement and determination shining in her eyes. Nah, I was born ready for this. Literally. That's the spirit. Javer laughed. I'll take you to your homeroom. You'll be taking classes from 8 a.m. to noon. Once you're done, just wait for me at your homeroom, all right? Sure. Melissa nodded. Wish I had some time to run around, but whatever. With that said, they went into the academy. Melissa stepped into the classroom, her eyes scanning the rows of desks until they landed on a familiar face. Well, look who it is. Jalen sat near the back, her gaze firmly fixed on the window, as if the clouds outside were suddenly the most fascinating thing in the world. Except, Melissa had noticed her looking her way, and she noticed how Jalen's head instantly snapped in the other direction. Ah, she is going for the I don't know her act, Melissa thought, suppressing a smirk. Honestly, cute. Just then, the teacher swept into the room, her robes billowing dramatically behind her. "Good morning, class," the teacher announced. She had a voice that was crisp and authoritative. "We have a new student joining us today. This is Melissa Blackflame. Melissa, why don't you introduce yourself?" Melissa stepped forward, plastering on her best please like me smile. "Iavayuna, Ieme Melisha. Really excited to be here and learn magic with you all." A wave of whispers swept through the classroom, accompanied by a few not-so-subtle glares. One boy near the front didn't even bother to lower his voice as he muttered, "Since when do they let Nim into the academy?" There's the warm welcome I was expecting. Wonderful. As Melissa took her seat, she couldn't help but notice the conspicuous absence of any Darien students. Seriously, where are all those half-dragon people? Haven't seen one at all. We'll pick up where we left off last time. Do not worry, Miss Blackflame, you didn't miss much that will be on the next test. So where were we? Can anyone remind me? From there, the teacher began her lesson, diving into what seemed to be a riveting tale about some ancient Syux battle. A battle between, guess who? The humans and the Darians. Melissa Esquill flew across her notebook, desperate to catch every detail. This is great. Finally, some actual info about this world that isn't splash. Melissa's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden wetness spreading across her desk. She looked up to see a boy next to her holding an empty water glass, a poorly concealed smirk on his face. "Oops," he said, not sounding sorry at all. "My hand slipped." Melissa stared at her now-soaked notebook, watching as the ink ran down the page. At least he didn't ruin much. She sighed. Nice. She took a deep breath, reminding herself that setting her classmate on fire, while tempting, probably wouldn't be the best first impression. "Okay, Melissa, you've dealt with office bullies before. This is just a slightly less mature version of that. You got this." With a forced smile, she turned to the boy. "Thanks for the impromptu water magic demonstration. Next time, maybe aim for your own desk." The boy's smirk faltered, clearly not expecting Melissa to respond so calmly. "That's right, buddy. This Nim's not taking any shit from you." Petty pranks aside, nothing was really going to get in the way of Melissa's excitement. Her journey toward being the best sorceress had begun, even if it would probably take many, many years. Chapter 28. Syux, Part 5. Javer lounged in the staff room, her feet propped up on a nearby chair. She was nursing a steaming cup of tea. Across from her, her old friend and fellow professor, Miria, looked back at her looking annoyingly amused. "So," Miria said, leaning back at her chair, "the prodigal daughter returns. Tell me, Javer, did you miss the constant politicking and backstabbing, or was it the delightful aroma of teenage angst that lured you back?" Javer snorted into her tea. "Oh, you know me. I just couldn't resist the thought of grading hundreds of papers and breaking up petty fights in the hallways. Is it too late to run away? I wish I could hug Melissa right now, that little angel." Yes, Miria nodded. "The glamorous life of a Syux Academy professor. And here I thought you'd found greener pastures out in the fox forests." "Muddier," Javer chuckled. "Still, the grass was a bit greener. And yet, here you are, willingly walking back into the lion-wolf's den." "Why?" "I told you why. You did, but I don't believe you." She scoffed, shaking her head. "You came back for a Nim girl. I must say, Javer, your savior complex is reaching new heights." "It's not a savior complex," Javer protested. "It's more of a strategic investment in the future." Yes, Miria nodded slowly. "Because nothing says strategic investment like alienating half the faculty and most of the noble families in Syux." Javer shrugged, her smile turning a touch melancholic. "Maybe it's time things changed around here, Miria. Maybe being uncomfortable from time to time isn't a bad thing. Still, it's a hell of a thing to place all your hopes on a 9-year-old Nim's shoulders." "Well, she has already changed my fundamental understanding of reality. Until I met her, I thought Nim couldn't use magic. Now I know otherwise. Who knows? Maybe by this time next year, we'll have a Nim headmaster and Darian's 1TB on the cusp of war with Syux." As Javer grinned back at her, Miria let out a bark of laughter. Yeah, that would be the day. Hey, a girl can dream, Javer chuckled, draining the last of her tea. As she set down her cup, her expression grew more serious. In all honesty, though, I just hope Melissa does well here. She has got potential, Miria. I'm serious. Real potential. It'd be a shame to see any of it wasted because of, well, you know. Miria's face softened slightly. Well, for what it's worth, I hope your little prodigy proves us all wrong, too. Gods know this place could use a good shaking up. Thanks, Miria, Javer smiled, standing up as the bell rang, signaling the end of the break. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a class full of budding pyromaniacs to wrangle. Wish me luck. I'd rather wish for a fire extinguisher. Melissa stood in her now mostly empty classroom, her mind whirling with the day's lessons. Okay, let us go over some of this. Let us see. Syux wasn't always the metropolis it is now. It started as a refugee camp, apparently. According to the teacher, centuries ago, a cataclysmic event known as the Essence Surge ravaged the continent. This surge of wild magic transformed vast swathes of land, warping reality itself. Humans, fleeing from the chaos, established a camp in one of the few stable areas. This camp, literally just a regular encampment, would slowly but surely grow into the city she was standing in now. Naturally, there was very little about the Kitsune, Nim, or Darians. That side of the historical equation was treated with the simple attitude of, yeah, and they were there too. Figures. I don't want to find out about them too, though. She was so lost in thought that she barely noticed Javer's arrival until the mage cleared her throat. Eldora to Melissa. Ready to head home? Melissa shook her head. She looked over and not only saw Javer, but also noticed Jalen hovering awkwardly behind her. Oh yeah. Quick question though. I need to give this gift from my village to someone here. Do you know Professor Suthers? Javer raised a brow. Suthers? Ah, Baylor asked you to meet her, I'm guessing. Yep, Melissa nodded. Well, Suthers hasn't been around for a while, Javer replied. She went on some expedition into Raya and hasn't come back. Oh, when do you think she'll be back? Javer shrugged. Don't know. Is that all? Huh. Oh well. Melissa's eyes lowered to where Jalen stood. Also, if we're all leaving together, why didn't Jalen come with us this morning? Javer proudly stood behind Jalen, almost like she was going to push her forward and squeezed her shoulders. Our little prodigy here has some extra training before regular classes start. Her tutor picks her up at the crack of dawn. Extra training? Melissa turned to Jalen, curiosity piqued. What kind of training? Magical training. That was all Javer said, probably because of the look Jalen had on her face. Jalen shot her a look that could have frozen lava. A look that said, the kind that's none of your business, Nim. All right then. Come on, Javer said. Let us get going. A while later, they were once again getting on the carriage. Their journey through the streets of Syux was uneventful until they hit an unexpected traffic jam. Up ahead, a crowd had gathered sounding pretty angry. What is going on? Melissa asked, craning her neck to see. Javer frowned, quickly moving to hop off the carriage. Looks like some kind of altercation. Stay in the carriage, both of you. As Javer stepped out to investigate, Melissa's gaze wandered over the crowd. Suddenly, she locked eyes with a human man standing off to the side. He wasn't part of the commotion, but something about him made Melissa's skin crawl. Probably the fact that he was looking straight at her. He was standing in an alley, leaning against the wall. A gray hood hid most of his face, and yet Melissa could just barely see one dark blue eye looking back at her. What a creep. See something interesting? Jalen's voice cut through Melissa's unease. How long had she been staring for? Melissa tore her gaze away from the stranger. Just some guy weirding me out. He was staring. That is not entirely uncommon. Before Melissa could respond, Javer nodded up ahead. All right, crisis averted. Just a disagreement over some merchant prices that got out of hand. We should be moving again soon. As the carriage started moving, Melissa glanced back, but the strange man had vanished. Weird. Everything okay? Javer asked, noticing Melissa's distraction. Melissa forced a smile. Yeah, just looking around. And so, day one of her new school life concluded without much trouble. On her second day, walking alongside Javer, Melissa strode into the academy grounds with her head held high and a spring in her step. "You're pretty energetic this morning," Javer ruffled her hair. "Did you enjoy your classes that much yesterday?" "I did," Melissa smiled up at her. "Looking forward to more." "Atta girl." As she made her way to her classroom, she couldn't help but notice a group of unfamiliar adults huddled with some teachers near the main office. Their expressions were grim, and their voices were low and urgent. Not a good combination, generally speaking. Doubt they're talking about what lunch they're going to get. "No matter. Just keep that trouble away from me, please." Almost on cue, she was about to continue on her way when one of the adults glanced in her direction. His eyes narrowed, and Melissa felt a chill run down her spine. In class, Melissa tried to focus on the lesson, more history, more stuff about humanity, but her mind kept wandering back to those mysterious adults. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught her eye. She turned to see a shadow dart past the window. Melissa blinked. Am I in a horror movie now? Setting that aside, she tried to tell herself everything was fine and kept jotting down her teacher's words in her notebook. When lunchtime rolled around, Melissa grabbed her tray and scanned the cafeteria for a seat. Wherever she went, the other kids would get up and move away, usually muttering something about how their parents told them to stay away from that girl's kind. That's when she spotted them again. The same group of adults from earlier. Now, deep in conversation with some older students at a corner table. "Can you please take these conversations away from me? I'm eating here." But, much to her displeasure, she overheard, "Can't let it happen again. Must be dealt with, agreed, for the good of all." Melissa wanted to slam her head down on her sandwich. "I just want to have a normal day at school. Is that too much to ask? I mean, come on. Take your world domination plots or whatever somewhere else. It's got nothing to do with me." She did not know just how wrong she was about that. Chapter 29, Syux. Part 6, as the final bell rang. Melissa waited for Javer, as she was told to do. As soon as Javer appeared at the door, Melissa walked up and asked, "Hey, Javer, quick question. Does this place have a library?" A 9-year-old asking me about a library. Am I dreaming? Javer chuckled, raising an eyebrow. "Indeed we do. Why do you ask? Think we could stop by for a bit? There is something I want to look up." Jalen, standing nearby, let out an exasperated sigh. That girl didn't talk much, but she did this time. "Seriously? We're going to delay going home for books?" Now, Javer said, smirking. A little extra education never hurt anyone. "Well, except maybe that one time with the exploding grimoire, but that essay story for another day." Soon, they were walking through the towering shelves of the Academy Library. Melissa's eyes widened as she took in the sheer volume of books. "There are so many of them." Melissa grinned. "There has got to be something on the NIM, right?" Melissa began her search, pulling out tomes on the history of Syux and its inhabitants. She found a few passages on Kitsune, mostly about their exotic beauty and natural affinity for magic. That was interesting. Although Melissa hadn't seen it firsthand, Kitsune often made for the most powerful nature. The Darians got a brief mention in the book she was looking through, primarily focused on their savage nature and potential for destruction. But when it came to Nim, nothing. Nada. Zilch. Okay, this is weird. Melissa's brows furrowed. It's like we've been erased from history. Like Nim didn't exist until last Tuesday. Frustrated, Melissa walked over to Javer, who was doing her best to try to lure Jalen into reading one of her nearby tomes, and failing. "Hey, is there nothing about Nim here?" And Javer grimaced. You probably won't find much." Javer's grimace deepened as she tried to explain. "You see, Melissa, Nim haven't exactly been prominent in Syux's history. They've been more like background characters, so to speak." "Background characters?" "More like extras who didn't even make it into the final cut." Melissa thought, but kept her face neutral. "Really? Nothing?" she pressed. Javer shrugged, looking only slightly uncomfortable. "I'm afraid not. Nim have always been, Nim here have always kept a low profile. A profile so low, it's practically subterranean, apparently." Melissa wanted to argue, to point out how ridiculous it was that an entire race could be completely absent from historical records. But Javer's expression made it clear this wasn't a topic she was going to change her mind on or get more curious about. Fine, I'll just have to dig deeper on my own. She returned to the shelves, determined to find anything about Nim history. Book after book yielded nothing but disappointment. Just as she was about to give up, one thin, dusty volume caught her eye. She pulled it out and flipped through its pages, hopeful, only to have her heart sink as she read the lone passage mentioning Nim. Nim, being naturally weak, spineless, and of no consequence, have contributed nothing of note to the glorious history of Syux. Nothing at all. Melissa blinked. Don't praise us too much, Melissa thought bitterly, slamming the book shut. All right, time to go, girls, Javer called. Your parents are probably wondering if something's wrong. Let us not worry them to death. As they left, Melissa's mind was a whirlwind. Weak? Spineless? Of no consequence? Is that really all we are to them? And if so, why? She simply couldn't say. Javer stood on her balcony. The twin moons were out in full force. There was not a cloud in the sky. The cool night air was hitting her just the right way. She needed it. She needed something to make her skin a bit colder after hearing the enthusiastic sounds emanating from Margaret and Melister's room. Oh fuck. Come on. Harder. Margaret, one of the sweetest ladies Javer had ever met, was currently shouting such vulgarities at the top of her lungs. The tips of Javer's ears turned red. Well, at least someone is having a good night, she thought wryly, her gaze wandering over the dimly lit lower districts of Syux. Hopefully, they don't wake up the little ones. Her mind drifted back to that moment in the village when she and Margaret had connected. The memory sent a shiver down her spine. By the gods, that was intense. I felt the effects of Nim pheromones before, but that was something else entirely. She always prided herself on her self-control, but in that moment with Margaret, it had all but evaporated. It was exhilarating, yes, but also terrifying, like standing on the edge of a cliff, knowing one small push could send you tumbling into the abyss. Part of me honestly does wonder if at least part of the prejudice toward Nim is just fear. I mean, she inhaled and exhaled slowly, the way I felt that night. I would have done anything Margaret asked in a heartbeat if it meant she'd help me feel that way again. A sudden noise jolted Javer from her thoughts. HM? It was faint, barely audible, but in the stillness of the night, it might as well have been a thunderclap. And it came from the front doors. What the? My sister wasn't out, right? Javer crept back into the house. The last few weeks of walking around outside Syux Kingdom had honed her senses. And right now, every one of them was screaming danger. Melissa tossed and turned in her bed. It was hard to sleep, given the fact that her parents' room was right in front of hers. Geez, guys, I get that you've probably been pent up or something, but could you tone it down a little? They can probably hear you all the way back at the village. Just as she was contemplating the merits of burying her pinkies in her ears, Melissa heard something that definitely wasn't part of her parents' ongoing softcore scene. The soft creak of her bedroom door opening. What the hell? Who is coming in here at this hour? And more importantly, how are they ignoring the live performance going on next door? Immediately, she felt something had to be wrong. Melissa's hand crept towards her pack, fingers closing around some of her runes. She slept with this thing right beside her in case of situations exactly like this. She pulled out an Illuminate rune. As the door swung wider, she took a deep breath and whispered, Illumina, Car Ei? The room flooded with light, revealing a figure in black robes standing by her door. Melissa's heart plummeted faster. Who are you? Stay away. Damn it. The figure, a man, whispered, raising a hand toward her. Ignis fell CA. Before he could continue that incantation, a ball of flames struck the side of the man's head. Ack! He scurried out of view, and Melissa watched as Javer appeared, arm raised in his direction. Melissa ran to the door. The intruder retaliated, a few shards of ice flying through the air. Javer dodged them all. Ack! Melissa nearly got hit by one, but she wasn't going to stop watching. They kept trading spells, but it was clear the guy was outmatched. Javer's spells flew faster and hit harder, turning the brief duel into a decidedly one-sided affair. Fine, the man muttered before turning around and trying to run away. Oh, no you don't. Javver chased him, but he wasn't running down the hall. He was running into a window. Crash, he jumped straight through. Javver cast that vine spell of hers at the last moment, but the man just narrowly slipped away. Damn it, Javver muttered angrily. He got away. Melissa, feeling her heart pounding, asked, "What was that?" Javver, a troubled expression on her face, opened her mouth to speak and closed it a couple of times before she finally said, A thief, I think," she said. "Don't worry, I chased him off. Try to get some sleep. Okay?" Melissa wasn't buying it. A thief? She asked her mind. But Melissa looked down. Then, why would he come into my room? Specifically? Just then, Melistaire and Margaret burst out of their room, faces flushed and hair disheveled, but looking very determined. "What's going on?" "We heard." Margaret's voice trailed off. Melissa froze and Javver scoffed. Mom, Dad, clothes!" she shrieked, slapping her hands over her face. Melistaire yelped, attempting to cover himself with his hands while Margaret ducked behind him. One odd night. Chapter 30, Syux, Part 7. Melissa stood beside Javver on the balcony, her heart still racing from the night's unexpected excitement. What was that? Melissa wondered. A kidnapper? An assassin? The cold air made Melissa shiver as she watched Javver's face, etched with concern, scanning the darkened streets below. "So," Melissa began, her voice a mix of curiosity and trepidation. "What do you think happened? What was that?" Javver's eyes remained fixed on the city, as if the guy who escaped could pop up at any moment. "I'm trying to narrow down the possibilities." "Well, let us see," Melissa mused. "I haven't been in Syux for long. Given that it was me they were after and not you, well." She tapped her finger against her chin. "It had to be someone from the academy, right?" Finally, Javver tore her eyes away from the city. "You are one bright 9-year-old. Melissa blinked. "Right. EMG. That's just what I think," she muttered with a much higher pitch. No, Javier played. "You're right. This reeks of academy politics." "Politics?" Melissa frowned. "What do you mean? How do I put this?" Javver muttered, looking away. "The academy can be a meritocracy, a place where people are given awards based on their effort and skill, but a lot of people don't want that to be the case. Some people like it when the game is built a certain way, and some people aren't too keen on changing the rules of that game." Melissa took that statement in. It made sense. As soon as she'd seen that entry in the books at the library, the thought had come to her. But now, her suspicion had been all but confirmed. Chances were, there probably had been some talent in him, some standout in him. Throughout Syux's history, there had to have been at least a few. But as Javver said, some people didn't want the game to change. And admitting their existence was tantamount to that. At the same time, allowing Melissa's existence now was tantamount to that. So, low chance that this is a one-time thing, huh? Javver placed a hand on Melissa's shoulder, her grip firm but reassuring. "I'm afraid so. You've stirred up quite the hornet's nest just by existing, Melissa. A Nim who can use magic? That's not just unprecedented, it's revolutionary. Especially if you can teach other Nim how to do it." "I will," Melissa replied internally. "It's not that complicated, and it's not something I want to keep to myself." "Great," Melissa muttered. "Just great." Javver put a hand on Melissa's head. "Like I told you back at the village, this isn't an easy road you're going down. But you're smart. That big brain of yours might just be all you need, though, kid. You need to be careful. Very careful. Keep your wits about you, trust your instincts, and for the love of the gods, don't go wandering off alone." "Got it." Melissa nodded. "Got it." She chuckled awkwardly. Any other tips?" Javver smiled down at her. "Well, you could always try making yourself less interesting. But somehow, I don't think that's going to work. I guess I could give a shot, though, for a little bit. That right?" Javver shook her head. "All right, come on, go get some rest. Don't worry about that guy. I'm going to stay up to keep watch. You'll be fine." With that, Melissa turned and walked back inside. All the while, she contemplated what she was going to do. "I need to keep a low profile," she realized. "Or at least as low a profile as I can. Someone behind the scenes feels intimidated. And even though I'm never going to be out of their crosshairs, I might be able to convince them not to pull the trigger. Melissa nodded to herself. That's all I've got to do. The next day, as classes ended, Melissa approached Javer with her best innocent expression. Hey, Javer, any chance I could go to the library again? Just for a little while. Javer raised an eyebrow. She looked both amused and slightly concerned. A thirst for more knowledge, huh? Yeah, I suppose it couldn't hurt. Come on, let us. Just then, Jalen cleared her throat. Aunt Javer, could you take me to the training grounds? I want to see the older students. Javer glanced between the two girls, her brow furrowing slightly. She looked even more worried now. However, after a couple of seconds of pondering the matter, that concern vanished completely. She nodded to herself, saying, All right, here's the plan. Melissa, you head to the library. Plant yourself in a corner and don't move until I come back. Don't go anywhere, got it? Melissa gave a mock salute. I want to go anywhere. Good, Jalen muttered under breath. Javer shot them both a warning look. Jalen, I'll take you to the training grounds. Come on. As Javer and Jalen turned to leave, Melissa couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity about these mysterious training grounds. I wonder what kind of fancy magic they practice there. Oh well, that's a matter for another time. For a moment, Melissa got cold feet. Come to think of it, I'm going to be alone in there, huh? She shook her head. Oh, but it's the library. No one would assassinate a 9-year-old in a library, right? Melissa nestled herself in a secluded corner of the library, surrounded by towering shelves of books. She pulled out one after another, her frustration growing with each fruitless search. Nothing on them. That's definitely not a coincidence. Just as she was about to slam shut another useless book, she noticed movement out of the corner of her eye. A figure in a dark cloak was slowly walking toward her from a distance. Melissa blinked. Probably not an assassin, right? The figure lunged forward. Melissa bolted. She darted between bookshelves, her pursuer hot on her heels. Melissa darted between towering bookshelves, her small frame allowing her to slip through gaps her pursuer couldn't see. Her pursuer's answer was to just push the shelves down altogether. The sound of falling books echoed behind her as her attacker gave chase. So much for a quiet day at the library, Melissa thought, her heart pounding. Rounding a corner, Melissa's stomach dropped as she faced a dead end. She spun around, back pressed against the wall, as the cloaked figure advanced. Given the fact that the attacker, a woman, as Melissa could see now, had no weapon in her hands, Melissa guessed her end was going to be of the magical variety. Nowhere to run now, little Nim, the attacker sneered. Your disgusting existence ends here. She raised a hand. Melissa closed her eyes. But a blast of magic suddenly struck the attacker, sending her sprawling. Huh. Javer appeared at the end of the aisle, her raised hand crackling with barely contained power. Step away from my student, Javer commanded, her voice cold and sharp as steel. The attacker struggled to get to her feet. This doesn't concern you. Leave. Javer's eyes narrowed dangerously. That girl is my responsibility. So, yes, it does concern me. Now, stand down, or I'll make you. Chapter 31. Syux, Part 8. Melissa pressed herself against the wall, her eyes wide as she watched Javer advance. The air around them seemed to thicken, crackling with magical energy. Javer's hands began to move, her fingers weaving multiple intricate patterns in the air. Her lips moved just as quickly, muttering incantations as she kept her eyes locked on the attacker. The assassin mirrored her actions, her own hands dancing through the air as she chanted her own spells. Suddenly, a blue bolt shot from Javer's fingertips. The attacker threw up a shimmering barrier, the spell exploding against it in a shower of sparks. Without missing a beat, the cloaked woman retaliated, sending a wave of fire rushing towards Javer. Javer sidestepped. The flames flew harmlessly through the air where she'd been standing a moment before. Javer muttered another incantation, and a gust of wind tried to slam the attacker from above, to bring her down to the ground, but the woman moved forward, avoiding its area of effect. There was a certain musical element to this fight, Melissa noticed. Given what she was seeing, it didn't even process anymore that this was a fight to determine her fate. She was too busy analyzing each party's moves. Because of how magic worked in this world, both women would cast a spell, pause, speak their incantations, and draw their spell signs in the air with their hands, then cast another spell and repeat. It felt like watching people shoot each other with Civil War-era firearms, having to aim, fire, and then take time loading up another shot before aiming and firing again. How much of a part does prediction play in all this? How many steps ahead are they thinking? So many different factors showed themselves in this moment. For example, the attacker saw Javver beginning to cast one spell, stopped casting the one she'd been in the process of using, and switched to a different incantation and spell sign. Melissa was watching with wide eyes and awe. If you see your opponent using a spell sign pattern you recognize, you'll be able to figure out what kind of spell they want to use before they do it, right? Melissa asked herself, and that factors into the whole prediction thing. Whoa. The two women moved like dancers locked in a deadly waltz, their spells flying back and forth in a dizzying display of magical prowess. Barriers rose and fell, elements clashed, and the very air seemed to vibrate with the force of their duel. Melissa watched on, her feeling of danger fading away to where now. All she felt was wonder as her mind raced to keep up with each spell cast. So this is what real magical combat looks like. Wow. As Melissa watched the duel unfold, she realized something. I can't just stand here. I need to help somehow. She considered what she could do. She didn't have the essence to cast any spells right now. She didn't have a weapon on her. No. All she had were her two tiny hands and a heart filled with determination. Maybe that is all I need. Without fully thinking it through, Melissa dashed forward. Taking advantage of the attacker's focus on Javver, she launched herself at the woman's legs. Like a wolf bringing a giant to its knees, Melissa's charge brought the woman down. The assassin, momentarily caught off guard, snarled in frustration. You filthy nim freak. With a swift kick, she sent Melissa back, making her roll a few steps. Melissa cried out. That really hurt. But that split second was all Javver needed. Ignish, cor penetra. Javver's voice rang out, clear and commanding. A lance of flame erupted from her outstretched hand, streaking through the air towards the assassin. The woman, still off balance from Melissa's tackle, tried to dodge, but she was a fraction too slow. The woman froze. The fiery spear pierced her chest, emerging from her back in a burst of heat and light. A few red drops fell on Melissa's face. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. The assassin's eyes widened in shock and pain, a choked gasp escaping her lips. But she wasn't done yet. With a desperate surge of energy, she staggered backwards, her hand clawing at the air, as if trying to grasp at the last threads of her life. No, not like this, she rasped, her voice barely audible. Javver's face was grim as she advanced, another spell already forming on her lips. The assassin stumbled, her legs giving out beneath her. She fell to her knees, then pitched forward. Melissa found herself frozen in place as the woman's body fell towards her. With a dull thud, the assassin collapsed at Melissa's feet, her lifeless eyes staring up at the young nymph. Javver wasted no time rushing to Melissa's side. Are you all right? Are you hurt? She asked, helping Melissa to her feet. Melissa shook her head, taking her eyes off the attacker. I'm fine, just a bit surprised. Her eyes narrowed as a thought occurred to her. You got here awfully fast, though. Almost like you were waiting. Javver's expression shifted, a mix of guilt and admiration crossing her features. You truly are remarkably perceptive for your age, Melissa. Yes, I used you as bait. But I swear, I never intended for you to be in any real danger. Melissa felt a flash of anger, but it quickly subsided. She understood the logic, even if she didn't like being used. I forgive you, Melissa said after a moment. But next time, maybe let me in on the plan? Javver nodded, relief evident in her eyes. You have my word. From this moment on, No harm will come to you. I'll make sure of it. But Melissa shook her head, a determined glint in her eye. That's great, but that's not all. What? Melissa inhaled. Her eyes found that assassin again. I can't spend every single moment of the day next to you. But I don't want to hide or lay low. I need to be strong. Javert seemed to understand where this was going, but she let Melissa speak. I want to be strong. I want you to teach me to be like you, to be a real mage. She gestured at the aftermath of the magical duel. I want to show the world what I can do, what Nim can do. I will train you, Javert promised. But you're still too young. I know, Melissa nodded, but I don't think they care. She nodded at the assassin's body. No, they don't. Javert studied Melissa for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then, slowly, a smile spread across her face. Very well, she said, her voice filled with a mixture of pride and resignation. I'll teach you everything I know. But be warned, the path you're choosing won't be easy. Melissa grinned, excitement bubbling up inside her. I'm ready for whatever comes. I promise. Chapter 32. The Prodigious Nim. Part 1. 8 years later, Armia, finally. It was time. For a few years now, Armia had spent her days rotting in tutoring sessions and studying in the libraries. Now, at 17 years of age, Armia could officially begin her magical studies at Saïx Academy. She walked up to the Academy's gates early on in the morning. There was a certain energy in the air. All of the students currently making their way through the courtyard up to the arena where the headmistress was set to give a speech all looked like they were just as eager as Armia to get started. Just about the only person who didn't tea was her brother, walking beside her. You could at least try to look a little more excited, Darien, Armia chided, glancing at her brother as they walked through the courtyard. We're about to start our magical studies at the most prestigious academy in Saïx. Show some dignity. Darien rolled his eyes, his tail flicking lazily behind him. We're not really getting started, though, are we? Forgive me for not being thrilled about waking up at the crack of dawn for some long-winded speech. Besides, ISNT pride and dignity and all that bullshit your thing? I prefer to leave the posturing to you. Armia scoffed, hitting him with her own tail in annoyance. It's called making a good impression, dear brother. Something you might want to consider if you plan on surviving the next few years here. That was no exaggeration. Armia could feel it as she moved through the academy now. The eyes of others on her, some cautious, some outright hateful. To say Darien were in a precarious position in Saïx was an understatement. Ever since that damn war with Raya started, people look at us and see the enemy, even though we were born and raised here. I hate it. I think I'll manage just fine. Thank you very much, Darien retorted with a smirk. After all, I've got the oh-so-gifted Armia watching my back, don't I? More like cleaning up your messes. As they approached the arena, Armia's eyes scanned the gathered crowd of first-year prestige class students. Most were, naturally, human or kitsune, with a smattering of Darians like herself and Darien. All of them carried themselves with an air of confidence and purpose, the weight of their family names and expectations hanging over them. As much as she told herself to keep her chin high, Armia did start to feel a little self-conscious. She made sure her skirt was just the right length, that her gross biceps weren't showing too much, and, of course, that the damn thing didn't T-show itself either. Her looks were the one thing, the one aspect of Armia's being she didn't have complete confidence in. As much as she wanted to play the role of her family's princess, her family's golden child, due to her Darien blood, she would always look like a hulking brute. She hated it. If she could trade bodies with any of these humans or kitsunes around her, while still keeping her mind, she would at a moment's notice. Get that out of your mind for now. Relax. One figure stood out, catching Armia's attention as she looked back at the others around her. At the edge of the crowd, a Nim girl with long black hair and piercing red eyes stood slightly apart from the rest. She seemed unbothered by the curious and sometimes hostile glances thrown her way, her posture relaxed but alert. Unlike Armia, that girl was making no efforts to scout anyone out, keeping her gaze on the stage up ahead. Unyim, in the prestige class? Armia thought, her brows furrowing in surprise and confusion. Can she? Could she use magic? Nim were a rarity in Syux as a whole, let alone in the upper echelons of the academy. Most were either actual slaves or effectively slaves. To see one standing amongst the elite was jarring. She must be something special, Armia mused, her curiosity piqued. Another opponent. No matter. As if sensing Armia's gaze, the Nim girl's eyes flickered in her direction. For a brief moment, their gazes locked. Red meeting gold. But just as quickly, the girl looked away. With that, Armia turned her attention back to the stage, where the headmistress was preparing to begin her speech. As the headmistress took the stage, a hushed silence fell over the gathered students. She was an imposing figure, her silver hair pulled back into a tight bun and her piercing blue eyes scanning the crowd. "Welcome, first-year prestige class students," she began, her voice ringing out clear and strong. "I am Headmistress Eliana, and it is my honor to greet you as you begin your journey here at Syux Academy." Armia straightened her posture, listening intently. This was it, the moment she had been waiting for. "You stand here today as the future of Syux," Headmistress Eliana continued, her gaze sweeping over the sea of faces. "In these uncertain times, with war looming on the horizon and tensions rising within our own borders, it is you who will shape the destiny of our nation." A murmur rippled through the crowd. There was a mix of excitement and anxiety. Armia felt her heart swell with pride and purpose. This was her chance to prove herself, to show everyone that she was more than just a Darien, more than the enemy. Now, more than ever, Syux needs heroes, the headmistress declared, her voice rising with passion. Heroes who will stand tall in the face of adversity, who will fight for what is right and just, who will lead us into a brighter future. Armia's fists clenched at her sides, a fierce determination burning in her chest. She glanced around at her fellow students, taking in their rapt expressions and eager nods. They all wanted the same thing, to be recognized and celebrated as the best and brightest of their generation. But Armia knew she would have to work twice as hard, fight twice as fiercely to earn that recognition. She was a Darien, after all, right now. That meant she would be viewed with suspicion and mistrust. "I'll show them," she thought, her jaw set with resolve. "I'll be the best damn mage this academy has ever seen. I'll make them forget I'm anything but human. I will be one of those heroes," she vowed silently. "I will prove my worth, my loyalty to Syux. I will make them see me as one of their own." Chapter 33. The Prodigious Nim, Part 2. Melissa stood among the crowd of students. To everyone else, she probably looked calm, confident even, but beneath her skin, Melissa was going fucking crazy. She thought, inhaling and exhaling slowly. "I'm gonna fucking die." Ever since her 13th birthday, 4 years ago, Melissa had been feeling a growing sense of unease. It started off light like a faint tug, a whisper in the back of her mind that she couldn't quite shake. But as the days passed, that whisper grew louder, more insistent with every woman she laid eyes on until it was a constant, maddening hum. She knew what it was, of course. Her mother had warned her about this, about the pull that all Nim felt towards others when they came of age. Margaret had sat her down, looked her in the eye, and told her in no uncertain terms that she needed to be responsible. That, once she was out in the world at this age, she'd need to exercise restraint. All Nim, the men and the women became like this. It was normal, but standing here, surrounded by so many vibrant, alluring women, Melissa was beginning to realize just how difficult that was going to be. It was like an itch beneath her skin. Every glance, every brush of skin against skin, sent a jolt of electricity through her body. She wanted to reach out, to touch, to taste, to lose herself in the rush of essence. She knew she'd get if she just get a grip. Melissa, she almost slapped herself. "You're stronger than this. You have to be." She tried to focus on the headmistress's words, on the grand promises of heroism and destiny. But even as she nodded along with the rest of the students, Her mind kept wandering. This is torture, she thought, gritting her teeth. Pure, un'adulterante torture. How am I supposed to concentrate on my studies when all I can think about is... She shook her head, banishing the thought before it could fully form. She couldn't afford to indulge those fantasies. Not here, not now. Calm down, Melissa. You are more than your instincts, she told herself firmly. I am Alyssa Blackflame, future hero and talented mage. I will not be ruled by my... That girl has got such a nice butt. Good God. She started breathing heavily. In truth, she should have seen this coming. Her people were, after all, essentially succubi. But reincarnating into them as a 9-year-old had given her a false depiction of what life would be like as one. I have to get out of here. Some desperation crept in. I need to find somewhere quiet, somewhere I can breathe, somewhere I can... As the headmistress concluded her speech and the students began to disperse, Melissa blinked. She missed the entire end of the speech. Now that people were getting away from her, she was able to breathe again. Oh, that was close. Highest number of people I've been exposed in a while. Oh God. She didn't know how she was going to survive the next few years, how she was going to keep her sanity intact while surrounded by so much temptation. But she did know one thing. I want to let this beat me, she vowed, her eyes flashing with determination. I will find a way to master this, just like I've mastered everything else. I have to. Okay, focus. One step at a time, she told herself, straightening her shoulders. First things first, gotta find out where I'm meant to stay. She made her way through the dispersing crowd, keeping her eyes fixed firmly ahead. She didn't dare let her gaze linger on any of the other female students, not trusting herself to maintain control if she did. After a bit of searching and a few awkward conversations with staff members, Melissa found herself standing in front of her assigned dormitory. It was a tall, imposing building, all dark stone and arched windows. Not bad, she thought, taking the outside. Definitely a step up from the village, that's for sure. With a deep breath, she pushed open the heavy wooden door and stepped inside. The interior was just as impressive. High ceilings and plush carpets. She climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor, scanning the numbers on the doors until she found her own. Room 317. Here goes nothing. She turned the knob and stepped inside, half expecting to be greeted by her new roommate. But the room was empty, the second bed still pristinely made. Guess they haven't arrived yet. Melissa shrugged, dropping her bag on the floor. More time for me to get settled in, I suppose. She took a moment to explore her new living space. It was cozy, with 2 beds, 2 desks, and a shared wardrobe. A large window overlooked the academy grounds, offering a stunning view of the towering spires and lush gardens. Not too shabby, Melissa nodded with a little smile. I could get used to this. But as she began to unpack her things, a sudden realization hit her. Oh shit, I almost forgot. I need to go say goodbye to Mom and Dad. With everything that had been going on, with the headmistress's speech and her own internal struggles, Melissa had nearly forgotten that this was the moment she'd be parting ways with her family. She'd be living on her own for the first time in this new world. While she would be staying here at the academy, they would remain at Javer's home in the city. Even after 8 years, Javer was still having them stay, saying she didn't mind their presence at all. And, to Melissa's eyes, it didn't look like her parents minded staying there either. Her mother in particular. Anyway, I gotta go say goodbye. Can't believe I almost let that slip my mind. Some daughter I am. She made her way out of the academy grounds, navigating Sayuk's busy streets the way Javer taught her to. She still couldn't say she knew the ins and outs of this city. There were lots of places Javer wouldn't even let Melissa get close to, but the stretch between the academy and Javer's house was one she knew like the back of her hand. Just another nim in the crowd, she thought wryly, keeping her head down as she wove through the sidewalk. Nothing to see here, folks. Before long, she found herself standing in front of Javer's house. With a deep breath, she pushed open the door and stepped inside. Mom? Dad? I'm back, she called out, her voice echoing through the spacious foyer. She found them sitting in the main room. Their expressions were hard to read. pride, anxiety, and a whole lot of other feelings were right there in their eyes. Her father, Melistaire, was still in his work clothes, his hands clasped tightly in his lap. He should be at the construction site right now, Melissa realized, a lump forming in her throat. He must have taken the day off, just for this. "Hey, sweetie," Margaret said, rising to her feet and pulling Melissa into a warm hug. "How was the big day? Did everything go smoothly?" Melissa nodded, burying her face in her mother's shoulder. "Yeah, it was good." The headmistress gave a big speech about destiny and heroism and all that jazz. "And my dorm room is really nice. Lots of space and a great view. Lots of students, too. I didn't know there were that many mages in Syux. Well, I guess not all were mages, but..." She was rambling. It was hard to get to the point, to get to the reason she was here right now. Her father, however, took the first step. Melistaire cleared his throat, standing up to join the embrace. "We're so proud of you, Mel," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "You've worked so hard for this, and now it's finally happening. Our little girl, off to become a great mage." I. Melissa felt tears pricking at the corners of her eyes. She blinked them back furiously. "Come on, don't cry. Don't be such a baby." But as her father's arms tightened around her, as the weight of the moment settled on her shoulders, she couldn't hold back any longer. The tears came, hot and fast, spilling down her cheeks in a waterfall of emotion. "I'm going to miss you guys," she choked out, her voice muffled against Melistaire's chest. "I haven't had to live on my own in so long. How am I going to manage?" Margaret stroked her hair, her own eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Oh, honey, we'll miss you too. But Mel, it's not like we're never going to see each other again. We'll always be here for you, no matter what. You know that, right?" Melissa nodded, sniffling as she pulled back to look at her parents. "I know. I almost wish you could come with me. Hee." Melistaire smiled, a sad, understanding smile. "I wish so too. But this is your path to walk, and we'll be cheering you on every step of the way, even if we can't be there by your side like we always have been." Melissa clenched her fists. When all of this first started, she hadn't imagined she'd get attached to this new family the way she had. As Melissa stepped back from her parents' embrace, a flicker of movement caught her eye. She turned, a smile already tugging at her lips as she spotted a tiny figure peeking around the corner. "Hazel, is that you?" she called out. "Come here, you little rascal." The 7-year-old Nim girl giggled, her red eyes sparkling with mischief as she bounded out from her hiding spot and straight into Melissa's arms. "Ah, my little sister-s, so cute," Melissa thought, her heart swelling. Yes, Melissa now had a little sister. It hadn't been a surprise to anyone when, 8 years ago, Margaret had announced that she was pregnant. After all, Margaret and Melistaire had a tendency to verbally broadcast their late-night activities to the entire Folden household. A blessing, Melistaire had called it back then, a sign that their new life in Syux was truly meant to be. And from the moment Hazel had entered the world, wailing and squirming and utterly beautiful, Melissa had been smitten. "Melly, Melly," Hazel chirped, nuzzling her face against Melissa's chest. "You're back. Not for long, unfortunately." Still, Melissa laughed, hugging the little girl tightly and pressing a kiss to the top of her head. Ever since she got to Eldora, her goal had been the same: to be a hero, to change the world. But now, holding Hazel in her arms, now, she knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that she would do whatever it took to live up to that ideal. "Your big sis 1T let you down." With one last squeeze, Melissa released her sister, standing up and squaring her shoulders. "All right, Hazy, I have to go now, but I'll be back before you know it, okay?" Hazel nodded, her eyes shining with excitement. It was clear the girl didn't quite get what was happening, but it didn't matter. Melissa would try her hardest to remain a constant presence in her life. And with that, she turned to her parents, giving them one last hug and kiss before striding out the door, her head held high. "All right, prestige class. Here I come." Chapter 34. The Prodigious Nim, Part 3. A week later, Melissa woke up to the sound of birds chirping outside her window. She blinked, momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings before remembering where she was. Right. Syx Academy. My new home. She sat up, stretching her arms above her head and glancing over at the empty bed across from her. Still no roommate, huh? Guess I get this place all to myself for a little while longer. Part of her was relieved. Sharing a living space with another person, especially a woman, while still adjusting to her newfound desires. Well, it was a daunting prospect, to say the least. Mainly because every year, just when she thought she had this all under control, they would get even worse. Puberty was an even bigger bitch in this world than it was on Earth, apparently. And it lasted longer. For Nim, anyway. But another part of her, the part that craved a bit of camaraderie, couldn't help but feel a bit of disappointment. She wondered what kind of person her roommate would be. A Darien? Another Nim? A Kitsune? She hoped it would be someone cool, at the very least. All these years, and I still haven't made any friends. Really, Melissa sighed. Oh well, plenty of time for awkward cohabitation later, I suppose. She swung her legs over the side of the bed, her eyes falling on the sheet of paper sitting on her desk. Her class schedule, neatly laid out in black and white. Melissa picked it up, scanning the list of courses with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Elemental magic, introduction to spellcrafting, magical theory. Looks like I'll be getting a crash course in all things arcane, as per Javer's recommendations. But as her gaze traveled further down the page, she frowned, a flicker of disappointment crossing her features. No swordsmanship classes. Damn. Although Melissa was making slow, steady progress toward becoming the most powerful mage in the world, she had made next to no progress when it came to her second goal, becoming the best fighter. She asked Javer for some lessons in the particular craft, but Javer refused, saying, "Teaching you how I fight would be a disservice if you're trying to be the best. You'll learn all my mistakes, my bad habits. Right now, you're a clean slate. We need to get you a good teacher." But over the last 8 years, that faceless individual had remained elusive. Guess I'll just have to keep looking, Melissa thought, setting the paper back down with a sigh. Maybe I can find a right teacher in the city. Who knows? She glanced at the clock, realizing with a start that she was going to be late for her first class if she didn't hurry. Throwing on her uniform and grabbing her bag, she raced out the door, her heart pounding with a mix of nerves and anticipation. As Melissa stepped into the classroom, she felt the weight of a dozen gazes falling on her shoulders. Some were curious, assessing, and in some cases, openly hostile. Well, look who's the center of attention, she thought wryly, fighting the urge to fidget under the scrutiny. The freak Nim who thinks she can play with the big kids. I'm guessing that's what they're thinking. She took a deep breath, remembering the exercises her mother had taught her, the ones designed to help her keep her cool, to stay centered and in control, even in the face of temptation. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Focus on the breath. Let everything else fall away. It was hard, though, with so many beautiful girls surrounding her and the hormones in her body going crazy at this age. The urge to let her eyes roam, to drink in every curve and bit of skin, was almost overwhelming. But she resisted, keeping her gaze fixed firmly ahead as she made her way to an empty seat near the back of the room. Keeping myself calm should stop my Nim pheromone production too. Need to keep that in mind. As she sat down, a flash of movement caught her eye. She glanced up, her heart skipping a beat. The Darien girl, the one Melissa had seen during the headmistress's speech, slid into a seat a few rows ahead. Oh great, like I needed another distraction. The Darien was just as striking as Melissa remembered. Huge, with arms that would already put Melistaire, a man who'd been working in manual labor for years, to shame. This girl, with her golden scales, white hair, and piercing orange eyes, simply huffed and crossed her muscular legs, her tail curling behind her. My Fujo senses are tingling. She is going to be trouble, Melissa thought. I can feel in my bones. Suddenly, the classroom door burst open. A girl stood in the doorway, her chest heaving as if she'd just run a marathon. Am I late? She asked loudly. No one answered. She blinked. I guess not. She stepped into the room. The girl had big, pink, fluffy ears, and an equally fluffy tail. What stood out, however, were her big green eyes. Familiar eyes that soon locked with Melissa S. Both girls literally gasped. No way, Melissa thought, her heart pounding in her chest. It can't be. Melissa? The girl asked. Isabella? Melissa's cousin. The girl Melissa had only seen one time was standing right in front of her, and she was making a beeline straight for Melissa's desk, her grin widening with every step. Melissa, Isabella squealed, practically launching herself at the Nim girl. Oh my gods, I can't believe it's really you. She wrapped Melissa in a bone-crushing hug, nuzzling her cheek against Melissa's like an overexcited puppy. Melissa's face flushed. Isabella. You. Huh. Isabella pulled back. It's so good to see you, cuz. Mom told me you'd be here, but I didn't think we'd be sharing classes. Wow. Haha. She punctuated her words with a series of loud, smacking kisses to Melissa's cheeks, her pink tail swaying back and forth behind her, each one sending a fresh wave of heat to the Nim girl's face. Melissa just blinked. Isabella seemed completely oblivious to her current state. Things got kind of lively all of a sudden. Chapter 35. The Prodigious Nim. Part 4. Javer stood at the window of her office, her gaze fixed on the sprawling grounds of Syux Academy. The early morning sun cast a golden glow over the carefully manicured lawns and towering spires, a sight that never failed to take her breath away. Today, however, there was something else on her mind, other than the Academy's exterior beauty. Her thoughts drifted to Melissa, the young Nim girl who had so thoroughly upended her world. She should be in her first class right now, Javer realized, glancing at the clock on the wall. I wonder how she's doing. Probably charming the pants off everyone. Hopefully. The sound of her office door opening pulled Javer from her musings. Given that the person didn't bother knocking or anything of the sort, Javer could guess who it was. She turned, her eyebrows raising as she saw the headmistress herself striding into the room. Eliana, Javer greeted, inclining her head respectfully. To what do I owe the pleasure? The headmistress fixed Javer with a look that could freeze lava. I think you know very well why I'm here, Javer, she said, her voice crisp and cool. The news of your little Nim protege has already spread throughout the city. People are talking, and not in a good way. Of course they are. Javer crossed her arms. Is she going to try to kick Melissa out? Like hell am I going to allow that? But the headmistress's next words caught Javer off guard. Javer, she's in the prestige class now. If Melissa Blackflame does not perform to the highest standards, it will reflect poorly on the Academy, Eliana said, her gaze boring into Javer's. People will say we lowered our standards. I cannot abide by that. This girl better be everything you said she is. Javer held back a sigh of relief. At least she's not trying to stand in Melissa's way. That is something. Still have to keep an eye out, though. There are many potential threats Melissa has no way of anticipating. A slow, confident smile spread across Javer's face. She met the headmistress's gaze unflinchingly, her voice ringing with conviction. You have nothing to worry about, Eliana. Melissa will exceed all expectations. I guarantee it. That girl has more talent and determination in her little fingers than most of these students have in their entire bodies. Those are borderline treasonous words you're speaking. You know some of the prospects that will be sharing her classes, right? How could I not? It's all anyone has been talking about, aside from Melissa. The roster that was set to begin studying this year had the potential to be the most talented generation the Academy had seen yet. And still, Javer said, I predict Melissa will stand at the top, regardless. You could trust me on that. The headmistress studied Javer for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then slowly she nodded. I hope you're right, Javer, for all our sakes. Because if you're not, she let the implication hang in the air, heavy and ominous. Javer just smiled. I am. Melissa Blackflame is going to change the world. I'm sure of that, and we'll be lucky to be a part of it. The headmistress gave a final, curt nod, then turned on her heel and strode out of the office, leaving Javer alone with her thoughts. You got this, Melissa, she thought, turning back to the window and gazing out at the academy grounds. "You're going to show them all what a nim can do. And I'll be right there beside you, every step of the way." Melissa squirmed in her seat. Isabella was sitting on Melissa's lap, one arm thrown over Melissa's shoulder. "Oh my God, Isabella, what are you doing?" Melissa screamed internally, acutely aware of the snickers and whispers rippling through the classroom. Isabella," she hissed, trying to keep her voice low. "Can you please sit in your own seat? People are staring." Isabella just grinned, nuzzling her cheek against Melissa's like a contented cat. "But I'm sitting in my seat." "Silly." Melissa's blush deepened, and she could swear she heard a distinctly amused chuckle coming from someone nearby. The worst part was a large part of Melissa's instincts were telling her to not get Isabella off her. In fact, to pull her even closer. Traitorous hormones. Stop reacting. React later. In private. At the same time, Melissa knew she had to urge her to move. If Isabella hadn't been affected by Melissa's pheromones yet, it would probably happen soon. And that was a can of worms Melissa had no intention of opening right now. "Izzy, please," Melissa begged, trying to squirm out from under her cousin's weight. "I'm serious. You need to get your own chair." Isabella pouted, her fluffy ears drooping slightly. "My heart." "Fine," she sighed, sliding off Melissa's lap with exaggerated reluctance. "But only because you asked so nicely." She plopped down into the seat right next to Melissa, still close enough that their shoulders brushed with every movement. Melissa let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding, trying to ignore the lingering warmth of Isabella's body against her own. "Okay, crisis averted. Now, if I can just make it through this class without any more." Her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the classroom door opening once more. Melissa looked up, expecting to see another late student stumbling in. Instead, she found herself staring at a man much older-looking than anyone in the classroom, a tall, lanky man with smooth, gray hair and a serene expression on his face. "Good morning, everyone," he said, his voice soft but carrying effortlessly through the room. "I know you're all eager to dive into the mysteries and wonders of magic, but let us take a moment to settle down, shall we?" The class quieted, the earlier buzz of excitement and chatter fading into respectful silence. The professor smiled, nodding approvingly. "Thank you. Now, I understand the allure of the more flashy, impressive aspects of magic. The grand spells, the powerful incantations, the world-altering feats of arcane might." Melissa caught his eyes twinkling. "But before we can run, we must first learn to walk. And that, my dear students, is where we will begin today, with the fundamentals, the building blocks upon which all greater magics are built." Melissa leaned forward in her seat, her earlier embarrassment forgotten in the face of her growing curiosity. "The fundamentals, huh? This should be interesting." She glanced over at Isabella, expecting to see a similar look of interest on her cousin's face. But to her surprise, the Kitsune girl was staring off into space, a dreamy expression on her features. "Oh, I know that look." Melissa followed Isabella's gaze, her eyebrows raising as she realized just who had captured her cousin's attention. Melissa rolled her eyes. "The Darien girl?" She shook her head, trying to focus. Melissa turned her attention back to the professor, determined to focus on the lesson at hand. "All right, magic fundamentals. Lay it on me. I'm ready to learn." Isabella, 8 years ago. Isabella met the most beautiful girl in the world. That girl was now sitting beside her. As the professor droned on about the basics of magical theory, Isabella found her gaze drifting, time and time again, toward her. Melissa, she thought, a warm, giddy feeling bubbling up in her chest. Gods, she is even cuter than I remembered. It had been 8 long years since that fateful day in the village, when Isabella had first laid eyes on her. 8 years of patient training later, and now she was well on her way to being a master sorceress. But through it all, through the endless hours of study and practice and mind-numbing boredom, one thing had remained constant. The memory of Melissa's face, her shy smile, her bright, inquisitive, crimson eyes. And what she and Melissa had seen that day. Remember what I showed you, Isabella? Isabella smirked, half closing her eyes. Oh, I did. And now you're here, right next to me. Close enough to touch. Isabella's fingers twitched, itching to reach out and brush against Melissa's soft, purple skin. But she restrained herself, knowing that her cousin likely wanted to maintain a low profile. My little antics might have harmed her chances of doing that, but I couldn't help it. She's here, and she's so adorable. Isabella sighed. Calm yourself, she thought. You've waited this long to reconnect. You can wait a little longer. The class flew by. Soon, students were packing up their things and heading for the door, eager to get to their next lesson. Isabella saw her chance. She leaned over, pressing herself against Melissa's side with a coy smile. So cuz she purred, batting her eyelashes. What do you say we ditch the next class and go find a quiet corner to catch up? It's been years. I want to know how you've been. Melissa stiffened, her cheeks flushing a delightful shade of pink. Isabella, we can't just skip class on the first day. Isabella pouted, nuzzling her face into Melissa's neck. Come on. Don't you want to spend some quality time with your cousin? We're family. Surely, all this stuff is secondary to that fact. Melissa squirmed, gently but firmly pushing Isabella away. We'll have plenty of time to catch up later. But right now, we need to focus on our studies. Isabella sighed, but she couldn't help the fond smile that tugged at her lips. Always so responsible. Given what my mother told me about her, the achievements she's been stacking already, I guess I should have seen that coming. All right. But don't think you're off the hook that easily. I fully intend to monopolize your attention later. And with that, they headed off to their next class. Isabella sat at the back of the room, her gaze once again fixed on Melissa. She's taking notes, Isabella realized, a surge of affection washing over her. Of course she is, probably writing down every single word the professor says. She's a nerd? Goo. Just then, the professor called for attention. All right, class. I do like to get a sense of where everyone is in terms of practical skills. Would anyone like to come up and demonstrate a spell they've learned? The room fell silent. The students all glanced at each other nervously. Oh, this is too perfect. Obviously, everyone here thinks they're powerful. The reason no one is walking up right now is, rather, because no one wants to put a target on their backs. She smirked. However, don't really give a damn. Isabella's hand shot up, a confident grin on her face. I'll do it, Professor. She bounded to the front of the room, her tail swishing behind her. Turning to face the class, she let her eyes lock with Melissa's. Isabella took a deep breath, centering herself. Then, with a flourish of her hand, she began to cast. Aer Spiritus Ventus. A gust of wind swirled around her, lifting her hair and tugging at her clothes. It grew stronger, faster, until a miniature tornado danced at her fingertips. The class gasped collectively. Several had wide eyes and jaws acquainting themselves with their desks. But Isabella only had eyes for Melissa. Hers was the only reaction she cared to see. Do you see, Melissa? I am very powerful, aren't I? The Nim girl stared back, her expression a mix of surprise and something else. Something that made Isabella's heart skip a beat. As the wind died down and the class erupted into applause, Isabella bowed and walked back to her chair. Just you wait, cousin. I will be the strongest sorceress in the world, one day. And when I am, I will have you by my side. Chapter 36. The Prodigious Nim, Part 5. Melissa watched, transfixed, as Isabella's miniature tornado danced on her palm. Wow, that was amazing, Melissa thought, her eyes sparkling. I never really delved into wind magic before, but seeing Isabella wield it like that, I definitely need to do some research when I get back to the dorm. As Isabella returned to her seat, basking in the applause of her classmates, the professor cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention back to the front of the room. Thank you for that excellent demonstration, Miss Isabella, he said, nodding appreciatively. Your control over wind magic is quite remarkable for someone your age. Which brings me to our next topic, affinities. The professor began to pace, his hands clasped behind his back as he launched into his lecture. As you may have noticed, some of you may find certain types of magic come more naturally to you than others. This is because everyone has an affinity, a school of magic that resonates with their innermost being. Melissa frowned when she heard that. An affinity? But Haven T felt particularly drawn to any one type of magic. I mean, I've tried elemental spells and a few others, but nothing else really stood out as being easier or stronger for me. She thought back to her experiments with magic over the past few years, trying to recall if she ever felt a particular surge of power or ease when casting certain spells. Then again, Haven T exactly tried every school of magic out there. Some, apparently, are pretty hard to research unless you look in specific places. She reminded herself of the different schools of magic: elemental, arcane, life, and mind. There were other minor schools, but these were the most prominent. I've never even seen arcane, mind, or life magic. Maybe I just haven't found my affinity yet. The professor continued, oblivious to Melissa's internal musings. Of course, having an affinity doesn't mean you can't learn and master spells from other schools. It simply means that you may have an easier time with certain types of magic, and your spells in that school may be more potent. Melissa nodded slowly. She glanced over at Isabella, who was listening intently to the professor's words. I wonder what her affinity is. Wind, obviously, is one of them, but maybe she has others too. I'll have to ask her later. As the introduction to spellcrafting class dragged on, Melissa found herself fighting the urge to yawn. Her enthusiasm for the prestige courses had slowly but surely dimmed. Seriously? This is all stuff I figured out when I was 9, she thought, her eyes glazing over as the professor droned on about the basics of spell sign construction and essence manipulation. Come on, give me something new to work with here. She idly doodled in her notebook, her mind wandering to more interesting topics, like the research she planned to do on wind magic. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the class came to an end. Melissa gathered her things, eager to move on to magical theory and hopefully learn something that would actually show her something new. As she stepped out into the hallway, a familiar voice called out to her. Melissa, wait up. Suddenly, Melissa found herself engulfed in a warm, fluffy embrace as Isabella threw her arms around her from behind. Oof. Isabella. What the? Isabella nuzzled her face against Melissa's neck, her tail swishing happily behind her. I almost missed you, she chirped, planting a kiss on Melissa's cheek. Wasn't that class just the most boring thing ever? I thought I was going to die of old age before it ended. God, she is still so fucking cute. Melissa sighed. If someone was going to be as pushy as Isabella, having them be this adorable did alleviate what would otherwise be a simple annoyance. Maybe this is exactly what I need, she mused, thinking back to her mother's warnings about the challenges of being a nim. Having someone who is so open and affectionate, who doesn't shy away from physical contact. It can help me stay grounded. She glanced at Isabella. She probably knows that, doesn't she? Plus, she had to admit, it was heartwarming to have someone so genuinely excited to see her. It was pretty dull, Melissa agreed. She made no effort to extract herself from Isabella's hold, figuring there was no reason to. But hey, at least we got to see your awesome wind magic in action. That was seriously impressive. Isabella beamed, her eyes sparkling. You really think so? I've been working on that spell for ages. I want to be the strongest sorceress in the world someday, you know? And I think wind magic might just be my avenue toward that path. Melissa raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The strongest sorceress, huh? That's a pretty big goal. What made you decide on that? Isabella shrugged, looping her arm through Melissa's as they walked. If something interests you, is it not then your responsibility to be the best at it? Hearing Isabella talk was odd. Her accent and voice made her sound like a stereotypical gyro, but here she was speaking some honest-to-God wisdom. Having an interest and not putting your heart into it, not striving to be the very best at it. I believe it's a disservice to yourself and a disservice to everyone who has ever practiced that hobby as well. Wow, Melissa blinked. She couldn't say she expected such a reasoning out of a girl who looked as carefree as Isabella. I guess I should try to get to know her a little better. Plus, she added, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, if I'm the strongest sorceress, that means I can protect those I love. Like you, Isabella's words continued to echo in Melissa's mind as they made their way to magical theory. The Kitsune's bubbly demeanor took on a new light now that Melissa had a glimpse into the gears making her mind work. She's not just some airhead, Melissa realized, a newfound respect blossoming in her chest. There's a real fire inside her, a passion for excellence. I can relate. It was an attractive quality, Melissa had to admit. As they entered the magical theory classroom, Melissa was surprised to find the desks arranged in a circle, with the professor standing in the center. It was a far cry from the traditional lecture-style setup she'd been expecting. Welcome, class, the professor greeted them, her voice rich and surprisingly sweet. In this course, we will be delving into the deeper questions surrounding magic, the ethics, the history, the very nature of the power we wield. Melissa leaned forward, intrigued. The professor began by outlining the four main schools of magic: elemental, arcane, life, and mind, and the unique characteristics and applications of each. Now, can anyone tell me why most forms of life magic, outside of healing, are illegal? She asked, her gaze sweeping over the room. A hand shot up, belonging to a sharp-featured human boy. Because it's unnatural, he said, his voice dripping with disdain. Messing with the fundamental forces of life and death. It goes against the natural order of things. The professor nodded, but her expression was neutral. That is one perspective, yes. But consider this, is not all magic in a sense unnatural? We are bending the very fabric of reality to our will, after all. The professor paced side to side. Healing, interestingly enough, is not outlawed. It's not hard to see why, of course, given its practical benefits. But I ask you, she smirked, is restoring a wound not equally as unnatural as making one? The class grew silent. One girl threw a hand up. Ma'am, are you advocating for blood magic? Huh. The professor shook her head with a smile. Not at all. If healing is legal due to its practical benefits, then it makes perfect sense for blood magic to be illegal due to its pervasive and abhorrent consequences. I merely ask that you think more deeply about the magic you are all trying to wield. That is all. The class continued in this vein, exploring the history and implications of each magical school. Melissa found herself thoroughly engrossed, her pen flying across the pages of her notebook as she jotted down every thought-provoking point and counterargument the professor made. By the time the class ended, Melissa's head was buzzing. She barely registered Isabella's hand on her arm as the kitsune led her out of the classroom, too caught up in her own musings to pay much attention to their surroundings. That is until she found herself being pushed into a bathroom, the door swinging shut behind them with a click. Isabella? What? But her words were cut off as Isabella pressed her up against the wall. Melissa's eyes widened. Isabella had a big smirk on her face. Finally, I have you all to myself, the kitsune purred, her face mere inches from Melissa's. I thought that class would never end. Melissa's heart raced, her body responding instinctively to the heat of Isabella's proximity. The air between them seemed to crackle with tension, a heady mix of desire and anticipation. Oh God, is this really happening? Here, now, in the middle of the school day? But even as her rational mind tried to assert itself, Melissa found herself leaning into Isabella's touch, her eyes fluttering closed as the kitsune's breath ghosted across her skin. Izzy, she managed, her voice breathy and weak. We can't. Not here. Shoo, Isabella murmured, trailing a finger along Melissa's jawline. Just relax, Melissa. Let me take care of you. She felt the coolness of the wall against her back as Isabella's slender but surprisingly strong frame kept her in place. The fox girl's warm breath fanned across her lips. And maybe we should. Melissa's voice wavered, her hands instinctively pushing against Isabella's shoulders. But in the process, her fingers ended up curling into the soft fabric of Isabella's shirt instead of shoving her away. Isabella's lips quirked into a knowing smile. "Should what, Melissa?" she purred, her voice a low, velvety murmur that sent shivers down Melissa's spine. "You need this, don't you?" Melissa stopped. Isabella wasn't wrong. Melissa took a deep breath. That shy, nervous girl within her, trying to push Isabella away, was snuffed out in an instant. I do need this," Melissa swallowed, reaching over and holding Isabella's cheek softly. "I can't deny that." Isabella looked absolutely ecstatic. Before Melissa could say anything, Isabella's mouth claimed hers. Melissa's protests melted away as Isabella's tongue swept into her mouth, coaxing a soft moan from deep within her. This was it, her first kiss, on the very first day of school, no less. Her resolve crumbled, hands sliding up to tangle in Isabella's hair, the silky, pink strands slipping through her fingers like water. The kiss deepened, Isabella's body pressing harder against Melissa's. The kiss started off slow, a gentle meeting of lips that sent a warm shiver through Melissa. Isabella's soft, plush lips moved slowly, savoring the moment. Melissa's breath hitched when she felt Isabella's tongue poke at her lips. As she granted access to it, the kiss deepened, growing more fervent. The fox girl's hands roamed over Melissa's body, pulling her closer, pressing her against the wall harder. Melissa felt like she could get lost in this. It felt great. She could make out with Isabella for the rest of the day, if she wasn't careful. But then Melissa felt something press against her abdomen. "HM?" She glanced down. Melissa gasped. She broke the kiss, eyes wide with shock. Isabella had male anatomy. Chapter 37. The Prodigious Nym, Part 6. What the... She has a... Isabella, sensing Melissa's surprise, released her hold and took a step back. A flicker of uncertainty crossed her face, but it was quickly replaced by that same mischievous grin. "Surprised?" she purred, her tail swishing playfully behind her. "I thought you would have known this about my kind by now. You really didn't know about this?" She moved like she was going to raise her skirt further. Melissa blinked, her mind reeling as she tried to process this new information. She swallowed hard, her cheeks flushing with a mix of embarrassment and confusion. I need to go," she mumbled before sprinting out of the bathroom. Immediately, she began to make a beeline for the library. Her heart was pounding as she made her way there, her thoughts a jumbled mess. "Okay, Melissa, okay. Kitsune can be hermaphrodites. Is that common knowledge? How did I miss that in all my research?" She burst into the library, ignoring the startled looks from the other students as she made a beeline for the section on Eldora's races. She scanned the shelves, her fingers trembling slightly as she pulled out a thick tome titled The Peoples of Eldora, a comprehensive guide. Flipping through the pages, she found a section on Kitsune and began to read, her eyes widening with each new piece of information. While a majority of Kitsune are born female, approximately 30 of the population are hermaphrodites, possessing both male and female reproductive organs. Melissa's jaw dropped. 30%. She kept reading. Similarly, the Darien race has an even higher incidence of hermaphroditism, with roughly 40 of individuals being born with dual sexes. 40% of Darians, too? Seriously? Melissa shook her head in disbelief. How is this not more widely known? Or am I just that oblivious? It made sense, however. Kitsune, specifically, were an all-female race. Up until now, Melissa had simply believed they got all their children by mating outside of their race. Now, she understood that part of why an all-female race could propagate itself like this. That was because 30 of those females were born with something extra. She slumped back in her chair, the book falling closed in her lap as she stared off into space. So Isabella is a hermaphrodite, and apparently, it's not even that uncommon among her kind. Wow. A part of her felt foolish for reacting so strongly, for running away like a scared little girl. It's not like it changes who she is, Melissa reasoned, a bit of guilt twisting in her gut. But, wow, I didn't think. Melissa just sat there, staring off into the distance. Wow. Melissa took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing thoughts as she made her way back to her dorm room. Okay, so Isabella has it. Wow. She shook her head, still marveling at this unexpected revelation. But even as she tried to rationalize it, Melissa couldn't deny the wave of confusing emotions that crashed over her. The feel of Isabella's lips against hers, the press of their bodies, the heat that had coiled in her belly. It all came rushing back, and Melissa felt her face flush with a mix of embarrassment and something else, something that made her heart race and her skin tingle. Oh God, she thought, stumbling into her room and closing the door behind her. What is happening to me? She sank down on her bed, burying her face in her hands as she tried to make sense of it all. The desire that had been building within her, the need that Isabella's touch had ignited. It was almost too much to bear. She flopped back onto her mattress, staring up at the ceiling as her mind raced. What do I do now? She wondered, biting her lip without thinking. She reached down and adjusted her skirt, her fingers hesitating for only a moment before they slipped beneath the fabric. The touch made her catch her breath. She bit her lip, her eyes fluttering closed as she took a moment to collect herself, her breath coming in short, uneven gasps. But just as she started to lose herself in the moment, someone opened the door. Melissa's eyes flew open, her heart leaping into her throat. She froze, her hand stilling over herself as the door opened. A woman walked in, one Melissa hadn't seen till now. Her eyes locked with Melissa's, only for a few seconds, and then fell on Melissa's hand, buried between her legs. Then she looked back at Melissa's eyes, and she closed the door without a word. Melissa could just about die from embarrassment at that moment. Fuck. Moments earlier, Raven knelt before her master, her head bowed in submission. The room was dimly lit. She almost couldn't see her master's face. You understand your mission, Raven? Her master's voice was cold, devoid of emotion. The Nim girl, Melissa Blackflame. She must be eliminated at the predetermined time. Why not kill her now? Raven asked quietly. Just as classes are starting? Too many eyes are on her. You eliminate her now, a lot of people are going to wonder where the rumored Nim girl went. Get it? In truth, she did not. But it was her place to argue any more than she had. Raven nodded, her voice steady as she said, Yes, master. I understand. Good. Do not fail me in this. With those final words, Raven was dismissed. She rose, bowing once more before exiting the chamber. Her footsteps echoed through the empty hallways as she made her way to the dormitory bathrooms. Once inside, she approached the mirror, staring at her reflection. Raven's black hair fell in straight, silky strands around her face, a stark contrast to her pale skin. Her body was lean, all wiry muscle and sharp angles, a testament to the years of grueling training she'd endured. But it was her eyes that always drew the most attention. Gray as storm clouds, with that scar to accompany them. A thin, jagged line that ran from her left eyebrow, down over her eyelid, and ended just below her cheekbone. A reminder of her first mission. Her first kill. Raven exhaled slowly, tearing her gaze away from the mirror. Focus, she told herself sternly. You have a job to do. She exited the bathroom, her mind already running through the details of her mission. But as she rounded a corner, lost in thought, she collided with someone. Instantly, Raven's instincts kicked in. Years of training with the Shadow Mages had honed her reflexes to a razor's edge. In a blink, she had the person pinned against the wall, one hand at their throat, the other reaching for the hidden blade strapped to her thigh. Whoa, easy. The girl gasped, her hands raised in surrender. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Raven blinked. Reality came rushing back in. The person she grabbed was just another student, a harmless civilian. She released them, taking a step back. Forgive me. I was distracted. The student rubbed her neck, eyeing Raven warily. Yeah, no kidding. You got quite the grip there. Raven just nodded, not trusting herself to speak. She could feel her heart pounding, adrenaline still singing in her veins. Get it together, Raven. You can't afford to slip up like that. For now, all you need to do is monitor that girl. Nothing more. She hurried away, leaving the bewildered student behind. Finally, she arrived at the dormitory. She walked quickly toward room 317, Melissa's room, her target's room, but when she opened the door, she froze. Melissa was on her bed, cheeks flushed, clearly in the middle of a private moment. Her eyes locked with Raven's, widening in shock and embarrassment. For a long moment, neither of them moved. Raven just stared, her mind struggling to process the unexpected scene. Then, without a word, Raven stepped back into the hallway and closed the door. She stood there for a minute, blinking rapidly as she thought. This was not part of the training. Chapter 38. The Prodigious Nim. Part 7. Melissa lay motionless on her bed, her face buried in her pillow as she tried her best to suffocate herself. I'm going to die, she thought, her entire body burning with embarrassment. I'm actually going to die right here, right now, and honestly, that might be the best outcome. She rolled on her back, staring up at the ceiling. Maybe I should just never do that again. Ever. For the rest of my life. Yep, that's it. Melissa Blackflame, the Nim who swore a vow. Has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? Just as she was considering the logistics of becoming a celibate hermit mage, the door creaked open once more. Melissa sprang to her feet so quickly she nearly toppled over, her face flushing an even deeper shade of purple. I'm so sorry, she blurted out, her words tumbling over each other in her haste. I didn't mean to. I was just... Oh God, I'm so embarrassed. The dark-haired girl held up a hand, cutting off Melissa's rambling apology. It's fine, she said, her voice cool and controlled. I should have knocked. It was my error. Melissa stopped. Whoa, she thought, blinking. Her voice is amazing. The girl who just spoken now, whose gray eyes quickly ran up and down Melissa's body, had a voice that Melissa could only describe as being like water being poured slowly from a pitcher. Her voice is so deep, too, for someone as tiny as she is. Raven was Melissa's same height, and sometimes Melissa felt like an ant as she walked around the academy. She stepped fully into the room, closing the door behind her. I'm Raven, she said, giving a small, formal bow. I believe I'm to be your roommate. Melissa blinked. Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Melissa, she replied, automatically extending her hand for a shake. Melissa Blackflame. Raven flinched back. That act made Melissa flinch too. Raven's eyes widened slightly before she quickly brought her features back into neutrality. Melissa stayed frozen, her hand hanging awkwardly in the air between them. What was that about? She wondered, slowly lowering her arm. Oh no, my bad. Maybe she's just not used to physical contact. Deciding not to make a big deal of it, Melissa forced a smile. So, welcome to our room, I guess. Sorry again about earlier. I promised that one TB like a regular occurrence or anything. Raven nodded, her gray eyes scanning the room with an odd amount of intensity. It's fine, she repeated, moving to the empty bed. I'm sure we'll get along well, Melissa Blackflame. It is a pleasure to meet another talented mage. Something about the way Raven said her name sent a small shiver down Melissa's spine, but she brushed it off as lingering embarrassment. Melissa watched as Raven meticulously unpacked her belongings, each movement precise and calculated. The silence stretched between them, thick and uncomfortable. Come on, Melissa, she thought, fidgeting with the hem of her skirt. Say something. Anything. So, where are you from? Melissa asked, wincing internally at how forced it sounded. Raven paused, her hand hovering over a neatly folded shirt. I'm from the eastern provinces, she replied, her voice still so achingly smooth. A small town called Mirefall. Oh, cool. I've never been there. What is it like? It is quaint. Raven answered quickly. Lots of farmland. Very peaceful. Raven's eyes didn't meet Melissa as she spoke, focusing instead on her unpacking. What about your family? Do you have any siblings? One brother, Raven answered just as promptly. He younger. Wants to be a baker. Each response came quickly. Efficiently. Melissa thought, frowning slightly. That sounded rehearsed, like she was reciting lines from a play. Melissa frowned, but she pushed on. It didn't matter. This is my chance, she realized, a spark of excitement igniting in her chest. After 8 years, I might finally have one friend. Taking a deep breath, Melissa stood up, careful to maintain a respectful distance from Raven. Clearly, the girl appreciated having some space to herself, if the way she flinched earlier was any indication. Hey, I was thinking of taking a walk around campus. Get some fresh air, maybe explore a bit. Would you like to come with me? Raven's hand stilled, her eyes flickering with something. Surprise? Uncertainty? For a moment, she seemed to be weighing her options, an internal debate playing out behind those stormy gray eyes. Finally, she nodded. Yes, she said, her voice softer than before. I think I'd like that. Melissa beamed, her heart soaring. Great. Let us go then. Raven walked beside Melissa, her eyes darting over the Nim girl's form. The purple skin, the horns, the tail. All of it screamed other, dangerous, disgusting. Yet here Melissa was, strolling along as if she belonged. Her skirt swishing with each step, exposing flashes of thigh. It would be so easy, Raven thought, her fingers twitching towards the hidden blade strapped to her thigh. One quick movement, and it'd be over. No one would even notice until it was too late. But she restrained herself, remembering her master's words. Not yet. Not here. So what do you think of the academy so far? Melissa's voice cut through Raven's murderous thoughts. Without thinking, Raven replied, It's nothing compared to where I trained. The words were out before she could stop them. Raven's heart skipped a beat, realizing her mistake. Fool, that's not part of your cover story. But Melissa's eyes lit up with interest. Oh, where did you train before? It must have been impressive. Raven swallowed hard, her mind racing. I can take it back now. I'll have to improvise. It was different, she said carefully, more focused on practical applications than theory. The training grounds were underground, carved into the bedrock. Not like these airy classrooms and sunlit courtyards. Melissa smiled, fangs peeking out slightly. That sounds fascinating. I'd love to hear more about it someday. Raven found her gaze drawn to those lips, the way they curved upwards, how they parted just slightly as Melissa spoke. She shook her head, snapping herself out of it. Ah, there it is, she reminded herself sternly. Remember what you were taught. Nim are manipulators. They use affection as a weapon. Don't let your guard down. But as they continued their walk, Raven couldn't help but notice how Melissa's eyes sparkled when she talked, how her laughter seemed to brighten the air around them. Stay strong, she told herself. Don't fall for her tricks. You have a mission to complete. As they rounded a corner, a tall woman with sunlight-colored hair approached them, her eyes lighting up at the sight of Melissa. Melissa, how are you settling in? The woman asked, her voice warm and rich. Melissa beamed, her tail swishing behind her. I'm doing great, thanks. Oh, let me introduce you. This is my new roommate, Raven. Raven, this is Javer. Javer's gaze shifted to Raven, her eyes sharp and assessing. Raven felt a chill run down her spine, her muscles tensing involuntarily. There was something in the older woman's gaze, a flicker of suspicion. Does she know? Raven wondered, her heart rate picking up. Is my cover blown already? For a moment, the air between them crackled with tension. Raven's hand twitched, ready to reach for her hidden weapon at the slightest provocation. But then Javer's expression softened, and she offered a polite smile. A pleasure to meet you, Raven. I'm afraid I must get back to my office papers to grade. You know how it is. You two enjoy your walk. With a quick bow, Javer turned and strode away, her robes billowing behind her. Raven watched her go, eyes narrowed, every muscle in her body still coiled tight. So, shall we continue? Melissa's voice made Raven flinch, her hand jerking towards her thigh before she caught herself. Melissa's eyes widened slightly, but her voice remained calm. We don't have to if you're not feeling up to it. I know it can be overwhelming, meeting new people. Raven took a deep breath, forcing her muscles to relax. No, it's fine, she said, her voice carefully controlled. Let's keep going. I'd like to see more of the campus. As they resumed their walk, Raven couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. But by who? Javer, or someone else? Chapter 39. The Prodigious Nim. Part 8. Melissa's eyes fluttered open, the soft morning light filtering through the curtains. She turned, expecting to see Raven still asleep in her nearby bed, but found it empty and neatly made. Huh, must be an early riser, she thought, stretching languidly. Just then, the door creaked open. Raven slipped inside, moving with a quiet grace that seemed almost predatory. Melissa's breath caught in her throat. Raven stood there, clad in nothing but a sports bra and tight shorts. Her body was covered in a shiny layer of sweat. Good Lord! Melissa's eyes traced the defined lines of her abs, the noticeable muscles of her legs, and the graceful curve of her neck. Oh wow! Raven's gray eyes met Melissa's, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Good morning, she said, her voice husky from exertion. She didn't say anything else. And morning, Melissa stammered, her cheeks flushing purple. That was all. Later in class, Melissa found her mind drifting back to that morning. The image of Raven, strong and firm, and someone poked her ribs. Eldora, to Melissa, Isabella giggled, her green eyes twinkling with mischief. What has got you so distracted, Or should I be asking? Who? Melissa felt her face heat up again. And no one. I mean nothing. I'm just thinking about the lesson. Isabella raised an eyebrow, clearly not buying it. Uh-huh. Sure you are. And I'm the Queen of Yalmer. Melissa opened her mouth to retort, but the professor's voice cleared his throat. Miss Blackflame. Miss Summer. Is there something you'd like to share with the class? Melissa sank lower in her seat. And no, Professor. Sorry. As the professor droned on, then, about the intricacies of spell creation, Melissa inevitably found her thoughts drifting once again to Raven. Not for too long, though. And for your semester project, you will be working in pairs to develop your own unique spell, the professor announced. Melissa blinked. Isabella practically bounced in her seat, her fluffy tail swishing back and forth with excitement. Did you hear that? We're going to be making a spell together. Melissa grinned at her cousin's enthusiasm, a flicker of hope igniting in her chest. Working with Isabella would be a dream scenario. Melissa could get to work, and she'd have a willing partner to keep her needs in check. But as the professor began assigning partners, that hope slowly deflated. Isabella Summer and Jalen Folden. What? Jalen? Melissa looked around, finding that, indeed, Jalen was in the classroom. Javer's niece had simply been hiding this whole time from Melissa, rather successfully, until now. Isabella's ears drooped slightly. Ugh, fine. I guess that girl's cute too. She quickly plastered on a smile that looked a bit forced and started waving at the human girl across the room. Then, Melissa heard. Melissa Blackflame and Armia Dustscale. Armia. Okay, who exactly? Melissa's heart skipped a beat. There was just one person looking back at her. The Darien girl. She's Armia? She glanced over to where she sat, her golden scales glinting under the spirit crystals set up along the walls, illuminating the class. As if sensing her gaze, Armia turned, her piercing orange eyes locking with Melissa's. A shiver ran down Melissa's spine. Whether from fear or something else, she couldn't quite say. Please take a moment to meet with your partner and discuss your initial ideas, the professor instructed. Melissa swallowed hard, gathering her courage as she approached Armia's desk. The Darien girl stood, and Melissa stopped breathing. Armia towered over her, standing at least a head and a half taller than Melissa. Melissa found herself eye level with Armia's chest, the fabric of her uniform straining against her muscular frame. Melissa swallowed. She could break me in half with a flick. Then, she shook her head, trying to focus. I'm Melissa, she managed, and even her own ears, she sounded like a mouse compared to this chick. The Darien woman just glared at her. Armia couldn't believe her rotten luck. Here she was, trying her best to blend in with the humans, to prove that she belonged in this academy just as much as they did. And she gets paired up with a Nim. Great. Just great, she thought bitterly. Now we look like some kind of circus act. As Melissa approached, Armia felt her tail swaying back and forth behind her, an involuntary display of her agitation. She fixed the smaller girl with a stern glare, her orange eyes narrowed. It was petty, sure, but she was trying to make it as clear as she possibly could that she did not like this without having to say it. A proper noblewoman needed to remain dignified and as polite as possible. After all, Melissa seemed to falter under the intensity of her gaze, but to Armia's surprise, she didn't back down. So, what kind of spells are you good at, Armia? Melissa asked, her voice tentative but determined. Water magic, she answered after a moment, her tone clipped and curt. She was lying. Given that Darien were, naturally, associated with their usual affinity for fire magic and their ability to breathe it, she was determined to make the exact opposite her specialty. Melissa's eyes widened. Oh wow, that is really impressive. I haven't really learned many utility spells myself. But water magic is so elegant and, yep, Armia interrupted, not wanting to encourage the Nim girl's rambling. And an awkward silence fell between them, Melissa fidgeting nervously while Armia stared her down. This is going to be a long semester, Armia thought, resisting the urge to sigh. But as the seconds ticked by, she realized that there was no changing the situation. Like it or not, she was stuck with Melissa as her partner. The least she could do was try to make the best of it. What about you? She forced herself to ask, startling Melissa out of her nervous fidgeting. What kind of magic do you like? Melissa blinked, surprised by the question. Then, a tentative smile spread across her face. I don't really have a preference. I'm trying to learn as many as I can, from whichever schools of magic I can. Is that right? Armia raised a brow. I don't think that's wise. Different schools of magic have different patterns, different muscle memory. But whatever. So, then, what kind of spell would you like to make? Well, what you said just now makes me think maybe we should combine our strengths. Like, maybe we could make a combat spell that also has some utility applications? Armia considered this for a moment. It was a terrible idea, actually. I suppose that could work, she admitted grudgingly. We could start by brainstorming some basic concepts and go from there. Melissa's smile widened, her purple cheeks flushing with excitement. Great. I have some ideas already. Actually, like, what if we made a spell that could create a defensive barrier, but also had offensive capabilities? An exploding barrier. Or maybe Armia stopped her, putting her index finger to the Nim's lips. Perhaps we should discuss this elsewhere. No? Some of our classmates might not value originality like we do. Melissa blinked. Oh, okay. Yeah, Professor, Armia addressed the man. May we discuss the project elsewhere? Certainly. And with that, they left the classroom. As they stepped out into the hallway, Armia paused, considering their options. The last thing she wanted was to be seen fraternizing with a Nim girl around the academy. If anyone got the wrong idea and thought they were actually friends, she got chills just thinking about it. No, that won't do at all, she thought firmly. Listen, she said, turning to face Melissa. I think it would be best if we continued this discussion at my home. Would that be all right with you? Melissa blinked, surprise flickering across her face. Oh, sure, if you think that's best. Armia nodded curtly, already striding towards the exit. Follow me, and try to keep up. The walk to Armia's home was silent, the Darien girl setting a brisk pace while Melissa struggled to match her longer strides. By the time they arrived at the modest dwelling, Melissa was slightly out of breath, her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of purple. Armia smirked down at her. Don't walk this much often. Do you? What? I do, it's just, you were in such a hurry. Armia shrugged. She paused at the door, turning to fix Melissa with a stern look. Before we go in, a word of warning. My family can be intense. Just stay quiet and let me do the talking, got it? Melissa nodded, her eyes wide and nervous. Satisfied, Armia pushed open the door and stepped inside, Melissa trailing hesitantly behind her. And if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times, Darien. You can't just skip your training whenever you feel like it. Armia's father's booming voice echoed through the house, making Melissa flinch. In the living room, Armia's younger brother Darien stood facing their father, his posture defiant. Yeah, well maybe I'm sick of training all the time, Darien retorted, his tail lashing behind him. Maybe I want to actually have a life outside of becoming a perfect little soldier. Why, you disrespectful little... Armia cleared her throat loudly, cutting off her father's tirade. Both men turned, their eyes widening as they caught sight of Melissa. For a while, there was nothing but silence. Then, Armia's father spoke, his voice dangerously calm. Armia, would you care to explain why you've brought a Nim into our home? You didn't buy a slave without my knowledge, did you? Armia straightened her spine, meeting her father's gaze steadily. This is Melissa Blackflame, father. She's my partner for a class assignment. A class assignment? Her father's eyes narrowed. She. He was clearly in disbelief. But he shook his head. And you thought it appropriate to bring her here? We needed a quiet place to work, Armia replied, careful to keep her tone even and respectful. I assure you, it's purely academic. We'll be out of your way in no time. Her father studied Melissa for a long moment, his gaze intense and calculating. Melissa shifted uncomfortably under the scrutiny, her tail curling around her leg. Very well, he said at last, though his tone made it clear he was far from pleased. But I expect you to maintain proper decorum, Armia. Remember, you're a dust scale. We have a reputation to uphold. Of course, father, Armia said, bowing her head. If you'll excuse us. She turned on her heel, gesturing for Melissa to follow her down the hallway. As they walked, Armia could feel Darien's curious gaze boring in her back, but she refused to acknowledge him. The last thing she needed was her little brother getting any funny ideas about her and Melissa. This is strictly business, she wished she could say. Nothing more, nothing less. Chapter 40. The Prodigious Nim. Part 9. Melissa. As they entered Armia's room, Melissa gasped softly. This is... She raised a brow. Not what I was expecting. Pink. That was all she could see, all around her. She'd stepped into a pink and fluffy abyss, with plush pillows, a carpeted floor, and stuffed animals scattered across the room. Melissa looked up at the woman and then back at everything around her. Is this really Armia's room? Melissa thought. She didn't accidentally take me to her little sister's room, or something, did she? There was one thing that hinted at this actually being Armia's room, and that was how everything in the room was oversized, from the enormous bed to the floor-length mirror and the spacious closet. It made sense given Armia's towering stature, but it only added to the surreal feeling of being in such a unexpectedly feminine space. Armia cleared her throat, drawing Melissa's attention back to her. Let us sit down and get to work, she said, gesturing to the bed. Melissa nodded, gingerly taking a seat on the plush comforter. She sank into the soft mattress and yelped, fearing she was going to hit the floor with how soft it was. Oh fuck, this is comfy. So, Armia began, settling down beside her. I think our first step should be to do some research on the spell creation process. We need to make sure we understand the fundamentals before we start brainstorming ideas. Melissa perked up, a smile spreading across her face. Oh, I'm actually pretty familiar with the process already, she said eagerly. I've even made a few spells of my own before. Armia blinked, staring at Melissa in disbelief. What? For a moment, they just looked at each other. It's true, Melissa insisted, her tail swishing behind her. It's not that hard. Once I figured out how it worked, my curiosity got the better of me now, and yeah, I made some spells. Armia opened her mouth, looking like she was about to say something along the lines of bullsh-dash, but she caught herself. I find that difficult to believe, she said instead, her tone more measured. Spell creation is a complex and delicate art. It takes years of study and practice to master. Just as Melissa was about to respond, a knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Armia sighed, rising from the bed. That LL.B. Darien? To be certain, she muttered. Wait here. I'll deal with him. She strode out of the room, closing the door behind her with a soft click. Left alone, Melissa's curiosity got the better of her. She stood, her eyes drawn to Armia's closet. Something colorful was peeking out from behind the partially closed door, and Melissa couldn't resist the urge to investigate. Carefully, she pulled the door open, her eyes widening at the sight that greeted her. Holy shit! Armia's closet was filled with the most feminine clothing Melissa had ever seen. Delicate dresses, flowing skirts, and soft, silky blouses in every shade of pink and gold imaginable. Though off to the side were a few trousers and shirts that looked like stuff that could fit Armia's demeanor more, in Melissa's opinion. Wow, Melissa thought, reaching out to touch a particularly beautiful sundress. I never would have guessed Armia had a side like this. The sound of the door opening made Melissa jump, and she quickly shut the closet, spinning around to face Armia. The Darien girl raised an eyebrow, her eyes flicking from Melissa to the closet and back again. Find anything interesting? She asked with a subtle glare. Melissa flushed, her cheeks burning with embarrassment at being caught snooping. I am sorry, she stammered. I didn't mean to pry. I just saw something and I got curious, and... She trailed off, biting her lip as she waited for Armia's reaction. Armia sighed. It's fine, she said, though her tone suggested it was anything but. Let us just focus on the project, okay? Melissa nodded eagerly, relieved to have been let off the hook so easily. Right, of course. Armia sighed, her tail, a lot bigger and thicker than Melissa's, swishing behind her as she tried to push aside her annoyance at Melissa's snooping. Curiosity got the better of her as she thought of Melissa's earlier comment, and she said, So, Armia settled back down on the bed. What exactly did you mean when you said you've created spells before? Melissa's eyes lit up, and she sat down next to Armia, her earlier embarrassment seemingly forgotten in a flash. Yes. Well, you see, she began, her hands gesturing animatedly as she spoke. Incantations and spell signs all follow certain patterns. These patterns can be divided into different categories based on their effects and the type of magic they draw from. Activators, modifiers, and so on. Armia raised an eyebrow, but remained silent, allowing Melissa to continue. By mixing and matching these categories in specific ways, Melissa explained, you can create entirely new spells with unique effects. It's all about understanding the underlying structure and how the different components interact with each other. Armia couldn't help but be intrigued by Melissa's explanation, even as a part of her remained skeptical. It sounded plausible in theory, but when she'd been training, preparing for the academy, her instructors had been adamant about how spell crafting was a long, complicated process. Something many took years to master and others never did. She just couldn't believe this. But, well, there was no harm in entertaining it, she supposed. All right, she said, deciding to humor Melissa for the moment. Why don't you show me one of these spells you've supposedly created? Melissa grinned, bouncing slightly on the bed in her excitement. Sure, watch this. She held out her hand, palm facing upward, and spoke in a clear, confident voice. Glacis, radix, crescara. A soft blue glow emanated from her palm, and Armia watched in astonishment as a small, icy plant sprouted from the floor in front of them. What? Its delicate, crystalline leaves glittered in the light, and a thin layer of frost coated the carpet around it. Armia instinctively pulled back, her eyes wide with surprise. She had never seen a spell quite like this before, and the ease with which Melissa had cast it was impressive. But she quickly schooled her features, not wanting to give Melissa the satisfaction of seeing her amazement. That's interesting, she said, her tone carefully neutral. But I have no way of knowing if you actually created that spell yourself, or if you simply learned it from someone else. Melissa's smile faltered slightly, but she didn't back down. I understand your skepticism, she said, but I really did create that spell on my own. I can prove it to you. Armia raised an eyebrow, a challenge in her eyes. Oh, and how do you propose to do that? By creating a new spell. Right here, right now, Melissa said, her voice filled with determination. You can watch me go through the entire process, from start to finish. That way, you'll know for certain that it's my own work. Armia blinked, taken aback by Melissa's boldness. She had expected the Nim girl to back down, to admit that she had been exaggerating her abilities. But instead, Melissa went and proposed this test herself. Very well, Armia said, trying to mask her surprise with a nonchalant shrug. If you think you can do it, then by all means, go ahead. Okay, Melissa clapped her hands. Give me 3 spell signs and the incantations that go with them. In writing, preferably. Armia rummaged through her desk, pulling out a few sheets of parchment. She quickly jotted down 3 of her favorite water spells, along with their corresponding incantations and spell signs. They were relatively simple spells, nothing too impressive, but she figured they would suffice for Melissa's little demonstration. Here, she said, handing the parchment to Melissa. These should do. Melissa took the sheets eagerly, her eyes scanning over the information. Without a word, she grabbed a quill and some blank parchment and set to work, her hand flying across the page as she began to write and sketch. Curiosity getting the better of her, Armia leaned over Melissa's shoulder, trying to make sense of what the Nim girl was doing. But as she watched Melissa work, she found herself completely lost. The spell signs looked like nothing more than random squiggles and lines to her, and the incantations Melissa was scribbling down seemed like utter gibberish. How in the world is this supposed to create a spell? Armia thought, her brow furrowing in confusion. As if sensing Armia's intense gaze, Melissa glanced up with a little smile. Armia flinched. Melissa reached up, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her pointed ear, her red eyes sparkling as she took them back to the parchment on her lap. Armia felt her breath catch in her throat, and she quickly leaned back, putting some distance between herself and Melissa. Her heart was pounding in her chest, and she couldn't quite understand why. What was wrong with me? It was then that she noticed Melissa's scent, a subtle, sweet fragrance that reminded Armia of wildflowers and fresh spring rain. It was intoxicating, and Armia found herself fighting the urge to lean in closer, to breathe in more of that alluring aroma. Shaking her head, Armia forced herself to focus on the task at hand. Melissa was still working diligently, her tongue poking out slightly as she concentrated on her writing. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few minutes, Melissa set down her quill and looked up at Armia, a triumphant grin on her face. Done, she announced, holding up the parchment for Armia to see. Armia took the sheet, her eyes widening as she took in the intricate spell sign and the words beneath it. Yep, she could confidently say she had no idea what this spell was or what it would do, if it could even work. Melissa stood, taking a deep breath as she prepared to cast the spell. Armia found herself holding her own breath, her heart racing with anticipation. Aqua, lux, et ventu, as the final word left her lips. A brilliant blue light appeared in Melissa's outstretched hand. As the soft blue glow illuminated Melissa's face, Armia found herself completely captivated. If my theory is correct, Melissa began, her voice soft, this spell should function similarly to the Illuminate spell. Well, it's basically the same, but through water magic. Armia just stared at the shimmering orb, her mind struggling to comprehend what she was witnessing. A spell, crafted from scratch, right before her very eyes. How? I know it might seem a bit redundant, given that the Illuminate spell already exists. But different mages have different elemental affinities, Melissa shrugged. Having a variation of the spell that draws upon a different school of magic could prove valuable for those who struggle with the traditional version, you know? Armia barely registered Melissa's words, her attention still fixated on the mesmerizing glow. She actually did it, Armia thought, a mixture of awe and disbelief swirling within her. She created a new spell, just like that. But, slowly, Armia tore her gaze away from the spell and looked at Melissa. Really looked at her, for the first time, maybe. Gone was the timid, unassuming Nim girl she had thought Melissa to be. In her place stood a confident, brilliant young woman, looking absolutely proud of herself. I've underestimated her, Armia realized, a newfound respect blossoming in her chest. All this time, I thought she was just some random Nim, someone I'd have to carry through this project. But now, Armia's heart raced as a sudden thought struck her. She is not just my partner, Armia thought, a chill running down her spine. She is the one, my rival, my one enemy. Chapter 41. The Prodigious Nim, Part 10. Melissa grinned. Well, I think we've got a pretty solid start here. Why don't we go present this to the professor and see what he thinks? Armia hesitated, a thoughtful frown tugging at her lips. She placed a hand on Melissa's wrist, stopping her from getting up. Melissa froze. Her hands are kind of big. Actually, I think we should aim higher. This spell is nice, but imagine what we could create if we really put our minds to it. Something more powerful, more innovative. Melissa tilted her head, considering Armia's words. I could probably come up with something more advanced fairly quickly. It would take too long to know, Armia interrupted. I think we should take our time with this. Really delve into the intricacies of spell crafting. Explore all the possibilities. What do you think? Suddenly, Melissa understood. Oh, she wants to work together on this. Melissa held back a smirk. Melissa smiled softly. You're right. We shouldn't rush this. Armia visibly relaxed, the tension easing from her shoulders. Exactly. I'm glad you agree. With that, Armia stood abruptly, gesturing for Melissa to follow. Come on, let us get out of here. Melissa blinked, surprised by the sudden change of topic. Oh, can't we just keep working here? Your room is very comfortable, and we have all our materials. Armia shook her head, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Trust me, if we stay cooped up in here much longer, my parents might start getting the wrong idea. Melissa blinked. All right. Okay. Right. Armia was already heading for the door. Melissa hurried to keep up. We could go to the library, she suggested as they stepped out into the hallway. It's quiet, and there are plenty of resources we could use for research. Armia paused, looking uncomfortable at the suggestion. She shifted her weight from foot to foot, her tail twitching behind her in agitation. Actually, she began, her voice uncharacteristically hesitant. I was wondering if maybe we could go to your place instead? Melissa's eyes widened, taken aback by the request. She wants to go to my house? My place? Are you sure? Armia nodded, meeting Melissa's gaze with a determined look in her eyes. Yes, I think it would be good for us to work in a different environment. Somewhere more neutral. Melissa couldn't help but feel that there was more to Armia's decision than she was letting on. But the fact that the proud Darien was willing to step out of her comfort zone, to venture into Melissa's tiny world, she couldn't be mad at that. Okay, Melissa agreed, a warm smile spreading across her face. Let us go to my house. I think you'll like it there. It's cozy, and my mom always has fresh cookies waiting. Later, Armia stated. For now, Armia cleared her throat. I would like to do my own research on spell crafting for the night. Tomorrow, she finally stated. Let us head to your house tomorrow. All right, Melissa said slowly. Tomorrow. Melistaire wiped the sweat from his brow. He was tired. He wasn't shaken. In his mind, the only difference between the work he was doing now and the work he'd been doing 8 years ago was the damn sun. That and the fresh air. The construction site buzzed endlessly. The rhythmic pounding of hammers against nails, the whirring of power tools, and the occasional shouts of workers communicating across the site made Melistaire feel almost like he never left the caves. Melistaire moved through the organized chaos nimbly, his muscles straining as he carried heavy loads of lumber and steel from one location to another. He navigated the maze of scaffolding and half-constructed walls, dodging the occasional sparks from welding torches and the spray of concrete. Around him, his co-workers chattered and laughed, their voices rising above the din. A few snippets of different conversations made their way to his ears. "Did you see the game last night? The sources really gave the Yetis a run for their money. I told my wife I'd be home early tonight, but with the way this project is going, I'll be lucky to make it back before midnight. Hey, watch where you're swinging that beam. You nearly took my head off." Then, the booming voice of the site manager cut through the air. "All right, you lot. I want those foundation forms set by sundown, and no excuses. We've got a tight schedule to keep, and I want to have any slackers on my site." Needing no further encouragement, Melistaire pressed his just work harder button. Despite his best efforts, he couldn't help but notice the occasional dirty look thrown his way and the accidental bumps from some of his human co-workers. But Melistaire refused to let it get to him. He had worked hard to earn his place here, and he knew his skills spoke for themselves. There was a reason he hadn't been fired yet. Plus, he had managed to make a couple of friends along the way, and that counted for something. As the midday break whistled sounded, Melistaire made his way to the designated rest area. One of his friends, another Nim called Rax, was already there, lounging against a stack of lumber with a grin on his face. "Hi, Mel," he called out, waving Melistaire over. "Quite the scorcher today, eh? My horns are sizzling." Melistaire chuckled, settling down beside him. "You can say that again. I feel like I'm melting out here. Don't become a puddle just yet. You're good for taking the weight off people's backs. Literally. Glad to be of service, I guess," he smirked. Rax nodded, taking a swig from his water canteen. "Listen, a few of us were thinking of grabbing a beer after work. To cool off and unwind a bit. You in?" Melistaire hesitated for a moment. He knew Margaret would be expecting him home for dinner, and he hated to disappoint her. But the thought of a cold drink and some friendly company was too tempting to pass up. "Sure, why not?" he agreed, a smile spreading across his face. "I could definitely use a little relaxation after today. Feels like my arms are going to fall off." Rax clapped him on the shoulder, his grin widening. "Great. Trust me, you're going to love this place. It's a Nim-only spot, run by some folks who freed themselves like a decade ago. Damn nice joint if I do say so myself." Melistaire's curiosity was piqued. He had heard whispers of such establishments, hidden away from the prying eyes of the human authorities. He was kind of looking forward to it. The rest of the workday seemed to drag on, but finally, the final whistle blew. Melistaire and Rax made their way through the winding streets of Syux, the sun beginning to dip below the horizon. They arrived at a nondescript door, set into the side of a weathered brick building. Rax knocked 3 times, paused, and then knocked twice more. A small slot opened at eye level, and a pair of red eyes peered out. "Password?" a gruff voice demanded. "Embrace." Rax replied without hesitation. The slot slid shut. A moment later, the door swung open. Melistaire stepped inside, his eyes widening at the sight before him. The bar was dimly lit with a warm, inviting atmosphere. Nim of all shapes and sizes mingled together, laughing and chatting over frosty mugs of ale. The air hummed with the strongest sense of actual camaraderie Melistaire had experienced in a while. Rax led Melistaire to the bar, where a burly Nim with an impressive set of horns greeted them warmly. "Rax, my man," he boomed. "Good to see you. And who is this you've brought with you?" "This is Melistaire," Rax introduced, clapping Melistaire on the back. "Hard worker. Loyal friend. You'd sooner get a noble to doff his cap to a peasant than you would squeeze a joke out of this stoic fool. But yeah, he's cool." Crom eyed Melistaire appraisingly, then broke into a wide grin. "Well, any friend of Rax is a friend of mine. Welcome to the Red Horn, Melistaire. First round S on the house." Crom slid 2 frothy mugs across the bar. Melistaire tried to lower his guard, something he usually only ever did at the end of the day at Javarez' house. Here, among his fellow Nim, he wasn't an outsider, he told himself. He was just Melistaire, a man trying to make his way in the world. But as he took a sip of his ale, Melistaire's eyes caught a flicker of movement in one of the back rooms. The door was slightly ajar, and he could have sworn he saw something odd looking inside. It looked Was that a human? Curiosity tugged at him, but Melistaire pushed it aside. Probably one of those abolitionists, one of the like 5 in the whole city. He was here to relax and enjoy himself, not go poking his nose where it didn't belong. For now, he turned back to Rax and Crom, losing himself in the flow of conversation and the warmth of the ale in his belly. For the first time in a long while, Melistaire felt truly at ease. And as the night wore on, he wondered if maybe he should come back every now and then. Chapter 42. The Prodigious Nym. Part 11. Margaret sat in Javer's lush garden, the soft grass cushioning her as she gave Hazel a lap pillow. 7-year-old Hazel listened intently as Margaret read her favorite bedtime story. And then, the brave princess ventured deep into the enchanted forest, Margaret read. She followed the path of glowing mushrooms. Hazel gasped, her small hands gripping the edge of the storybook. Did she find a magic crystal? The one that would break the curse on the kingdom? Margaret had to physically restrain herself from giggling. She did. The princess faced many challenges along the way, but she never gave up, because she believed in herself and the power of her dreams. As Margaret turned the pages, her hand slowed down, freezing with one page in between her fingers. Her mind drifted to the incredible journey her family had been on. It had been 8 years since Melissa's miraculous recovery, and life had settled into a new normal. Hazel, unlike her older sister, was a perfectly ordinary child, at least so far, with no signs of the extraordinary intellect that Melissa possessed. In a way, Margaret felt a sense of relief at that. While she loved and admired Melissa's brilliance, the prospect of raising 2 child prodigies made her tired just thinking about it. As the story came to a close, Margaret looked up at the night sky, the twin moons casting a soft, amethyst glow over the garden. She sighed, her smile fading briefly. Sometimes, in moments like these, she couldn't help but wonder what her purpose was. She had devoted her life to her children, to being the best mother she could be. But now that Melissa in particular was walking through the doors of adulthood, she felt a strange sense of restlessness. Hazel's soft snores pulled Margaret from her thoughts. She glanced down at her daughter. Hazel had fallen asleep. Her smile returned. Carefully, she gathered Hazel in her arms and carried her back inside the house. She knew these halls like the back of her hand by now. As she approached Hazel's bedroom, Margaret caught sight of Javer walking down the hall towards her. The sorceress moved as smoothly as she always did, her fiery hair almost glowing in the night. Margaret, Javer greeted, her voice warm. Is Hazel asleep already? Margaret nodded, a tender smile on her face. Out like a light. The story of the enchanted forest always does the trick. She gently pushed open the door to Hazel's room and carried her sleeping daughter to the bed. With infinite care, she laid Hazel down, pulling the soft blankets up to her chin and pressing a light kiss to her forehead. Sweet dreams, Margaret whispered. She tiptoed out of the room, closing the door behind her with a soft click. Javer was waiting for her in the hallway. How was your day, Javer? Margaret asked, keeping her voice low to avoid disturbing Hazel's slumber. Javer smiled, stepping closer to Margaret. It was productive, Javer replied, her voice just as hushed. The school has got some big events coming up this year, so the usual meetings have been lasting longer. I can imagine, what with this being the most talented prestige class in decades and all, Margaret replied. The morning papers had just about hammered that point into her and everyone else's skulls. They're not completely wrong, but part of that is propaganda, Javer made sure to say. War with Raya is knocking on our doorstep. That sort of stuff is just a bit of chest puffing, if you will. Do they even have newspapers over in Raya? How will they hear about any of this? Through the winds, I guess. Javer shrugged. And you, Margaret? Javer asked. Absent-mindedly, she placed a hand on Margaret's cheek. How have you been doing? Margaret hesitated. I'm okay, she said, her voice getting a lot softer. Just thinking about the future, I suppose. About what comes next. That sort of thing. Javer lowered her hand, placing it on her shoulder. Margaret instinctively leaned into it. It's natural to feel that way, Javert said, her voice soft and understanding. But remember, Margaret, you can be more than just a mother. Do you not have your own dreams? Your own ambitions? Margaret sighed. Not a lot to dream about when all you know are some wooden houses and buildings in the middle of nowhere. You need to be aware of things in order to dream about them. As close as they were standing right now, that difference between them was an intangible glass barrier fixed between them. Javert gently pulled Margaret into a warm embrace, her arms wrapping around the Nim woman's smaller frame. Margaret melted into the hug, the tension in her body slowly dissipating. She tightened her hold on the sorceress, burying her face in the crook of Javert's neck. Slowly, almost hesitantly, Javert pulled back just enough to gaze into Margaret's eyes. Her hand came up to cup Margaret's cheek again. Casually, Margaret found herself leaning forward. Javert's eyes flickered down to Margaret's lips, and then they closed the distance between them. Their lips met in a soft, tentative kiss, a gentle exploration of territory that had been very effectively charted over the years. The kiss deepened, growing more passionate with each passing second. Margaret's hands tangled in Javert's orange hair, pulling her closer. Javert's arms tightened around Margaret's waist, their bodies molding together. When they finally broke apart, both women were breathing heavily, their cheeks flushed and their eyes shining with a newfound intensity. Wordlessly, Javert took Margaret's hand. She led her down the hallway, past the familiar rooms and towards the master bedroom. And, as she so frequently did, Margaret made the decision she'd be waking up in Javert's room tomorrow. Isabella crept up behind the couch where her mother sat, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Kimiko, her kitsune mother, was curled up with a book in her hands. With a playful pounce, Isabella threw her arms around the woman. "Morning, mother," she chirped, nuzzling her face against Kimiko's soft, pink ears. "How are we on this lovely morning?" "Well, good morning to you too, my little troublemaker," Kimiko teased. She looked behind Isabella, shocked to find no one else there. "What is up? You're only ever this bright when you just extracted yourself from a lover's arms." She nuzzled closer to Kimiko, inhaling the familiar scent of her fur, that hint of cherry blossoms that always lingered around her. "You know me far too well, Mom," she said, her voice laced with amusement. "But today, I'm just brimming with energy and good vibes." Kimiko raised an eyebrow, a hint of suspicion in her golden eyes. "Oh, and why is that, I wonder?" Isabella leaned in, her face mere inches from Kimiko's. "Could have to do with a certain family member I haven't seen in ages." "Truly?" Isabella nodded. "We kissed." Kimiko's brows shot up. "It's true, Mom," she whispered, "and it was incredible." "When did this happen?" "At the academy," Isabella explained. "We snuck away to one of the bathrooms. That blessed Nim scent hit my nostrils in just the right manner, and—" She grinned. "We kissed, like this." Without warning, Isabella pressed her lips to Kimiko's, mimicking the kiss she had shared with Melissa. Tongue and all. Kimiko's eyes widened. In her mind, Isabella was reliving that moment so vividly. Isabella wrapped her tail around Kimiko's legs, pulling her closer as the kiss deepened. When they parted, Kimiko just looked mildly amused, though she did have a cute blush on her cheeks. "You're going to scare that girl off." Isabella rolled her eyes, standing up. "Just because we have not seen each other in a few years, 8 years, minus 8 years, does not mean we cannot embrace one another." Isabella grinned as she looked back at Kimiko from the front door. "Just means I need to put more effort into catching up." "Isabella, your zipper is still—" Kimiko yelled behind her, but Isabella just closed the door before she could finish. Isabella couldn't help but smile as she set off towards the academy, feeling the sun kiss her shoulders. Her stride was confident, her head held high as she navigated the busy streets. In her hand, she clutched a small, intricately carved rune, its surface thrumming in her palm. To the casual observer, it might have seemed like nothing more than a pretty trinket. To Isabella, this thing was her future. This little beauty holds the key to all my dreams, she thought, her fingers tightening around the rune. If I can just crack the code, I'll be able to change the face of magic as we know it. She arrived at the academy in record time, her excitement propelling her forward. The grand, sprawling campus was already alive with activity, students and professors alike hurrying to their classes and research projects. But Isabella had a different destination in mind. She made a beeline for the Alchemist's Tower, a tall structure that seemed to defy gravity with its twisting, spiraling architecture. It was here that Isabella had been spending countless hours trying to bring her vision to life. Just one more try, she told herself as she climbed the winding stairs to one of the public laboratories. One more attempt before class starts. I know I'm close, I can feel it. Inside the lab, Isabella set the rune down on her workbench, taking a moment to admire its intricate design. She had spent weeks crafting this particular specimen, pouring all her knowledge and skill into its creation. The concept was simple, yet revolutionary. A rune that never depleted, that could be used to cast spells indefinitely without ever running out of power. It was the holy grail of magical engineering, a feat that had been deemed impossible by the brightest minds in Eldora. But Isabella was determined to prove them wrong. Was it possible? Maybe, maybe not. But if it was, and she did it, that would solidify her legacy from here till the end of civilization, probably. She had pushed herself to the brink of exhaustion for this. She'd sacrificed so much sleep and sex for the purposes of achieving this goal. After all, she'd been working at this well before she and her family arrived at this city. With a deep breath, Isabella began the activation sequence. She channeled her own essence into the rune, feeling the familiar tingle of magic flowing through her veins. The rune began to glow, its carved lines pulsing with an eerie, otherworldly light. Come on, Isabella muttered, her brow furrowed in concentration. Hold steady just a little longer. But even as the words left her lips, she felt the rune's power begin to waver. The glow flickered, the pulsing light growing erratic and unstable. Isabella gritted her teeth, pouring more of her own essence into the rune, desperate to keep it from sputtering out. It was no use. With a final, anticlimactic fizzle, the rune went dark, its power spent. Isabella slumped back in her chair, a wave of frustration and disappointment washing over her. Another failure, she thought bitterly, glaring at the inert rune on her workbench. Months of work, countless sleepless nights, and I'm still no closer to cracking this damn puzzle. She sighed, running a hand through her pink, fluffy hair. Melissa, the thought of her cousin brought a small, wistful smile to Isabella's face. I wonder what she'd say if she could see me now. Isabella's shoulders sank. No. I can't let her see me like this. Not until I've succeeded. Then, and only then, will I share this piece of my dreams with her. Isabella glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing with a start that she was going to be late for class if she didn't hurry. She grabbed her bag, stuffing the failed rune inside with a frustrated huff. I'll figure this out, she vowed silently as she raced down the stairs of the Alchemist's Tower. I don't care how long it takes, or how many failures I have to endure. I will make this work, and I will change the world. Chapter 43, The Prodigious Nim. Part 12. Melissa sat in the elemental magic classroom, trying her best to focus on the lecture despite the distraction in her lap. Isabella had plopped herself down on Melissa's thighs, nuzzling into her neck with a contented purr. Come on, Melissa thought, but she made no effort to push the girl away. At first, Melissa had been flustered by the bold display of affection. But now, she figured that maybe this sort of passive essence exchange was exactly what she needed to get ready for the day. If Isabella wanted to give her some essence like this, even if it was so painfully embarrassing, Melissa felt she had no reason to turn her down. So, despite the stares and whispers from her classmates, Melissa forced herself to relax, letting Isabella snuggle closer as she tried to concentrate on the professor's words. Just breathe, Melissa, she told herself. fighting back the blush that threatened to overtake her face. It's just a little essence sharing between family. Totally normal, totally fine. Suddenly, the classroom door swung open, and Melissa's eyebrows shot up in surprise. There, standing in the doorway with an expressionless look on her face, was none other than Raven. The professor paused mid-sentence, blinking at the interruption. "Ah, yes," he said, clearing his throat. "Class, I'd like to introduce you to our newest student, Raven Nightsong. She'll be joining us for the remainder of the semester." Raven bowed quietly, her long, black hair falling forward to obscure her face and the scar over her eye. "Pleased to meet you all," she said, her voice as soft as usual. Melissa couldn't help but stare for a while. As if sensing Melissa's gaze, Raven's gray eyes flicked towards her, locking onto her own. For a moment, they just looked at each other. Then, without a word, Raven made her way to the empty seat beside Melissa, sliding into the chair easily. Melissa swallowed hard, suddenly very aware of Isabella's warm weight in her lap and the curious glances of her classmates. Hi, Raven," she whispered, giving a small, awkward wave. "Fancy seeing you here." Raven just nodded. "Hello, Melissa," she replied, her voice barely above a murmur. "Originally, I was going to be in a separate class, but as a last-minute decision, I was brought here. I can guarantee you that I did not apply for this class simply just so I could be next to you." Melissa blinked. Everything she says always sounds so mechanical. Hee. Isabella shifted in Melissa's lap, drawing Raven's attention. Melissa hadn't seen too many emotions show up on Raven's face, but confusion was now making its debut. "Oh, don't mind me," Isabella grinned. "I'm just here so I can give my cousin some moral support. And, the occasional snuggle." Raven nodded. "Ah, you are related?" "Understood." Melissa felt her face flush, suddenly very aware of how awkward this looked. But as the professor resumed his lecture and Isabella's warmth seeped in her skin, Melissa found herself calming back down again. Soon, as the elemental magic class came to an end, Melissa gathered her things, trying to ignore the lingering warmth of Isabella's body against her own. She stood up, stretching her arms above her head with a small groan. "Phew, that was something," she thought, glancing at Isabella from the corner of her eye. "I'm not used to that level of affection at all, but maybe I should get used to it." Just as she was about to head out the door, Isabella's hand shot out, grabbing Melissa's wrist. "Hey, cuz," she purred, her green eyes sparkling with mischief. "What do you say we ditch the rest of our classes today? I know this great little spot at the back of the academy where we can relax and keep catching up like we had been." Melissa's cheeks flushed, her mind immediately jumping to all sorts of inappropriate places. In truth, Melissa was conflicted. On one hand, she really wanted to pick up where they left off, to let her lips get used to the act of kissing. On the other, the discovery Melissa had made was still in the back of her mind. Isabella was cute, beautiful even, but she couldn't just ignore that. "Melissa," Armia's voice, thankfully, rang out. "A word, please?" Melissa turned to see the Darien girl standing behind her. Isabella pouted, her grip on Melissa's wrist tightening slightly. "Ah, come on, Darien. Can't it wait?" "We were just about to." "No," Armia said firmly, her orange eyes flashing with something that made Melissa's stomach do a little flip. Melissa glanced back at Isabella, an apologetic smile on her face. "Sorry, Izzy. I'll just be a minute, okay?" Isabella huffed, releasing Melissa's wrist with obvious reluctance. Then, Melissa followed Armia a short distance away from the classroom, out of earshot of the other students. Armia crossed her muscular arms, her tail swaying behind her in what Melissa could only assume was agitation. "Listen," she began, her voice low and serious. "About our project. I was wondering if we could head to your place tonight. What do you think?" "Tonight?" Melissa found herself nodding. "That is fine with me. We can head over there after classes are done for the day." Armia nodded carefully. "Good. I'll see you then." And with that, she turned on her heel and strode away. "Always so intense, huh? I wonder what Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden tug on her arm. She yelped as Isabella dragged her down the hallway. A determined look on the Kitsune girl's face. Isabella, where are you? Should just come with me, Isabella hissed, pulling Melissa into the nearest bathroom and locking the door behind them. Melissa's heart raced as Isabella backed her up against the wall, her fluffy pink ears twitching with barely contained energy. I don't like the way she looks at you, Isabella murmured, her face mere inches from Melissa's. That Darien girl. Adamya. It's like she's trying to stake a claim or something. Melissa swallowed hard, her mouth suddenly very dry. I don't think that's what she was doing, Izzy. We're just partners for a class project. That's all. Isabella's eyes narrowed. Perhaps, but she leaned in closer, her breath hitting Melissa's lips. Right now, I want you all to myself. Melissa's fists clenched. Isabella closed the distance between them, her lips capturing Melissa's own. But as Isabella's tongue swept into her mouth, teasing and exploring, Melissa found it increasingly difficult to remember why she'd been so reluctant. She reached up and put her hands on Isabella's shoulders. We have class, Melissa said. I know, Isabella whispered with a smirk. Just a couple more minutes, cousin. That's all. Chapter 44. The Prodigious Nim. Part 13. Armia as the introduction to spellcrafting classroom, filled with chattering students. Armia sat at her desk, her eyes fixed on the door. I wonder where she is, she thought. Class is about to start, and she is still not here. Neither is that Kitsune girl. Armia shifted in her seat, her tail twitching behind her. The thought of going to Melissa's house after classes were done made her scales itch with discomfort. It wasn't that she had anything against the Nim girl personally, but the idea of spending time in a Nim household, surrounded by Nim things and Nim smells. It's just for the project, she reminded herself sternly. Once it's done, I won't have any reason to associate with her outside of class. Still, the prospect made her uneasy. She knew that if she and Melissa continued to work together publicly at the academy, people would start to talk. They'd see the two of them, the Darien and the Nim, and they'd make assumptions. Assumptions that could damage Armia's carefully cultivated reputation. Like the old saying goes, reputations take ages to build and seconds to destroy. No, it's better to keep our interactions private. Melissa's house is the safest option, even if it does make my skin crawl. Just then, a light tap on her shoulder jolted Armia from her thoughts. She turned, her orange eyes widening slightly as she saw Raven standing beside her desk. Hello, the black-haired girl said, her voice strangely monotone. You're Armia, right? Armia nodded, her brow furrowing slightly. I am. Raven's gray eyes seemed to bore into Armia's, searching for something. I was just wondering about your relationship with Melissa. You two seem to be rather close. Armia felt her cheeks heat up, a rare blush spreading across her golden scales. What? No, it's not like that. We're just working on an assignment. That's all. There's nothing else going on between us. Raven nodded slowly. I see. My apologies for the misunderstanding. And thank you for your contribution. Without another word, she turned and walked away, taking a seat at the back of the classroom. Armia stared after her, her heart pounding in her chest. What was that about? She wondered, her mind racing. What a weirdo. Later that day, Armia stood at the front of the academy, her arms crossed and her tail swishing impatiently behind her. Where's that girl? She thought, glancing at the ornate clock tower looming over the courtyard. We agreed to meet here right after classes ended. Just as she was about to give up and leave, Armia spotted a familiar figure hurrying towards her. It was Melissa, but something about her appearance made Armia pause. The Nim girl, as usually neat hair, was disheveled, strands sticking out at odd angles like she'd been running her hands through it. Her cheeks were flushed, and her lips looked strangely swollen, almost bruised. What in the world has she been doing? Adanya wondered. Sorry I'm late, Melissa panted, coming to a stop in front of Armia, smiling. I got held up. Adanya nodded carefully. It's fine. Are you ready to go now? Melissa nodded, adjusting the strap of her bag. Yeah, let us head out. The walk to Melissa's house was mostly silent, with Armia lost in her own thoughts. When they finally arrived, Armia couldn't help but stare at the modest dwelling. It was so different from her own family's south sprawling estate, with its manicured gardens and marble fountains. I can't believe I'm actually stepping foot in a Nim's house, she thought, a slight shudder running down her spine. What would Father say if he could see me now? Melissa pushed open the front door, gesturing for Armia to follow her inside. Almost immediately, they were greeted by a purple-skinned woman with kind eyes and a warm smile. Beside her stood a little Nim girl, her red eyes wide with curiosity. "Mom, Hazel, this is Armia," Melissa said, gesturing to the Darien girl. "She's my project partner from the academy." Armia straightened her spine, remembering her etiquette lessons. If she was going to be a true noblewoman one day, she needed to act the part always. "It's a pleasure to meet you both," she said, inclining her head politely. "Thank you for welcoming me into your home." Margaret beamed, reaching out to shake Armia's hand. "Oh, the pleasure is all ours, dear. It's so nice to meet one of Melissa's friends from school." Armia's eye twitched slightly at the word friend, but she managed to keep her smile in place. "Yes, well, we should probably get started on our project. If you'll excuse us." Melissa led Armia down the hallway to her bedroom. When Armia walked in, she was somewhat surprised at how cozy it was. Sure, it was smaller than Armia's room in her family's estate. That was to be expected, but something about the warm colors and soft lighting made it feel almost inviting. "Stop that," she scolded herself. "You're here to work, not admire the decor." But what really caught Armia's attention was the sheer number of books and scrolls scattered around the room. They were piled on the desk, stacked on the shelves, even spilling out of half-open drawers. "I see you're quite the scholar," Armia remarked dryly, picking up a particularly thick tome titled Advanced Spellcrafting Techniques. "Is this all for our project?" Melissa blushed, rubbing the back of her neck sheepishly. "Oh, well, some of it. I've always been fascinated by magic, even before I came to the academy. I used to spend hours poring over any books I could find on the subject." Something about the way Melissa spoke, the passion in her voice and the sparkle in her eyes, made Armia pause. She'd never seen someone so genuinely enthusiastic about learning before. It was almost endearing. "No, stop it. Focus." "Well, since you're such an expert," Armia said, setting the book back down, "why don't you explain the basics of spellcrafting to me? I want to make sure we're on the same page before we start brainstorming ideas." Melissa's face lit up, and she immediately launched into an excited explanation. "Okay, so the first thing you need to understand is that every spell is made up of three main components: the incantation, the spell sign, and the infusion of essence." "I'm not a child, Melissa. I know that." "Humor me," Melissa said. "The incantation is the verbal aspect, the words you speak to channel your essence and shape the spell. The spell sign is the physical motion, the way you move your hands and body to direct the flow of magic. And the infusion of essence is the fuel for the spell to work." As Melissa spoke, her hands gestured animatedly, her voice rising and falling with enthusiasm. Armia found herself watching the Nim girl's lips, the way they formed each word with such precision and care. "They look really soft," she thought, before immediately giving herself a mental slap. "What is wrong with me today?" Melissa barreled ahead, oblivious to Armia's inner turmoil. Now, the key to creating a new spell is understanding how these components can be mixed and matched. Different pieces of incantations can be paired with different pieces of spell signs to create entirely new effects. It's like a puzzle, fitting the pieces together in just the right way to unlock the magic you want. Armia nodded along, trying to focus on Melissa's words and not the distracting curve of her mouth. Armia found her attention drifting. "Wait," she said, holding up a hand to stop Melissa's monologue. "Can you repeat that last part?" I didn't quite catch it." Melissa blinked, then smiled sheepishly. I tend to get a bit carried away when I'm talking about magic." "Where did I lose you?" "Probably around the time I started focusing more on your lips than your words," Armia thought, but she quickly pushed that traitorous notion aside. Just now, the part about mixing incantations and spell signs? Could you go over that again? Melissa nodded and launched back into her explanation. This time, Armia forced herself to pay attention. But even as she listened intently to Melissa's words, a small part of Armia couldn't help but wonder, what would those soft, pink lips feel like against her own? Perhaps I'll find a human with soft lips like that. Maybe. She let her gaze drift, taking in the soft curves of Melissa's face, the delicate sweep of her lashes, the enticing fullness of her lips. Armia almost didn't notice when Melissa abruptly stopped talking. The sudden silence jolted her back to reality. Melissa was blushing furiously, her cheeks a deep, ruddy purple. Her eyes were wide and fixed on a spot somewhere below Armia's waist. What is she staring at? Armia wondered, confused by the girl's reaction. Did I spill something on my pants? Curious, she glanced down at her lap and felt her heart stop. There, straining against the fabric of her trousers, was a very obvious and unwelcome bulge. Armia's face instantly flushed a brilliant gold, her scales standing on end with mortification. Ah! She screamed internally, her hands flying to cover herself. She and Melissa locked eyes. It took everything Armia had not to throw herself off this place's roof. Chapter 45. The Prodigious Nym, Part 14, Melissa, oh God. Melissa stared. She stared for an eternity, her eyes threatening to burn a hole through Armia's skirt, if the damn thing beneath it didn't burst out first. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! She chanted internally, her face burning with a blush so intense she feared she might spontaneously combust. A kaiju, a monster, an old cosmic deity rising from the depths, hidden beneath a pleated skirt. That's what that thing was if the size of the bulge was anything to go by. I don't know. Melissa knew she shouldn't be too surprised. The book she'd read had mentioned that 40 of Darians were hermaphrodites. Isabella herself had been proof that just about anyone around Melissa could be in that category. But she and been mentally prepared to be put face to face with this reality again. I was not ready, Melissa thought, her brain short-circuiting as she tried to process the sight before her. Not at all. Armia, for her part, looked absolutely mortified. Her face was flushed to deep, burnished bronze, and her orange eyes were wide with panic. It's not what it looks like. She sputtered, her hands flying to cover her lap. This doesn't mean anything, I swear. It was just a random response from my body. It has nothing to do with you or anything else. Melissa swallowed hard, trying to find her voice. It's okay, Armia, she managed, her words coming out in a strangled squeak. Her voice was about 5 keys higher than normal. I understand. These things happen sometimes. It's not a big deal. But even as she said the words, the tension in the room was so thick she could practically taste it. How are we supposed to focus on our project now? She wondered, her mind still reeling. How can I even look her in the eye after this? As it turned out, neither of them could. For the rest of the day, they stumbled through their work, their conversation stilted and awkward. Every accidental brush of their hands or meeting of their eyes sent a fresh wave of embarrassment crashing over them, until Melissa was sure she would drown in it. By the time the sun began to set, they had accomplished next to nothing. Armia packed up her things in silence, her movements stiff and jerky. As she stood to leave, she paused at the door, her back to Melissa. Can we just forget this ever happened? She asked. Please, Melissa, just wipe this moment from your memory. Melissa nodded, not trusting herself to speak. She knew she should say something reassuring, something to diffuse the tension and salvage their working relationship. But she was too busy fighting her eyes, which were trying their hardest to look back down and check if it was still there. Eventually, she said, It's already forgotten. Armia nodded carefully. Then she fled like she'd just stolen something. Melissa watched her go, sighing. A while later, she was back in her room. What has happened? She thought, sinking down onto her bed with a shaky exhale. And why can't I stop thinking about it? She flopped back on her mattress, throwing an arm over her eyes as if to block out the world. Melissa groaned, rolling over and burying her face in her pillow. This is going to be a long, long semester. Isabella, after classes, Isabella went straight back home and re-emerged back onto the streets in a black miniskirt and some heels. She would have spent the day with Kimiko, but she was too busy to hang out and had to get things done in Yada. Yada. Ugh. When I get back home, it would have given her a piece of my mind. The nerve of this woman. So, now, Isabella was on the lookout, looking for someone to pass the time with. Her tail swished with excitement as she made her way toward her favorite haunt. The Rusty Knife the Club was nestled in one of the city's seedier districts, a place where the upper crust of society wouldn't dare to tread. But for Isabella, that was part of its charm. As she pushed open the heavy wooden door, a wave of pungent incense assaulted her senses. The smoky air was thick with the scent of exotic herbs. Isabella took a deep breath, feeling her head start to spin pleasantly. Ah, phew, I needed this. Too much class. Not enough Melissa. Not enough Mom. I just needed a real break. Felt like I was going to go insane for a second there. The interior of the Rusty Knife was dimly lit with flickering candles. No spirit crystals here. Too fancy. In the corners, plush cushions and low couches provided intimate spaces for more private encounters. The bar, a long stretch of polished mahogany, was crowded with many human patrons. Isabella's entrance didn't go unnoticed. As a kitsune, she was already an unusual sight in this part of town. But that wasn't all. Isabella knew that wasn't all. The way she walked, the lingering glances she gave people on purpose, the plunging neckline of her dress. It all conveyed a simple message. One everyone around her seemed to be getting, thankfully. Just to be sure, though, she swayed her hips as much as she could as she made her way to the bar, her tail curling around her once she made it. Hungry eyes followed her every move, but Isabella was used to that. Now, she scanned the crowd, looking for someone interesting to pass the time with. That's when she spotted her. A human woman seated alone at the far end of the bar. She was older, probably in her late 40s, with striking blonde hair that fell in loose waves around her shoulders. But it was her eyes that caught Isabella's attention. They were a smoky, dark blue, filled with an intensity that instantly captured Isabella's heart. Isabella preferred older women. She was down to make exceptions, sure, especially if her potential partner happened to be a nym with a name that began with an M and ended with an A. But, yes, Isabella had a type. Without hesitation, Isabella sauntered over, sliding onto the stool next to the woman. "This seat taken?" she purred, her tail brushing accidentally against the woman's leg. The blonde turned, her eyes widening slightly as she took in Isabella's appearance. She smiled a little as she shook her head. "In that case, it is now." Isabella grinned before signaling the bartender for a drink. "I'm Isabella." She introduced herself, leaning in close. "And you are?" "Velra," the woman replied, her eyes never leaving Isabella's. "I must say, it's not often I see a kitsune in this establishment." Isabella shrugged, her ears twitching playfully. "And yet, here I am now. I guess you should consider yourself lucky." Velra chuckled, taking a sip of her drink. "I guess I should. So, Isabella, what brings you to the Rusty Knife tonight? You just thirsty, or did the gods manifest you just to make my evening better?" The way the woman's eyes raked over Isabella's body left little doubt about her meaning. This was exactly what she'd been hoping for. "Thank the gods. I like flirting as much as the next girl, but that's not what I need right now." "Indeed they did," Isabella grinned. "Tell me, have you any suggestions for how I might make that happen?" "I do, actually." Without a word, she stood, taking Isabella's hand and leading her towards one of the secluded alcoves at the back of the club. As soon as they were away from prying eyes, the lady pushed Isabella against a wall. Isabella grinned. Some fun. Melissa the next day, Melissa sat in class, her mind a million miles away. She couldn't stop replaying the events of yesterday in her head. The image of Armia's excitement burned in her brain like a curse mark. A strange world, she thought. That's what this is. I've reincarnated into a world of bizarre, unusual beings. She was so lost in her own thoughts that she barely noticed when Isabella plopped herself down on her lap, nuzzling in her neck with a contented purr. You're so warm," Melissa the kitsune girl cooed, her fluffy tail tickling Melissa's cheek. "But you seem distracted today. What is on your mind?" Melissa blinked, snapping out her days. "Huh? Oh, it's nothing, Isabella. I was just thinking about how I seem to have reincarnated into a strange new world." Isabella tilted her head, confusion written across her face. "A strange new world? What do you mean?" Melissa shook her head. No, it's nothing. Don't worry about it." Isabella pouted, clearly unsatisfied with the answer. But before she could press further, the professor called the class to attention and pried Isabella's eyes off Melissa. Melissa tried to focus on the lecture, but her mind kept wandering back to Armia and the incident in her bedroom. "I wonder if she's thinking about it too," Melissa mused, sneaking a glance at the Darien girl from the corner of her eye. "Probably. How could she not be?" But Armia seemed to be purposefully avoiding Melissa's gaze, her eyes fixed firmly on the front of the classroom. "I guess I can't blame her. If I were in her shoes, I'd be mortified too." The rest of the class dragged on, each minute feeling like an eternity. When the bell finally rang, Melissa practically leaped out of her seat, eager to escape this suffocating atmosphere. But just as she was about to make a beeline for the door, a familiar voice called out to her. "And Melissa? Can I talk to you for a second?" Melissa turned to see Armia standing behind her, her golden scales glinting in the light. The Darien girl looked uncomfortable, her tail twitching nervously behind her. "Oh boy, here we go." "Sure, Armia," Melissa said, trying to keep her voice light and casual. "What is up?" Armia took a deep breath, as if steeling herself for battle. "I was just wondering if you wanted to keep practicing spellcrafting together. I know yesterday was awkward, but I don't want it to affect our project." She said the words haltingly, like each one was a struggle to get out. Melissa could practically feel the effort it took for Armia to meet her eyes, to push past the embarrassment and say all that. "Well, she's trying. Can't say I don't respect that." "All right," Melissa said, giving Armia a small, reassuring smile. "I think that's a great idea. We can't let one little incident derail us, right?" Armia nodded, relief flashing across her face. "Right? Thank you, Melissa. I appreciate your understanding." The words were stiff and formal, but Melissa could hear the gratitude beneath them. "No problem," she said, shouldering her bag. "So, same time, same place today?" Armia hesitated, then shook her head. "Actually, I was thinking we could go to the library this time. There's some books there I think might be helpful for our project." Melissa blinked, surprised by the suggestion. "The library? That's unexpected. But maybe a change of scenery is exactly what we need right now." "Sure, that works for me," she agreed. "All right, we'll head over there later then." And Armia resumed her walk toward the next class, looking ever so slightly relieved. Javer sat in the conference room, her brow furrowed as she listened to the headmistress speak. Around the table, the other professors wore similar expressions of unease. Eliana stood at the head of the table, her posture rigid and her face grave. "I've just received word from the king," she said, her voice tight with tension. "He wants us to accelerate the process of turning our students into knights. With the threat of war, with Raya looming on the horizon, he feels we need to bolster our forces as quickly as possible. And," she sighed, "with this being the most talented generation of students ever, as so many news outlets have been saying, he feels confident plucking a few of them early." Javer exchanged a worried glance with Miria, her closest friend among the faculty. The other woman was clearly apprehensive, her lips pressed into a thin line. "How much time is he giving us?" Javer asked, leaning forward in her seat. "Surely he understands that proper training takes years, not mere months." Eliana sighed, rubbing her temple. "He is demanding at least a handful of battle-ready knights within 3 months' time." Javer blinked. "I know it's not ideal," Eliana quickly added, "but we have little choice in the matter. The king's word is law. He wants a handful of knights? All we can do is choose who to give to him." The professors shifted uneasily in their seats. Javert was ready to punch someone. 3 months? Professor Thorne scoffed, shaking his head. One of the older members of the academy. That's barely enough time to teach them which end of a sword they're supposed to hold. I agree, Miria chimed in, her voice tight with frustration. I understand that they carry inherent advantages from being mages, but even then, magic alone doesn't make you a good warrior. We can't rush that kind of development. Eliana held up a hand, silencing the protests. Like I said, I agree. I understand your concerns. I share them. But, given the rumors that this current batch of students is the strongest and most talented yet, they want at least a few of them. We can toss as many of the older ones at them as we want, but we'll have to give at least a handful of this semester's new entrants. With that in mind, we must find a way to meet the King's demands, or risk losing the Academy's royal charter. She paused, her eyes sweeping over the gathered faculty. So, I have a proposal. What if we were to organize a small tournament for the prestige class students? We could use it as an opportunity to assess their skills and identify those with the most potential. The top performers would be declared knights and given additional training to prepare them for the field of battle. Javert frowned, but as she looked around the room, she could see the other professors slowly nodding, resigned to the necessity of the plan. It's not really our choice. She sighed. I suppose it's the best we can do, given the circumstances, Professor Magdalena said, her voice heavy with resignation. But I still don't like it. Many of these students still haven't even come of age. We're going to turn them into warriors in 3 months? Madness. I agree, Javert said, her voice firm. But if we must do this, then let us at least ensure that the tournament is fair and unbiased. We cannot allow favoritism or politics to influence the selection of our knights. Choose people who are unworthy, and we may very well be sending them to their deaths. Eliana nodded, her expression somber. Of course, the judging will be impartial and based solely on merit. I will oversee the process myself to ensure its integrity. That was all, though. Javert then added, I want to add a course to the prestige student schedules. What course? Eliana asked, confused. A dueling class, Javert stated. I will teach it myself. Prepare them for the tournament. Give them some general tips, and hope I can ensure we won't be throwing their lives away by the time the 3 months are done. Eliana considered it briefly. I'll allow it. And, with that, the meeting was adjourned. Javert lingered behind, her thoughts racing. A tournament to decide the fate of these students. She mused, a bitter taste in her mouth. What has the world come to when we must resort to such measures? Chapter 46. The Prodigious Nym. Part 15. Isabella hunched over her workbench in the alchemist's tower, her brow furrowed in concentration, her whiskers twitching every now and then, as she pored over her latest attempt at creating the perfect, unspendable rune. Come on. She closed her eyes to pour in her essence. This has to be it. It's got to work this time. For a moment, she felt a flicker of hope, a surge of power that made her heart skip a beat. But just as quickly as it had come, the sensation faded. This was, in fact, not it. It did not work this time. Isabella stared at the inert rune, her excitement crumbling into bitter disappointment. Another failure, she thought, her shoulders slumping. Years of work, and I'm still no closer to cracking this puzzle. If it can even be cracked. She set the rune down with a heavy sigh, leaning back in her chair and running a hand through her fluffy pink hair. Maybe it's time to try something else, a small voice whispered in the back of her mind. Maybe this whole thing is just a pipe dream. For a moment, Isabella entertained the thought. It would be so easy to just give up, to move on to something more immediately gratifying. She could focus on her classes, on honing her wind magic, on spending more time with Melissa. No, Isabella shook her head vehemently. I can't give up now. It's been far too long. I am probably on the cusp of figuring it out. I can taste it. I just need to keep pushing, keep experimenting until I find the solution. She glanced at the clock, realizing with a start that she was going to be late for class if she didn't hurry. I'll come back to this later, she decided, gathering up her things. For now, I'll put the project on pause. But I'm not giving up. Not now, not ever. With renewed determination, Isabella strode out of the alchemist's tower, ready to face the day. As she entered the classroom, her eyes immediately fell on Melissa, sitting in her usual spot near the back. A mischievous grin spreading across her face, Isabella skipped on over, plopping herself down on the Nim girl's lap without preamble. "Good morning, my darling cousin," she chirped, nuzzling into Melissa's neck. "Ready for another day of magical learning and scholarly pursuits?" Melissa stiffened, her cheeks flushing a deep purple. But before she could say anything, the professor strode into the room, his face unusually grave. "Good morning, everyone. Students, I have an announcement to make," he said, his voice ringing out over the sudden hush. "By royal decree," the professor continued, "the Academy will be holding a grand tournament in 3 months' time. This event will be open to all students in the prestige class and will test your skills in magic, combat, and tactical thinking." Some excited murmurs rippled through the classroom. Students exchanged glances, some eager, others nervous. "The tournament will consist of a series of one-on-one duels," the professor explained, his voice grave. "Each match will be fought until one competitor yields or is unable to continue. The use of magic will be permitted, but lethal force is strictly forbidden. The winner of each duel will advance to the next round, until a champion is crowned." Isabella's ears perked up, her tail swishing with interest. "We hope this will be a good opportunity for everyone to show how skilled and talented they are." "A tournament, huh?" she thought, a slow grin spreading across her face. "Now that sounds like my kind of party. A chance to show off my skills, to prove that I'm the best of the best." Beside her, Melissa shifted uncomfortably, her brow furrowed in thought. "I wonder why they're holding this tournament," she whispered, her voice low enough that only Isabella could hear. "It seems a bit sudden, don't you think?" Isabella shrugged, too excited by the prospect of the competition to care about the reasoning behind it. "Who cares?" she asked, nuzzling deeper into Melissa's neck. "All that matters is that we're going to dominate this thing." Melissa sighed. "You look kind of silly, with such a serious expression on your face while you're draped all over me like this." Isabella grinned. "You know you love it," she purred, giving Melissa a quick peck on the cheek. The professor cleared his throat, drawing their attention back to the front of the room. "In addition to your regular classes," he said, "you will all be required to attend a new course beginning this afternoon. This class will focus on advanced combat techniques and battle strategy to help prepare you for the tournament. Attendance is mandatory." Isabella's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Advanced combat technique? Battle strategy? Oh, this just keeps getting better and better." Raven, as the professor's words sank in, Raven felt a flicker of unease in her chest. A tournament? In just 3 months' time? This was an unexpected development, one that could potentially complicate her mission. What does this mean for my assignment? She wondered. If Melissa were to participate and perform well, it would only draw more attention to her. And if she were to disappear shortly after? Raven shook her head, trying to clear her thoughts. She needed more information. Slipping out of the classroom between courses, Raven made her way through the busy halls of the academy, her destination clear in her mind. She needed to speak with her master. Raven navigated the labyrinthine corridors with ease, her steps swift and silent. To anyone watching, she was just another student hurrying to her next class. Finally, she reached the office door, the nameplate reading Professor Miria Linner in elegant script. Raven glanced around, ensuring the hallway was empty before slipping inside. "Master," she said, bowing her head, "forgive the intrusion, but there's been a development." Miria looked up from her desk, her eyes narrowing at the sight of her subordinate. "Raven," she hissed, her voice low and sharp. "What are you doing here? You know better than to seek me out like this. If someone were to see us together, it could expose our entire operation." Raven dropped to one knee in apology. "I beg your pardon, Master. It was not my intention to put our mission at risk, but I felt this information was too critical to wait." Miria sighed, rubbing her temple. "Very well. What is it?" Raven straightened, her stormy gray eyes meeting Miria's own. The Academy is holding a tournament, Master. In 3 months' time, all students in the prestige class are expected to participate. Miria sighed. Yes, I am aware, obviously. It's being done by the royal family, Miria replied. Their hope is to gain some new knights out of it to help with the war against the Darians. Raven nodded, processing this new information. Then, what would you have me do, Master? If Melissa Blackflame were to participate and perform well, it would only increase the scrutiny on her, and her mysterious disappearance afterward would become far more conspicuous. If the reason I haven't been allowed to eliminate her yet is that it would attract too many eyes, wouldn't allowing her to participate in that make things even worse? A heavy silence fell between them. Finally, Miria spoke, her voice grim. You're right, Raven. We cannot allow the Nim girl to make it to the tournament. It's too great a risk. Miria stood, pacing behind her desk. I'll need to reach out to our allies, see how they wish to proceed. This tournament, it complicates things. We'll need to be even more cautious moving forward. Our roots are too entwined with the Academy, Raven. Just one of us being exposed could mean we must officially declare war on the world as a whole. She turned back to Raven, her expression hardening. Continue your surveillance for now. Watch the girl, but do not engage until I hear back from our friends. We cannot afford any missteps. Raven nodded, rising to her feet. As you command, Master. I will not fail you. And one more thing, Miria said, walking forward. She handed Raven an envelope. You haven't forgotten the protocol, have you? Read and burn immediately after, Raven replied. Good. Now go, she smirked. Later that day, Raven followed the rest of the prestige class to their new course, her mind still whirling with the implications of the upcoming tournament. As they filed into the training grounds, Raven's eyes drifted to Melissa, who still had Isabella wrapped around her like the kitsune was trying to merge with her and become one entity. Don't they ever get tired of that? Raven thought. I can't imagine that sort of thing being comfortable. The classroom they went into had no seats in it. As the students gathered in a loose semicircle, their new instructor stepped forward, and Raven felt a jolt of recognition. Javer? The fiery-haired mage surveyed the class with a critical eye. Raven found herself stiffening involuntarily, a sense of unease crawling up her spine. There is something about her, Raven thought, her brow furrowing. The way she looks at me, it's like she can look right through me. She forced herself to take a deep breath, to relax her muscles and adopt a neutral expression. Calm down, she told herself sternly. You're just being paranoid. All right, students, Javer called out, her voice ringing across the training grounds. Today, we're going to start with a basic assessment of your combat skills. I want to see how you handle yourselves with weapons. A murmur of excitement and trepidation rippled through the class. You may choose any weapon you like from the racks, Javer continued, gesturing to the array of blades, spears, and maces lining the walls. Then, one by one, you will come at me with everything you've got. Don't hold back. I assure you, I can take it. Raven watched as her classmates scrambled to select their weapons, their faces a mix of eagerness and nervousness. Pure mages, all of them. She held back the urge to shake her head. They have no idea what they're doing. And it showed. Isabella was first, bounding forward with a pair of daggers in hand. But her grip was all wrong, her stance unbalanced, and Javer disarmed her with almost laughable ease. For the first time since Raven had first laid eyes on the woman, she looked embarrassed. Good try, Javer said. Next, Melissa fared no better, fumbling with a sword that seemed comically oversized for her small frame. She managed a few clumsy swings before Javer sent the blade flying from her grasp. Student after student stepped up, only to be swiftly and decisively defeated in the same manner. Then came Armia's turn. The Darien girl eyed a hefty warhammer, but then took a regular sword from the racks. As she got started, Raven watched closely, her eyes narrowing. She is holding back, she realized. She is trying to pretend she doesn't know what she is doing, but her experience shows in how she is swinging her blade. Why? What did she want to hide? Finally, it was Raven's turn. She stepped forward, a simple short sword in hand, and fell into a ready stance. Just do what Armia did, she told herself. Make it look believable, but don't show your full strength. The last thing you need is to draw attention to your true skills. They got started. Raven tried to make her attacks clumsy, swinging from random angles and putting either too little strength or too much strength into each blow. Javer's voice cut through the air like a whip. Stop. Raven froze, her heart pounding in her chest. Huh? Javer stalked forward, her green eyes blazing with intensity. You're holding back, she said casually and quietly. Don't even try to deny it. I can see it in every line of your body and the way you hold your blade. Raven swallowed hard, forcing her face to remain expressionless. I don't know what you're talking about, Professor. I'm just following the instructions, like everyone else. But Javer wasn't buying it. Is that so? She asked, a hint of a challenge in her tone. Well, I guess she dashed. Her blade was aimed at Raven's throat. Raven reacted on pure instinct, her body moving before her mind could even process the attack. She parried the blow with lightning speed, her own blade meeting Javer's with a resounding clang. Raven's eyes widened. Good instincts, Javer said. For a moment, Raven considered lunging at Melissa then and there, fearing that her cover had been fully blown. But Javer said, all right, I think I have a good estimate of your skills. Next, Chapter 47. The Prodigious Nim, Part 16. Raven, as the last student took their turn facing Javer. Raven watched from the sidelines, her mind racing. Damn it, she thought. I shouldn't have let myself get carried away like that. What if Javer suspects something now? But as Javer called the class to attention, Raven forced herself to take a deep breath, to push down the rising panic in her chest. No, no, no. Stay calm, she told herself sternly. You can handle this. Just play it cool, and everything will be fine. Well, Javer said, a wry grin spreading across her face as she surveyed the students before her. I have to say, that was quite the display. Of incompetence, that is. You're all really, really bad. A few nervous chuckles rippled through the class. Most of the students just looked embarrassed or annoyed, but Javer managed to lighten the mood a little with that. But don't worry, Javer continued, her tone turning more serious as she stood in the center of the room. That's what this class is for. To turn you from bumbling novices into true warriors. With that being said, let us get started. With that, she launched into a detailed explanation of proper weapon techniques. The correct way to swing a sword, heft a warhammer, and wield a mace. Raven watched closely, her keen eyes taking in every nuance of Javer's movements. As much as I'd like to give you all some tips that would make every single one of you her world-class fighters, outside of the very, very basic things I'll be showing you. The optimal path toward mastery of your preferred weapon will change based on what your own strengths and weaknesses are. Your height, your frame, the length of your limbs, etc. As she continued talking about this, she kept waving around her sword casually, with everyone watching on with great interest. Yes, good, Raven admitted, remembering how Javer caught her off guard. Very good. It's clear she had extensive training, likely from a young age. But where? And why? The question swirled in Raven's mind, adding to the caution she'd already built up around this lady. I'll have to keep a close eye on her, Raven decided. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the class came to an end. Raven gathered her things, ready to make a quick exit and regroup in the privacy of her own room. But just as she was about to slip out the door, Javer's voice rang out. Raven? A word, if you please. Raven froze, her heart leaping into her throat. Shit. What does she want? Does she suspect something? Is she going to confront me about my skills, demand to know where I learned to fight like that? But as she turned to face Javer, schooling her features into a mask of polite curiosity, the professor's next words caught her completely off guard. I was hoping you could do me a favor, Javer said, her orange eyes boring into Raven's own. As Melissa's roommate, you have a unique opportunity to help her grow and develop as a fighter. Would you be willing to give her some extra training? Help her hone her skills outside of class? Melissa? Raven replied instantly, baffled. Yes, Melissa, Java replied. This is pure nepotism, I'll admit, so feel free to decline my request, but the girl means something to me. She's like family, and I wouldn't want to see her perform too badly at this tournament. I'd like it if you could give her some pointers. Raven blinked, thrown by the unexpected request. She wants me to train Melissa? The very girl I'm supposed to be spying on, the target of my mission? For a moment, Raven just stared back. But as she met Java's gaze, Raven got her instincts back under control and bowed her head. Of course, Professor, she said, the words falling from her lips calmly. I'd be happy to help Melissa in any way I can. Java smiled. Thank you, Raven. By the way, she added, I am very curious where you learned how to fight. Though, she gestured at Raven's scar. If you don't want to tell me about it, you don't have to. Maybe another time, Raven replied. With that, she turned and strode away. What have I just agreed to? She wondered. No, wait. I could use this. Perhaps I could take Melissa someplace far under the guise of training. Once I kill her, I want to have to come back to the academy, so I could just use this to finally handle the mission. Raven nodded to herself. But like Master said, I'll have to wait till the organization gets back to us. So for now, I'll have to play along with this. Oh well. Melissa later that day. As Melissa made her way back to her dorm room, her mind was still reeling from the events of the combat class. That was just embarrassing. She was so lost in her own thoughts that she almost didn't notice the familiar figure leaning against the wall outside her door. Java? Melissa blinked, surprised to see her mentor waiting for her. What are you doing here? Java straightened, her expression serious. Wanted to talk to you about something. Mind if I come in for a bit? No, go right ahead. Once inside, Java wasted no time getting to the point. It's about Raven, she said, her orange eyes boring into Melissa's own. I think there's something off about that girl. I can't quite put my finger on it, but my gut is telling me she has trouble. Melissa frowned. What do you mean? Java sighed, sitting down on Melissa's bed. The way she fought today, the skill she displayed, the scar on her face, the way she tenses up when she sees me. I don't like it. Something feels wrong. Melissa's frown deepened. So what are you saying? That Raven is what? Some kind of secret agent or something? Java sighed, running a hand through her fiery hair. I don't know. Maybe. Melissa crossed her arms. I mean, she is my roommate, Melissa stated. If she wanted to kill me or something, she probably could have done it by now. Java nodded along. All I'm saying is, I think you should keep an eye out as you train with her. Watch for anything suspicious, any signs that she might not be who she claims to be. Hearing that, Melissa pulled back. Train with her? What are you talking about? Java's lips twitched, a hint of amusement breaking through her serious demeanor. I asked Raven to give you some extra lessons in swordsmanship. Help you hone your skills outside of class. Melissa's jaw dropped. You did what? But Java, you're the one who said that training with the wrong teacher would only create bad habits. That I needed to wait for the right mentor to come along. Java nodded, her expression turning somber once more. I know, and I still believe that. But Melissa, the tournament is coming up fast. You need to be ready, and we can't afford to keep putting off your training. But then, why can't you just train me yourself? Why ever do it? Two things, Java replied. One, it'll give you a chance to inspect her. See what she asks about. Two, I'm absolutely going to be a bit too busy these days. Why? Business with His Majesty, Java sighed. I suspect I'm going to be called on soon. So yeah, what is that supposed to mean? Java opened her mouth like she was going to respond, but then closed it. I don't want to bother you with my issues, but yeah, I've got some stuff to do. Melissa blinked. That kind of sounds like. Melissa almost slapped herself. What? No. Stop that. Melissa, don't project your sex drive onto others. Come on. She placed a hand on Melissa's shoulder. I would have asked Raven if I didn't think she could help you. She is skilled, incredibly so. I could tell just from clashing with her in class. But don't let your guard down around her. Melissa swallowed hard. I understand, Java. I'll be careful. Java smiled, giving Melissa's Melissa's shoulder a final squeeze before stepping back. Good. I know you can handle this, kid. You're stronger than you realize. With that, she turned and headed for the door, pausing just before she stepped out. Remember, Melissa, keep your eyes open and your wits about you. And if anything feels off, anything at all, you come straight to me. Got it. But won't you be busy? Outwardly, though, Melissa nodded, a determined glint entering her crimson eyes. Got it. As Javer left, closing the door softly behind her, Melissa sank down onto her bed, her mind whirling with questions and uncertainties. Raven, a threat? A spy? She shook her head, trying to reconcile the quiet, unassuming girl she knew with the skilled warrior she'd seen in class. It doesn't make sense to me. Then again, she quickly added, she does have that scar. And if Javer is worried? She took a deep breath. I'll do as she says. I'll train with Raven, learn everything I can from her. But I want to let my guard down, not for a second. Melissa put her game face on. Chapter 48. The Prodigious Nim, Part 17 by now. It had been well established in Melissa's mind that one of the few ways she could ignore her body's needs was to be distracted. And right now, the biggest distraction was the fact that in that classroom, with her at that moment, just a seat away, was Raven Knight's song, a woman Javer suspected of being dangerous. Could she really be some sort of hidden spy or something? But even if she is, her intentions aren't necessarily nefarious, are they? Cuas, you're so distant all of a sudden. Isabella whined as she sat on Melissa's lap. The professor had yet to arrive. I didn't scare you, did I? She asked with a little smirk. Huh, you know. Melissa looked away. I'm just thinking, MHM, what if she is some sort of old, experienced fighter? I mean, she got that scar on her face from somewhere. Maybe, ACK. Isabella had leaned forward and dragged the tip of her tongue up the side of Melissa's face. Isabella, too much thinking is bad for you. She shrugged as the professor came in. This girl is going to give me a heart attack. As the lesson began, Melissa found her gaze drifting toward that black-haired mystery nearby. Like Javer said, Melissa would need to keep her guard up. Raven, not all forms of tension are the same. The feeling of being in battle, the feeling of facing another who may or may not have skills to defeat Raven, was one she was accustomed to. She would go to sleep and dream of that feeling, and that feeling would follow her throughout every aspect of her day. The feeling of being undercover and having to wonder if she'd been made was not. I hate this, Raven thought, making her way to the small arena where she and her target had agreed to meet up. Please, please, master, just let me kill her already. As Raven stepped into the small arena, her eyes immediately fell on Melissa, who was already waiting for her. For a moment, Raven's gaze roamed over the Nim girl's body, taking in the subtle curves beneath her clothes. She traded her vest and pleated skirt for a sports bra and sweatpants. It was clear Melissa wasn't really the athletic type. The way her thighs stretched her leggings and her belly stuck out slightly, creating a curve that went down to her pelvis, was, "Stop it," Raven scolded herself, tearing her eyes away. "Were you even?" Her thoughts were cut off. "Hey, Raven," Melissa called out, a bright smile on her face as she waved. "Ready to get started?" Thankfully, as the girl walked over, she chose to remain a few feet away. Raven nodded. "Of course." Raven gestured to the nearby weapon rack. "Pick up a sword. And also, I appreciate you taking the time to train with me. ISNT that my line. I'm the one being trained." "A teacher can learn through their student from time to time," Raven replied with a shrug. "It's not entirely uncommon." "Oh, I see. At least, that's what my master once told me." As she approached Melissa, Raven began trying to piece this little training session together in her mind. What should I teach her? She wondered, her brow furrowing slightly. There's no point in teaching her too much, given that I'm going to kill her at some point. But I need to show her something, or she might start to question why Javer asked me to do this in the first place. In the end, Raven settled on a basic sword stance. Given that Melissa was, presumably, if her performance in class was any indication, starting from a position of knowing literally nothing, she figured that would be enough for now. First things first, Melissa, hold your blade like this, she said, demonstrating the proper form. Keep your wrist straight, your elbows slightly bent. Feel the balance of the sword. Let it become an extension of your arm. Melissa nodded, her face scrunched up in concentration as she tried to mimic Raven's stance. Like this? She asked, looking up at Raven for approval. Raven stepped closer, reaching out to adjust Melissa's hand on the hilt. Almost. Just a little more. Raven froze. She'd gotten too close. Melissa's face was mere inches from her own, those crimson eyes staring into hers with an intensity that made Raven's heart skip a beat. For a moment, neither of them moved. Then Melissa, slightly confused, said yes. Raven swallowed hard, stepping back abruptly. Get away, you fool. Raven scolded herself. If you breathe in too many of those pheromones. Yes, push your wrist a little bit higher, she said stiffly, trying to ignore the heat creeping up her neck. Good. Like that. Raven continued the lesson, demonstrating the proper way to swing the sword and block incoming strikes. Keep your movements fluid, she instructed, her blade slicing through the air with practiced grace. Don't let your muscles tense up. Breathe, focus, and let your body flow with the weapon. Melissa watched intently, her crimson eyes tracking every move. She tried to imitate Raven's technique, her brow furrowed in concentration. Good, Raven nodded. You're getting the hang of it. Now, try taking a few swings at me. Don't worry, I'll block them. Melissa hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward, raising her sword. As she began to attack, Raven found her mind wandering. Why don't I hate her? She wondered while her sword clanged against Melissa's. Nim are vermin. Nothing but pests to be exterminated or experimented on. I've known that all my life, and yet she couldn't bring herself to view the girl that way, right now. How did you learn to fight like this, Raven? Melissa asked suddenly, her eyes shining with curiosity. Raven blinked, taken aback by the question. Shit, She hesitated for a moment, her mind racing to remember the story she fabricated. I learned from my father. Melissa tilted her head, taking a step back. He was a soldier, Raven continued, the story taking shape in her mind. He fought in the wars against Raya. Years ago, when I was a child, he taught me everything he knew, hoping I'd never have to use those skills. She lowered her sword. But then he died. An accident, when I was 12. I had to fend for myself after that. Raven gestured to the scar on her face, a bitter smile tugging at her lips. Got this in a fight a few years later. Some thugs thought a scrawny orphan girl would be an easy target. They learned otherwise. I gave as good as I got. Melissa's eyes widened. Her expression turned sympathetic. Oh, Raven, I'm so sorry. That must have been awful. Raven shrugged, trying to push down the unexpected lump in her throat. Why am I getting emotional over a lie? She wondered. It's not real. None of it is. But as Melissa reached out, placing a tentative hand on Raven's shoulder, the assassin felt warm winds pass over her heart. I can't imagine how hard that must have been, Melissa murmured. Losing your father, having to survive on your own. That is crazy. Raven swallowed hard. Is this what I was told to be wary of? Raven wondered. This kind aura, this strange allure, this. Her thoughts were abruptly cut off as Melissa's foot then hooked around her ankle, sending her tumbling to the ground. Raven hit the dirt with a grunt. In an instant, Melissa was on top of her, straddling her waist, the point of her sword resting lightly against Raven's throat. HM? Raven blinked. Did I really get that careless just now? She couldn't believe it. If her master was here now, she'd probably kill Raven herself. Do it, Raven pleaded. Sink that blade in my throat. I deserve for messing up this badly. For a long moment, they just stared at each other, chests heaving, eyes locked. Raven had no clue how much time had passed. It could have been a few seconds. It could have been an hour. All she knew was that, as the other woman pretty much sat on Raven's abdomen, Raven couldn't really think about anything other than the warmth surrounding her. Or the way Melissa's eyes looked down at her own, these red pools of lava that, Even though Raven was currently beneath the other woman, she could feel herself sinking inside of. Then Melissa let out a little whoop of victory, a grin spreading across her face. "Gotcha," she exclaimed, hopping off of Raven and extending a hand to help her up. Raven blinked. The tone of the moment changed for her like a glass mirror had just been shattered. A thought came to her mind. Didn't T figure out who I was? What? Did she trip me just for fun? If that was the case, then her mission wasn't over just yet. With that being said, Raven composed herself. "Nice move," she said, dusting herself off. "You caught me off guard. Let us go again, and this time, I want to go easy on you." Melissa laughed, readying her sword. "Bring it on, teach." Chapter 49. The Prodigious Nim. Part 18. Melissa panted, lowering her sword. She felt like her body was on fire. She and Raven had been training for a few hours. They'd gone over various stances and swings, and blocking techniques and footwork and spacing, and, oh gods, my arms are about to fall off. Raven noticed Melissa's fatigue. Her cold, gray eyes assessed her, and then the woman nodded to herself. "I think that's enough for today," she said, sheathing her own blade. "You made good progress, Melissa. We can pick this up again another time." Melissa nodded gratefully. Salvation. The two of them began to gather their things. "Hey, thanks for taking the time to do this for me, Raven. I really appreciate it," Melissa stated. "You are welcome," Raven replied casually, without glancing her way. As Melissa got ready to go, her gaze lingered on Raven. "She's so hard to read," Melissa mused. "There's definitely more to her than meets the eye." "I agree with Javer on that much. But dangerous? I just can't see it. She doesn't really give me that vibe." Part of the reason Melissa had tripped her earlier had been to test her, to see what Raven did in response. But if she was some sort of assassin, wouldn't she have done something then? Unless she's just that confident that I wouldn't harm her, even with my sword at her throat like I had it. Setting that aside, sure, Raven was skilled with a blade. Exceptionally so. And certainly, there was a certain coldness to her. A distance that Melissa couldn't quite breach. But in the moments she and Melissa had shared so far, she just seemed so human, Melissa thought. It's hard to view her that way. She wanted more time with her, though. More opportunities to gauge Raven's personality. So she asked, "Hey, Raven, would you maybe want to grab a bite to eat? I don't know about you, but I'm starving after all that training." Raven blinked, surprise flickering across her features. I don't think that's a good idea," she said, her voice low. "We should probably just head back to the dorms." But Melissa was ready to give up that easily. "Oh, come on," she insisted, a playful grin tugging at her lips. "It'll be fun. We could chat, get to know each other a little better. Plus, I know this great little cafe just off campus that makes the best sandwiches in Syux." Raven looked back at her. Her expression didn't change, but her tone did. "I don't know, Melissa. Please?" Melissa widened her eyes, giving Raven her best puppy dog look. "I promise I want bite. Unless you're into that sort of thing," she punctuated the last bit with a wink. Raven raised a brow, but soon she found herself nodding. "Fine." Raven sighed. "I suppose a quick bite wouldn't hurt. Lead the way." Raven sat on the edge of her bed. The room's silent save for Melissa's soft snores from across the room. The Nim girl was fast asleep, her face peaceful and untroubled, blissfully unaware of the turmoil raging in Raven's mind. "I should be sleeping too," Raven thought, glancing at the clock on the wall. "But I have a job to do." Slowly, silently, she rose from her bed, her bare feet making no sound on the cold stone floor. She padded over to Melissa's bedside, her eyes tracing the delicate lines of the girl's purple face. A Nim looking so innocent, Raven mused, her eyes narrowing. So vulnerable. Before she knew what she was doing, Raven had drawn a knife from the sheath at her thigh, the blade glinting in the moonlight that filtered through the window. She held it over Melissa's sleeping form, the point hovering just inches from the girl's throat. It would be so easy, Raven thought, tilting her head. One quick thrust, and it would all be over. My mission would be complete. I'd be free to return to the temple. But even as the thought crossed her mind, Raven knew she couldn't do it. Not yet. Not until her master gave the word. She sighed. I wish they let me just get on with it. All this fooling around is unnecessary. If keeping a low profile is what you want to do, will that not only get harder with time? Still, as much as she hated it, Raven couldn't kill this girl just yet. She was under orders. For a while, she just stood there looking down at the girl. Soon, and with a shaky breath, Raven lowered the knife, slipping it back into its sheath. She stepped away from Melissa's bed. Silently, she slipped in her black hood and robe. She couldn't kill Melissa yet, but another poor soul in the city was less fortunate. Armia strode through the hallways of her family's estate, her footsteps echoing on the polished marble floor. Beside her, Darien sauntered along, his hands tucked casually into his pockets. Hey, Darien, Armia said, glancing at her brother. I was thinking we could train together today. I need to work on my technique for the tournament. Darien shrugged, an apologetic grin on his face. Suri, cease. I've got plans today. Maybe another time? Armia frowned. Of course he is busy, she thought bitterly. He is always busy when I need him. Come on, Darien, she pleaded, trying to keep the irritation out of her voice. This is important. I need to be at the top of my game if I want to stand a chance in the tournament. Darien raised an eyebrow, a skeptical look on his face. Why do you even need to train so hard? Anyway, it's not like there's anyone in the prestige class who can match your level of swordsmanship. Armia hesitated, crossing her arms and tapping her foot against the floor. That's because I'm not planning to use a sword. Darien blinked. What? But you're the best sword fighter I know. Why would you use your strongest weapon? Armia sighed, running a hand through her hair. Because using weapons and engaging in close-range battles does not befit a lady, she explained, her voice firm despite the uncertainty swirling in her gut. And that's what I want to be, she thought, a fierce determination burning in her chest. A lady, not just another brutish Darien, but a true woman, graceful and refined. It was her deepest desire, the goal she'd been working towards for as long as she could remember. She couldn't give an inch if she was going to prove that to everyone. And that meant she'd win this tournament in the most graceful way possible. Darien, however, just looked even more perplexed. Isn't the whole point of that tournament to show off how good you are at fighting? Armia shook her head, a small smile tugging at her lips. There's more to combat than just brute force. Darien, I want to show that I can be just as effective, just as powerful, without resorting to such indelicate methods. Darien snorted, rolling his eyes. If you say so, sis. But if you're not going to train with me, why don't you just practice with someone from your class? Armia raised a brow. Yes, because I have so many friends to choose from. Right. Darien took a moment to think. What about that Nim girl from before? And Armia immediately blushed. Absolutely not. Darien's eyebrows shot up. Why not? She seems like a good option. You two are already working together on that other project, right? Armia shook her head vehemently, her cheeks burning. It's just not going to happen, okay? Drop it. But Darien, sensing there was more to the story, wasn't he about to let it go that easily? Come on, sis. What is the big deal? Did something happen between you two? He is not going to let this go. Fuck. Armia sat down heavily on the couch, hunching over as if trying to make herself smaller. Last time Melissa and I met to work on our project, we ended up sitting quite close to each other. Darien nodded. All right. Armia squirmed, her face feeling like it was on fire. And, well, as we were working, I found myself getting a bit, flustered. Darien's eyebrows twitched. Flustered? What do you mean? Armia groaned, burying her face in her hands. You know, Armia was about to pass out. Nervous. Flustered. There was a beat of silence. And then, wait, he smirked. Are you saying you got worked up? Darien, keep your voice down. But it was too late. Darien was already doubled over, howling with laughter. Oh my gods, Armia. I can't believe it. You, the prim and proper lady, flustered over a Nim girl. This is too good. Armia grabbed a nearby pillow, slamming it into Darian's face with all her might. Shut up, shut up, shut up, she hissed, her scales standing on end with mortification. It's not funny. This has to be one of the most embarrassing moments of my life. She thought miserably, her shoulders slumping in defeat. As if reading her mind, Darian sobered up, wiping tears of mirth from his eyes. Okay, I'm sorry for laughing. But seriously, Armia, it's not that big of a deal, right? I mean, you can't help who you're attracted to. Armia's head snapped up, her eyes narrowing. I am not attracted to a Nim, she snapped. Sure you're not. That's why you got so flustered when she got too close, right? Armia groaned, flopping back against the couch. Ugh, I shouldn't have said anything. Darian shrugged, his expression turning serious. Look, sis, I get that you're embarrassed. But unless you can suddenly develop a social life and find someone else to practice with, you're going to have to get over it and ask Melissa for help. At least, as far as I can tell. Armia sighed, knowing he was right. Gods above, give me strength. Chapter 50. The Prodigious Nim. Part 19. Melissa sat in class, trying her best to focus on the professor's lecture. Isabella nuzzled into Melissa's neck, her fluffy tail swishing lazily behind her. By now, Melissa had accepted that her lap really was going to be the Kitsune's seat from here on. And it looked like everyone else had too, since no one was even giving them weird looks anymore. You're so comfy, cuz Isabella purred, her breath tickling Melissa's skin. I could just stay here forever. Melissa just sighed. You're not half bad either, I guess. Isabella pouted up at her, while Melissa tried to keep a straight face. Though, I guess I should be thanking her. Free essence. I'm sure as hell not going to turn that down. But that pout is just too cute. As the professor droned on about the intricacies of elemental magic, Melissa's mind began to wander. The tournament is coming up soon, she mused, absent-mindedly stroking Isabella's tail, which made Isabella purr quietly. I wonder. Melissa leaned in close to Isabella's ear, keeping her voice low to avoid drawing attention. Hey, Izzy, she whispered, I was thinking, do you maybe want to train together for the tournament? We could spar, work on our techniques, that sort of thing. Isabella stiffened slightly, her tail going still as she looked up at the Nim. She hesitated, looking away. I would love to, Melissa, but I'm actually going to be pretty busy for a little while. Melissa blinked, surprised by the unexpected response. Busy? With what? Isabella shifted on Melissa's lap, suddenly seeming uncomfortable. It's just, well, she glanced around as if checking to make sure no one was eavesdropping. I can't really talk about it right now. It's kind of secret. Isabella giggled, like she was talking about a secret lover or something. What did she be up to that, S? So, hush hush. She opened her mouth, ready to press for more information, but then she stopped herself. I guess she shouldn't tip. Melissa thought, swallowing back her questions. If she wants to keep it to herself, that's her business. Don't worry, Isabella said, laying her head down on Melissa's chest. I'll let you know about it soon enough. Just something I'm working on. Oh, Melissa nodded slightly. Okay. The morning classes flew by in a blur, and before Melissa knew it, it was time for Javer's much-anticipated dueling class. She walked into the training grounds, her heart pounding. Training with Raven yesterday had been fun. Melissa wanted more of that. It was the one that she hadn't been able to scratch over the last 8 years. Javer stood at the front of the class, her fiery hair tied back as she assessed the class. All right, everyone, she called out, her voice ringing with authority. Today, we're going to be working on your basic combat skills. I want you to pair up and start sparring, using the techniques we've been practicing. I'll be coming around to observe and offer guidance as needed. Melissa nodded as she took a practice sword from a weapon rack. She looked around, hoping to train some more with Raven, but someone else had already approached the girl. Guess I'll have to find someone else to spar with. Just then, Javer's voice cut through the chatter. Melissa, you'll be working with Jalen today. And Armia, she paused, scanning the room. Looks like you're with me. Melissa blinked, surprised to be paired with Javer's niece. Sometimes, Melissa forgot Jalen was even in her class. That was Probably no coincidence, given how hard Jalen tried to avoid her. Even back at Javer's house, I've barely ever gotten to spend any time with her. Oh well, I mean, it's not like we're friends or anything. She glanced over at the human girl, taking in her confident stance and the easy way she held her sword. Great. She has probably way better than me, too, Melissa thought wryly. But there was no time to dwell on it. Jalen was already advancing, her blade flashing in the light. Melissa raised her own sword, barely managing to parry the first blow. The force of it sent vibrations up her arm, and she gritted her teeth, trying to remember everything Raven had taught her yesterday. But Jalen was relentless, her attacks coming fast and furious. It was all Melissa could do to keep up, her practice sword moving desperately to block and deflect. Damn, she is good, Melissa thought, sweat beading on her brow. I can't even find an opening to strike back. Thankfully, Jalen took a couple of steps back, letting Melissa breathe. At that moment, Melissa risked a glance over at Armia, wondering how the Darien girl was faring against Javer. To her surprise, Armia seemed to be holding back. Every move she made looked sluggish and half-hearted. Predictably, Javer was having none of that. Javer frowned, lowering her blade. What's going on, Armia? She asked. Why are you holding back? Armia sighed, her draconic tail swishing behind her. It's just, ladies don't fight with blades, she said, her tone prim and proper. It's not befitting of our station. Javer's eyebrows shot up. She smirked back at the girl. That's news to me. But Melissa could hear the rest of the conversation. She felt a sudden, sharp pain in her ankle. She yelped, her leg buckling beneath her as Jalen's foot swept out, hooking around her ankle and sending her tumbling to the ground. The human girl stood over her, eyes narrowed. Yield, she said, the point of her sword hovering inches from Melissa's throat. Melissa swallowed hard, her pride stinging almost as much as her ankle. Damn it, I can't believe I let myself get distracted like that. Reluctantly, she nodded, and Jalen pulled her blade away, already turning to walk toward the other side of the room. Melissa sat up, rubbing her ankle ruefully. Well, that was embarrassing, she thought, her cheeks burning. Good that it happened here instead of in a real fight, though, I guess. As Melissa caught her breath, she glanced back at Armia and Javer, their conversation drawing her attention. Armia, her posture stiff and her expression tense, seemed to be struggling to explain herself. And noble women aren't supposed to care about fighting, she insisted, her voice strained. It's just not proper. But Javer wasn't having it. Excuse me? She said, one eyebrow raised skeptically. I'm a noble woman, and I've always been a fighter. It's never stopped me from being a lady. Armia flushed, looking away. Her resolve wasn't shaken, though. Yes, but you're human, she stammered, grasping for an argument. You can afford that luxury. For someone like me, it's different. She looked back at Javer. I'll do my best in the tournament, but I want to win it my way, Professor. Javer frowned, clearly not understanding Armia's logic. But after a moment, she sighed, shaking her head. All right, Armia. If that is how you feel, I want to push you. After class, Melissa found Armia sitting alone on a bench, her shoulders slumped and her tail curled around her feet. Without really thinking about it, Melissa walked over and sat down beside her. Hey, she said softly, trying to catch Armia's eye. Are you okay? That conversation with Javer seemed pretty intense. Armia stiffened. It's nothing, she said, turning away. Just a difference of opinion. It doesn't matter. But Melissa wasn't convinced. For a long moment, Armia was silent. Then, with a heavy sigh, she began to speak. All my life, she said, her voice low, I've struggled to be seen as a lady. A proper lady is supposed to be feminine. Graceful. Me? She flexed her right arm. I'm just gross. I mean, look at me. I'm huge, muscular, with scales and a tail. People see me, they see my arms, my legs, and they don't think lady, they think brutish Darien. So, sure, she kept going, a woman like Javer can pick up a warhammer, and she'll still look like a damn queen as she smashes people's heads in. But, me? The moment I even look at a blade, I know that that's all anyone will ever see me as. A warrior, a fighter, but never a lady. By the end of all that, she was so quiet Melissa almost couldn't hear her. Wow. Melissa leaned back against the bench. I guess I can see where she is coming from. Seeing her, Armia did the same. They both stared up at the sky for a moment, neither of them breaking this silence. Until Armia said, "It's been a while since I talked about that with anyone." "Yeah?" Armia nodded. "It's too embarrassing. But," she glanced Melissa's way, "something just now kind of made me want to open up a bit. I guess you just have a kind aura or something." "Thanks, I guess." "You're welcome." Again, they fell into silence. Melissa, however, took this moment to gaze upon Armia. Her story had tugged at Melissa's heart, and now she felt the need to say, "You want to go back to my place?" Armia raised a brow at her. "I guess we could work on our spell crafting." "I meant to hang out," Melissa replied with a smile. "You know, like friends." At that, Armia looked back at her. She debated it for a moment. Then, she nodded. "Sure." Chapter 51, The Prodigious Nim. Part 20. Armia couldn't quite believe she was doing this. Walking side by side with Melissa, making her way to the Nim girl's house again. It felt surreal. What am I thinking? She wondered, her tail swishing nervously behind her. There's no project involved this time. Hanging out with Melissa? Casually? Just like that? This is a terrible idea. But despite her misgivings, Armia found herself strangely excited. It had been so long since she'd just relaxed with someone. Anyone who wasn't her brother, anyway, and even then talking to him was rarely relaxing. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad, she mused as they approached Melissa's front door. It's just for a little while, right? What's the worst that could happen? "Mom, Dad, I'm home," Melissa called out as they stepped inside. "And I brought a friend." Armia flinched at the word friend, but forced a smile as Melissa's parents emerged from the kitchen of this rather large manor, their eyes widening at the sight of the Darien girl. "Oh, hello there," Margaret said, her voice warm and welcoming. "It's lovely to see you once again, miss." Duskscale, the Darien supplied, bowing her head politely. "Armia Duskscale. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance again." The man, who Armia hadn't seen last time, grinned, wiping his hands on a dish towel. "Name, S. Melistaire. It's a pleasure." He extended a hand before realizing his hands were still wet and awkwardly laughed the moment off. Melissa nodded, already tugging Armia toward the back door. "We'll be in the garden if you need us," she called over her shoulder, leading Armia outside into the warm afternoon sun. The garden was small but well-tended, with neat rows of vegetables and fragrant herbs lining the edges. In the center, a little girl with purple skin and crimson eyes was running around, chasing a butterfly with gleeful abandon. "Hazel," Melissa called out, waving to her sister. "Come say hi to Armia." The little girl skidded to a stop, her eyes widening as she took in the towering Darien once again. For a moment, Armia braced herself for a bad reaction, given how the little girl was looking at her. But to her surprise, Hazel just grinned, bounding over to them with a skip in her step. "Hi," she chirped before wrapping her tiny arms around one of Armia's legs in a quick hug. She pulled back, looking up at Armia with wonder. "Are you a giant?" Armia blinked. No, I'm not a giant," she said slowly. "Armia a dragon," Melissa added, and Hazel's eyes widened with wonder. "You're so cool." "I am." Armia glanced at Melissa, unsure how to respond. But the Nim girl just laughed, ruffling her sister's hair affectionately. All right. Hazy, Armia and I have some spells we want to practice. Stand back a bit." "Okay. Spells?" Armia asked. "I want to show you some stuff," Melissa whispered with a little smile. At the mention of magic, Hazel's eyes lit up. "Spells? Can I watch?" Please. Melissa visibly hesitated, but then shrugged. "I don't see why not. As long as you promise to stay back and not distract us. Okay?" Hazel nodded vigorously, her little face set with determination. "I promise." Melissa grinned, leading Armia to a clear patch of grass. "All right then, let us get started. Armia, Want to see a new spell I've been working on? The Darien girl nodded, curious despite herself. Melissa took a deep breath, closing her eyes as she focused her essence. Then, with a flick of her wrist and a muttered incantation, she cast the spell. Ignis, Radix, Lavim, Creskara. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, a tiny sprout began to emerge from the ground, unfurling its leaves as it grew taller and taller. It was that plant spell Melissa had shown Armia before. Hazel gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. Whoa, that is so pretty. Even Armia had to admit, it was an impressive display of magic. She really does have a knack for this, she thought. This time, a new sprout emerged, but instead of ice, it seemed to be made of fire. Armia's eyes widened as the fiery sprout emerged from the ground, its leaves and stem flickering with dancing flames. Incredible, she thought, watching as the plant grew to the height of Melissa's knees. It was glowing. I wonder how much ground this light could cover. Shame it's still day out. Hazel clapped her hands in delight, bouncing up and down on her toes. Wow. Melissa grinned, looking quite proud of herself. Thanks, Hazy. But wait. There's more. She turned to Armia, a mischievous glint in her eye. I remember you saying you wanted to focus on water magic, right? Well, I've been working on a little something that might interest you. Armia raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, do tell. Melissa's grin widened. Check this out. Melissa took her academy coat off, leaving her with just her white shirt and red tie. Noobs pluvia descend. She raised her hand to the sky, her fingers weaving an intricate pattern in the air. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a small, dark cloud began to form above Melissa's head, growing and swirling like a miniature storm. Armia watched, fascinated, as the cloud grew heavier and heavier, until finally, splat! A torrent of water cascaded down from the cloud, drenching Melissa from head to toe. A very small torrent, like a single pillar of water. Hazel squealed in surprise, then broke into a fit of giggles at the sight of her sister's soaked form. Melissa, for her part, just laughed, shaking her head like a wet dog. Well, it works, she said cheerfully, wringing out her hair after a while. Granted, it's not the most useful spell in the world, given how small the cloud is. And I haven't found a way to make it go anywhere that isn't directly over my head. But hey, if I'm ever overheating or dehydrated, at least I know I can. Her words trailed off as she noticed Armia's expression. Armia could hardly breathe. The Darien girl was staring at her, eyes wide and face flushed to deep, burning gold. Oh my gods, Armia thought, her heart pounding in her chest. Her shirt, I can. The thin, white fabric of Melissa's top was clinging to her skin like a second skin, rendered almost completely transparent by the water. And through it, Armia could see nipples, her brain helpfully supplied. Shaky even in her own head, she swallowed hard, trying desperately to tear her gaze away. But it was like her eyes were magnetized, drawn irresistibly toward Melissa. Melissa, following Armia's line of sight, glanced down at her own chest. Her cheeks flushed purple as realization dawned. Wow, that's embarrassing, she stammered, crossing her arms over her chest in a belated attempt at modesty. Armia finally managed to wrench her gaze away, fixing her eyes firmly on the ground. Sorry, she mumbled, her face burning. I didn't mean to stare. It's just the water. She trailed off, wishing fervently for the earth to swallow her whole. But to her surprise, Melissa just laughed, the sound warm and good-natured. It's okay, she said, her tone light and teasing. I guess I should have thought that spell through a little more. Or at least went and got a darker outfit. Melissa stuck her tongue out with a smile and closed one eye. Armia tried to calm down. Hey, think about it this way, Melissa added. Now we're even. Armia shook her head, holding back a chuckle. I guess so. At least Armia didn't blush again. In front of her, anyway. All too soon, Armia found herself back in her own room, lying on her bed and staring up at the ceiling. She couldn't stop thinking about Melissa. About her bright smile, her easy laughter, the way her eyes sparkled when she talked about magic. What is wrong with me? Armia wondered, her heart racing in her chest. Why can't I get her out of my head? As if in answer, a rush of heat washed over her. Armia groaned, burying her face in her pillow as the warmth began to rise. Not again. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to will the feeling away. She absolutely refused to acknowledge it, to give in to the moment. It's just a physical reaction, she told herself sternly. It doesn't mean anything. She's Anyim. For God's sake. But even as she tried to deny it, Armia couldn't shake the warmth flooding through her body right now. She pressed her hands firmly to her stomach and took a steadying breath, trying to quiet the flutter rising inside her. She knew she shouldn't let her thoughts linger, but the pull was undeniable. With a quiet sigh, she let them slip up her skirt. Armia sighed, giving in to the moment. Just a little bit. A short while. What followed did not, in fact, last a short while. Chapter 52. The Prodigious Nim. Part 21. Raven. The early morning sun had barely begun to peek over the horizon as Raven set out on her daily run. Her feet pounded against the cobblestone paths of the academy. Her mind was blank. All she could hear was her own heartbeat, thudding softly in her ears. Running had always been a form of meditation for Raven, a way to clear her mind and focus on the task at hand. And today, that task made her a little antsy. Melissa Blackflame, she thought, her brow furrowing as she rounded a corner. When will I finally be able to rid myself of this pest? As she neared the end of her route, Raven spotted a familiar figure standing outside her dormitory. Professor Miria Linner, her posture rigid and her expression unreadable. Raven slowed to a stop, schooling her features into a mask of polite curiosity. Professor Linner, she greeted, keeping her voice carefully neutral. Is there something I can help you with? Miria's gaze flicked to Raven, her lips pressing into a thin line. Miss Nightsong, please come with me to my office. There's a matter we need to discuss. Raven nodded, falling into step beside the professor as they made their way to the administrative building. Once inside Miria's office, the older woman's demeanor shifted, the mask of the teacher falling away to reveal the cold, calculating master Raven knew so well. The organization has made a decision, Miria said, her voice clipped and businesslike. Melissa Blackflame is to be eliminated the day before the tournament begins. Raven blinked. I understand, Master, she said, bowing her head. But may I ask why the organization decided on this timing? Miria leaned back in her chair, interlocking her fingers. The higher-ups believe that with everyone's attention focused on the upcoming tournament, Melissa's disappearance will be less likely to raise suspicion. People will be too caught up in the excitement and preparation to notice one missing student, especially one as unremarkable as a Nim. They'll all assume she just caught a cold at a bad time or something. Granted, they will eventually realize something must have gone wrong. But by then, we will have extracted you from the academy. Raven nodded slowly, absorbing the information. I guess it makes sense. Though, I would have rather just killed her by now, but all right. Do I have any other instructions to follow throughout this time leading up to the due date? Miria nodded. Try not to let your disgust for Miss Blackflame show. 3 months is quite a bit of time to blow your cover. Keep your instincts under control. Haven T really felt much disgust for Melissa, in truth. It will be done, Master, she said, her tone firm and resolute. I will not fail you. Miria nodded, a flicker of approval in her cold eyes. See that you don't, Nightsong. The organization is counting on you. With that, she dismissed Raven with a wave of her hand. Later, when Raven reached her room, she paused outside the door, taking a deep breath to steady herself. Plastering a neutral expression on her face, Raven pushed open the door, only to find Melissa already awake and getting ready for class. Oh, hey Raven, the girl greeted, her smile as bright as the morning sun. You're back early. How was your run? Raven swallowed hard, forcing a small smile in return. It was fine, she said, proud of how steady her voice sounded. Just needed to clear my head a bit. Melissa nodded sympathetically, tucking a strand of hair behind her pointed ear. I know what you mean. Sometimes a little exercise is the best way to sort through your thoughts, you know? You have no idea, Raven thought wryly, watching as Melissa gathered up her books and headed for the door. Well, I'm off to class. See you there. And with a final wave, she was gone, leaving Raven alone with her swirling thoughts. The day before the tournament, which is in 3 months. All right. Melissa's back hit the bathroom wall. Isabella's lips tugged, pushed, and pulled on Melissa's own. It had been a while since they'd been this close. Ever since Melissa's surprising realization about something unexpected regarding Isabella. But as a Nym, Melissa's needs couldn't be set aside forever. And when Isabella had offered to be there for her again, well, Melissa found it hard to refuse today. Izzy, she said, tangling her fingers in the kitsune's silky hair. Holy shit. Isabella grinned against her mouth, her hands roaming over Melissa's curves. I couldn't agree more. You have no idea how much I've been wanting to get my hands on you again. They kissed deeply, tongues tangling and breath mingling as they lost themselves in the heat of the moment. But eventually, the need for air forced them apart, both girls panting and flushed. Isabella leaned her forehead against Melissa's, her green eyes sparkling with mischief. Hey, she purred, trailing a finger down Melissa's chest. Why don't you come over to my place later? Melissa bit her lip, tempted by the offer. To be honest, her discovery about Isabella's true nature only disturbed Melissa temporarily. Perhaps finding out that Armia was the same way was what did it. But now, in the face of Isabella's fiery aura, Melissa couldn't bring herself to care. Even as she felt a subtle poke against her stomach and pelvis, she just tried to ignore it and keep going. But she knew she couldn't afford to get too distracted. She had a lot to do these days. I wish I could, she sighed, gently pushing the kitsune back. But I really need to focus on my training right now. And Armia and I still have a lot of work to do on our class project. Isabella pouted, her fluffy ears drooping in disappointment. Come on. Can't you spare a few hours for your favorite cousin? Melissa laughed, rolling her eyes playfully. You're my only cousin, you goof. But I'm serious. I need to prioritize right now. We can always pick this up another time, okay? Isabella heaved a dramatic sigh, but nodded reluctantly. Fine, but you'd better make it up to me later. With a final peck on the lips, they disentangled themselves and headed out of the bathroom, once the moment had passed, doing their best to look casual and not at all like they'd just been making out like their lives depended on it. As they walked down the hallway, Melissa noticed Isabella veering off in a different direction than usual. Hey, where are you heading? HM? Not to be nosy or something, Melissa added. Just curious. Isabella paused, glancing back at Melissa with an uncharacteristically hesitant expression. Oh, I was just heading to the Alchemist's tower. There's something I wanted to check on. Melissa's eyebrows shot up, intrigued. The Alchemist's tower? I haven't been there. What's it like? Isabella shifted from foot to foot, looking torn. But after a moment, she seemed to come to a decision. Actually, do you want to come with me? I could show you. Melissa's brows shot up. Sure. Lead the way. Together. They made their way to the tower, climbing the winding stairs until they reached a small, cluttered laboratory. Isabella darted over to one of the workbenches, rummaging through a pile of papers and vials until she found what she was looking for. Here it is, she said, holding up a small, intricately carved rune. This is what I've been pouring all my time and energy into. Melissa leaned in, examining the rune with a critical eye. It was beautiful, the lines and symbols etched with a level of skill and precision that spoke of countless hours of practice. Holy moly, Melissa thought, genuinely impressed. Isabella's almost on my level, and I have literal otherworldly knowledge backing me up. Damn, but there was something else about it, a faint aura of power that made the hairs on the back of Melissa's neck stand up. What is it? She breathed, unable to tear her gaze away. Isabella grinned, a fierce pride shining in her eyes. Once I finish it, it will be a rune that can't be spent, she explained, her voice thrumming with excitement. No matter how many times you use it, it will never run out of power. Imagine the possibilities, Melissa. spells that can be cast endlessly, without ever needing to recharge. It could revolutionize the way we use magic. Melissa's jaw dropped, her mind reeling with the implications. That S incredible, Izzy. You really think you could do it? Isabella's smile turned wistful, a faraway look in her eyes. Perhaps. To be honest, it's not so much the idea of a rune like this that's pushing me, as much as it is. She sighed. I told you, I want to be the best sorceress in the world, right? Well, being proficient at various things is just one way to make that happen. But you also need to innovate, right? She crossed her arms. I can't think of anyone in history who has been known as the best at something and didn't create something new. Melissa nodded, following her logic, though she figured she might be able to think of a few people back on Earth who didn't make anything new and were still considered great. Ever since I made this goal for myself, Isabella continued, I've been obsessed with the idea of creating something new. And along the way, I got the idea of making magic more accessible, more sustainable. I want to create tools that anyone can use, regardless of their natural ability or access to expensive components. And this rune could be the key to making that dream a reality. Melissa stared at her cousin, a newfound respect and admiration blooming in her chest. Wow, she murmured, shaking her head in wonder. I had no idea you were working on something so groundbreaking. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Isabella ducked her head, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. I wanted it to be a surprise once I got it, she admitted. I didn't want to get your hopes up until I was sure it would work. But now, she trailed off, looking away. Well, I figure I should let you know that making out with you isn't all I like to do, Isabella leaned back, stretching nonchalantly. Melissa could tell she was trying to put on a relaxed act, though, by the way the fox's tail was swinging back and forth. So there it is. What do you think? Isabella asked casually. I think it's a great idea. But how about we work together? Melissa asked. I might be able to help make it happen. Isabella raised a brow. Maybe we could. Are you familiar with this sort of thing? Melissa nodded. Trust me, she stated. If we can't make this work, no one can. Chapter 53. The Prodigious Nim, Part 22. Armia strode through the halls of the academy, her mind focused on one thing, the upcoming tournament. She had questions, concerns, and above all, a burning desire to prove herself. And right now, the only person who came to mind to seek guidance from was Professor Folden. Thus Armia was making her way over to the woman's office after class. As she approached Javer's office, however, the sound of voices made her pause. Javer was speaking to someone, her tone serious and slightly exasperated. I know it looks bleak, Miria, she was saying, but we can't write them off just yet. Miria? Armia thought, her brow furrowing. Must be another teacher. I wonder what they're discussing. Unable to resist her curiosity, Armia inched closer to the door, straining to hear the conversation. Javer, be realistic. The other woman, Miria, replied. You've seen them in action. They're barely able to hold a sword, let alone wield one with any sort of skill. So much for being the most talented generation of students. What the hell? They're young, Miria. Inexperienced. But that doesn't mean they don't have potential. With the right training and guidance, I believe they could surprise us all. I just wish we had more time. The next words out of Miria's mouth made her blood run cold. Well, they'd better surprise us, and fast. The top performers in this tournament will be declared Knights of Syux. The king is counting on us to bolster his forces, and we can't afford to let him down. Armia's heart nearly stopped, her eyes widening in shock. Knights? The winners will become knights? In an instant, 1,000 possibilities flashed through her mind. As a knight, she would have status, respect, a place of honor in Syux's hierarchy. She would be seen as a true lady, refined and regal, not just some brutish Darien playing dress-up. This is it, she realized, a fierce determination taking root in her heart. This is my chance to prove myself, to show everyone that I am worthy of the title of a lady. But even as the thought filled her with excitement, Armia knew it wouldn't be easy. She couldn't just win the tournament through brute force and raw power. No, she needed to do it with elegance, with grace, with all the poise and finesse of a true noblewoman. I'll need to train harder than ever, she thought, her mind already racing with plans and strategies. I'll need to master my magic, to find a way to fight that showcases my femininity, not just my strength. It would be a challenge, but Armia had never been one to shy away from a challenge. She was about to turn and leave, her head full of ideas and her heart pounding with anticipation, when the doors suddenly swung open. Javert and Miria stepped out, their eyes widening in surprise as they caught sight of Armia standing there, looking like a deer caught in the headlights. "Miss Duskscale," Javert exclaimed, her brows raising. "What are you doing here?" Armia felt her face flush, heat rushing to her cheeks as she stammered out a response. I want to talk to you about the tournament," and she trailed off, realizing how flimsy her excuse sounded. Miria, for her part, just looked amused, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips. "Well," she drawled, crossing her arms over her chest, "it seems we have an eavesdropper in our midst." Armia's blush deepened, mortification mingling with the adrenaline still pumping through her veins. "Oh gods, this is so embarrassing. What must they think of me now?" But even as the thought crossed her mind, a sudden, mischievous impulse seized her. Maybe it was the remnants of her earlier excitement, or maybe it was just the sheer absurdity of the situation. But before she could stop herself, Armia found herself grinning. "You know what? You're absolutely right. I was eavesdropping, and I'm not even sorry about it." Javert and Miria blinked, taken aback by her bold admission. But Armia wasn't done. In fact, she continued, her grin widening. "I think I'll just see myself out. Lots of training to do, you know. Gotta get ready to become a knight, and all that." And with a cheeky wave, she turned on her heel and sprinted down the hallway, leaving two very bemused professors in her wake, and making sure to hide her blushing face. "I'll do it," she thought. "I will become a knight." As Isabella made her way to the academy, her mind was buzzing. She had finally shared her secret project with Melissa, revealing the work she'd been pouring her heart and soul into for the past few years. But now that the initial thrill of the revelation had worn off, a small, nagging doubt began to creep in. Should I have told her? Isabella wondered, chewing on her lower lip as she walked. I trust Melissa, but what if she thinks it's a stupid idea? What if she doesn't believe I can actually pull it off? The thought of disappointing her cousin, of seeing skepticism or pity in those warm, crimson eyes, made Isabella's stomach twist with anxiety. No, it's fine," she told herself firmly, shaking her head to banish the negative thoughts. "I'm overthinking it." With that reassurance firmly in mind, Isabella squared her shoulders and marched into the classroom, ready to face whatever the day might bring. As soon as she spotted Melissa, though, all her worries melted away, replaced by a giddy, bubbly warmth that filled her from head to toe. Without hesitation, she bounded over to her cousin, plopping herself down on Melissa's lap with a contented sigh. Melissa, to her credit, didn't even bat an eye, simply adjusting her position to accommodate Isabella's weight. She's getting used to this, Isabella thought, a mischievous grin tugging at her lips. Pretty soon, she won't even remember what it's like to have a lap that isn't occupied by yours truly. Huh, you see, Mom? I'm not pushing her away at all. Soon, as the professor droned on about the day's lesson, Isabella found her mind wandering, drifting back to the rune hidden away in the alchemist's tower. She was so close. She could feel it. Just a few more tweaks, a little more experimentation, and she'd have a working prototype, ready to change the face of magic as they knew it. Lost in her thoughts, she almost missed Melissa's whispered question, her cousin's breath tickling her fluffy ear. "Hey, Izzy, want to work on your project together later? I have some ideas that might help." Isabella's eyes widened, surprise and delight mingling in her chest. "Really? You want to start helping today?" Melissa grinned, giving Isabella a quick, affectionate squeeze. "Of course I do, silly. It's an amazing idea, and I want to see it succeed just as much as you do. So what do you say? Isabella felt a rush of warmth flood through her. All right, she agreed, her voice thick with emotion. Let us do this. Later, as they climbed the winding stairs of the alchemist's tower, Isabella could barely contain her excitement. She chattered away, her hands waving animatedly as she explained her thought process to Melissa. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking, she said, practically bouncing on her toes as they entered the laboratory. The key to creating an unspent rune is to make it self-sustaining, right? It needs to be able to continuously draw in essence, even when it's not actively being used. Melissa nodded, her brow furrowed in concentration as she listened. So, what if we created a sort of circular function? Isabella continued, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Like, the rune would pull essence into itself through the user, then store it until it's needed. And when it is used, it would automatically start the process all over again, drawing in more essence to replace what was spent. She looked at Melissa expectantly, waiting for her cousin's reaction. To her surprise, Melissa didn't look confused or skeptical. Instead, her face lit up with understanding, a slow smile spreading across her lips. Yeah, I think that could work. Isabella felt a rush of pride. You really think so? Absolutely, Melissa said, already moving towards the workbench. And I have some ideas on how we could make it happen. And just like that, she launched into an explanation of where essence came from and how they could make this happen. If there are any spell signs that create or manipulate essence directly, making this rune could be as simple as weaving those spell signs into an existing spell. Aside from that, the material used could be key as well. What do you mean? Well, theoretically, you could make a rune with anything, right? Melissa shrugged. People just use rocks because they're easy to find and store. But all a rune is a material with a spell sign written onto it and essence infused into it, right? Well, what about those essence lakes outside of Syux? Melissa asked with a smile. Javert showed one to me. What if we get some of it into a bucket, freeze it into a rock, and etch the spell sign onto it? Those things are pure essence. Maybe at 1 TB spent. As Melissa rattled off other suggestions, her mind clearly whirring with possibilities, Isabella could only stare in awe. Wow, she thought, a newfound respect for her cousin blossoming in her chest. Mom told me Melissa was smart, but this is next level. It was a humbling realization, but also an exciting one. With Melissa's help, Isabella knew they could take this project to heights she'd never dreamed of. They worked together seamlessly, bouncing ideas off each other and scribbling out complex equations and diagrams. Time seemed to fly by, the outside world fading away as they lost themselves in the thrill of discovery and creation. But eventually, Melissa glanced at the clock, a rueful expression crossing her face. Ah, shoot. I hate to cut this short, but I really need to get back to training for the tournament. Gotta make sure I'm in top form, you know? Isabella felt a pang of disappointment, but she understood. The tournament was important, not just for Melissa, but for all of them. Part of being in the prestige class, after all, was establishing one's reputation. In other words, this was an opportunity to show off. Of course, she said, nodding in agreement. I should probably take a break too. Can't have my brain turning to mush before we even get this thing working. But then, an idea struck her, a mischievous glint entering her eyes. You know, she purred, sidling up to Melissa with a coy smile. I could help you train, if you want. Train your sorcery, I mean. I may not look it, but I'm actually a pretty competent fighter myself. Perks of being a kitsune, you know? Magic comes easy to us. Melissa raised an eyebrow. Really? You could? Melissa tilted her head. There's still a few schools of magic I haven't learned about, she thought. Life, magic, wind, water, light. Syux has given me a lot, but for some reason, they tend to ignore certain parts of sorcery. Well, she murmured, her hands sliding around Melissa's waist. How about we take a few minutes to charge your essence, and then I show you a few things? Melissa visibly swallowed. Their eyes still locked, Melissa said, "Sure." And that was all the permission Isabella needed before she went and crashed their lips together. Chapter 54. The Prodigious Nim, Part 23. 3 months later, Melissa and Raven traded blows. Melissa's eyes remained narrowed. She tried to stay focused as Raven approached. Melissa parried and deflected her blows. A few months ago, she wouldn't have even been able to block one strike. Now she was blocking multiple at a time. Over the past 3 months, she had thrown herself into her training with an intensity that surprised even herself. She tried to push herself to hone and materialize skills she wouldn't have even imagined herself capable of having back on Earth. Now, with the day of the tournament just a week away, Melissa felt it had paid off. While she was still no match for Raven, Melissa could feel the difference in her own movement, the newfound confidence that came with hard-earned experience. She grinned fiercely as she lunged forward, her blades slicing through the air, only to be met with a lightning-fast riposte that sent her stumbling back, barely keeping her footing. "Whoa!" Melissa laughed, shaking her head in amazement. "Okay, that was a good one. You got me." Raven lowered her blade. "You're improving," she said, her tone as cool and measured as ever. "Your footwork is more stable, and your reactions are getting quicker." Melissa felt a flush of pride at the rare praise. "Well, I've had a pretty great teacher," she said, grinning cheekily. "Speaking of which, I think we've earned a break. What do you say we go grab a bite to eat? Am starving." Raven hesitated, a flicker of reluctance crossing her face. "I don't know, Melissa. I have some things I need to take care of, and oh, come on." Melissa wheedled, putting on her best puppy dog eyes. "It won't take long, I promise. And besides, you need to eat too, right?" She clasped her hands together, pouting exaggeratedly. "Please, Raven. Pretty please?" Raven sighed. She relented, shaking her head. "I suppose a quick meal couldn't hurt." A short while later, they were seated at a small, cozy table, the warm breeze ruffling their hair as they dug into their food. Melissa took a huge bite of her sandwich, savoring the juicy meats. Delicious as always," she mumbled around the mouthful. "Seriously, I don't know how they do it. I never tasted anything like this back in my home village, hee." Raven took a more delicate bite of her own sandwich, chewing thoughtfully. "It is quite good," she agreed, nodding. "Thank you for the recommendation." Melissa beamed, always happy to share her love of food with others. As they ate, she found herself studying Raven. The other girl was still as reserved as ever, her emotions still carefully guarded behind a mask of detachment. But there were moments, these little glimpses, where Melissa could see a bit more shine through. A flash of amusement at one of Melissa's jokes. A flicker of concern when Melissa took a particularly hard fall during training. A softening around the eyes when Melissa brought her a cup of tea after a long day. Small things, but they added up. "So, Raven," Melissa said, swallowing another bite of sandwich, "how have you been doing outside of our training sessions? Anything new and exciting going on in your life?" Raven blinked, seeming slightly taken aback by the question. "I've been well," she said after a moment, her tone carefully neutral. "Keeping up with my studies, mostly. Nothing particularly noteworthy." Melissa nodded, unsurprised by the vague answer. Getting Raven to open up was like trying to pry open a locked vault. Same old. Same old, huh?" she said, keeping her tone light and casual. Raven hummed non-committally, taking another bite of her sandwich. But Melissa wasn't deterred. She knew that beneath that cool exterior, there was a person worth getting to know, a friend worth having. She could feel it. She said, "I've been thinking about trying out a new hairstyle. Something a little more daring, maybe with a bit of color. What do you think, Raven? Pink streaks, yay or nay?" Raven blinked again, clearly thrown by the sudden change in topic, which had been the point. Melissa wanted to surprise her. I don't really have an opinion on hair color," she said slowly, as if choosing her words with great care. "I suppose if it makes you happy, then that's good." Melissa laughed softly. Not a bad answer. "Good job, Raven." Melissa and Raven continued to eat in silence, the busy sounds of the cafe providing a nice little backdrop to their meal. Melissa was just about to take another bite of her sandwich when, splash, a wave of cold liquid cascaded over her head, soaking her hair and dripping down her face. Melissa blinked, droplets clinging to her eyelashes as she looked up to see a human woman standing over her, an empty glass in hand. "Oh my, how clumsy of me," the woman said, her voice dripping with faux concern. "I do hope I haven't ruined your meal." Melissa calmly set down her sandwich and reached for a napkin, dabbing at her face with an air of practiced nonchalance. "No worries," she said cheerfully, "though I have to say, you got to work on your aim. Back in elementary school, kids usually managed to get my whole shirt too." She laughed. The woman's smug expression faltered, clearly thrown by Melissa's lack of reaction. With a huff, she turned on her heel and stalked away. Raven stared at Melissa, her brow furrowed in confusion. What just happened?" she asked, her usual composure slipping for a moment. "Did you know that woman?" Melissa shrugged, wringing out her hair with another napkin. "Nope, never seen her before in my life," she said, her tone light despite the circumstances. "But hey, at least the drink was cool. Refreshing, too." Raven's frown deepened. "I do not understand. Why would she do that if she doesn't know you?" Melissa let out a small, slightly bitter laugh. "Why do you think?" Melissa asked, but Raven just shrugged. Anim. This sort of thing is normal. Hey, at least this time it was just a drink. A few years ago, sometimes it was mud or rocks or whatever else they could get their hands on." "I see," Raven said finally, her voice soft. "That sounds so strange." Melissa shrugged again. "It wasn't always easy," she admitted. "But hey, I survived. And now I've got a whole new life here at the academy, with awesome friends like you. I say things are definitely looking up." Raven raised a brow. "Friends? Like me?" Yeah, Melissa replied, giggling. "I don't think I call the person I hang out with almost every day an acquaintance, right?" Raven almost looked shocked, like she only just now realized what they'd been doing these past few months. "Hanging out," she muttered, looking down at the table. Melissa sighed. When both were done with their respective meals, Melissa threw the leftovers in the trash and stood by Raven. "Yeah, so what do you say we go do some more of this hanging out stuff, huh?" Raven paused. "Aye, sure." And with that, they left the cafe. Chapter 55, The Prodigious Nim. Part 24. Melissa crept through the darkened halls of the academy, her footsteps echoing softly in the empty corridors. The alchemist's tower loomed ahead, its windows dark and lifeless at this late hour. At this hour, all the other prestige class students had long since departed, leaving the tower silent and seemingly abandoned. But Melissa knew better. She smiled to herself. With everyone else either asleep or out in the city, partying or whatever, she and Isabella practically had the tower to themselves. What is sheet? I've never really done anything like this. It feels like I'm walking into a bank to steal something. But, yeah, the situation couldn't be farther from that. She slipped inside, her footsteps echoing softly in the empty hallways. As she rounded the corner to their usual meeting spot, a blur of motion caught her off guard. Suddenly, she found herself pinned against the cool stone wall, her breath stolen from her lungs. Well, Isabella purred, her lips curving into a playful smirk. "Look who finally decided to show up. Have fun with your other friends today." Melissa laughed breathlessly, her heart racing at the sudden contact. "Just the one." Actually, she managed, fighting to keep her composure as Isabella began to pepper little kisses along her jaw. "And yes, I did have fun, though I have to say, this is a much nicer welcome," Isabella hummed, her lips curving into a smile against Melissa's skin. "Good," she murmured. "I'd hate to think you were getting bored of me." Melissa grinned, letting her hands come up to rest on Isabella's waist. "Never," she said firmly. "You know I need you, Izzy. For training, of course." Isabella pulled back slightly, arching a brow. "Oh, is that all I am to you?" she asked, a hint of mock offense in her tone. "Just a means to an end?" Melissa shook her head, her expression softening. "Of course not," she said, reaching up to tuck a stray lock of hair behind Isabella's ear. You're, you're also really, really cute. Seriously, holy fuck, she's so cute. Uh, foxes. Fox girls. Ah. Isabella's eyes widened slightly, a flash of genuine emotion crossing her face before it was quickly masked by her usual playful smirk. Well then, she purred, leaning in close once more. I suppose I'd better make sure you're properly charged up before we get started. Melissa's breath hitched as Isabella pressed against her, the warmth of her body seeping through their clothes. Isabella's cheeks were flushed, and her pulse seemed to quicken the closer she held on. It was endearing, Melissa thought distantly, the way Isabella got so worked up over her. Flattering, even, but just as she was about to let herself get lost in a moment, something caught her eye over Isabella's shoulder. There, on the table behind her, was a pile of wood. Rough, unfinished planks, stacked haphazardly among the usual clutter of alchemical ingredients and tools. Melissa blinked, her brow furrowing slightly. "Hey, Izzy?" she asked, gently pushing the other girl back a bit. "What else with the wood? I thought you usually worked with stone for your runes." Isabella paused, seeming to take a moment to process the question. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, she snapped out of her lustful haze and stepped back, turning to glance at the table. "Oh, that," she said, waving a dismissive hand. "It's just something I've been experimenting with. Trying to branch out a bit, you know?" She turned back to Melissa, a hint of excitement creeping into her voice. "I've been doing some research," she explained, "and I think I might have found a way to make my runes even more powerful. It's all about the material, see? Rocks are all the same, but I've read that different woods have different magical properties, and if I can find the right combination." She trailed off, her eyes gleaming with the fervor of a true scientist. Melissa couldn't help but smile at her enthusiasm. She is actually so passionate about this. "It's cute. That's interesting," she said sincerely. "I can't wait to see what you come up with. You know, back in my village, I did some experiments of my own. Nothing as advanced as what you're doing, of course, but—" She trailed off, suddenly feeling a bit self-conscious. But Isabella was looking at her with genuine interest, so she continued. "When I made my first rune, I mainly just used rocks because they were so available," Melissa shrugged. "But seeing this, I honestly do wonder about what the effect of using wood might be. In a way, wouldn't that be like using a corpse to power magic? Since this wood was once alive and all? I wonder." Isabella beamed, a genuine smile lighting up her face. "I will find out," she promised. "Soon. But first," she stepped closer once more, her expression shifting back into something more confident. As she went to press their bodies together again, this time, Melissa felt it clearly, Isabella close against her. Oh, Melissa blinked. "She's that eager? I believe we have some training to do. I don't think you have the right kind of training in mind." But, as Isabella leaned in to kiss her, Melissa closed her eyes all the same. Later, Melissa quietly slipped through the front door of Javarez's home, deciding she didn't want her roommate to see her like this, her body still buzzing. "I need to unwind a little before bed." Damn. As she made her way towards the stairs, a flicker of movement in the garden caught her eye, though. She could see her father, Melister, sitting on a bench, staring up at the sky. Oh, he's still up, she thought, pausing mid-step. I should probably say goodnight. Changing course, Melissa stepped out into the cool night air. "Hey, Dad," she called softly, approaching the bench. "What are you doing out here so late?" Melister looked up, a warm smile spreading across his face as he saw her. "Just enjoying the night air, sweetheart. How was your evening?" Studied a bit with Isabella. Melissa settled onto the bench beside him, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "It was good. We worked on some magical theory stuff." Her father nodded, his eyes twinkling with a knowing look. "Was I that obvious? Is there something on my face?" He glanced at her face, then chuckled softly. "I see," he said, his tone gentle. "Well, I'm glad you're spending time with her. Just be responsible, all right? Raising a kid and studying at the academy at once would probably be inconvenient for you." "Dad," he just laughed, and after a moment, Melissa laughed too. "Ugh, I need to work on my poker face." Chapter 56. The Prodigious Nim, Part 25. Isabella stirred, the first rays of morning sun filtering through her bedroom window. As usual, as soon as they hit her eyes, Isabella woke up. She blinked, her eyes adjusting to the light as the remnants of her dream slowly faded away. But the feeling remained. That heady, intoxicating sense of power, of possibility. In her dreams, she and Melissa had stood side by side, two mage queens ruling over a world that bowed at their feet. Maybe I'll make that a reality one day. With a stretch and a yawn, she slipped out of bed, padding barefoot across the plush carpet. As she made her way downstairs, the rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee welcomed her. Kimiko was already seated on the couch, a steaming mug cradled in her hands as she flipped through a stack of papers. "Good morning, darling," she greeted, her voice like warm honey, as always. "Sleep well?" Isabella grinned, sauntering over to the couch and sat next to her. She purred, leaning in close, her fox ears twitching and her tail moving. "I had the most wonderful dream. Want to hear about it?" Kimiko chuckled, raising a brow. Yeah. Let me guess," she said, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "It involved a certain dark-haired Nim girl?" Isabella's grin widened. "Oh, it involved Melissa, all right," she confirmed. "But it was so much more than that. Mom, we were unstoppable, powerful. The whole world was ours for the taking." Isabel stretched her arms out dramatically. "I want to make that a reality." "Wow." Kimiko deadpanned as she sipped her coffee. Isabella leaned back slightly, her expression turning smug. "Speaking of Melissa, things are progressing quite nicely on that front. Just last night, Isabella stopped herself. "Well, let us just say I am quite certain she wants me as much as I want her." "Really?" Good that you've confirmed that," Kimiko huffed. "I was beginning to worry Margaret was going to come home, all concerned and angry that you push your cousin down in the middle of a hallway or something." Isabella huffed, rolling her eyes. "Excuse me? I can be assertive, slutty. But Mom, I can control myself." Kimiko treated that like the single funniest thing she'd ever heard. Isabella kept going. You should see her. The way she looks at me, the way she reacts to my touch. Isabella had hearts in her eyes. It's only a matter of time before she's completely mine. Kimiko's expression softened. "Yours?" "Yes, mine." "Isabella." She sighed. "Just be careful, darling," she cautioned. "Firstly, she's a Nim. I didn't say she would only be mine, Mom." Isabella cut her off. "I understand she has her needs, as I have mine." Kimiko visibly relaxed. "Good. Also, don't push too hard or too fast. You don't want to scare her away." Isabella scoffed. "Please," she said, waving a dismissive hand. "Melissa's just as horny as I am. And besides," she leaned in close once more, her lips brushing Kimiko's ear. "I think you're just jealous," she whispered, her voice a sultry purr. "Worried that Melissa's going to be getting all my kisses from now on?" Kimiko laughed. "Oh, is that so?" she murmured, her hands sliding down to grasp Isabella's hips. "Well then, perhaps I'd better get my fill while I still can." With that, Kimiko captured Isabella's lips in a searing kiss, one that lasted no time at all. As quickly as she started it, Kimiko pulled away. Isabella was breathless. She leaned in, but Kimiko leaned away. "If you keep going like that, now you're not going to make it to school. Go." Kimiko nodded at the exit. "You'll be late." Isabella sighed dramatically, but obediently climbed off Kimiko's lap. "Fine," she said, "but this isn't over." Kimiko just smiled, shaking her head. "Yeah, sure. Get lost already." With that, Isabella turned and sauntered back upstairs, an extra sway in her hips as she went to put her uniform on. "Just you wait, Melissa," she thought, her lips curling into a smirk. "Soon, you'll be all mine. And together, we'll make that dream a reality." Amia said a disc, her fingers drumming restlessly against the worn wooden surface. Around her, the classroom buzzed with the chatter of her fellow students, but she barely heard them. Her mind was elsewhere, lost in thoughts of the past 3 months. She had thrown herself into her magical training with a fervor that surprised even herself. Every spare moment was spent practicing, honing her skills, and pushing her limits. And while she still had a long way to go, she couldn't deny the progress she'd made, especially with her spell crafting. Thanks to Melissa's patient guidance and weirdly endless knowledge, Armia had managed to grasp the basics of this complex art. She wasn't nearly as adept as Melissa, of course. The Nim girl had a natural talent for it, a way of weaving magic that was nothing short of breathtaking. But still, Armia was proud of how far she'd come. She glanced at the clock, biting her lip. Melissa should be here any minute. But even when she arrived, Armia knew she'd have to wait until after classes to really talk to her, to show her everything she'd learned and get her feedback. The waiting was torture. Armia felt like she might vibrate out of her skin with anticipation. She wanted to skip ahead, to fast forward through the dull lectures and tedious exercises. The classroom door swung open, and Armia's head snapped up. There she was. Melissa strode in, her dark hair swaying with each step. And on her arm, as always these days, was Isabella. Armia felt a flicker of annoyance at the sight of the Kitsune girl. She couldn't quite put her finger on why, but something about Isabella just rubbed her the wrong way. Maybe it was the smug, knowing looks she always seemed to be shooting Melissa, or the way she was constantly finding excuses to touch her, to lean in close and whisper in her ear. Whatever it was, it grated on Armia's nerves. Why get that close to a Nim? Armia wondered, though a small part of her almost wished she was the one in that position. But she pushed those thoughts aside. It doesn't matter, she told herself firmly. Melissa is allowed to have other friends. It's not like you have some kind of claim on her. Still, as the two girls took their seats, Armia couldn't help but feel a bit of something. She shook her head, trying to focus on the lesson. But the hours seemed to crawl by, each minute stretching into an eternity. By the time the final class ended, Armia had almost melted from impatience. She gathered her things in a rush as all the other students filed out of Miss Folden's dueling class. Finally, she thought, scanning the room for Melissa. Now we can, but Melissa wasn't there. Armia frowned, her gaze darting around the classroom. There, she caught a glimpse of dark hair disappearing out the door, with a distinctive fluffy tail following close behind. Armia's frown deepened. Where are they going? She wondered, a strange unease settling in her stomach. Melissa said she'd meet me after class to go over my progress. Almost without consciously deciding to, Armia found herself moving towards the door. She stepped out into the hall, just in time to see Melissa and Isabella slip into a nearby closet. Armia stared, her mind racing. What were they doing in there? Suspicion bloomed. She had to find out. Before she could second-guess herself, Armia strode forward, her hand reaching for the closet door. She hesitated for just a moment, her heart pounding in her ears. The door swung open on its own, like the gods themselves had opened it for her. And Armia felt the breath leave her lungs in a rush. There, pressed against the back wall of the closet, were Melissa and Isabella. Kissing. No, more than kissing. They were practically devouring each other, hands roaming and bodies intertwined. Armia's jaw was on the floor. She felt her face flush hotter than it ever had in her life. Darians could breathe fire, not a particularly useful skill for day-to-day life, by the way. But in that moment, Armia worried she was going to spontaneously combust. She stood there, frozen, unable to look away. Then, thankfully, she managed to will her legs to start moving in the opposite direction. Oh, Armia thought, once they were out of sight. Oh my. Armia stumbled down the hallway, her mind reeling from what she'd just witnessed. The image of Melissa and Isabella tangled together in that closet seemed to be seared into her brain. She was so lost in her own thoughts, her own confused jumble of emotions, that she didn't even notice the figure approaching her until they spoke. Armia. Armia's head snapped up, her eyes widening as she took in the sight of Raven standing before her. The girl looked as stoic as ever, completely expressionless. Another of Melissa's friends. In Night Song, Armia stammered, trying desperately to compose herself. What are you doing here? Raven arched a brow. Looking for Melissa, she said, her tone matter of fact. Do you know where she is? Armia felt her cheeks heat even further. Her eyes darted involuntarily towards the closet, just for a split second. But it was enough. Raven's gaze sharpened, her head turning to follow Armia's line of sight. Without another word, she strode off in the direction of the closet. Armia watched her go. Part of her wanted to call out, but what could she even say? All she could do was stand there, frozen, as Raven reached the closet and stood before the open door. Armia held her breath, waiting, and then, Raven didn't say it. Rather, Armia saw her mouthing the word instead. Even from here, Armia could see the tension in her shoulders. The way her whole body seemed to go rigid in an instant. For a long, endless moment, no one moved. Literally, all that could be heard, from Armia's perspective, was her own heartbeat and the distant, lewd smacking of Melissa and Isabella's lips against one another. Then, Raven stepped away. She turned, her face carefully blank. But Armia could see the faint pink tinge to her cheeks, the way her eyes seemed to be looking anywhere but at Armia. Without a word, Raven walked back towards her, her steps stiff and mechanical. What do I say? She thought frantically. Should I say anything at all? In the end, she didn't have to decide, because Raven just walked away casually. Chapter 57. The Prodigious Nym, Part 26. Raven walked through the academy halls, her mind a million miles away. Around her, students chattered and laughed, their voices fading into a distant hum as she retreated deeper into her own thoughts. Distraction wasn't something Raven was accustomed to. Her training had taught her to be ever vigilant, always aware of her surroundings and the potential threats that lurked in every shadow. But right now, the only thing she could focus on was the scene she just witnessed. Melissa and Isabella, locked in a passionate embrace, their bodies entwined in their lips. Raven felt an unfamiliar heat rising in her cheeks at the memory. In all her years at the Shadow Mage headquarters, she had never seen anything like it. Her instructors had been thorough in their teachings, covering everything from stealth and subterfuge to the most efficient ways to end a life. But this was new territory entirely. Raven could almost hear it even now. The soft, wet sounds of their lips moving together, the breathy sighs and muffled moans. Stop it. She shook her head as if to physically dislodge the noises from her ears. This is not the time or place for such distractions. But even as she tried to focus on the task at hand, the mission that loomed ever closer, Raven couldn't quite shake the strange, fluttering sensation in her stomach. It was almost like Raven. The voice cut through her musings like a blade, sharp and sudden. Raven's head snapped up, her body instantly falling into a defensive stance as she turned to face the speaker. But it was only Professor Linner, her expression as cool and impassive as ever. Come with me, she said, her tone leaving no room for argument. We have much to discuss. Raven hesitated for just a fraction of a second, her mind still reeling. But she knew better than to disobey a direct order. With a curt nod, she fell in a step beside the professor, following her through the winding corridors of the academy. They walked in silence, the only sound the click of their boots against the polished stone floor. Raven tried to focus on that, on the familiar rhythm and the comforting weight of the knives hidden beneath her sleeves. Anything to keep her mind from wandering back to that closet, to the heat and the passion and the in here. Professor Linner's voice jolted her back to the present. They had arrived at her office, a small, Spartan space with little in the way of decoration or personal touches. The professor gestured for Raven to take a seat, settling herself behind the large, imposing desk that dominated the room. For a long moment, she simply studied Raven, her gaze piercing and assessing. Raven met it unflinchingly, her own expression carefully blank. Finally, Professor Linner spoke. The deadline approaches, she said, her voice low and measured. I trust you have not forgotten your mission? Raven shook her head, a single, sharp motion. No, Professor, she said, her tone even and controlled. I have not. Good. The professor leaned back in her chair, interlocking her fingers before her. She sighed. The Nim girl, Melissa. She grows more powerful by the day. Miss Folden has told me all about it. Nothing she can't do, nothing she can't learn, Linner spat out. Her potential, if left unchecked. She trailed off, her eyes narrowing. She could become a threat to everything we have worked for, everything we stand for. Raven nodded, a sense of unease settling in her gut. She had seen firsthand the strides Melissa had made in her training. Melissa could still by no means be called a sword woman, but she was getting better at an incredible rate. Raven made sure not to teach her too much. But in just 3 months, Melissa had made around 1 year of Raven's initial progress. It's quite baffling. You've been seen spending quite a bit of time with her. Yes, Raven said. Reconnaissance. I've been trying to keep a close eye on her. Linner narrowed her eyes at Raven. You have your orders, Professor Linner continued, her voice cutting through Raven's thoughts like a knife. And I expect you to carry them out, without hesitation or mercy. Is that understood? Yes, Professor, she said mechanically. I understand. Good. The professor stood, signaling the end of their meeting. You have 5 days. Make them count. Raven rose to her feet, her mind racing even as her face remained an impassive mask. 5 days. 5 days. And then she'd need to complete her mission, to snuff out the life of the girl who had somehow, inexplicably, become the closest thing to a friend Raven had. The girl who was currently locked in a passionate embrace with another. Their bodies moving together in a strange dance Raven had never even imagined. Focus, she told herself firmly, pushing those thoughts aside with a mental shove. You have a job to do. Nothing else matters. Melissa stirred. It was time to get up, as consciousness slowly returned. So too did the memories of the previous day. Isabella had been so close, so tender. Melissa buried her face in her pillow. The way Isabella had held her, it had left Melissa breathless, her heart still racing. A flush rose to her cheeks at the thought of their closeness. We got so close, Melissa noted, feeling her face heat up. A few times now I've almost let her. If things between them were simpler, Melissa would have already let it happen. And, right now, she could feel she was close to doing so regardless. It would be so easy. But instinct from Earth still held her back. With a sigh, Melissa pushed herself up, swinging her legs over the edge of the bed. Across the room, Raven was already awake, her dark hair damp from her morning run. Like always, Melissa woke up just as Raven had finished. Morning, Melissa greeted, stifling a yawn. Sleep well? Raven glanced over. Well enough, she said, her voice flat and even. I was planning on heading to the training grounds. Care to join me? Melissa shook her head. I can't, she said, an apologetic note in her voice. I'm heading home for the weekend. Really? Raven's brows shot up. Yep, gonna go to my parents' house. It was a bit of a white lie. In truth, Melissa would be staying with Miss Folden, the woman who had taken her family in all those years ago, but it was close enough to the truth. And besides, Raven didn't need to know all the details of Melissa's personal life. I see, she said, her voice thoughtful. When will you be back? A few days, Melissa replied. I'm just staying a couple of nights. That's all. Ah, I see. She looked strangely relieved. I hope you have a good time. With your family. A warm feeling spread through Melissa's chest. It was such a small thing, such a simple sentiment. But coming from an incredibly cold and distant Raven, it felt like the highest of compliments. Before she could think better of it, Melissa was on her feet, crossing the room in a few quick strides. She reached out, pulling Raven into a hug. But the other girl flinched, her body going rigid at the sudden contact. Melissa froze. Right, she thought, a flush of embarrassment rising to her cheeks. Raven doesn't like to be touched. She needs her space. Slowly, carefully, Melissa lowered her arms, taking a small step back. Sorry, she mumbled. I didn't mean to. But her words trailed off as she caught sight of Raven S. face. The other girl was blushing. A faint pink tinge colored her usually pale cheeks. It was a rare sight, unexpected and endearing, one that made Melissa feel her breath catch in her throat. Cute, she thought, a smile tugging at the corners of her lips. She is actually really cute when she blushes like that. For a moment, they just stood there, looking at each other. But then Raven looked away, clearing her throat softly. You should get going, she said, her voice carefully neutral. You don't want to keep your family waiting, do you? Melissa nodded, the spell broken. Right? She said, turning to gather her things. I'll see you when I get back. Okay. Raven hummed a non-committal response, and Melissa got ready, soon walking out the door. Melissa took a deep breath, a sense of warmth washing over her as she took in the familiar sight of Javert S. Manor. It's not my family's house, but it sure feels like home, she thought, a smile tugging at her lips. It's good to be back. She made her way up the path, her bag slung over her shoulder and a spring in her step. But as she drew closer, the sound of voices drifted out to meet her. Laughter, chatter, the clink of cups and plates. Guests? Melissa wondered, her brow furrowing slightly. I didn't think we were expecting anyone. Maybe they're Javert-esque guests. I'll try to stay out of the way, then. She pushed open the door, tiptoeing into the cozy warmth of the living room. And there, seated around the table with her family, were two familiar faces. Chapter 58, The Prodigious Nym. Part 27. Melissa, Isabella exclaimed, leaping to her feet with a grin. You made it. Before Melissa could respond, the Kitsune girl was crossing the room in a few quick strides, pulling her into a tight embrace. And then, in full view of everyone behind her, Isabella pressed her lips to Melissa S. in a deep, lingering kiss. Melissa felt her cheeks burn. Isabella, what are you doing? She thought frantically, even as she found herself melting into the kiss. My whole family is watching. After what felt like an eternity, Isabella pulled back, a single strand of saliva still connecting them, and with a smug smile playing across her lips. Melissa blinked. She was dazed and more than a little flustered. She glanced around the room, taking in the amused expressions on her parents' faces. Thankfully, Margaret was covering Hazel's eyes. Who let this demon of lust into our house? As she looked around, Melissa found the other guest. Seated beside her mother with a knowing look in her, I was Kimiko. Aunt Kimiko, Melissa greeted, trying to regain some semblance of composure. I didn't know you were visiting. Kimiko chuckled, a rich, throaty sound. Her voice sounded kind of like what Melissa imagined Isabella would sound like if she were older, had given birth, owned 5 cats, and drank wine every night. It's been far too long since I've seen my favorite sister and her lovely family. Figured we should pay a visit. Margaret rolled her eyes, but there was a fondness in her expression. Your only sister, I'll remind you, she said. Hazel escaped from her grasp and went to the garden. Good, Melissa thought. No need to have this actual succubus next to me corrupt her. But it's good to see you too, Kimmy. How have you been? How is life in the city treating you? Kimiko leaned back in her chair, a wistful look in her eye. Oh, she said, waving a hand. It's an adjustment, to be sure. So much noise, so many people. But there is a certain energy to it, a vibrancy that you just don't find in the smaller villages. She sighed, a hint of restlessness creeping into her voice. Of course, I don't think we'll be staying put for too long. Isabella and I, we've got wandering souls. The forest called to us, the promise of new sights and experiences. Soon as Isabella's studies are done, however many years that may take, we'll probably be on the road again. Probably? Well, Kimiko shrugged. You know me, never one to really commit to one thing. Margaret nodded, a touch of concern in her eyes. Lot of history in those gazes. Wow, a nomadic life, even now? She said softly, reflecting on that part. It sounds exciting, but are you sure it's what's best for Isabella? Moving around so much, never settling in one place. Kimiko shrugged, a carefree smile playing across her lips. She is a kitsune, she said simply. Melissa felt a little weird, given how Kimiko was talking about Isabella, like she was the tea in the room right now. But Isabella herself seemed fine with it, so Melissa guessed she agreed. Adaptability is in her blood. And besides, I think a little adventure is good for a growing girl. Helps her find her place in the world, you know? Margaret hummed, looking unconvinced. Probably why she stayed behind at the village, huh? But before she could respond, Melistaire spoke up from his place by the couch. Speaking of finding one's place, he said, a note of pride in his voice, I've managed to land a decent construction job here in the city. If all goes well, we should have enough saved up for a proper house of our own before too long. Melissa felt a swell of warmth in her chest at her father's words. A house of our own, she thought, a giddy sort of excitement bubbling up inside her. That is going to feel so weird after all this time. Kimiko grinned, raising her cup in a toast. She did have some wine, actually. Well, look at you, Mel, she said, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Putting down roots, building a future. Finally, you're putting those strong arms of yours to better use. I'm quite proud. Melistaire chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. Well, I don't know about all that, he said modestly. I'm just trying to do right by everyone. Javer. She says it's fine to have us around, but, Melistaire and Margaret both blushed. Maybe it's time, you know? You don't say, Melissa thought, as all those many passionate nights she was unfortunately subjected to hearing flickered through her mind. He glanced at the clock, his expression turning apologetic. Speaking of which, I'd better get going. He moved towards the door, but Kimiko stopped him with a hand on his arm. Not so fast, big guy, she said, a playful lilt to her voice as her tail moved back and forth. You can't leave without a proper goodbye. All right. Melistaire smiled, and with that, she pulled him in close, pressing her lips to his in a deep, passionate kiss, just like Isabella had given to Melissa. Melissa felt her jaw drop. What the? Now, that she hadn't seen. Margaret just laughed, shaking her head. Okay, break it up, you two, she said, making a shooing motion with her hand. Mella's going to be late if you keep that up. Kimiko pulled back with a grin. Don't have too much fun without me. She winked at him. Melistaire just shook his head, a bemused smile on his face as he slipped out the door. Melissa stared after him, her mind reeling. Did that really just happen? She thought, glancing at her mother for some kind of explanation. Did Aunt Kimiko really just kiss Dad like that, right in front of everyone? I mean, I saw Mom making out with her all those years ago, but that was in private, wasn't it? But Margaret seemed entirely unfazed, going on a joke around with Kimiko about something she saw in the newspaper, like this was nothing out of the ordinary. She did, however, notice Melissa's reaction. Margaret paused. Then Margaret cleared her throat. Hazel, she called out. The 7-year-old came bouncing in. Yeah? Can you show Auntie Kimiko and your big sis, Isabella, around the house, please? What? You want to get rid of me already? Kimiko raised a brow, amused. No, I want to ask Melissa how she has been. Ah, she caught on. Very well. Come on, Kimiko said firmly to Isabella, clearly catching on too. Margaret then watched as Kimiko and Isabella followed Hazel into the halls, their laughter and chatter drifting back through the air. Once they were out of earshot, she turned to Melissa, a knowing smile on her face. You look a little shell-shocked, sweetheart, she said, her voice gentle and amused. Want to talk about it? Melissa sighed, running a hand through her hair. It's not a big deal. I mean, I know things are different here, she said, struggling to find the words. But seeing Aunt Kimiko kiss Dad like that, right in front of everyone, it caught me off guard, I guess. Margaret chuckled, reaching out to pat Melissa's hand. I understand, she said, her eyes soft with sympathy. Growing up around humans here in Syux, you've probably heard that people are supposed to have a certain way of doing things. A certain set of expectations when it comes to the correct kinds of intimacy and relationships. She leaned back in her chair, a thoughtful look on her face. But for Kitsune and Nim, it's different, she explained. Promiscuity, physical affection. It's not just accepted, it's a fundamental part of who we are. A biological imperative, you might say. I know that, but... Margaret smiled. As you know, for us, Nim, Affection is quite literally a matter of survival, she said. We need that physical contact, that emotional connection to thrive. Without it, we wither away, both physically and mentally. Melissa nodded. However, for Kitsune, they draw a certain energy from intimacy. Wait, they needed to survive too? Not quite to survive, but Margaret tapped her chin. Then, her eyes widened, like she thought of the perfect way to explain it. Coffee. Coffee? Intimacy is like coffee for them, Margaret explained. And the more intimate they get, the more prepared they are for the day, to put it that way. Now, that actually made things click for Melissa. Suddenly, that made all those moments where Isabella would sit on her lap, so early on in the day, feel different. Melissa nodded slowly, pieces starting to fall into place. So things like kissing, touching, even between family members. It's not just normal, Margaret finished, it's quite necessary. An integral part of our daily lives and interactions. She gave Melissa a searching look, her head tilted to the side. Does that make sense? She asked gently. I know it's a lot to take in. Ah, Margaret Siged. I wish we could have spent a few more years back at the village. If you made at least a handful of other nymph friends, this would be a bit easier. Melissa agreed. Still, she said softly, I think I get it. I do have one question, though, Melissa thought. Our intimacy draws essence from others. That is how we survive. But then, how does being intimate with other nymph make essence? We can't generate essence on our own. How does that work? She had no answer for that. But she did have another question, one she felt Margaret could answer. Actually, while we're on the subject, there is something I've been wanting to talk to you about. About me and Isabella. Margaret raised an eyebrow, an interested gleam in her eye. Oh, she said, leaning forward slightly. Do tell. Melissa felt her cheeks heat up, but she pushed through the embarrassment. We've been getting closer, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Physically, I mean. And it's been great, really great, but... She trailed off, biting her lip. But? Margaret prompted gently. She looked incredibly amused. But I keep getting hung up on her extra, you know? What's she working with? The words came out in a rush, and Melissa felt her face flame even hotter. But Margaret just looked confused. What do you mean? You know, Melissa blushed even more. Her situation down there. Her situation? She repeated, sounding genuinely baffled. What do you mean, sweetheart? What's situ? She made no face. You mean that? Melissa near melted in her seat. Melissa nodded, her face burning with embarrassment. Margaret's confusion only seemed to deepen, her brow furrowing as she tried to understand her daughter's discomfort. I don't quite follow, sweetheart, she said gently. What's so odd about Isabella having male anatomy? Good God. Melissa squirmed in her seat, feeling like she might spontaneously combust from the sheer mortification of having this conversation with her mother. It's just, am not used to women having those, she mumbled, unable to meet Margaret's gaze. Understanding dawned on Margaret's face, her expression softening with sympathy. Ah, she said, nodding slowly. I forgot, sometimes, how sheltered your upbringing was in that regard. She reached out, patting Melissa's hand comfortingly. Well, for Kitsune and Darians, having both reproductive systems is perfectly normal, she explained. In fact, it's a biological advantage. It allows them to both impregnate and be impregnated, depending on the situation. That's why Kitsune and Darians have the highest birth rates of all four races. Melissa's eyes widened. So it's not a big deal then? She asked hesitantly. Really? Margaret shook her head. Not at all, she said. It's just another part of who they are, like having a tail or fur. Melissa sighed, leaning back in her chair as she tried to process this new information. This is a lot. I guess I'm still getting used to things here, she said quietly. Still trying to let go of some of the ideas and hang-ups I brought with me from before. Margaret's expression softened. Of course you are, sweetheart, she murmured, pulling Melissa into a tight hug. You've been through so much. Had your whole world turned upside down. It's only natural that it would take some time to adjust. She pulled back slightly, cupping Melissa's face in her hands. "But you're doing so well," she said firmly. "You're learning and growing and adapting every day. And it will get easier, I promise. As you get older, as you have more experiences and interactions, it will all start to feel more natural, more normal." Melissa felt a lump form in her throat, gratitude and love welling up inside her. "Thanks, Mom," she managed. I don't know what I'd do without you and Dad." Margaret smiled, pressing a soft kiss to Melissa's forehead. "Well, luckily, you'll never have to find out," she said, a playful glint in her eye. "Any questions you have about our weird little culture, I'll be here to answer." Melissa laughed, a sudden thought occurring to her. "Speaking of which," she said, looking up at Margaret with a raised brow, "I don't have to start kissing you now, do I?" Margaret snorted, rolling her eyes good-naturedly. "Cheeky brat," she said, giving Melissa a gentle shove. "I'll only kiss you if you want me to. And something tells me you've got your hands full with a certain kitsune at the moment. Don't I know it? Have fun with her, by the way," Margaret added with a mischievous grin. "I had my own Isabella when I was your age, and we were inseparable. MOM, as if on cue." The sound of laughter and chatter drifted in from the garden, signaling the return of Kimiko and Isabella. Melissa rolled her eyes, smiling. This world is such a handful. Chapter 59. The Prodigious Nim, Part 28. Armia strode through the academy halls, her book bag slung over one shoulder as she moved with determination. It was Monday morning, the start of a new week, and she was feeling uncharacteristically bold. As she neared the classroom, she caught sight of a familiar dark head at the back row. Melissa. And, as usual, she wasn't alone. Isabella was draped all over her. The two of them cuddled up close as they giggled together, the rest of the room visibly annoyed at their public display of affection. Usually, it looked like Isabella was being the assertive one. Today, though, they were both equally drunk on giggles. Armia instantly joined in on feeling annoyed, but she pushed it down, squaring her shoulders as she marched up to their desk. "Melissa," she said, her voice coming out a bit sharper than she'd intended. "Can I talk to you for a second?" Melissa looked up, blinking in surprise at Armia's tone. Sure," she said, untangling herself from Isabella's embrace. "What is up?" Armia took a deep breath, steeling herself. "I was wondering if you wanted to train later," she said, the words coming out in a rush. "After school, just the two of us." She shot Isabella a brief look, who, in turn, raised a brow and smirked a bit. Melissa's eyebrows shot up, but a slow smile spread across her face. "Yeah, definitely," she said, nodding eagerly. "I'd love to. Meet you at the gates after last period." Armia felt a rush of relief. "Great," she said, returning Melissa's smile with one of her own. "I'll see you then." And with that, Armia's evening plans were set. The rest of the day seemed to crawl by, each minute stretching into an eternity as Armia counted down the hours and seconds and milliseconds until their training session. But finally, mercifully, the last bell rang, and she was out the door in an instant. Melissa caught up with her. "Ready to go?" she asked, grinning Armia's way. Armia nodded, falling in a step beside her as they made their way off campus. "I thought we could head to my place," Melissa said, leading the way down a winding side street. "My parents are out for the evening, so we'll have plenty of privacy to practice." Armia felt a flutter of nerves at the thought of being alone with Melissa, but she pushed it aside. This was about magic, about learning and growing. Nothing more. "You stay still down there, all right?" She willed her body to behave. When they arrived back at Melissa's home, Armia couldn't help but feel a bit of nostalgia. As embarrassing as her first time here was, it was now almost nothing but a funny memory. "Come on," Melissa said, leading her into the garden. For the next hour, they worked together, Melissa guiding Armia, once again, through the process of crafting a new spell. Months of practice later, Armia felt like she was ready. She wanted to try combining elements of different water spells to create something unique and powerful. Armia focused intently, concentrating as she wove together snippets of incantations and fragments of spell signs. It was delicate work, requiring precision and finesse. But Melissa was a patient teacher, offering gentle corrections and words of encouragement whenever Armia faltered. She was so much kinder than Armia had known Nim could be. And finally, after countless attempts and adjustments, Armia felt it was time. With Melissa standing beside her, Armia raised her hand, palm out, and spoke the final words of the spell. Aqua Virtut Surge. A jet of water burst forth, arcing through the air in a glittering spray. It was a small thing, hardly more than a glorified squirt gun, but it was hers, her creation, born of her own hard work and dedication. Armia let out a whoop of joy, spinning around to face Melissa with a grin that threatened to split her face in two. "I did it," she crowed, bouncing on her toes like an excited child. "Melissa, did you see that? I actually did it." Melissa was surprised at Armia's reaction, but smiled. "You sure, WHOA?" Armia launched herself at Melissa with a force that nearly knocked the smaller girl off her feet. She wrapped her arms around her, lifting her up and spinning her around in a dizzying circle of celebration. Melissa shrieked with laughter, clinging to Armia's shoulders as they twirled and spun. And for a moment, the world fell away. The academy, the expectations, the constant pressures. None of it mattered. All that existed was this shining moment of success. When Armia finally set Melissa back on her feet, Armia was both flushed and breathless, grinning at Melissa like a damn idiot. "I couldn't have done it without you. You're an incredible teacher, Melissa." Seriously, she spoke as casually as a commoner for a bit. "You're so smart." Melissa waved a dismissive hand. "Nah, we just make a good team," she said, bumping Armia's shoulder with her own. "Now, what do you say we take another crack at it? I have some ideas for how we can refine the incantation, maybe add a bit more oomph to the water." Armia grinned, already reaching for her notes. "Lead the way," she said, feeling a renewed surge of determination. "I'm ready for round 2. Later." Armia and Melissa stood at the threshold of the manor, peering out at the sheets of rain pouring from the darkened sky. What had started as a light drizzle had quickly turned into a full-blown downpour, the kind that soaked you to the bone in seconds. "Well," Melissa said, turning to Armia with a wry smile, "looks like our walk back to the academy is off the table, unless you feel like swimming." Armia huffed a laugh, but there was a hint of unease in her eyes as she watched the rain lash against the windows. "What do you want to do?" Melissa asked, her head tilted in question. "We could try to wait it out, or—" She trailed off, leaving the suggestion hanging in the air between them. Armia shifted from foot to foot, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. I don't want to impose," she mumbled, not quite meeting Melissa's gaze. "But maybe I could stay, just until the rain lets up a bit?" Melissa smiled. "Of course you can stay," she said, reaching out to give Armia's arm a reassuring squeeze. "Mi casa es su casa, as they say." Armia blinked. Is that some language from out of Syux or something? And never mind. Soon, Melissa was ushering her back inside, closing the door firmly against the storm. As they stepped into the cozy warmth of the living room, 2 figures looked up from their seats by the fireplace. "Armia?" Margaret asked. Melissa's parents had come back earlier. "The rain is a bit tough right now," Melissa replied to them for her. "I asked Armia to stay here till it passes." Alahite. "Let me know if you need anything, dear," Margaret told Armia, and Armia bowed. "I will. Thank you," she said, ducking her head shyly. I appreciate your hospitality." Melissa grinned, bumping Armia's shoulder with her own. "Come on," she said, nodding towards the stairs. "Let us head back up to my room." Armia followed her up the narrow staircase, her heart beating a little faster with each step. When they reached Melissa's room once again, Melissa flopped down on the bed with a contented sigh. "Make yourself at home," she said, patting the space beside her invitingly. "Mi vede su vez." There's that language again. Armia hesitated for a moment, eyeing the plush comforter and the way Melissa's dark hair fanned out across the pillows. But then, with a mental shrug, she lowered herself down next to her, the mattress dipping slightly under her weight. For a while, they just lay there side by side, listening to the steady patter of rain against the window panes. It was peaceful, Armia thought, intimate, in a way that made her heart flutter and her palms sweat. So Melissa said, breaking the silence, "Tell me something about yourself, Armia. Something I don't already know." Armia blinked, caught off guard by the question. I don't know," she admitted, shifting slightly to face Melissa. "What do you want to hear about?" Melissa shrugged, a playful smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. "Anything," she said. "Everything. Not exactly making it easier for me." Armia chuckled awkwardly. Armia swallowed, her throat suddenly dry. There was something in Melissa's voice that had her chest feeling tighter. "Come on," Melissa shifted on her side. "Gotta be something you want to get off your chest." Sighing, Armia shifted on her side as well. "I can't think of anything." She didn't notice something, though. As she moved, her skirt rode up. The hem inched higher and higher up her thighs. Armia was too caught up in the moment, in the intensity of Melissa's gaze and the warmth of her proximity. But then she saw Melissa's eyes widen, her cheeks flushing a deep, rosy pink on her purple face. Confused, Armia followed her line of sight and felt her own face heat with a mortified blush. There, peeking out from beneath the rucked-up fabric of her skirt, were her panties, and straining against the thin, stretchy material, impossible to miss and even more impossible to ignore, was the unmistakable bulge at her half-dragon form. Armia froze. "Oh no," she thought, her mind racing with panic and humiliation. "Oh no, oh no, oh no. Not again." But before she could spiral any further, Melissa's hand was on her arm, her touch gentle and reassuring. "Hey," she said softly, her voice low and soothing. "It's okay, Armia. It's okay." Armia blinked, her eyes darting up to meet Melissa's. And there, in the warm amber depths, she saw no disgust, no judgment. Armia started, her voice cracking slightly. "I'm sorry." She pulled her skirt down. "I didn't mean to expose." But Melissa just shook her head, a small, secretive smile on her face. "You have nothing to apologize for," she murmured, her hand still resting on Armia's arm. "Trust me, Armia. It's fine." Armia breathed, trying to calm down. "I see." Slowly, tentatively, she reached down to adjust her skirt, pulling the fabric back down to a more modest level. But as she did, her fingers brushed against him, and she couldn't quite suppress the shiver that ran through her at the contact. Melissa's eyes followed the movement, her gaze heavy. She looked unsure, but she didn't take her eyes off him. In a moment, Armia covered it up as best as she could, anyway. Melissa smiled a little. "To be honest, I'm still getting used to the idea that people can, have those," she blushed. "Really? But correct me if I'm wrong, but I assumed you were from outside of Saïx." "I am, Dante, but I spent the last 8 years here, studying at the academy. And, well, no one wanted to talk to me in that time since..." She gestured at herself. Haven't actually met many Darians in Kitsune." "Oh, yeah, still getting used to it," Melissa said quietly. "But it's fine by me." "It is? Yeah. Okay." For a while, they just lay there. It was absolutely the most embarrassing moment of Armia's life, to be sure. But it was still, at the same time, oddly refreshing. Like a weight had been lifted off her chest. "Hey, They turned toward each other at the same time, their lips ending up far too close. Melissa laughed. Promptly, Armia began to laugh too. Still, she couldn't help but think. Isabella's already tasted those lips. Armia glanced at Melissa out of the corner of her eye. I wonder what they feel like. Chapter 60. The Prodigious Nym. Part 29. Raven had an odd dream. Next time she was set to go to class. It was split into 2 distinct halves, both opposite to one another. In the first half, it was business as usual. Raven stalked her prey through the twisting, nighttime streets with lethal efficiency. Her target was a faceless figure, cloaked in shadows and moving rapidly, but not quite fast enough. Raven couldn't hear them, but it didn't matter. She could sense their fear, their panic. Raven was relentless, though, her steps sure and silent as she closed in for the kill. When the moment came, she struck with brutal precision, her blade finding its mark easily. It had come quite so easily before now. Raven had these scars for a reason. But this one, after all her mistakes in the past, was mechanical. Automatic. The figure crumpled, a puppet with its strings cut, and Raven felt a cold rush of satisfaction. Another mission completed. Another victory for the Shadow Mages. And for the greater good they served. For the order that they alone worked to maintain. But even as the thought formed, the dream shifted, the edges of her vision blurring and warping like a reflection in a rippling pool. And suddenly Melissa was there. Not the real Melissa, Raven knew dimly, but a dream version. Soft and hazy around the edges. Raven found herself back in their shared dorm room, her clothes splattered with the crimson evidence of her night's work. But dream Melissa didn't seem to care. She looked at Raven with eyes that held no judgment, no fear or revulsion, only a deep, burning intensity that made Raven's breath catch in her throat. All of a sudden, Raven was feeling like the target. Melissa stepped closer, her hands coming up to cup Raven's face. She was there, Raven understood. She was dreaming, she told herself. And yet, it felt so damned real. And then, without a word, she leaned in and pressed her lips to Raven's in a kiss that seared like a brand. Raven gasped into it. She reached up and grabbed Melissa's wrists, but her body would not move no matter how hard Raven pushed it away. Her voice muffled by the girl's mouth, Raven tried harder. It was like nothing she had ever felt before. As the kiss deepened, as Melissa's hands began to roam over her body with a bold, possessive assurance, Raven felt the blood on her clothes, on her skin, begin to melt away. It was as if Melissa's touch, her very presence, was washing her clean. The thought sent a shudder through her. No matter how hard she pushed, it didn't matter. So, Raven stopped pushing. But even as she reached out to pull Melissa closer, to lose herself completely, Raven woke with a gasp. Her heart pounding and her skin flushed with a heat that had nothing to do with the warm cocoon she made out of her blankets. For a moment, she simply lay there, staring up at the ceiling as she tried to catch her breath and slow the racing of her thoughts. What was that? She wondered, her mind still fuzzy. But before she could even begin to untangle those images, all of them slowly slipping away now that she'd woken up, she realized something. The bed across from hers, the one that belonged to Melissa, was empty. Raven sat up, her eyes wide and her heart suddenly hammering for an entirely different reason. Where is she? She thought frantically, her gaze darting around the small, shadowed room. She is always here when I wake up, always. But even as the thought formed, Raven caught sight of the small, mechanical clock on the bedside table and felt her stomach drop with a sickening lurch. I overslept. It was a concept so foreign, so utterly alien to her regimented, disciplined way of life, that for a moment Raven simply couldn't process it. She, Raven Nightsong, up-and-coming right hand of the Shadow Mages and model of perfect control and efficiency, had slept past her designated waking time. She had allowed herself to become so lost in the labyrinth of her own subconscious, so ensnared by those false images, that she had neglected her routine. The realization sent a wave of shame crashing over her, hot and bitter. How could I let this happen? She berated herself, already throwing back the covers and leaping to her feet with a jerky, agitated movement. How could I be so undisciplined? If Leonard heard of this, her master would never let Raven hear the end of it. Focus, she told herself firmly, gritting her teeth as she forced herself to push the feelings aside. Dreams are nothing, illusions and smoke. Focus on what's in front of you. And, with that, she got ready for the day, pretending as though nothing had happened. Raven stood in that empty gym-like space where she and Melissa usually trained. The sounds of hers and Melissa's wooden swords clashing filled the air. Across from her, Melissa stood at the ready, her stance wide and her grip firm on the practice blade. Again, Raven said, her voice cool and even. Remember, keep your guard high and your feet moving. Anticipate my strikes, and counter with your own when you see an opening. Melissa nodded. Raven took a moment to study her, to note the way her muscles tensed and her eyes narrowed with focus. She's improving, Raven thought, a flicker of something that might have been pride sparking her chest. Slowly but surely, she's getting better, stronger. But even as the thought formed, Raven pushed it away. Because the truth was, she was teaching Melissa everything she could. She wasn't giving her all the tools and techniques that Raven herself had spent years mastering. How could she, when she knew that one day, very soon, she would be the one facing Melissa on the battlefield? When she would have to end Melissa's life? Unfortunate, Raven thought. Melissa is talented, but she pushed that away, forcing herself to focus on the present moment, on the task at hand. Ready? She asked, raising her own sword in a defensive stance. Melissa nodded, her lips pressed together in a determined line. And then they were moving, their blades clashing and darting in a deadly dance of parries and strikes. Raven let herself fall into the familiar rhythm of it, her body moving on instinct and muscle memory. She blocked and dodged, countered and feinted, always staying just a step ahead of Melissa's attacks. But even as she fought, even as she lost herself in the flow and the rush of the battle, Raven's mind began to wander, began to drift back to the dream that had haunted her the night before, to the image of Melissa's lips on hers, soft and warm and infinitely tender, to the feeling of her hands, her touch, her very presence washing away the blood and the guilt and the stains on Raven's soul. It was like a fever, a sickness that had taken root in her mind and refused to let go. A constant, nagging distraction that pulled at her focus and made her heart race with a longing she couldn't name. Stop it, Raven told herself firmly, gritting her teeth as she parried a particularly vicious strike from Melissa. It was just a dream, a meaningless, fleeting fantasy. It doesn't mean anything. But even as she repeated the words, even as she tried to banish the memories and sensations that clung to her like cobwebs, Raven could feel herself slipping, could feel her concentration beginning to fray at the edges. And then, in a moment of distraction, of weakness, she felt a sharp, stinging poke against her chest. Raven's eyes widened, her gaze snapping down to see the tip of Melissa's wooden sword pressed against her sternum. For a moment, she simply stared, her mind struggling to process what had just happened. And then, slowly, incredulously, Melissa's face split into a wide, triumphant grin. I did it, she crowed, her voice ringing out across the training yard. I actually did it. I got a hit on you, Raven. She was practically bouncing on her toes, her eyes shining with a fierce pride. And despite herself, despite the shock and the chagrin and the sudden, sinking realization of just how badly she had slipped, Raven felt a small, traitorous part of herself wanting to smile back. But she couldn't. She couldn't let herself get caught up in the moment. Because Melissa was her mission, her target, the end point of Raven's current quest. Raven knew that she could never let herself forget that. Raven? Melissa asked, her voice soft and tentative. Are you all right? You seem distracted. Raven swallowed hard, forcing herself to meet Melissa's gaze with a calmness she did not feel. I'm fine, she said, the words sounding hollow and unconvincing even to her own ears. Just a momentary lapse in focus. Prepare yourself. It won't happen again. Chapter 61. The Prodigious Nim. Part 30. Javer strode through the halls of Syux Academy, her footsteps echoing on the polished marble floors. The day's classes had ended, and the normally busy corridors were quiet. Javer hummed to herself. She liked teaching. She enjoyed watching promising, young talents develop their skills right before her eyes. Leaving the academy 8 years ago had nothing to do with that aspect of being a teacher. And yet, this was one of the first times that being a teacher, having to improve the skills of these students, genuinely made her anxious. The tournament's just 4 days away, Javver thought with a sigh. Are they ready? Indeed, the anticipation was palpable, electric in the air. Students and faculty alike buzzed with excitement, and the pressure to perform was mounting. Of course, what the students didn't know was that whoever won wouldn't even be a student anymore. They'd be whisked away by the royal court, sent to fight the Darians northwest. Javver had pushed to have this fact explained to the students, but her request was shot down on the basis that if the students were told this was the reason behind the tournament, no one would show up. And now, Javver wasn't too sure the students were prepared for the event. Sure, they'd made improvements. Many of them had shown an incredible rate of growth as fighters, with none other than Melissa being the one to rise above everyone else like a shooting star. But Javver still didn't think that meant they'd be able to fight on the front lines with Raya, that they could take on well-trained Darien soldiers. They need years, not months, before they're ready for that. As she turned a corner, a familiar voice caught her attention. It was coming from Miria's office. Curiosity piqued, Javver approached the slightly open door. To her surprise, Miria wasn't alone. Javver caught a glimpse of a student, Raven Nightsong, if she recalled correctly. The sight gave Javver pause. Raven wasn't one of Miria's pupils. In fact, the girl was known for being a loner. Outside of those training sessions with Melissa, Raven was hardly ever seen walking around the academy. Javver strained to hear their conversation, but their voices were too low, their words too carefully guarded. There was an intensity to their exchange, however, that Javver did sense. An odd feeling stirred in her gut. Yeah, the same type of feeling that would often then lead to Javver burning bridges or stumbling upon things she didn't need to know about. It's probably nothing, Javver thought, however. She'd known Miria for years, after all. She's probably just jealous that I have my own little apprentice and is trying to turn Raven into hers. The thought of that made Javver smirk. Just as Javver was about to knock and announce her presence, the door swung open. Raven emerged, her pale face unreadable. For a fleeting moment, her gray eyes met Javver's. Then Raven was gone, walking quickly down the hall. Javver watched her go. Then Javver turned back to Miria, a question forming in her mind. But her friend's demeanor was as casual as ever, her smile warm and inviting. Javver, what a pleasant surprise. I was just about to make some tea. Care to join me? Javver hesitated, her curiosity warring with her respect for Miria's privacy. In the end, she shrugged, deciding to let the matter lie. If there was something Miria wanted to share, she would do so in her own time. Te son slovedi, Javver said, stepping into the office and closing the door behind her. As the sun began to set, Javver made her way back to her manor. Javver's mind was still buzzing with thoughts of the tournament and her conversation with Miria. But as she approached her home, a sense of warmth filled her. She knew that Melistaire, as per usual, would be off working late, which meant that Margaret would be by her lonesome in the garden. Well, not entirely alone. She'd have Hazel in her lap, of course. But Javver guessed that Margaret would appreciate the company of someone closer to her own age. Javver inhaled sharply as she stepped into the garden and caught sight of Margaret. Even after 8 years, the woman's beauty still took her breath away. Margaret sat on a bench, Hazel cradled in her arms. The setting sun cast a warm glow on her purple skin, making her seem to radiate with a godly grace. Javver's heart fluttered as she approached. If Margaret wasn't already spoken for, Javver knew she probably would have proposed her long ago. Mind if I join you? Javver asked, her voice soft. Margaret looked up, a warm smile spreading across her face. Of course not. Please sit. Javver sat down next to Margaret, close enough that their thighs touched. Casually, she threw an arm around Margaret's shoulders, pulling her close. Margaret did not move away from her. Javver knew she could do this much. Even though she wasn't the number one person in Margaret's heart, Margaret had made her open relationship with Melistaire clear, and Javver was more than happy to take whatever affection Margaret was willing to give. Funny, Javver smirked. Sis always asks when I'm going to settle down with someone. To be honest, though, this arrangement is pretty much perfect for me. For a moment, they sat in comfortable silence, watching as Hazel dozed off in Margaret's arms, playing with some toy. Then Margaret turned to Javert, her red eyes curious. "So, how are classes today?" Javert laughed, shaking her head. "Margaret, my dear, after all this time I spent buried under books and teenage hormones at the academy, do you really think classes are what I want to talk about?" Margaret grinned, playfully bumping her shoulder against Javert's. "Well then, what do you want to talk about?" Javert hummed thoughtfully. "How about the local news? There has been some interesting developments with Raya and the royal court." Margaret's eyes lit up with interest. She shifted, turning more fully towards Javert. "Do tell." And so Javert did. She spoke of the ongoing war, the machinations of the nobles, her role as one of the many crowned sorceresses. "Soon, I may be spending more time out of Syux than I do within its walls. Being a teacher has spared me from being on the front lines fully, but yeah." Margaret listened intently, her brow furrowed in concentration. As Javert talked, she couldn't help but marvel at the woman beside her. Margaret was so much more than a pretty face and massive, huge breasts in Javert's mind. She was intelligent, compassionate, and stronger than anyone gave her credit for. Javert's arm tightened around Margaret's shoulders, pulling her even closer. Margaret leaned into the embrace, her head coming to rest on Javert's shoulder. Soon, they noticed, "Oh, the little one's asleep." Margaret highlighted. Margaret stood up, the girl in her arms, and Javert walked with her back into the manor. She deposited the little girl in her own room, and, almost as soon as Hazel was out of her arms, Margaret turned and all but pushed Javert out into the hallway. Before Javert could even catch her breath, Margaret's lips were on hers. Javert's eyes widened in surprise, but she quickly melted into the kiss. Her arms wrapped around Margaret, pulling the shorter Nim woman flush against her body. The kiss deepened, their tongues dancing together in a heated embrace. Javert's hands roamed over Margaret's curves, feeling the heat of her skin through the thin fabric of her dress. Margaret moaned softly into the kiss, her own hands tangling in Javert's hair. Javert grabbed Margaret's tail, the way she knew Margaret liked, and she did. Margaret pressed herself closer, as if trying to merge their bodies into one. Gods, her tits are enormous, Javert thought, smirking into the kiss. Finally, they broke apart, both panting heavily. Javert's emerald eyes were dark with desire as she gazed at Margaret. "Someone's eager tonight," she teased, her voice low and husky. Margaret blushed, but there was no shame in her eyes. "Only hunger. Can you blame me?" she asked breathlessly. "Sitting in this big house alone, so often, I get a little." Javert grinned wickedly. She leaned in, her lips brushing against the sensitive skin of Margaret's neck. "Pin up?" she murmured, letting her teeth graze lightly over Margaret's skin. Margaret shivered, her hands tightening on Javert's shoulders. Javert grabbed a greedy handful of the woman's soft ass. "Why, yes," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "Right now, all I want is you." Javert's heart soared at those words. It was obvious Margaret liked her, desired her. But to hear it spoken so plainly, with such raw need, in one swift motion, Javert swept Margaret up into her arms, cradling her like a princess. Margaret let out a small yelp of surprise, but quickly settled into the embrace, her arms winding around Javert's neck. Javert carried Margaret down the hall to her own bedroom, kicking the door shut behind them. She laid Margaret gently on the bed, hovering over her with a predatory gleam in her eye. "Don't worry, my dear," Javert purred, her hands already working at the fastenings of Margaret's dress. "I'll take very good care of you." Margaret smiled up at her, eyes shining with trust and affection. "I know you will," she said softly, standing close to Javert with quiet confidence now that the dress was off. "You always do." Chapter 62. The Prodigious Nim. Part 31. Melissa, in the quiet sanctuary of the library. Melissa and Armia sat side by side, with some books open in front of them. The soft glow of the spirit crystal lamps nearby cast a warm light over their faces. It was odd. Melissa felt so small around Armia when they first met. Well, she still did, in a literal sense. But now, wasn't he a bad thing? Now, as they studied together, Melissa felt a sense of comfort in her presence. Without really thinking about it, Melissa shifted closer to Armia, their shoulders brushing. If Armia noticed, she didn't say anything, her focus remaining on the intricate diagrams of spell signs before her. "I wonder," Armia mused, tapping a clawed finger against the page. "Maybe I have to add a few lines to the spell here." Melissa leaned in, studying the spell sign with a critical eye. Armia was right. There was definitely room for improvement. But Melissa didn't want to do all the work for her. She knew Armia wouldn't appreciate it if Melissa just gave her the answer. A thought occurred to her, a question that had been nagging at the back of her mind for some time. "Hey, Armia," she said, her voice casual. "I was wondering, have you trained at all with weapons?" Armia blinked, looking up from the book with a startled expression. "Weapons? No, I haven't. Why do you ask?" Melissa shrugged, trying to seem nonchalant. "I was just curious." "So, you're serious about not using weapons at all during the tournament?" Armia nodded, her expression resolute. "I am. I want to prove that I can be a true lady and a true mage. And that means relying on my magic, not brute force." Melissa frowned. "But Armia, don't you think you're putting yourself at a disadvantage? I mean, you're a Darien. Your strength and resilience are your biggest assets." Armia's face hardened, a flicker of anger in her eyes. "And what would you have me do, Melissa? Abandon my principles? Resort to the very thing I'm trying to rise above?" She raised her voice. "Whoa." Melissa held up her hands in a placating gesture. "That's not what I'm saying at all. I just think using weapons and your natural strength wouldn't make you any less of a lady. If anything, it would make you an incredibly strong one." Armia paused. She looked away, though Melissa could tell the girl was considering her words. There was a vulnerability in her eyes. Melissa wasn't too sure how to help with that. But, slowly, Melissa reached out, placing a hand on Armia's arm. She could feel the warmth of Armia's scales, and, well, the firmness of her biceps. "Wow, I'm just saying," Melissa made her voice softer. "If all else fails, there's no shame in relying on what you already have." For a moment, they simply stared at each other, the air between them thick. Then, slowly, Armia nodded. "Perhaps you're right," she said softly. "But I want to try this. At the very least, I want to try being as human as I can be." Isabella the night was dark and cold and awful as Isabella made her way home, her steps heavy with frustration and disappointment. It had been a particularly long day at the academy, another day of fruitless experiments and missed opportunities. But worst of all, she had barely seen Melissa. How could she cope? As she approached her house, Isabella could see the warm glow of the living room windows. Her mother was home, no doubt waiting up for her, as she always did. Isabella pushed open the door, the familiar scent of home washing over her. And there was Kimiko, lounging on the couch in her usual provocative manner, her silky robe barely concealing her luscious curves. Oof! Without a word, Isabella draped herself across her mother's lap, burying her face in the soft warmth of Kimiko's breasts. Kimiko laughed. Isabella inhaled deeply, the scent of her perfume filling her nostrils. Kimiko's hand came to rest on Isabella's head, her fingers gently stroking through her daughter's hair. "What is wrong, my little vixen?" she purred, her voice, usually so seductive, now tinged with motherly concern. "You seem troubled," Isabella whimpered, nuzzling deeper in her mother's bosom. "It's just everything," she mumbled, her voice muffled. "My experiments are going nowhere. I feel like I'm not making any progress. And Melissa, I barely saw her today." Kimiko hummed thoughtfully, her hand sliding down Isabella's back and up again. "My darling, you are brilliant. I have no doubt that you will figure out your experiments in time. Matters of the arcane often require patience and persistence, even for our kind." Isabella sighed, lifting her head to meet her mother's gaze. But what if I don't? She asked. What if I'm just not good enough? Kimiko's eyes softened, a gentle smile curving her lips. Let me tell you a story, Isabella. When I was younger, a lot younger than you are now, I thought I had my whole life planned out. I was going to go to a certain village, settle down with your Aunt Margaret, and live happily ever after. We made a promise. Even Kimiko noted with giggles, talking about how we get married and have a bunch of our own half-Nim, half-Kitsune kids. Isabella blinked. You? And Aunt Margaret? But what happened? Kimiko chuckled. Life happened. I ended up in a different village, one I had never even considered before. And there, I met your other mother. It was unexpected, unplanned, but it was the best thing that ever happened to me. Isabella frowned. Kimiko rarely talked about Isabella's other mom. And when she did, it was usually to make some sort of point. What are you saying, Mom? I'm saying that sometimes life takes us down paths we didn't anticipate. Paths that aren't what we initially wanted. But if we open ourselves to the possibilities, we might find that these unexpected routes lead us to greater happiness and fulfillment than we ever imagined. Isabella sank, looking away. Should I change my angle, perhaps? I can see the gears are already turning. Kimiko giggled. Atta girl. Trust in yourself, my little vixen. Trust in your abilities and in the twists and turns of fate. Don't fixate on one thing too much. Try different things. Your talent will take you places, regardless of whether it's south the first road you picked out. Isabella nodded. She's right. How about? Isabella's tail swung gently from side to side. How about I try something else for a bit? In the solitude of her room, Isabella went over her notes, her brow furrowed in concentration. The pages were filled with intricate diagrams and scribbled observations, the fruits of her tireless experimentation. As she flipped through the pages, one particular section caught her eye. It was a series of notes on the properties of different materials and how they might affect the functionality of runes. I haven't really delved into this aspect much, Isabella mused, her tail swishing thoughtfully behind her. Maybe there's something here I've been overlooking. Energized by this new avenue of inquiry, Isabella quietly slipped out of her room, taking care not to wake Kimiko. She padded softly through the house, making her way to the backyard. The night air was cool and crisp against her skin as she stepped outside. The twin moons hung low in the sky, casting an amethyst glow over the meticulously maintained garden. Isabella scanned the ground, her keen eyes searching for the materials she needed. After a moment, she spotted a cluster of rocks near the edge of Fish Pond. She scooped up a handful, feeling their rough texture against her palm. Next, she turned her attention to the trees that lined the property. With a deft leap, easy for a kitsune, she grabbed a few slender twigs from a low-hanging branch, snapping them off with a satisfying crack. Armed with her new tools, Isabella settled cross-legged on the soft grass. She held up one of the rocks, examining it closely in the moonlight. Let us see. With a delicate motion, she extended a single claw and began to etch a spell sign into the surface of the rock. The symbol glowed faintly as she worked, the magic imbuing itself into the very structure of the stone as she poured her essence into it. Satisfied with her handiwork, Isabella turned to the twigs. She frowned, realizing the challenge of replicating the intricate sign on such a narrow, uneven surface. Undeterred, she began to painstakingly trace the same spell sign along the length of the twig, rotating it slowly to maintain the integrity of the symbol. But as she neared the end of the sequence, the twig suddenly snapped under her pressure. Damn it, Isabella hissed, tossing the broken twig aside in frustration. She took a deep breath, calming herself. Okay, let us try this again. Gently this time. She selected another twig, holding it delicately between her fingers. With the utmost care and precision, she began the process anew, her claw moving with a feather-light touch. This time, the spell sign held. The twig seemed to hum with latent energy, the magic permeating its fibrous core. Excitement building in her chest, Isabella held out the enchanted twig and the rock. The rock was up first, so she put the rock down and began drawing the spell sign with her free hand. Ventus Moros. Carum. A small gust of wind shot out from her palm, which, if there'd been an enemy here, would have pushed them back. It was the twig's turn. She put her essence into it and began. Ventus Montauk. She stopped. The tip of the twig was glowing. What the? Isabella stared at it, her eyes wide with wonder. The soft, ethereal light pulsed gently, as if in rhythm with her own heartbeat. What in the world is going on? Carefully, Isabella began to move the twig through the air. To her amazement, the essence trailing from the tip lingered, hanging in the space like the brush strokes of a celestial painter. The essence. It's leaving a trail like ink on a page. An idea struck her then. If the essence can be manipulated like this, then can I? Heart pounding with anticipation, Isabella held the twig up. She focused, channeling her mana through the wood once more. But this time, instead of using her hand to draw the spell sign, she used the twig itself. Ventus Moros Carum. The reaction was instantaneous and explosive. That same wind erupted from the point of contact, the sheer force of the magic shattering the twig in Isabella's hand. Ack! A few splinters embedded themselves in her palm. One almost took out one of her eyes. Even then, as painful as it was to have to pry those things out of her hands, Isabella couldn't contain her elation. She started laughing. What? What did I just do? Chapter 63. The Prodigious Nym, Part 32, Melissa, 3 days. 3 days left till the tournament. The first rays of dawn crept through the curtains. Melissa slowly woke up. She stretched languidly. Yawning, she sat up and found that Raven hadn't come back yet from her morning run. Ah, God, that girl works way too hard. It was inspiring, in a way. After all, Melissa had her own training to attend to later. As she dressed, her mind drifted to the day ahead. The classes, the spells, and, of course, the looming tourney. In her honest opinion, she was basically ready. Out of all the other students in Melissa's class, the only ones who could compete with her in the realm of magic were Isabella and Jalen. Jalen, Melissa thought, suddenly. Mun, she hasn't talked to me at all. Does she really hate me that much? Even though we spent years living together? Melissa shrugged. Not much I could do about that, I guess. With a final adjustment of her shirt, coat, and pleated skirt, Melissa stepped out into the hallway, ready to face whatever challenges the day might bring. The first classroom was already buzzing with activity as Melissa entered. Students huddled in small groups, comparing notes, and probably swapping some gossip. Melissa's eyes scanned the room, seeking out one face in particular. And there, in her usual spot, was Isabella. As if sensing Melissa's gaze, the Kitsune girl looked up, her face breaking into a blinding smile. Immediately, Melissa noticed something was up. Not in a bad way. As in, Isabella looked borderline radiant with joy. She bounced to her feet, waving Melissa over with an enthusiasm that was impossible to ignore. Melissa made her way through the horde of students. She ducked her head, feeling a few eyes on her as she went to her seat, which, of course, meant Isabella's seat had arrived. As she approached, Isabella got up and stepped aside, gesturing grandly to the empty seat. After you, my lady, she said, making her voice deeper with a playful wink. Melissa rolled her eyes, but she couldn't suppress the grin that tugged at the corners of her mouth. Why, thank you, kind miss, she replied, playing along. She settled into the seat, and immediately, Isabella plopped herself down on Melissa's lap, wrapping her arms around the Nym girl's neck. Melissa just giggled. Yeah, by now, she was way too used to this. Used to the feeling of the girl's light body on hers. Used to the way the other students whispered about them. Words like shameless and gross reaching her ears. They're just jealous, Melissa thought. But they wish they had their own cute fox girls, huh? She wrapped her own arms around Isabella's waist, holding her close. Well, someone in a good mood today, Melissa observed, quirking an eyebrow at her cousin's barely contained excitement. Isabella grinned. Oh, Melissa, she said, her voice low and conspiratorial. "I have something amazing to show you after class. Something that is going to change everything." Melissa's curiosity was instantly piqued. Isabella was always enthusiastic, but this was different. There was a fire in her eyes, a sense of purpose that Melissa had rarely seen before. "Is it urgent?" she asked. "I have training sessions with both Raven and Armia today. I don't want to keep them waiting." But Isabella shook her head, her expression turning serious. "Trust me, Melissa," she said. "Just for today, let me keep you to myself. At least for a few hours. This is the future." Melissa's brows shot up. "Well, all right then." The alchemist's tower loomed before them soon, that spire of stone and glass reaching towards the heavens as always. Melissa followed Isabella through the winding corridors, their footsteps echoing in the hushed stillness. Finally, they reached what was pretty much Isabella's personal laboratory by now. Technically, all students were allowed to use it, but Isabella was here more often than any other. Isabella practically vibrated with excitement as she led Melissa to a workbench in the corner. There, lying on a red towel, was an object. It was a slender twig, about the length of her forearm. The wood was a rich, dark hue, polished to a high shine, but looked like it would break with minimal effort. And running along its length, etched into the very grain, was a pattern. "Is that a spell sign?" Of course, Melissa recognized the object. As soon as she saw it, she knew what it was. "This, my dear cousin, is..." Melissa tuned her out. She didn't need to be told. She'd seen it on TV and read about it in books back on Earth. Melissa's breath caught in her throat once she made the connection. A wand. She's invented a wand. Immediately, she backtracked a little on that statement. Or maybe she's in the process of inventing it. Sure enough, as Melissa focused on Isabella's words, she heard, "Can actually draw spell signs for us." "Think about it," Isabella said. "Most people have unsteady hands. That's just how we are. Having something like this, a tool to grip that you can use to draw spell signs with, that alone would be useful." But she gazed down at the prototype with the kind of look that Melissa feared would strip her naked in an instant if she used it on her. "That's just the beginning. I think, based on what I told you about materials, these things could even enhance spells, becoming invaluable, even to experienced mages." Melissa's mind reeled. The kitsune was right. Assuming no one else had made anything like this, such a tool could revolutionize the way magic was cast. "You're right," Melissa said, her voice tinged with awe. "This could change everything." But Isabella was already moving on, her mind leaping ahead to the next challenge. "I tried casting with another twig," she said, a note of frustration creeping in her voice. "But it broke. The material couldn't handle the strain of the spell." She began to pace, her tail swishing behind her in agitation. "We need something stronger," she mused, her brow furrowed in thought. "A material that can withstand the force of magic being channeled through it." Melissa's eyes widened as an idea struck her. "My dad," she said, excitement building in her chest. "He's a construction worker. He works with all kinds of materials. It's worth asking him, I think." Isabella spun to face Melissa, her eyes sparkling. "Of course," she exclaimed. "That's a wonderful idea." Melissa grinned, basking in the praise. But now, seeing the way Isabella looked at her, the sheer admiration and gratitude shining in those emerald eyes, it filled Melissa with a warmth she had never known before. Unable to contain herself, she surged forward, wrapping Isabella in a tight embrace. The kitsune girl stiffened for a moment, caught off guard. But then, slowly, she relaxed into the hug, her own arms coming up to encircle Melissa's waist. "I'm so proud of you," Melissa murmured, her face buried in the soft fur of Isabella's ear. When they finally pulled apart, Melissa was stunned to see a faint blush coloring Isabella's cheeks. Gone was the sultry, seductive persona that the kitsune girl usually projected. In its place was something softer, more vulnerable, almost bashful. Isabella ducked her head, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Thank you, Melissa," she said, her voice uncharacteristically shy. That means a lot." And then, before Melissa could react, Isabella leaned in and pressed a kiss to her lips. It was different from the kisses they had shared before. There was no heat behind this one, no urgency. Instead, it was just tender. That didn't last long, though. As they broke apart, Isabella's eyes sparkled with mischief, the familiar gleam of desire creeping back into her gaze. "We should celebrate," she purred, her arm still wrapped around Melissa's waist. "Hey." Melissa smiled back, but looked away. "I told you, I have stuff to do." No, no. Isabella shook her head. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "I don't mean that we should go kiss in a closet." Her grin widened. "Oh." Melissa gulped. Isabella continued. "After the tournament, let us do something more special. Maybe?" she asked softly. "Just the two of us." Late at night, Melissa felt a shiver run down her spine at the implication. She knew exactly what Isabella was suggesting. The same thing Melissa could feel inching closer and closer every time they de-kissed before. Isabella was suggesting they full-on sprint over that line. And Melissa found herself saying, "Sure." Her response even surprised her. After the tournament, Isabella grinned with the satisfaction of a wolf that had just watched a rabbit hop onto its dinner plate. "And it's a date," she said, leaning in for one more quick kiss. "Go ahead and get a training. I want to go over this a little more." Melissa nodded slowly, feeling breathless. "Okay." As she left the lab, Melissa's mind was already racing ahead, imagining all the ways they could celebrate Isabella's groundbreaking discovery. Of course, she knew what Isabella had in mind. Holy shit, it's going to happen, Melissa realized. Isabella and I are going to be together. Chapter 64. The Prodigious Nim. Part 33. The sun was just beginning to hang on the horizon as Melissa made her way to her and Raven's usual training grounds. 2 days, Melissa thought, her stomach twisting with nerves. Just 2 more days until the tournament. She had been training harder than ever these past weeks, pushing herself to the limit in preparation for this moment. But now, with the event looming so close, she couldn't help but feel a flicker of doubt. Am I ready? I mean,